In his previous life, Jiang Heng succumbed to depression and ultimately took his own life due to the pressures of the entertainment industry. However, he has now been reborn in the Blue Star and is resolute in his determination to distance himself from the entertainment world in this lifetime. Unfortunately, his family has fallen into disrepair, laden with debts, and to repay them, he has no choice but to continuously write and sell songs. Once his debts are settled, Jiang Heng aspires to embark on a business venture, determined to become a magnate. Yet, during the entrepreneurial process, he encounters setbacks in financing, compelling him to revert to his former profession, relying on the transfer of Earth's entertainment resources to sustain his company. Time and again, faced with financial ruin, Jiang Heng inadvertently becomes a significant figure in the domestic entertainment landscape. Chapter 1. The Contractual Couple. Xiao Wanxiu, my brother is getting married tomorrow. Will you accompany me? I have no time. We agreed upon the terms of our contractual marriage, stating that one party cannot evade their obligations under any pretext. Your actions constitute a breach of contract. I am indeed breaching the contract. Go ahead and sue me. Listening to the busy tone after the call was disconnected, Jiang Heng could only manage a wry smile. Women can be unreasonable, and men can only feel helpless. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Heng stared blankly at the ceiling, reflecting on his marriage with Xiao Wanxiu, which felt like a jest. Ever since the family business went bankrupt, he has worked during the day and taken a part-time job at the Honglumen KTV as a waiter at night to alleviate the family's debt burden. 3 months ago, on a particularly late night, after finishing his shift at Honglumen, Jiang Heng was so fatigued that he failed to notice the traffic lights, leading to a collision with Xiao Wanxiu's Bentley Continental. The accident was clear-cut in terms of responsibility, with Jiang Heng fully liable for the damages, requiring him to cover the entire repair costs for Xiao Wanxiu's vehicle. Jiang Heng sent most of his monthly salary home, keeping only a meager amount for his own living expenses, rendering him incapable of affording the repairs. He had no choice but to negotiate with Xiao Wanxiu to repay her the following month. Jiang Heng is a man of his word, and upon receiving his salary the next month, his first action was to repay Xiao Wanxiu. Once the debt was settled, he thought that would be the end of the matter. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, Jiang Heng received a call from Xiao Wanxiu, instructing him to bring his ID and household registration book to the Civil Affairs Bureau for marriage registration. Initially, Jiang Heng refused, but the terms Xiao Wanxiu offered were simply too enticing. She promised 500,000 yuan for obtaining the marriage certificate, and another 1 million yuan upon a divorce 6 months later. Desperate for money, Jiang Heng was willing to do whatever it took, even trading his marriage for financial gain. In truth, the day they registered their marriage was only the second time Jiang Heng had met Xiao Wanxiu. For over a month afterward, they had no communication. If it weren't for his good friend Xiao Hua's wedding tomorrow, he wouldn't have made this call. Putting his phone away, Jiang Heng felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He could hardly remember the last time he had a moment of rest. An engulfing weariness washed over him, and while he still had time before work, he decided to take a brief nap. Jiang Heng found himself immersed in a chaotic dreamscape. It was a world called Earth, strikingly similar to his own Blue Star. In that realm, Jiang Heng was a gifted singer who shone brightly in a talent competition during his university years and subsequently signed with an entertainment company. After achieving fame, he was required by the company to participate in various commercial performances, leaving him with scarcely any time for rest. Jiang Heng, a pure-hearted musician, soon grew weary of such a life. When he expressed his desire to avoid excessive commercialization, the company blacklisted him. At this juncture, his girlfriend, who had fallen in love with him through music, stepped forward to take his place in the limelight. Jiang Heng willingly supported her from behind the scenes, crafting songs that swiftly propelled her to fame, only for her to continuously demand new compositions. Thus, Jiang Heng tragically realized that his life had once again devolved into an endless cycle. He succumbed to severe depression due to prolonged mental strain, rendering him incapable of producing quality music. Upon learning of his condition, his girlfriend decisively chose to end their relationship. Disillusioned by the cold realities of the entertainment industry, Jiang Heng felt an overwhelming despair and opted for self-destruction. Before his demise, he held one thought. Should there be a next life, he would resolutely steer clear of the entertainment world. Jiang Heng, room 888. Hurry and send 2 bottles of Hennessy over. Jiang Heng opened his eyes in bewilderment, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. The memories of reality and dreams swiftly intertwined, leaving him unable to discern which was the true self. Jiang Heng, did you hear what I said? Before he could process the immense influx of information, the supervisor's voice echoed in his ears again. Jiang Heng quickly responded, picking up 2 bottles of Hennessy and placing them on a tray as he made his way to room 888. He politely knocked on the door and heard a woman's voice from inside say, "Come in." This voice sounds oddly familiar. Jiang Heng mused to himself as he pushed the door open. Inside the room, there was no blaring DJ music. Instead, a woman sat quietly on the sofa, engrossed in her phone amidst the dim lighting. dressed in a professional suit that accentuated her alluring curves. Her long hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her exquisitely crafted features appeared as if they had been rendered by an AI artist. Upon hearing the commotion, the beauty looked up, and their eyes met, creating an instantly peculiar atmosphere. This woman was none other than Jiang Heng's nominal wife, Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu, you have time to come here to indulge in spirits, but no time to accompany me to a wedding. Xiao Wanqiu's momentary shock quickly faded, and she replied coolly, my affairs are none of your concern. I have no interest in your affairs either, but my brother is getting married, and you ought to provide an explanation for your absence, Jiang Heng countered, as Xiao Wanqiu tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. This simple gesture exuded a captivating grace. I have a meeting scheduled. My contact will arrive shortly, so you'd best refrain from causing a scene. Discuss matters? In a place like Red Romance, what serious discussions can one possibly have? Xiao Wanqiu's retort was sharp. Then enlighten me. What manner of establishment is Red Romance? Are you attending some respectable class here? Jiang Heng found himself at a loss for words. This woman possessed quite the sharp tongue. Damn it. If it weren't for the pressures of life, who in their right mind would choose to work here? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed someone entering through the door behind him. Jiang Heng turned to look and saw a portly middle-aged man in his 40s, waddling in with a protruding belly and short legs. The middle-aged man's hairline had receded to the crown of his head, his forehead gleaming, and when he smiled, his eyes squinted into mere slits, exuding an unmistakable sleaziness. He completely disregarded Jiang Heng, who was clad in a server's uniform, and his gaze fixated on Xiao Wanqiu, a glint of greed flickering in his beady eyes. Ha! Wanqiu, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Xiao Wanqiu had already risen and taken a couple of steps forward to meet the middle-aged man. She extended her hand with a faint smile, saying, Mr. Zhao, I just got here as well. Thank you for making the trip. Standing over 1.7 meters tall and adorned in high heels, Xiao Wanqiu towered over the middle-aged man by half a head. As she reached out her hand, she had a slightly bend at the waist. The middle-aged man feigned joviality. Ha! When a beautiful lady invites, even an old Zhao like me has to show up. Jiang Heng watched as the middle-aged man grasped Xiao Wanqiu's hand, his other hand lightly caressing the back of her hand. His beady eyes roamed over Xiao Wanqiu's flawless figure, unable to conceal his lasciviousness. Xiao Wanqiu's brow furrowed slightly, and she subtly withdrew her hand, inviting the middle-aged man to take a seat. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together, laughing heartily. Ladies first, Wanqiu, you sit down first. As soon as Xiao Wanqiu settled onto the sofa, the middle-aged man joined her, pressing closely against her. Jiang Heng noticed Xiao Wanqiu's brow furrowing ever so slightly again, prompting her to subtly shift her body to the side. What are you staring at? Hurry up and open the wine, the middle-aged man ordered, pointing at the two bottles on the table. Jiang Heng remained silent, setting the two wine glasses on the table, uncorking the bottles, and pouring half a glass into each. Mr. Zhao, the next episode of Singer Challenge is my last opportunity. I want to try for the original song, and I truly appreciate your help. Jiang Heng's movements momentarily halted, a sense of misfortune washing over him. A beautiful figure flashed through his mind, and his heart ached inexplicably. These women are truly baffling. Why engage in anything else when they insist on leaping into this cesspool of the entertainment industry? The greasy middle-aged man chuckled heartily. No rush, no rush. All my inspiration lies within the wine. As long as the wine flows well, not just one song, I could easily conjure 10. With a resounding thud, Jiang Heng slammed a glass of wine down in front of the middle-aged man. The man's expression darkened instantly. What kind of service attitude is this? Do you dare to believe I won't lodge a complaint against you? Chapter 2, Pirilou Danger. Jiang Heng was in a foul mood and was on the verge of quitting, just as she was about to retort. She heard Xiao Wanqiu's cold voice. You may leave. Your services are not required here. Jiang Heng cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wanqiu, noting her expressionless demeanor, as if she were a stranger. A wave of self-mockery washed over Jiang Heng. After all, they were merely contractually bound spouses, and she ought not to be too conspicuous. Xiao Wanqiu was entrenched in the entertainment industry, and surely she was well aware of the nature of this middle-aged, sleazy man. Given that they had convened at this location to discuss matters, she must have foreseen what was about to transpire. Perhaps those in the entertainment sphere had long grown accustomed to such scenarios. Here I am, married with a wife I've scarcely met, already feeling the weight of a vast prairie overhead. With a bitter smile, Jiang Heng exited the private room, even thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Jiang Heng held a part-time position at Hong Romance, responsible for delivering beverages and warm towels to various rooms. At one point, she had ventured into room 888 to deliver warm towels. At that time, Xiao Wanqiu's complexion was flushed, while the middle-aged man appeared utterly sober, his beady eyes practically glowing with intent. With her over a year of experience at Hong Romance, Jiang Heng could easily predict the forthcoming events. Naturally, as it was a mutual arrangement, she had no grounds to intervene. Retrieving the towels, she dragged the heated towel sterilizer away. No sooner had she stepped out of the room than her phone buzzed. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Xiao Wanqiu. Return to the room in half an hour. Jiang Heng pursed her lips. She had initially resolved to refrain from meddling. Yet, Xiao Wanqiu's message indicated that she was aware of what was to come and wished to prevent it. Although their marriage was merely a contractual agreement, it was nonetheless protected by law. Given that she had reached out for help, Jiang Heng could not simply turn a blind eye. She replied with a simple okay, tucked her phone away, and resumed her duties. However, less than 10 minutes later, her phone rang again. It was a call from Xiao Wanqiu, which rang several times before abruptly disconnecting. Jiang Heng surmised that Xiao Wanqiu was in dire straits and hastily rushed back into room 888 with the heated towel sterilizer. By this point, Xiao Wanqiu could barely sit upright, slumped against the sofa, her face flushed. The middle-aged man was reaching out, intending to caress Xiao Wanqiu's face when he noticed the door being flung open and immediately panicked. Upon recognizing Jiang Heng, his expression shifted dramatically. How do you serve? Don't you know to knock before entering? Jiang Heng rushed forward, shoving the middle-aged man aside, and gently patted Xiao Wanqiu's face. As Xiao Wanqiu opened her eyes, her beautiful orbs were hazy. Upon realizing it was Jiang Heng, a faint smile graced her lips, quickly followed by nausea, prompting her to cover her mouth. Jiang Heng was taken aback. What did that mean? Did she find her so repulsive that a mere glance induced vomiting? Despite her irritation, Jiang Heng swiftly assisted Xiao Wanqiu to the restroom. As she lifted the toilet seat, Xiao Wanqiu leaned over and vomited uncontrollably. Observing the turmoil, Jiang Heng approached and gently patted her back. Once Xiao Wanqiu regained her composure, she staggered to her feet and rinsed her mouth at the sink. Jiang Heng handed her a couple of tissues. Didn't he want a song? If he refuses to write it, just find someone else. Is it worth this much effort? Xiao Wanqiu silently accepted the tissues and dabbed her face. Truly a top-tier beauty. Even without makeup, she could outshine most heavily made-up stars. Listening to Xiao Wanqiu's conversation with the middle-aged man, it became evident she was a singer. Why did Jiang Heng have no recollection of her? Xiao Wanqiu adjusted her hair in the mirror before coolly responding. It's easy for you to say. Do you think finding a good composer is that simple? Zhao Zhenzhong is the best I can manage. So, the middle-aged man was named Zhao Zhenzhong. Jiang Heng scoffed him. He clearly has ulterior motives. It's hard to believe he could produce anything worthwhile. Without turning, Xiao Wanqiu retorted, Can you write a good song? Jiang Heng was speechless. Why was she taking it out on her? After all, she had just rescued her. Moreover, she had dabbled in songwriting herself. Jiang Heng clicked her tongue. Is it just a song? I can write one. Who do you look down on? Xiao Wanqiu seemed to disregard Jiang Heng's words entirely. Please wait a moment. I need to talk to him. That old scoundrel was indeed not a good person. It was evident he harbored no good intentions. Jiang Heng chose silence. This woman had a knack for inciting irritation with her words. After finishing her makeup, Xiao Wanqiu added, The car keys are in my bag. Please take me home afterward. Without waiting for Jiang Heng's response, she leaned against the wall and exited the restroom. Jiang Heng thought, well, she certainly had arranged her affairs with clarity. Nevertheless, she followed closely behind Xiao Wanqiu. Zhao Zhenzhong sat on the sofa with his arms crossed, a sullen look on his face, eyeing Xiao Wanqiu as she emerged, his eyes practically glowing with desire. He mused to himself that this woman was truly a gem. Had it not been for that meddler, he would have succeeded by now, all thanks to that meddler. Zhao Laoshe, as long as you can help me compose a song that satisfies me, feel free to name your price. I won't haggle. Zhao Zhenzhong, with an air of arrogance, replied, Xiao Wanqiu, this isn't about money. That kid was disrespectful to me. How can I write a song for you without an explanation? Xiao Wanqiu turned, noticing Jiang Heng with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance, which irritated her. She shot Jiang Heng a fierce glare and turned back to Zhao Zhenzhong. Zhao Laoshe, I apologize on his behalf. If you agree to help, I will meet any conditions you have. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenzhong's eyes began to wander over Xiao Wanqiu's figure, making her skin crawl and nearly inducing another wave of nausea. Jiang Heng interjected, Old man, if you keep leering, I'll gouge your eyes out. Zhao Zhenzhong's expression darkened. Kid, I'm here to discuss collaboration with her. It's none of your business. He then pointed at Jiang Heng, addressing Xiao Wanqiu. Unless he kneels and apologizes today, I won't write a song for you. If you point at me again, I'll break your fingers. Is it any wonder Zhao Zhenzhong was known as a coward? Upon hearing Jiang Heng's threat, he immediately withdrew his hand, not daring to utter a word. Yet, Xiao Wanqiu required his assistance, so she turned back and said, Jiang Heng, this is my matter. Please refrain from speaking. Jiang Heng thought to herself, is she out of her mind? The man is demanding an apology, and she wants me to be silent? Zhao Zhenjiang glanced at Jiang Heng before addressing Xiao Wanqiu. If you want my help, it's not impossible. However, I have 2 conditions. Please state them, Zhao Laoshi. I will comply with whatever I can. Zhao Zhenjiang raised his hand, but seemed to reconsider and placed it down. First, this is between us. I hope unrelated parties won't interfere. Xiao Wanqiu turned back to Jiang Heng, retrieving a set of keys from her bag and handing them to him. Please wait in the car for me. Is this woman truly foolish? This Zhao character was clearly up to no good. Was it worth it to go to such lengths for a song? She felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave. Yet, given that they were nominally married, abandoning her in her time of need was not in her character. Besides, he still had a second condition. Might as well hear it out. Xiao Wanqiu pondered for a moment, then directed her gaze towards Zhao Zhenjiang. Did you not claim you would apologize to me on his behalf? How about this? If you consume this bottle of wine, I shall compose a song for you. Zhao Zhenjiang gestured towards an untouched bottle of Hennessy on the table, speaking languidly. Was this even humane? Xiao Wanqiu, who had already been sick from drinking, was now being coerced into downing an entire bottle. What sort of man resorts to such intimidation against a woman? Jiang Heng could no longer contain his anger and stepped forward decisively. Slap! With a resounding crack, Jiang Heng delivered a sharp slap to Zhao Zhenjiang's face. Chapter 3. A Display of Violence. Jiang Heng's strike was swift and fierce. Zhao Zhenjiang had no time to react, only feeling a burning sensation on his cheek. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Heng and bellowing, Xiao Wanqiu, even if you were to kneel and beg, I would never write a song for you. Slap. Before he could even finish his sentence, Jiang Heng struck his other cheek with another resounding slap. Zhao Zhenjiang, brimming with fury, dared not retaliate against Jiang Heng nor approach him too closely. He staggered back a couple of steps, confronting Xiao Wanqiu as he shouted, Xiao Wanqiu, you wretched woman, your end is nigh. I will expose you and ensure you are blacklisted across the internet. Just then, a pained cry escaped him as he clutched his groin, slowly sinking to the floor. Jiang Heng observed as Xiao Wanqiu had delivered a solid kick to Zhao Zhenjiang's nether regions. He felt a sympathetic tightening in his own loins, as if he could empathize with Zhao Zhenjiang's agony. A chill ran down his spine. This woman, when provoked, was truly fearsome. He must avoid antagonizing her. Hell, you lecherous old fool. What does it matter if you are out of the entertainment industry? Xiao Wanqiu appeared to have pent-up frustration that she could no longer suppress. Perhaps it was the surge of excitement, combined with the effects of alcohol, that caused her to sway unsteadily. Jiang Heng rushed to support her, guiding her to the sofa. Xiao Wanqiu seemed to trust him implicitly, leaning back against the couch with her eyes closed. You vile harlot, I shall ensure your reputation is utterly ruined today, Zhao Zhenjiang declared, reaching for the intercom to summon security. Moments later, the door to the private room swung open, and Jiang Heng watched as the supervisor entered, flanked by 2 security guards. Upon assessing the situation, the supervisor furrowed his brow and instructed the guards to assist the still prostrate Zhao Zhenjiang. Are you all right, sir? Zhao Zhenjiang, displaying his flair for theatrics, feigned severe injury. Call an ambulance. I require medical assistance. The supervisor, alarmed at the mention of an ambulance, given the venue's nature, stammered, Sir, what seems to be the problem? Your staff assaulted me, and I am injured. I need immediate help. Faced with a customer's insistence, the supervisor reluctantly instructed the guards to call for an ambulance. Turning to Jiang Heng, the supervisor's expression darkened. Jiang Heng, what on earth happened here? What are you doing in this situation? Jiang Heng maintained a stoic demeanor as he replied, Manager Wang, do you truly need to inquire about the circumstances? Having worked at Hongleman for many years, the supervisor had seen his fair share of incidents. A mere glance was enough to understand the unfolding drama. Yet, he was still incensed. In the service industry, regardless of the conflict between patrons, employees ought not to interfere. Manager Wang, how is it possible that your staff was trained to act in such a manner? He assaulted me, and will you not take responsibility? The supervisor quickly donned a conciliatory facade. I apologize for our failure in service. I assure you we will provide an explanation. However, when he turned to face Jiang Heng, his demeanor shifted to one of coldness. The speed of this transformation was astonishing. Jiang Heng, although you are merely a part-timer, you have been with Hongleman for over a year. Surely, you know what is appropriate and what is not? Apologies, manager, but I must intervene in today's matter. The supervisor's expression darkened further as he glanced at Xiao Wanqiu, who, blissfully unaware, had fallen asleep on the sofa. It must be said, this woman was indeed strikingly beautiful. Jiang Heng had garnered quite the admiration from women during his time at Hongleman. However, that did not justify his actions against the patron. As a server, one must never resort to violence, regardless of the circumstances. Today, you must face the consequences. Very well, Manager Wang, impose whatever punishment you deem fit. I shall accept it. First, you are to apologize to the customer as per his demands. Though Zhao Zhenzhong was in considerable discomfort, he had perked up, eager to hear the outcome. Upon hearing the supervisor's directive for Jiang Heng to apologize, he instantly perked up. I want him to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Jiang Heng shot a cold glare at Zhao Zhenzhong, who immediately fell silent. Apologizing is out of the question. It shall never happen in this lifetime. This is non-negotiable. If you cannot comply, you may leave. At Honglingman, Manager Wang had no need for disobedient employees, although there was a significant patron whom only Jiang Heng could appease. The client had not visited in a long while. Who knew if he would return? Since Jiang Heng was defiant, the manager resolved to see him dismissed. Jiang Heng hesitated. Though he was merely a part-time employee at Honglingman, he had made connections with some affluent patrons over the past year. Sometimes, when they were in high spirits and he accompanied them for a drink, the tips could be quite generous. Jiang Heng desperately needed money, and if given the choice, he truly did not want to lose this job. However, he was certainly unwilling to apologize to Zhao Zhenzhong. He cast a glance at Xiao Wanqiu, who lay inebriated on the sofa, and felt an urge to vent his frustrations. What a predicament, pretending to be married, yet genuinely risking his job. Yet as a man, how could he let down a woman who placed such trust in him? Jiang Heng nodded, uttering not a word as he helped Xiao Wanqiu to her feet and made his way towards the exit of the private room. Jiang Heng, think this through. Should you walk out that door today, do not expect to return. Jiang Heng paused momentarily, but ultimately did not look back, continuing his stride towards the exit. Zhao Zhenzhong, witnessing the supervisor allowing Jiang Heng to leave, exclaimed, Manager Wang, you are simply letting him go? I am not satisfied with this outcome. The supervisor shot Zhao Zhenzhong a cold stare. If the boss is dissatisfied with my resolution, shall I call the police to intervene? After all, we have surveillance footage of the entire incident. Upon hearing the mention of police and surveillance, Zhao Zhenzhong's composure faltered. He was acutely aware of his own actions and words. Should the police arrive, they might very well take action against both Jiang Heng and Xiao Wanqiu, but he would undoubtedly be left in a far more embarrassing position. Let us avoid involving public resources over such a trivial matter. I shall accept your resolution. The supervisor held a deep disdain for the likes of Zhao Zhenzhong. Yet, as a manager, he still had to maintain a semblance of professionalism. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by our shortcomings, which prevented you from enjoying your evening. All expenses for tonight's beverages will be waived. Of course, the supervisor was not overly benevolent. According to Honglingman's policies, employees who were dismissed forfeited their wages and bonuses for that month. Offsetting Jiang Heng's salary against the 888 private rooms cost would not be a loss. Chapter 4. Xiao Wanqiu. Jiang Heng assisted Xiao Wanqiu out of the Honglingman KTV, locating the Bentley Continental that had left a lasting impression on him in the parking lot. Once again, he retrieved the car keys from Xiao Wanqiu's bag to unlock the vehicle, gently assisting her into the back seat to lie down comfortably. It was only after settling into the driver's seat that he realized he had no knowledge of her residence. He rummaged through her bag once more, but found no identification. This posed a dilemma, as he could not even secure a hotel room for her. It appeared he had no choice but to take her to his own rented apartment. Starting the engine, he sped toward his dwelling. Jiang Heng's rental was an old building nestled within an alleyway, and the car could not navigate the narrow entrance. He was compelled to exit the vehicle and carry Xiao Wanqiu toward his abode. The journey was bumpy, and eventually, Xiao Wanqiu could no longer endure it. As soon as they reached the staircase, she heaved violently, leaving a mess on both herself and Jiang Heng. What a predicament! Jiang Heng sighed despondently. After a fit of intense vomiting, Xiao Wanqiu finally rose, feeling dizzy and disoriented. But fortunately, Jiang Heng was there to steady her. Perhaps drained from the retching, Jiang Heng perceived that her body felt soft and limp, as if devoid of bones. He resorted to a princess carry to transport her upstairs. Jiang Heng resided in a loft on the rooftop, and it took considerable effort to get Xiao Wanqiu up the stairs. Upon opening the door, he unceremoniously deposited her onto the sofa and then seized a broom and mop, exiting once more. If he did not clean up the vomit, he feared he would be scolded by the neighbors below come morning. After tackling the mess, Jiang Heng was drenched in sweat. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu, who lay listlessly on the sofa, he felt a headache coming on. What to do? He could not just leave her there unattended. He turned and descended the stairs, knocking on the landlord's door. The one who answered was the landlord's daughter, Xie Simin, a vibrant and charming 17-year-old in her second year of high school. Jiang Heng Gij, why are you home so early today? She exclaimed, upon catching a whiff of the vomit on him. Her little nose wrinkled in distaste, and she waved her hand in front of her face. It smells dreadful. Xiao Min, could you do me a favor? Jiang Heng pleaded. CSE Min blinked her big eyes, revealing a mischievous glint, and raised one finger. Then, after a moment's thought, raised another. Jiang Heng pressed down one of her fingers. The little girl pouted, clearly dissatisfied. I'm telling you, just 1 cup of milk tea. Don't be greedy. Though reluctant, she followed Jiang Heng back upstairs. As the door opened, a pungent odor of alcohol mingled with vomit assaulted their senses. CSE Min wrinkled her nose and remarked, Ugh, this smell is unbearable. Her eyes scanned the room and landed on Xiao Wanqiu on the sofa. Jiang Heng Gij, who is she? Where did you find her? Jiang Heng replied nonchalantly. My wife. You should call her sister-in-law. Yeah, right? CSE Min retorted, moving closer to Xiao Wanqiu for a better look. She seems somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. As she scrutinized Xiao Wanqiu, she muttered, she looks a bit like that star. Enough chatter, Jiang Heng said, lightly tapping CSE Min on the back of her head. I'll take her to the room. You help me change her clothes. CSE Min's eyes darted around. Jiang Heng Gij, are you trying to take advantage of her? Stop talking nonsense, you little brat. If I wanted to take advantage, would I bring you along as a third wheel? With that, he scooped up Xiao Wanqiu and carried her into his room, then emerged again. Seems like that's the case, CSE Min murmured, her nimble hands quickly assisting Xiao Wanqiu in changing clothes. Holding her nose, she emerged with Xiao Wanqiu's clothes in hand. All right, I've taken care of it. Don't forget to treat me to milk tea tomorrow. Impatient, Jiang Heng urged her out the door. Hurry up and go. After CSE Min left, he tossed Xiao Wanqiu's clothes into the basin on the outdoor terrace. He then changed his own clothes, took a shower, and washed away the stench of vomit clinging to him. His rented loft measured barely over 30 square meters, partitioned into a bedroom and a living room. Xiao Wanqiu would occupy the bedroom, leaving him asleep on the sofa for the night. Leaning back on the couch, Jiang Heng stared blankly at the ceiling. The events of the evening had been overwhelming, and his thoughts were in disarray. In sacrificing his part-time job at Honglingmen for Xiao Wanqiu, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. That job had been quite lucrative. Remembering Xiao Wanqiu's intent to seek Zhao Zhenzhong's assistance in songwriting, Jiang Heng suddenly realized they were already married, yet he remained oblivious to what Xiao Wanqiu did for a living. Rising from a bedroom, he retrieved his laptop, opened a search engine, and typed in Xiao Wanqiu. To his surprise, he was met with a plethora of results, even a dedicated entry on her. Xiao Wanqiu, female. Born in the capital, graduated from Stanford University's business school, singer, former signed artist of New Orange Entertainment, former leader and main vocalist of the group Huayang Girls. Known for her works such as When the Moon Was Bright and Ambiguous Relationship. Upon discovering Xiao Wanqiu's affiliation with New Orange Entertainment, a wave of unpleasant memories washed over Jiang Heng. He couldn't help but curse, damn it, not this New Orange Entertainment again. As he continued to read, he found a section detailing her career, though it was vague, mostly recounting her time with Huayang Girls. One particular incident caught his attention. Xiao Wanqiu assault incident. Jiang Heng paused, recalling how adept she had been at using her legs to provoke others at the Hongleman bar. So, this woman had a history of violence. A chill ran down his spine. Out of curiosity, he sought to uncover the details surrounding the assault incident. After some time, he found the information to be equally ambiguous. It appeared that during a certain performance backstage, Xiao Wanqiu had suddenly attacked the head of the client. This incident had stirred considerable commotion online, leading to public outrage against her. Ultimately, the matter had faded away, but Xiao Wanqiu had left New Orange Entertainment and departed from the capital. 6 months prior, she had moved to the southern metropolis to establish Zhaiguang Entertainment. The encyclopedia entry concluded there. Jiang Heng exited the page and scrolled through the results. Stumbling upon a video titled Xiao Wanqiu Participates in Singer Challenge Episode 1. Opening it, he saw her performing a cover of an old song. In Jiang Heng's eyes, her vocal skills were quite solid. However, the judges' feedback was rather mediocre, placing her in a low ranking. According to the show's rules, if she remained in a low position in the second round, she would be eliminated. It dawned on Jiang Heng why Xiao Wanqiu was seeking Zhao Zhenzhong's help with songwriting. Given her current predicament, this program was undoubtedly crucial for her. He recalled Zhao Zhenzhong's words about ensuring Xiao Wanqiu could not survive in the entertainment industry. Casually, he typed Zhao Zhenzhong into the search bar. Famous composer Zhao Zhenzhong refuses to write songs and is hospitalized for emergency treatment. Composer Zhao Zhenzhong attacked, and the assailant is her. It escalated, Zhao Zhenzhong hospitalized. Is there no law? Staring at the sensational headlines, Jiang Heng was left speechless for a long while. These media outlets were truly unscrupulous. Did they ever bother to investigate the facts before reporting? This manipulation of truth and distortion of reality felt all too familiar, It was a hallmark of the entertainment industry. Jiang Heng was curious to see how they would twist the facts further. He clicked on one of the articles. The article commences with a screenshot of Zhao Zhenzhong's Weibo post, in which he exclaims, "Is there truly no law? I simply refuse to write you a song. And you have beaten me to this extent." Accompanying this is an image of Zhao Zhenzhong lying in a hospital bed, his head wrapped in bandages. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Heng felt a surge of nausea. He distinctly recalled that he had struck a blow to Zhao's face, while it was Summer Wanqiu who had targeted his groin. What, then, was the significance of those bandages adorning his head? As Jiang continued reading, Zhao Zhenzhong recounted the details of his assault, conveniently omitting any mention of the alcohol and threats that preceded it. The author, in a retrospective manner, invited the online audience to reminisce about Summer Wanqiu's previous acts of violence. In the concluding paragraphs, the author fervently advocated for the entertainment industry to blacklist artists like Summer Wanqiu, who have tarnished reputations. The comment section was rife with criticisms aimed at her. Brothers, what should one be wary of when considering marrying Summer Wanqiu? So beautiful yet so violent, it's simply not worth it. It's her again. She had previously assaulted someone during the Flower Girl program. It's infuriating. Those who lack respect for their seniors have no right to exist in the entertainment sphere. Jiang Heng casually perused the comments, his heart heavy with despair. Truly, the entertainment industry appeared to be a cesspit, a reflection of two worlds equally sordid. This further solidified Jiang Heng's conviction to remain a decent individual, steering clear of the entertainment realm. Chapter 5. I Will Kill You. Scrolling through Weibo, Jiang Heng noted that the topic of Summer Wanqiu's assault on Zhao Zhenzhong had surged to the trending list. The platform was inundated with vitriolic remarks directed at her. Indeed, this girl has had a tough time. Such rumors can spread like wildfire, while refuting them requires considerable effort. The most effective way to expose Zhao Zhenzhong's vile nature would be to obtain the surveillance footage from the KTV room 888 at Honglimen. However, it is generally understood that KTVs prefer to avoid complications and are unlikely to provide such footage. Fortunately, this posed no challenge for Jiang Heng. He opened a self-made application and swiftly typed on his keyboard. Before long, he had breached the surveillance system of Honglimen, locating and saving the footage from room 888 that evening onto his own computer. The operation was seamless, executed with fluidity. Do not inquire why Jiang Heng was so adept. He had assisted in maintaining the surveillance system at Honglimen, rendering him intimately familiar with it. Having resolved the matter, Jiang Heng finally had the opportunity to reflect on the peculiar events of the previous night. The dream he had experienced was remarkably bizarre. He needed time to process it. Despite merely dozing for a brief moment, why did he retain such vivid memories of the dream world, as if he had lived an entire lifetime? Every event that transpired in that realm had been woven into his memory. Could it be that he had merged with the Jiang Heng from Earth? Was the fantastical now seeping into reality? Jiang Heng, a graduate of the computer science program at Shanghai Jiaotong University, swiftly realized that the world he had encountered in his dream, referred to as Earth, bore a striking resemblance to his current world, Blue Star. If one were to pinpoint a distinction, it would be that Earth's development seemed to be approximately a decade ahead of Blue Star's. In other words, Jiang Heng possessed insights that were a decade in advance of Blue Star's current state. Presently, smartphones were just beginning to gain popularity on Blue Star, while the tide of mobile internet was on the rise. The concept of interconnectedness had yet to emerge, and a revolution in new energy was just beginning. Following Earth's trajectory, it was inevitable that Blue Star would undergo monumental changes in the coming years, much like Earth had. The thought invigorated Jiang Heng. In his eyes, this world was brimming with opportunities. The only limitation to his ascension was the lack of startup capital. Jiang Heng mused silently, though for now, it remained merely a thought. His mind wandered back to Summer Wanqiu, who was sleeping in the adjacent room. Last night, he had momentarily perceived her as a promiscuous woman, but it had been proven otherwise. Summer Wanqiu had sought the assistance of the scoundrel Zhao Zhenzhong for the sake of the Singer Challenge program, illustrating her strong ambition in her career. The fact that she could maintain her principles at the critical moment indicated her clarity about her desires. In the dream, Jiang Heng was an exceptionally pure musician, his mind filled with an abundance of musical memories from Earth. He pondered that this woman was far from simple. Perhaps he should write her a song. Drawing from Summer Wanqiu's tumultuous experiences in the entertainment industry, a melody soon emerged in Jiang Heng's mind. He decided to retrieve some paper from the bedroom to document the song. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Summer Wanqiu lying on the bed clad in only her underwear, her flawless skin dazzlingly bright. What a foolish person, not even covering her with a blanket. Truly, she was a top-tier beauty. Her chest, back, waist, and legs were all breathtakingly exquisite. As a healthy male, Jiang Heng felt a rush of blood and dryness in his throat. Ultimately, he mentally berated himself. Jiang Heng, you beast. If you desire a woman, strive to earn her affection. Taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state is no mark of a man. He cursed inwardly, conceding that perhaps being a beast was indeed preferable. Jiang Heng gently covered Summer Wanchio with a blanket, grabbed some paper, and prepared to exit the bedroom. Suddenly, he recalled that her clothes were soiled beyond wear. After some contemplation, he rummaged through his modest wardrobe and placed one of his t-shirts on the bedside table. Emerging from a bedroom, he sat at a folding table, using his memories of Earth's Jiang Heng to arrange the melody and lyrics of the song. Once everything was in order, he glanced at the time. It was already midnight. He had to attend his good friend's wedding the next day and needed to hurry to bed. A night of silence ensued. The following day, with the wedding of Xiao Hua on the horizon, Jiang Heng rose at 6 o'clock to prepare breakfast. Suddenly, he remembered that Summer Wanchio was still in the bedroom. Given her state from the previous night's overindulgence, she must be feeling quite unwell. He resolved to concoct a pot of vegetable and lean meat porridge. Chopping the vegetables and mincing the meat, his movements flowed as smoothly as his computer operations. With the rice cooker plugged in, Jiang Heng headed to the balcony to wash some clothes. Bang! A loud slam echoed from inside the room. It must have been Summer Wanchio rising. Jiang Heng internally grumbled, wondering what sort of person slammed the door with such force. For reasons unknown, a chill ran down his spine. Turning around, he beheld Summer Wanchio emerging from the door, clad in Jiang Heng's oversized t-shirt, her hair cascading freely. Her expression devoid of emotion as she advanced towards him, a fruit knife in hand. What the hell? Jiang Heng exclaimed, startled, and promptly sprang to his feet, preparing to flee down the stairs. Summer Wanchio, what are you doing? Jiang Heng, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Her voice dripped with menace, sending shivers down Jiang Heng's spine. Are you out of your mind? I haven't done anything to you. Summer Wanchio ignored his protests and continued her steady advance. Summer Wanchio, let me tell you, murder is a crime. I advise you to put down that knife. Jiang Heng, you beast, I will definitely kill you today. Jiang Heng felt a surge of indignation. How could good deeds go unpunished? He had risked his job to save her the previous night, and her first action upon waking was to threaten him with a knife. Moreover, how had he become a beast? He had clearly acted more like a beast the previous night. As this realization dawned on him, he surmised he had grasped the source of Summer Wanchio's fury. Oh no, she can't possibly think I did something to her last night. Summer Wanchio, I swear I didn't do anything. I urge you to calm down. Her voice was laced with venom. You did nothing? What is going on with the clothes I am wearing? Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng immediately understood the situation and let out a sigh of relief. How dare you even ask? Last night, not only did you vomit all over yourself, but you also got it all over me. Xiao Wanchio halted her steps, yet her voice remained frigid. That does not justify you taking off my clothes. She retorted. Are you out of your mind? Who took off your clothes? It was the landlord's daughter who helped you. Why should I believe you? Just wait. I'll call her up to confirm. After saying this, Jiang Heng turned and headed downstairs, where he fortuitously encountered Xie Min, who was preparing to go to school. He promptly grabbed her backpack and dragged her to the rooftop. Upon noticing the knife in Xiao Wanchio's hand, Xie Min gasped and turned to flee. Why are you running? Hurry and tell him what happened last night. Xie Min's eyes darted around, and she silently raised a finger. Jiang Heng was exasperated, feeling utterly vexed by this girl's antics. He gave a barely perceptible nod. Xie Min immediately beamed, saying, Sister, you're awake. Did Jiang Heng do something unspeakable to you? He bullies me every day. He is not a good person. I support you in taking him down. Jiang Heng felt a chill wash over him and lightly tapped the back of the little girl's head. Speak properly. Seeing Xiao Wanchio's grim expression, Xie Min quickly added, Sister, you threw up last night and got your clothes dirty. Jiang Heng asked me to help take them off. He really didn't do anything. Xiao Wanchio glared at Xie Min for a long moment before casting a cold look at Jiang Heng. You had better not have done anything, otherwise, I will surely kill you. With that, she turned and went back inside. Jiang Heng let out a sigh of relief. Xie Min peeked into the room and then turned to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, this sister is so beautiful. Did you really not take advantage of the situation? Jiang Heng was rendered speechless and waved his hand at Xie Min. Scram, scram, scram. Stop talking nonsense and hurry to school. Xie Min pouted. You only think of me when you need something, otherwise you want me gone. You owe me 2 cups of milk tea, and I want to drink them tonight. Chapter 6, Old Friends. Jiang Heng, uninterested in Xie Min's complaints, stealthily approached the door and peeked inside. Xiao Wanchio was not in the living room. She must have returned to her room. Jiang Heng remained cautious. If that madwoman suddenly burst out and launched a sneak attack, he would have no recourse. He had yet to enjoy life and did not wish to become an unwitting casualty. That would be utterly unjust. After waiting for a long while, without so much as a peep, Jiang Heng finally felt at ease and resumed washing clothes. Once he hung them up, the vegetable and lean meat porridge was nearly ready. Their rented attic did not have a dining table, so Jiang Heng carried the rice cooker out to the terrace, set up a folding table, and served himself a bowl of porridge. Thinking of Xiao Wanxiu, he carefully approached the bedroom door, but heard no sound from within. You drank so much last night. Your stomach must be upset. I made vegetable and lean meat porridge. Would you like a bowl? Bang! Something heavy crashed against the door, startling Jiang Heng. Damn it, I'm just being kind. If you don't want it, then forget it. Jiang Heng cursed under his breath and began to leave. As he sipped his porridge, he called out to Xiao Wanxiu, it's just a song. It's not worth putting yourself through this. Silence enveloped the room, and Jiang Heng had no idea what she was doing. I feel sorry for you, so I wrote a song for you. It's on the sofa. Do you want to take a look? Another loud bang echoed from inside, the sound of glass hitting the door. What the hell? I'm telling you, my belongings are valuable. If you break them, you'll have to pay. When silence fell again, Jiang Heng dared not speak further. This madwoman was only harming herself by smashing things. After finishing his porridge, Jiang Heng declared loudly, I've left a bowl of porridge for you in the rice cooker. If you want to eat, you have to do it yourself. Still, there was no response. Jiang Heng shrugged. If she chose not to respond, so be it. As long as she stopped breaking things, that was enough for him. By the time Jiang Heng finished washing the bowl, Xiao Wanxiu still hadn't emerged. What on earth was she doing? Jiang Heng was truly at a loss. Xiao Wanxiu, I told you last night, my brother is getting married today. Are you coming or not? Get lost. Well, that was an unnecessary question. All right then, I'm leaving, but I warn you, don't rummage through my room. If anything goes missing, you will be held accountable. With that, Jiang Heng tossed out his warning and turned to leave. Glancing down at his casual t-shirt, Jiang Heng chuckled bitterly. He certainly could not attend a wedding dressed like this. Unfortunately, his wardrobe lacked a decent suit, so he would have to rent one from a formal wear shop. The thought filled him with a sense of melancholy. Once, he had squandered money lavishly, and now he found himself reduced to renting a suit. Last night, he had driven Xiao Wanxiu's Bentley Continental back, while his little electric scooter remained parked at the Honglangman KTV, leaving him no choice but to take a taxi. In this world, ride-hailing services had yet to emerge, making outings quite inconvenient. Yet another business opportunity. This world is rife with them. While waiting for a taxi, he searched for a formal wear rental shop on his phone. He spent 200 yuan to rent a dapper suit and styled his hair in a more adult manner. Gazing into the mirror at his sharp appearance, Jiang Heng felt a sense of disorientation. Wearing a rented suit to attend a wedding, he suddenly recalled a humorous scene from Charlotte's Annoyance. Excuse me, sir, are you in the wrong room? Exiting the fitting room, the attendant at the rental store gazed at Jiang Heng with wide eyes. He had entered looking unremarkable, but now he radiated charm in his new attire. With renewed vigor, Jiang Heng stepped out of the store, hailed a taxi, and set off for Xiao Hua's wedding venue, the Rue Shi wedding theme park in the Magic City. As he sat in the cab, Jiang Heng reminisced about the youthful days he had shared with his good friend, Xiao Hua, feeling a mix of emotions. Both graduates of the same university in the Magic City, both having worked as programmers for 2 years, yet Xiao Hua had managed to establish a family there. As for Jiang Heng, his life had become a chaotic mess, and even his marriage felt like a mere childish play. He had once believed himself to be the chosen one, but looking back now, he had become the laughingstock. All of this, aside from familial factors, was entirely due to that woman. Would she be attending today? If they crossed paths, it would be exceedingly awkward. Jiang Heng shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. How could she come? She should be in the capital right now. The taxi arrived at the entrance of the Rue Shi wedding theme park. Jiang Heng stepped out and immediately spotted Xiao Hua waiting at the door. As Xiao Hua caught sight of Jiang Heng, he jogged over. Hua's eye. Congratulations on your wedding. Jiang Heng playfully punched Xiao Hua's chest and offered heartfelt wishes. Ha! Thank you. Xiao Hua responded while glancing toward the taxi, seemingly searching for someone. Heng, didn't you say you were married and would be bringing your wife along today? Where's she? As Jiang Heng's only brother in the Magic City, he had shared with Xiao Hua the news of his marriage to Xiao Wanxiu, which was why Xiao Hua had invited both of them to the wedding. Of course, Xiao Hua was unaware that their marriage was merely a contractual arrangement. Jiang Heng casually replied, she's busy with work. She couldn't make it today. Xiao Hua chuckled, not taking it to heart. Though Jiang Heng spoke with a veneer of conviction, he remained unconvinced that Jiang Heng was indeed married. Jiang Heng urged, come on, let's enter. Who among our classmates has arrived today? Xiao Hua hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Jiang Heng jested, surely, you didn't have a wedding with no attendees? Xiao Hua forced a smile, that's hardly the case. It's not that no one came, but rather that there are too many guests. It was not surprising. considering both of you are known for your amiable natures. After a moment of indecision, Xiao Hua revealed, Su Yichen is also here. She is currently in the banquet hall. Jiang Heng paused, his smile faltering slightly. Did you invite her? Don't misunderstand. We did not extend an invitation. XINU posted her wedding dress photos on social media, and she happened to see them while in the city. So, she came, Xiao Hua clarified. Jiang Heng chuckled lightly. Let her come. It bears no consequence to me. Xiao Hua regarded Jiang Heng with suspicion. Are you truly unaffected? Jiang Heng draped an arm around Xiao Hua's shoulders. Past events are akin to fleeting whispers. Once released, they dissipate with the breeze, especially since I am now married. As long as you're fine, Xiao Hua reassured. I specifically waited at the entrance, fearing you might turn and leave upon learning. Jiang Heng laughed. Is that how I am perceived in your eyes? As they stepped into the banquet hall, the sounds of laughter resonated from within. Upon entering, Jiang Heng's gaze was immediately drawn to a woman clad in a high-fashion gown. With her statuesque figure, elegantly coiffed hair, and exquisitely defined features, she resembled a delicate water lily, shyly swaying in the cool breeze. She stood out in the crowd so prominently that had she not chosen an outfit distinct from the wedding dress, one might have mistaken her for the day's honoree. This woman was Jiang Heng's former girlfriend, Su Yichen, the very person Xiao Hua worried would incite Jiang Heng's ire upon their meeting. Before their reunion, Jiang Heng had believed he could face Su Yichen with equanimity, yet upon seeing her again, he realized the pain still lingered. Chapter 7. The Past. Encountering Su Yichen once more left Jiang Heng momentarily disoriented. Memories of their time together flickered through his mind like scenes from a rapid-fire film. It was during their freshman year when Xiao Hua had taken Jiang Heng to the Shanghai Drama Academy to visit his girlfriend, Li Xinyue. Su Yichen and Li Xinyue were roommates and inseparable friends. It would later become evident that the meeting had been orchestrated by Xiao Hua and Li Xinyue for the benefit of Jiang Heng and Su Yichen. Jiang Heng vividly recalled that day, with the sun shining brightly over Shanghai and the air infused with the fragrance of camphor leaves. Everything felt blissfully perfect. As they met, with Xiao Hua and Li Xinyue playing matchmakers, an undeniable attraction blossomed between them. At that time, Jiang Heng was handsome and affluent, while Su Yichen was charming and vivacious. Naturally, they became the quintessential couple in the eyes of their peers. Both Su Yichen and Li Xinyue pursued drama performance, albeit for different reasons. Li Xinyue out of passion, while Su Yichen had a clear ambition to make her mark in the entertainment industry, basking in the spotlight. During that period, Jiang Heng's family business was thriving, and he was the epitome of a wealthy heir. To support Su Yichen's aspirations, he dedicated nearly all his living expenses to securing her roles and building connections in the industry. He often found himself dining off Xiao Hua's generosity. Yet, some things cannot be achieved solely through effort. Despite studying performance, Su Yichen's acting skills left much to be desired. Jiang Heng even questioned whether her admission to the drama program was largely due to her looks. After graduation, Su Yichen remained undeterred, clinging to her dream. Jiang Heng devoted his entire salary to her, opting to live in the cheapest attic. A year ago, Jiang Heng's family fortunes declined, necessitating monthly remittances. To avoid hindering Su Yichen's pursuit of her dream, he took on a part-time job alongside his main employment. Perhaps Jiang Heng's support was no longer sufficient to match Su Yichen's ambitions, or perhaps his mounting responsibilities kept him too occupied. Their relationship began to deteriorate rapidly, with arguments becoming the predominant theme during their encounters. 9 months prior, Su Yichen met a composer who wrote her a song. Unexpectedly, while her acting skills faltered, she possessed a natural talent for singing. With that song, Su Yichen swiftly ascended in the music world. Ultimately, her goal was fame in the entertainment industry. Whether through acting or singing mattered little to her. After years of setbacks, Su Yichen finally glimpsed a ray of hope, feeling immense gratitude towards the composer. From that moment on, the distance between Su Yichen and Jiang Heng grew. Their occasional meetings were marked solely by quarrels, devoid of warmth. The composer, Guan Lianshan, was a prominent figure at New Orange Entertainment in the capital. He expressed willingness to recommend her, but only if Su Yichen would relocate to the capital with him. Torn between love and ambition, Su Yichen unhesitatingly chose the latter, leaving their relationship in her wake. 3 months ago, Su Yichen released her debut album, featuring 4 songs penned by Guan Lianshan, who had not written for years. With this album, Su Yichen soared to new heights, gaining notoriety and firmly establishing herself in the entertainment industry, becoming a favored newcomer at New Orange Entertainment. It must be said, in terms of appearance, Su Yichen and Xiao Wanqiu were the same caliber. However, Xiao Wanqiu's icy demeanor made her seem unapproachable. while Sui Chen's extroverted nature easily garnered the affection of passersby. This likely explained why Xiao Wanqiu struggled to gain a foothold in the industry, whereas Sui Chen could easily take flight with the right direction. Inside the banquet hall, the once boisterous crowd fell silent upon spotting Jiang Heng, their gazes shifting between him and Sui Chen. Despite Xiao Hua as classmates and Li Xinyue as being two separate groups, both were well acquainted with Jiang Heng and Sui Chen, having witnessed their relationship unfold during their school days. They had seen them fall in love and subsequently break up, and now, with their reunion at the wedding, everyone was curious to see how they would interact. Sui Chen gracefully lifted her skirt and approached Jiang Heng, her lips parting slightly. Jiang Heng, it's been a while. How have you been? Able to eat and sleep? Couldn't he be better, he replied. Sui Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Is that so? Aren't you married? Why isn't your wife accompanying you? Her words sparked a murmur throughout the banquet hall. After all, Jiang Heng's marriage to Xiao Wanqiu was merely contractual, a fact known only to Xiao Hua and Li Xinyue. Clearly, Sui Chen had learned of this from Li Xinyue, whose loose lips had divulged the information. Now, with Sui Chen publicly addressing it, the crowd was left astonished. What concern is it of yours? Just curious. I hear you've been in need of money lately. Surely. The urgency of your marriage suggests you found yourself a wealthy benefactor? Jiang Heng's heart sank. How did she know? Given the terms of their agreement, his marriage to Xiao Wanqiu was indeed due to her being affluent. Jiang Heng hadn't even disclosed the specifics of their situation to Xiao Hua and his wife. So how had Sui Chen found out? Sui Chen observed Jiang Heng's silence and let out a light chuckle. As a friend, I feel compelled to remind you that living off others is hardly palatable. You might end up with a bruised ego. The other guests in the banquet hall cast disdainful glances toward Jiang Heng. Coldly, Jiang Heng returned Sui Chen's gaze and retorted, "At least my wife is young and beautiful. I suffer no loss. Unlike you, whose esteemed composer is, 50 this year?" Sui Chen's expression darkened. Jiang Heng, you would do well to mind your words. Not everyone thinks as you do. Jiang Heng shot back. And what exactly is my way? My marriage is legally protected. Is yours with that songwriter? Sui Chen's demeanor grew exceedingly somber. Jiang Heng, if you continue to speak so recklessly, I will have my lawyer send you a formal notice. Just then, Li Xinyue, adorned in her wedding dress, approached. What are you two doing? Today is my wedding with a Hua. Please show some decorum and refrain from causing a scene. Jiang Heng shot her a glare, thinking to himself, if it weren't for your loose lips, this situation wouldn't have escalated. Nevertheless, Li Xinyue was right. Today was indeed Xiao Hua and her wedding, and it was inappropriate to engage in a confrontation with Sui Chen at such an occasion. Besides, considering they had broken up over half a year ago, prolonging the entanglement served no purpose. To the future film queen, I wish you and Hua a lifetime of happiness and a swift arrival of children. I look forward to being your son's godfather. Upon hearing Jiang Heng's comment about becoming her son's godfather, Li Xinyue's expression turned peculiar. Not long ago, Sui Chen had expressed the same sentiment to her. Chapter 8. Human Affairs. The stars of the day were Xiao Hua and Li Xinyue, the newlyweds, and all guests were required to be attended to by them. As guests began to arrive at the wedding venue, Xiao Hua and Li Xinyue could not remain in one spot for long. After exchanging pleasantries with their classmates, the couple departed from the banquet hall. A cluster of university classmates quickly gathered around Jiang Heng, engaging him in lively banter. Jiang Heng, look at you, quietly tying the knot without a word. Jiang Heng, how could you be so inconsiderate? Such a monumental event, and you didn't even inform your brothers. Do you look down on us? Indeed, although we may not be as successful as you, we can still contribute our share. Is your wife truly a wealthy heiress? I am envious. Managing to marry into wealth is an accomplishment in itself. Surrounded by his classmates, Jiang Heng found himself the center of attention. While they feigned reproach for not sharing his marriage news, their underlying mockery was evident. After all, just moments prior, Sui Chen had labeled Jiang Heng as someone living off a rich spouse. During their university days, Jiang Heng had been the epitome of charm and affluence, drawing the attention of beautiful women wherever he went. Additionally, his sweet romance with Sui Chen had intrigued everyone. Although his classmates remained silent, jealousy boiled beneath the surface. After graduation, news of Jiang Heng's family's financial downfall and his breakup with Sui Chen had spread. From the heights of being a handsome, wealthy young man, he had plummeted into obscurity, and no longer was he the subject of envy. The notion that the once admired figure might now be living off a wealthy partner provided the perfect punchline. The jealousy of the past had transformed into delight in his current misfortune. Over the past year, Jiang Heng had grown accustomed to the disdainful looks from others. Their mockery stirred no emotions within him. He merely smiled at their clumsy performances, occasionally making self-deprecating remarks to play along. favoring the high and stepping on the low. Such is human nature. In contrast to the scorn directed at Jiang Heng, the crowd surrounding Su Yichen was filled with laughter and lively chatter. Su Yichen, embodying the traits of a social butterfly, remained unperturbed by her earlier exchange with Jiang Heng, navigating the crowd with ease. Yichen, did you hear about Xiao Wanxiu hitting someone last night? Wasn't she once an artist under your new Orange Entertainment? Do you know her? A girl's voice reached Jiang Heng's ears. He immediately recalled that Xiao Wanxiu had indeed been a member of the Huayao girl group under new Orange Entertainment. Xiao Wanxiu had left the company 6 months prior, just as Su Yichen had joined. I don't know her well. She was released shortly after I joined the company. Su Yichen readily replied. However, her reputation within the company wasn't great. It said the Huayao girl group isolated her. Someone chimed in. I heard she was dismissed for her previous altercation. Who would have thought she would strike again? Indeed, I watched her Onzinger challenge. Her singing was quite lovely. But after this incident, she is bound to be blacklisted. Such a pity. Su Yichen scoffed. The entertainment industry is all about connections. Someone like her simply doesn't fit in, and being blacklisted is inevitable. A smirk crept onto Jiang Heng's lips. From what he had observed the previous night, it was clear that Xiao Wanxiu's initial confrontation stemmed from pressure to comply with the industry's unspoken rules. He was fully aware of the circumstances behind her altercation with Zhao Xinzhong. The entertainment world was a cesspool, where only those unafraid of the filth could thrive. For someone like Xiao Wanxiu, who rejected the hidden rules and refused to compromise, establishing a foothold in this industry was indeed a formidable challenge. Jiang Heng, having grasped the reality of the entertainment scene, found Su Yichen's casual sharing of her experiences to be deeply ironic. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, Isn't it amusing how a commoner mocks a phoenix soaring in the heavens? His voice, though not loud, was sufficient for Su Yichen to hear. Her expression instantly darkened as she navigated through the crowd to confront him. Jiang Heng, whom are you subtly criticizing? Jiang Heng shrugged. I merely spoke casually. Do not take it personally. What I said is factual. Can you refute it? Jiang Heng, not one to shy away from a verbal spar, countered. You have a point. Who doesn't understand the rules of your circle? Jiang Heng, you should not presume everyone shares your perspective. And what perspective is that? I am not part of your elite circle. Don't you know the reasons behind others' actions? Su Yichen's anger flared. Her memory of Jiang Heng was of a gentle soul who had never spoken to her in such a manner, not even during their breakup. What had transpired to alter a grown man's demeanor so drastically? While Su Yichen fell silent, the others could no longer contain themselves, launching into a barrage of critiques against Jiang Heng. As a grown man, to malign a woman's reputation is utterly disgraceful. Jiang Heng, even if you cannot remain friends after the breakup, there is no need to slander others. I never imagined life could change a person so profoundly. You are no longer the Jiang Heng I once knew. A pack of hypocrites. Where were they when Su Yichen disparaged Jiang Heng? He had merely spoken a harsh truth. Yet they had turned their ire upon him. Such is the nature of humanity. Disinterested in further debate, Jiang Heng stood and departed the banquet hall. The wedding ceremony was set to take place on the verdant lawn at the heart of the park. Today, the sky was clear and the breeze gentle, presenting the most ideal weather for an outdoor wedding. Before the ceremony commenced, Jiang Heng meandered about the wedding venue alone, while guests congregated in small groups according to their affinities. In such a setting, Jiang Heng felt increasingly out of place. Suddenly, someone patted Jiang Heng on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he saw it was Xiao Hua. What brings you out here alone? The weather outside is delightful. I just needed some fresh air, Jiang Heng casually replied. Is there anything I can assist you with for your wedding? The wedding planning company is handling everything. We don't need to worry, Xiao Hua chuckled. Let me introduce you to my colleagues. Xiao Hua works in the software development department at the China headquarters of Blueberry Corporation. Blueberry holds a status akin to that of Apple on Earth, having ignited the revolution of smartphones in this world. When graduating, Blueberry had extended an offer to Jiang Heng, but he declined, as his current company offered a more lucrative package. Jiang Heng was in dire need of funds, and the pressing challenges of the present left him little room to contemplate the future. Xiao Hua had always hoped to entice Jiang Heng to join Blueberry, and now he seemed to wish for Jiang Heng to converse with his colleagues, subtly promoting that idea. Though Jiang Heng had never considered joining Blueberry, he had no qualms about engaging with them, as they were all part of the same industry. Furthermore, he was aware of a remarkably talented software engineer at Blueberry China whom he longed to meet. Xiao Hua had a good rapport within the company, and many colleagues approached them. However, upon learning that Jiang Heng was employed at a traditional internet company, they merely offered polite greetings after Xiao Hua introduced him. Once Xiao Hua had finished his introductions, he scurried off to attend to other matters. Jiang Heng observed their attitudes, noting that the esteemed engineer he wished to meet was absent that day, which dampened his enthusiasm. leaving him to sit quietly as a listener. It was undeniable that Blueberry employees possessed a far clearer understanding of mobile internet compared to his own colleagues. Yet, the discussions at hand seemed rather mundane for Jiang Heng, who had a decade and a half of advanced knowledge surpassing that of Blue Star. Bored, he found solace when the MC began to enliven the atmosphere. Chapter 9. The competition. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, the wedding ceremony will commence in half an hour. Shall we engage in a round of games? The wedding featured both a male and female host, with the latter being the one who spoke. Her enthusiastic voice resonated throughout the venue, captivating the attention of all present. The male host promptly chimed in, "Oh, Xiaojia, do you have any suggestions?" "Jiang, I've heard that today's groomsmen and bridesmaids are quite impressive. Would you like to see for yourself?" "Ah, you've reminded me. Our bride is an actress. I can only imagine the bridesmaids are all beauties. I am genuinely curious to see them," the male host remarked, adopting a rather mischievous expression, eliciting knowing smiles from the guests. The female host, beaming, declared then, "Darlings of the groomsmen and bridesmaids, come up on stage and show yourselves." The music shifted to a flamboyant march. As a member of the groomsmen, Jiang Heng stepped onto the stage and turned his gaze towards the bridesmaids, only to find Su Yichen among them. "Wow, did I miss? Is that the stunning Su Yichen, the big star?" the male host exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Clad in a high-end gown and possessing a statuesque figure and striking beauty, Su Yichen stood out among the beautiful bridesmaids, instantly recognized by the male host. The female host quickly added, "Haha, Jiang, Miss Su Yichen is a close college friend of the bride." She then turned to Su Yichen. "Yichen, would you like to greet everyone?" Su Yichen took the microphone and waved at the guests. "Hello everyone, I'm Yichen." Many young attendees, familiar with her, enthusiastically applauded, gratifying Su Yichen's vanity. Holding the microphone, her sweet voice resonated. "Today is Xinyue's wedding. As her close friend, I wish for Xinyue and Xiao Hua a century of happiness and bliss." A scattered applause arose from the audience. Thank you, Yichen," the male host quickly interjected. "Miss Yichen, today is your dear friend's wedding. A few words of blessing won't suffice." Having participated in numerous commercial performances and variety shows over the past few months, Su Yichen adeptly played along. "What do you think I should do?" "Yichen, I really enjoy your new album. Would I be fortunate enough to hear a live performance today?" The host's request struck a chord with Su Yichen, who relished being in the spotlight. "Of course. There's a song on my album titled Wishing You Happiness. I'll dedicate it to Xiao Hua and Xinyue and to all the guests present, wishing you all happiness as well." Most attendees were ordinary people, rarely encountering celebrities. Following the earlier interaction, the revelation of a famous star among the bridesmaids drew a crowd to the stage. While Su Yichen may not have been a household name, her sweet visage naturally endeared her to the audience. Coupled with her genuine vocal talent, her performance was effortlessly captivating, maintaining perfect pitch even in an open-air setting. As Su Yichen sang, she instantly became the focal point of the event, drawing everyone's attention. Only Jiang Heng sat there, utterly disinterested, even stifling a yawn. Just then, Su Yichen caught a glimpse of Jiang Heng's small gesture, inexplicably feeling a surge of irritation. Nevertheless, as a professional singer, she maintained excellent emotional control, completing the song Wishing You Happiness with ease. The audience erupted in warm applause. Su Yichen waved to the guests, exuding star quality in her every gesture. Casually glancing at Jiang Heng, she noticed him with his hands in his pockets, eyes slightly closed, appearing somewhat detached from reality. Her annoyance grew. The female host then proceeded with the program. "Thank you, Yichen, for the beautiful song dedicated to the bride and groom. Did everyone enjoy it?" Young attendees enthusiastically responded, "Yes." "Would you like to hear more?" "Yes." While Su Yichen had witnessed many grand occasions, this smaller gathering typically wouldn't captivate her interest. Yet, with many of her university classmates present, not to mention Jiang Heng, being the center of attention among them brought her inexplicable joy. Observing the audience's reaction, Su Yichen felt a surge of delight, a subtle smile gracing her lips, akin to a gentle breeze that enchanted all. "Thank you all for enjoying my song. But today is my friend's wedding, and I am not the main attraction. You can't just have me sing alone. That would overshadow the occasion," she playfully remarked. The male host chuckled. "It's mainly because Miss Yichen is so popular." Su Yichen sweetly replied, "Didn't the host mention something about interactive games? Since it's interactive, we can't have the bridesmaids do all the entertaining. Shouldn't the handsome groomsmen be given a chance to showcase themselves too?" The female host, realizing the truth in her statement, cheerfully turned to the male host. "Jiang, Yichen is right. Our groomsmen are all handsome as well. Shouldn't they put on a performance?" The male host, adept at fostering a lively atmosphere, responded, since the beautiful bridesmaids have made a request, our groomsmen cannot be shy. Which of the groomsmen would like to step forward? The groomsmen exchanged glances, none willing to volunteer. What a joke, facing off against a big star like that. As the illustrious figures of the past graced the scene, one could hardly step forward without attracting undue attention. The male host quickly realized that the atmosphere had shifted. The group before him appeared distinctly apprehensive. It was then that Su Yichin remarked, that dapper gentleman from the groomsmen's circle, with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, seems eager to showcase his talents. Why not select him, teacher? All eyes converged upon Jiang Heng. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. Su Yichin, must you persist? I'm merely trying to enjoy my time here. Why call me out? The female host, upon catching sight of Jiang Heng's sun-kissed, handsome visage, brightened instantly. Her eyes sparkling with delight as she cheerfully suggested, this groomsman, our dear Yichin, possesses an astute eye. She believes you can shine. How about displaying your talents? Unfazed, Jiang Heng accepted the microphone offered by the host, saying, I believe such an opportune moment should be afforded to my fellow brothers. The groomsmen, comprising either university classmates or colleagues, were predominantly engineers. While they excelled in coding, the prospect of showcasing artistic talents was somewhat daunting. If it were an ordinary day, it might have been bearable. However, the bridesmaids before them were all stunning beauties, including a renowned star. Displaying their lackluster skills in such a setting would be utterly humiliating. Moreover, with the celebrity Su Yichin specifically calling out Jiang Heng, they were all too aware of the implications. They knew her intentions were to embarrass him publicly, and all they wished for was to observe the spectacle. Chapter 10. I fear stealing your thunder. After a prolonged silence, the enchanting bridesmaids began to stir the pot. A talent show was afoot. Could the groomsmen measure up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've been waiting with bated breath. As the bridesmaids urged action, the audience joined in with a chorus of encouragement. The groomsmen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, save for Jiang Heng, who maintained an air of composure. The male host quickly interjected, my friend, the bridesmaids are challenging us, and Miss Yichin has called for you. Why not show us what you've got? Su Yichin added a teasing touch. Dear groomsmen, if you lack a skill, perhaps mimic an animal's sound? Guest chimed in, what is their fear? Just go for it. Young man, with your striking looks, you might just catch a lady SI. Even the groomsmen were encouraging Jiang Heng to step up. Jiang Heng, since the bridesmaids have singled you out, why not showcase your talent? You and Su Yichin were once a couple. Can you really let this challenge slide? Indeed, Su Yichin has suggested it. How about a playful animal sound? With a sweet smile, Su Yichin appeared to relish the unfolding drama. She understood Jiang Heng all too well. He was a man who valued his pride, and with everyone urging him on, he would inevitably rise to the occasion. His only redeeming skill was a modest proficiency with musical instruments, hardly worthy of the spotlight. Yet, it was clear she relished the thought of him faltering in front of such a crowd. Jiang Heng had already decided upon a song fitting for the occasion. As he swept his gaze across the room, he noted Su Yichin's gleeful expression and the expectant faces of the audience. It seemed they had all concluded that Su Yichin's presence was an insurmountable obstacle for him, and they were ready to witness the impending spectacle. Finally, Jiang Heng stepped forward, tapped the microphone, and smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, let us maintain some strategic composure. I assure you, my artistic inclinations are not so pronounced that I can readily decide what to perform. Why the rush? The audience responded in unison with a chorus of boos. What are you boasting about? The bridesmaid who just sang is a superstar. Surely you can't outshine her. Even Su Yichin couldn't help but giggle at his audacity. Jiang Heng, do you truly think you can surpass her? Stop pretending. The male host chuckled, enjoying Jiang Heng's antics, appreciating how he enlivened the atmosphere. Oh, so you possess a plethora of talents, do you? He teased. What a delightful dilemma you face. Su Yichin, unable to contain herself, interjected, groomsmen, how about you sing a song to bless the newlyweds? Her suggestion was met with enthusiastic applause from the crowd. You've been so indecisive about your talents. Now that Su Yichin has offered a suggestion, why not sing? While it was difficult to gauge other talents, everyone could sing, and this would surely be a moment to remember. Jiang Heng shrugged. Singing? I suppose that could be arranged, though I fear my voice might move the guests to tears, thus disrupting the wedding atmosphere. A fresh wave of boos erupted. The male host, sensing the potential for embarrassment, quickly remarked, Brother, let us temper our bravado. Perhaps a simple demonstration first? Jiang Heng maintained his nonchalant demeanor. I assure you, my singing is harmless. I'm merely concerned about overshadowing some of the stars present. How awkward that would be. Su Yichin, exasperated, thought, which stars are you referring to? Just say my name. Although she was visibly annoyed, she feigned indifference. You needn't worry about my pride. Just let loose. Jiang Heng glanced at her and replied, if that is the case, I shall not hold back. He turned to the band and said, "Could I trouble you for a guitar?" Sui Chen's lips curled into a smirk at his request. Jiang Heng was consistent in his antics, even now, attempting to impress. His guitar skills were merely adequate, suitable for charming girls in a college dorm. Yet he fancied himself a virtuoso. Nonetheless, aside from strumming a guitar, he had little else to offer. She chose not to burst his bubble, thinking it amusing to see if his lackluster performance could earn him any applause. As Jiang Heng took the guitar from the band, slinging it over his shoulder, he did not immediately begin to perform, but instead surveyed the crowd. Someone shouted, "Brother, stop posing and start your performance. The wedding is about to commence." Jiang Heng waved his hand dismissively. "Patience. Good things come to those who wait." He then called in a microphone. "Newlyweds, please join me on stage." As the clock approached noon, the wedding was imminent, and Xiaohua and Li Xinyue were already awaiting their moment before friends and family. The scene of Sui Chen challenging Jiang Heng had not gone unnoticed by the guests, who felt a mix of helplessness and anticipation. Having known Jiang Heng for quite some time, they were aware that his singing was far from exceptional, and now he was being thrust into the limelight. It was clear that something unexpected would unfold. They resigned themselves to simply enjoy the spectacle, albeit with a tinge of sympathy for Jiang Heng. Suddenly, hearing Jiang Heng call for them, Xiaohua and Li Xinyue were uncertain of his intentions. Yet, as good friends, they felt obliged to cooperate. Hand in hand, they approached the center of the stage. Jiang Heng nodded at them and addressed the audience. "As Xiaohua's good friend, I have witnessed the blossoming love between him and Xinyue. Today, on their wedding day, I am genuinely thrilled for them." Jiang Heng spoke, yet his mind drifted to the myriad moments he shared with Sui Chen. If all went well, he and Sui Chen would one day walk hand in hand into the sanctity of marriage. However, the reality was now starkly different. This woman had left him with nothing but pain. As he inadvertently glanced at Sui Chen, he noted the perfect serenity of her visage, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, exuding an air of unfamiliarity. Jiang Heng chuckled to himself, realizing he had overthought the matter. It was high time he let go. Instinctively, he adjusted the height of the microphone to mask his distraction and spoke into it. "In celebration of my dearest brother's wedding, I have composed a song for them. I now present this song as a heartfelt gift, wishing them a future filled with happiness." He also extended this sentiment to the friends gathered, urging them to cherish their loved ones. Chapter 11. For you. Sui Chen observed the gravity that enveloped Jiang Heng's expression and couldn't help but smirk. After knowing him for so long, she was all too aware of his vocal abilities. While his tone and pitch were commendable, one could hardly deem him an exceptional singer, let alone an original songwriter. It was rather absurd. When had Jiang Heng, a science and engineering major, ever created an original piece? Today, as stars were Xiaohua and Li Xinyue. If he merely intended to perform, that would suffice, but to drag the main characters onto the stage was rather audacious. Should the performance falter, it would be amusing to see how he would navigate the aftermath. The other members of the groomsmen and bridesmaids, witnessing Jiang Heng beckoning the newlyweds onto the stage, instinctively became the focal point of attention. They had no desire to stand out and quickly sidestepped. On the expansive stage, only Jiang Heng and the bride and groom remained. Jiang Heng paid little heed to the reactions around him, lost in the rhythm of his guitar strings. Sui Chen was taken aback by Jiang Heng's adeptness. Having spent months preparing for her album alongside her bandmates, her own musical sensibilities had flourished. Having witnessed performances by talented guitarists, her appreciation for the instrument had undoubtedly heightened. Jiang Heng's guitar playing was exceptional, perhaps even superior to that of her band's guitar instructor. A sense of bewilderment washed over her. How had she never recognized Jiang Heng's talent before? Jiang Heng, too, was puzzled. Ever since that peculiar dream the previous night, he had not only inherited the memories of the other Jiang Heng, but had also seemingly absorbed his musical prowess. The moment he grasped the guitar, an inexplicable familiarity enveloped him. As he effortlessly strummed the strings, the fluidity astonished even him. Yet, he dismissed any wandering thoughts, genuinely intent on delivering a captivating performance. After a melodious introduction, Jiang Heng began to sing. "He will be your groom. From this day forth, he shall be your lifelong companion. His every facet will intertwine with yours. Joy and sorrow shall be shared together." Sui Chen, upon hearing the lyrics, couldn't suppress another smirk. She had expected a more profound expression from Jiang Heng, but was met with this pedestrian verse. It sounded like mere colloquialism, devoid of any artistic flair. At best, it resembled a popular internet ballad, hardly worthy of a grand occasion. However, for the bride, Li Xinyue, every lyric resonated sweetly within her heart. Listening to Jiang Heng's song, she was reminded that her 6-year love story with Xiaohua had finally culminated in this moment. It was a love many dreamt of, transitioning from school uniforms to wedding gowns, a thought that filled her with bliss. Jiang Heng's song encapsulated the essence of marriage, a sentiment incomprehensible to those who had not yet experienced it. Jiang Heng moved closer to Xiaohua, singing directly to him. She will be your bride. She is entrusted to you by another. You must cherish her with all your being. Together, you shall share the bitter and the sweet. Su Yichen scoffed at Jiang Heng's lyrics, finding the paternalistic tone off-putting. Why should he, a mere bystander, assume the role of a sage in their union? Turning her head, she noticed Li Xinyue's eyes glistening with tears, her right hand covering her mouth, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion. Su Yichen's brows furrowed in confusion. Just moments ago, Li Xinyue had been radiating joy. How had she suddenly become so emotional? Surely, it couldn't be Jiang Heng's song that moved her, could it? Her gaze shifted to the groom, Xiaohua, who was firmly holding Li Xinyue's hand, using his other hand to wipe away her tears. His eyes conveyed unwavering resolve as he whispered words of comfort into her ear. Li Xinyue, through her tears, began to smile, her beauty enhanced by the glistening droplets. Su Yichen found the pair overly sentimental. Could such melodramatic lyrics truly evoke such profound feelings? She shook her head, unable to comprehend. Not wishing to witness the trio's clumsy performance any longer, she turned away, only to find the stage now surrounded by a throng of spectators. During Jiang Heng's song, a majority of the onlookers were young, but now the elders from both families had gathered, seemingly moved by Jiang Heng's heartfelt rendition. Surprised, Su Yichen thought, is it truly that impactful, this simplistic ballad? Suddenly, she caught sight of Li Xinyue's parents. Li's mother leaned against her father, weeping uncontrollably, while Li's father, a formidable figure, also bore reddened eyes. Su Yichen was bewildered. Could the song really be that touching? What was she missing? It must be a unique bond that had transformed them into a family. The more you love him, the more he reciprocates, in pursuit of happiness. No longer shall you walk alone. You shall always think of us. As Jiang Heng reached the chorus, Li Xinyue, adorned in her wedding gown, could no longer contain herself, embracing Xiaohua as tears streamed down her face. Their love story began in high school. Despite the smooth journey, with Xiaohua dutifully attentive, she should have felt content. However, studying in a drama academy, she had grown accustomed to witnessing relationships falter, couples breaking up, infidelities, and betrayals. She had borne witness to Jiang Heng and Su Yichen's tumultuous romance, which had at times caused her to doubt her own future with Xiaohua. Fortunately, they had weathered their trials together and arrived at this juncture. From this day forth, she would truly become a part of Xiaohua's family, embarking on a shared journey into their future. Jiang Heng's lyrics resonated deeply within her, instilling her with the courage to face the future alongside Xiaohua. Indeed, regardless of what lay ahead, as long as they both committed to pursuing happiness together, the future would undoubtedly be bright. Su Yichen stood transfixed, observing Li Xinyue's tear-streaked face and the tender embrace Xiaohua offered her, lost in thought. The journey from strangers to family was fraught with challenges, and she reflected on the bond she had witnessed between Li Xinyue and Xiaohua, having been a first-hand observer of their love story during their university days. She recalled how Li Xinyue would boast about Xiaohua's unwavering devotion in front of their roommates. Why did Xiaohua and Li Xinyue manage to reach the end of their journey together, while she and Jiang Heng faltered midway? Su Yichen suddenly recalled her 5-year romance with Jiang Heng. It struck her that all she could remember were the moments when Jiang Heng endeavored for her to secure desirable roles, and the times he gifted her tokens of affection. Yet, what had she done for Jiang Heng? No recollection lingered in her mind. A sense of bewilderment washed over Su Yichen. She shook her head, unwilling to dwell on it, and instead observed the reactions of the guests present, only to be taken aback. Many married couples in attendance, upon hearing Jiang Heng's song, instinctively intertwined their fingers. Clearly, his song had evoked memories of the days they had traversed together. Chapter 12. Captivating the audience. As Su Yichen gazed at Jiang Heng on stage, singing and playing, she felt an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. Despite their separation being merely half a year, he seemed utterly transformed. She recalled that Jiang Heng was now married. Could it be that matrimony truly metamorphoses a boy into a man? On stage, Jiang Heng repeatedly sang, "The more you give, the more love becomes complete." To Su Yichen's ears, it felt as though he was delivering a callous mockery directed at her. Observing the audience's rapt attention on Jiang Heng, she noted that the younger crowd had gathered below the stage, seemingly indifferent to the performance from the middle-aged attendees. What made Jiang Heng's song resonate with them? She pondered, her expression darkening as jealousy ignited within her. Jiang Heng sang with increasing fervor, his emotions deeply resonating with the audience. It must be a unique destiny that enabled them to evolve into a family. The more he loves you, the more you reciprocate. He crooned, contemplating the images of Su Yichen and Xiao Wanxiu. A bitter pang surged within him. After 5 years of romance with Su Yichen, he had devoted everything to their love, believing they would surely walk hand in hand to the end. He remembered the promise made upon graduation, where he, Su Yichen, Xiao Hua, and Li Xinyue had vowed to enter the halls of matrimony together one day. 2 years had elapsed, and indeed, the four had walked into the wedding venue. Only, it was Xiao Hua and Li Xinyue who were the protagonists. Though Su Yichen relinquished love, she attained the career she had longed for. As for him, he resided in the most modest of attics, engaged in the most mundane of jobs, burdened with heavy family debts, having achieved nothing. It must be a unique fate that had allowed them to become a family. How ironic it was to attach such heartfelt lyrics to Jiang Heng, who had spent 5 years in a fruitless romance with Su Yichen. Did it imply they were destined to be fated yet unconnected? No longer single. It sounded more like self-mockery. Speaking of which, he was indeed not alone. At least his marriage to Xiao Wanxiu was legally recognized. Yet, in essence, it was merely a business arrangement. In 4 months, when the contract expired, he could walk away with the money. He held no feelings for Xiao Wanxiu, and it was clear she felt the same. Jiang Heng exerted great effort to suppress his emotions. Today was his good brother's wedding, and he must maintain his composure. After completing a song, he sighed with relief. Watching Xiao Hua and Li Xinyue embrace passionately on stage, even as her makeup ran, Li Xinyue's smile was radiant. Yet, Jiang Heng's heart was filled only with bitterness. The guests around the stage appeared to be affected by Jiang Heng's song, enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere. Noticing that the two hosts seemed momentarily stunned, Jiang Heng glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight, and the wedding was about to commence. The stars of the day were Xiao Hua and Li Xinyue. He should no longer linger on the stage. Suddenly, the male host's loud exclamation seemed to awaken the guests from the reverie of Jiang Heng's melody, and the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Jiang Heng smiled and prepared to step down from the stage. "Wait, best man." Jiang Heng halted, compelled to stop. The male host approached him, excitement evident in his voice. "May I ask, what is the name of the song you just sang? Did you truly compose it?" Jiang Heng exhaled. "The song is titled for you, and if you haven't heard it before, consider it my creation." He mused silently. Surely there cannot be another teacher Zhang Yu in this world. "May I inquire, what is your relationship with the groom, and what is your profession?" Not entirely sure what the host was aiming for, Jiang Heng replied honestly. "I am the groom's college dormitory brother, and I currently work in an internet company." The male host dramatically sighed, patting his chest. "Brother, I'm glad you're here as a best man. I almost suspected you were trying to steal the spotlight from our wedding officiant. Your lyrics nearly overshadowed our officiant script, and now I'm unsure what to say next." Laughter erupted from the audience. Jiang Heng chuckled, waved to everyone, and gracefully descended the stage. By this time, it was nearly midnight, and the wedding was on the verge of beginning. The female host stepped forward. "Thank you to our best man for that beautiful song. I believe it is not only a splendid gift for the bride and groom, but also a delightful offering for all the guests." The two hosts smoothly took over the stage. According to tradition, the next segment would be an emotional one, prompting the bride and groom to share their sweet love story. Hearing their experiences would undoubtedly remind Jiang Heng of his own journey with Su Yichen. It was bound to be another blow. Thus, he had no desire to listen and intended to find a quiet place to sit. With his head down, he walked silently until a pair of lovely legs caught his eye. He lifted his gaze and found Su Yichen standing before him, blocking his path. A smirk curled at the corner of Su Yichen's lips. "After knowing you for so many years, today I finally discovered that you possess this talent." Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow, hands in his pockets. "Should I report my singing prowess to you?" Su Yichen's expression shifted slightly before she chuckled softly. "I had forgotten. I heard you work part-time at KTV. Are you performing for wealthy women?" "It makes sense, as only older folks would appreciate the kind of songs you sing." A pang of pain struck Jiang Heng. How had Su Yichen transformed into this? Was working part-time at a KTV truly his desire? Initially, it was to earn extra money to support Su Yichen's career, but now it had become a point of derision for her. "I stated before, as long as I make a slight effort, I could overshadow certain celebrities." Su Yichen scoffed. "You're overthinking it. I simply cannot appreciate your straightforward, sentimental ballads." Jiang Heng shrugged. "Or perhaps it's a matter of your limited taste. Look at how much these uncles and aunties enjoy it." Su Yichen retorted dismissively. "So what? It merely signifies you have a knack for being a wedding officiant. Working part-time at a KTV has no future. You might as well pursue being a wedding officiant. Based on that song, you would undoubtedly earn more than at KTV, and with more dignity." What he chose to do for a living was none of her concern. Suddenly, A cool voice resonated beside them. Jiang Heng and Sui Chen turned their gazes simultaneously. They beheld a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a light blue dress and white high heels, standing poised upon a square tile of the lawn. It was none other than Xiao Wanqiu. Chapter 13. The thoughts of Xiao Wanqiu awakening from a drunken stupor. Xiao Wanqiu was besieged by a throbbing headache. With her eyes closed, she endeavored to piece together the events of the previous night. The only recollection she had was of seeking Zhao Zhanzhong at Honglumen KTV to invite him for a song, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol, failing to secure the song, and ultimately striking Zhao Zhanzhong before being escorted away by Jiang Heng. The subsequent occurrences were shrouded in a complete fog of forgetfulness. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself sprawled in an unfamiliar room, clad solely in her undergarments. A wave of panic surged through her mind. Her first instinct was to assume that Jiang Heng had taken advantage of her in her inebriated state. Tears welled up in her eyes, anger overwhelming her reason. She clambered out of bed, searching the bedroom for her clothes, but found none. Only a t-shirt lay atop the bedside table. Without a second thought, she donned a t-shirt and noticed a fruit knife lying in a toolbox on the desk. Grasping the knife, she stormed out, intent on confronting Jiang Heng. After a tumultuous episode, she realized she had misjudged Jiang Heng. Her earlier actions had been excessively rash. She feared being perceived as deranged. Yet, a flicker of indignation ignited within her. Had she truly lost her allure? In such a state, how could he have done nothing at all? Unbelievable. Confused by her own thoughts, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Xiao Wanqiu buried her face in the pillow, feeling an overwhelming urge to disappear. Just then, Jiang Heng's incessant chatter outside the door exacerbated her frustration. In a fit of irritation, she hurled an object against the door. At last, silence fell outside. In through the window, she spotted Jiang Heng descending the stairs, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief. However, her stomach betrayed her, grumbling audibly. After a night of heavy drinking and subsequent vomiting, her stomach churned uncomfortably. Recalling Jiang Heng's earlier mention of porridge, she decided to extend him the courtesy of sampling a bowl. Gently opening the door, she found a rice cooker resting on a folding table. Lifting the lid, she discovered a fragrant mixture of vegetable and lean meat porridge. Well, at least you possess some conscience, she muttered, serving herself a generous bowl and preparing to savor the porridge at the table. Suddenly, she noticed several sheets of paper strewn across the surface, densely filled with text. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Wanqiu reached for them and glanced over. The neat and orderly lines of lyrics caught her eye, appearing quite pleasing. "Oh, it's a song," she exclaimed, recalling Jiang Heng's earlier comment about writing a song for her out of pity. Her appetite for porridge vanished as she delved into the lyrics. Titled "The Jiao." The name struck her as peculiar. Xiao Wanqiu murmured to herself before focusing on the lyrics. A folk song, she mused. After reading a couple of lines, her interest waned. In Blue Star, folk music remained somewhat niche, often performed at music festivals or in bars. What she truly required was a song suitable for a competitive stage like Singer Challenge, and folk music was destined to be unsuitable. Nevertheless, as a music enthusiast, she continued to read. Yet, as it was not a genre she favored, her demeanor grew more relaxed, sipping her porridge while reading. The version Jiang Heng provided was that of Zhang Xiaoan, differing in lyrics and arrangement from Zhao's rendition. As she read, her chopsticks hovered in midair, her eyes beginning to glisten. The words on the paper blurred before her. Setting down her chopsticks, she took a tissue to dab her eyes and resumed her scrutiny. Xiao Wanqiu closed her eyes, allowing her emotions to settle. Each word of the lyrics resonated not only with the Jiao, but also with her own experiences. Following the melody from the simplified score, she began to hum softly. As she reached the latter half, waves of emotion surged through her, creating a profound sense of resonance. After a considerable interval, she fished out her phone from her bag and dialed her manager, Sister Phone. "Sister Phone, I have a song here. Could you check its copyright for me? The title is a Jiao, and I will send you a photo of the lyrics and score." After sending a Jiao to Sister Phone, she returned to the dining table to continue her porridge. Well, Jiang Heng's culinary skills leave much to be desired. Though it smells delightful, it tastes rather bland, she mused. Not long after, her phone rang, and she quickly answered, "Sister Phone, how did it go? Is there copyright?" "No copyright." "I understand. Thank you, I'll hang up now." Hanging up, Xiao Wanqiu rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Could it truly be that this song was penned by him? Her emotions were a tangled mess. Suddenly, she recalled that from the previous night at Honglumen KTV to this moment, Jiang Heng had repeatedly offered to write songs for her. She had never taken him seriously, and yet, it seemed he was genuine. Wondering where he might be, she resolved to find him swiftly to secure the song. He had mentioned attending a friend's wedding. Xiao Wanqiu recalled seeing an invitation on the desk in the bedroom. Rushing back to the bedroom, she opened the invitation and was surprised to find her name among the invitees. Determined to attend the wedding and demonstrate her sincerity, her spirits lifted as she returned to the table to finish her porridge. This guy's cooking isn't half bad. The vegetable and lean meat porridge is quite delicious. After finishing her meal and washing the dishes, Xiao Wanqiu prepared to leave, only to realize she was still wearing an oversized t-shirt. How could she possibly go out like this? Resolving to change first, she dashed into Jiang Heng's bedroom, found a pair of baggy shorts, and stuffed her dirty clothes into a bag. In the alley downstairs, she encountered several aunties who regarded her with puzzled looks. Xiao Wanqiu felt her face flush with heat. Her attire was undeniably embarrassing. Fortunately, she spotted her car parked outside the alley and breathed a sigh of relief once inside. Returning home, she took a shower and dressed in suitable attire for the wedding before driving to the Ruishi wedding theme park. Upon arrival, she spotted Sui Chen performing on stage. Although Xiao Wanqiu had left before Sui Chen joined Xinqing Entertainment, she was still familiar with him. After finishing his performance, Sui Chen began calling for Jiang Heng to showcase his talents. Xiao Wanqiu discerned that Sui Chen was clearly doing this intentionally, aiming to embarrass Jiang Heng. She couldn't fathom their animosity. However, she secretly relished the moment. If a jiao was indeed written by Jiang Heng, then he must possess musical talent. A mere performance would not daunt him. Conversely, if he lacked any skills, it would cast doubt on his authorship of a jiao. Thus, Xiao Wanqiu found a discreet spot to observe. As she watched Jiang Heng being teased by the crowd, she felt a pang of embarrassment for him. Yet, seeing him attempt to show off ignited her frustration. How fleetingly gratifying it was to show off. The potential for embarrassment loomed large. When she heard Jiang Heng sing, "He Will Be Your Groom," Xiao Wanqiu's brow furrowed slightly. She is currently holding her breath, solely focused on advancing her career, while marriage holds little significance in her eyes. In fact, she is willing to sacrifice her marriage to achieve her goals. Such a paternalistic attitude. She scoffed inwardly at the thought. On this matter, she and Sui Chen share consensus. Chapter 14. The Subtle Nuances. As Xiao Wanqiu listens to Jiang Heng's melodic voice, she finds it hard to believe that a jiao and this song originate from the same artist. The disparity in style is simply too vast. A jiao embodies folk elements, steeped in a rich artistic ambience, while the song Jiang Heng is currently performing is strikingly straightforward. The two pieces cater to entirely different audiences. A musician capable of such versatility must undoubtedly be a genius. Could it be that Jiang Heng is indeed a musical prodigy? Surely, it must be a special destiny that has allowed them to become a family along the way. The more he loves you, the more you reciprocate. The possibility of finding happiness. As Xiao Wanqiu listens to Jiang Heng reach the chorus, she is momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixated on him on stage. Jiang Heng passionately sings to the bride and groom, who are locked in a tender embrace. The bride's makeup is running from tears, yet it is evident that those are tears of joy. Below the stage, many guests have reddened eyes, with several emotional women even sobbing uncontrollably in their husbands' arms. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wanqiu feels somewhat dazed. At this moment, Xiao Wanqiu is determined to carve out a successful career in the entertainment industry, an obsession that has taken root within her. To achieve this goal, she has left the capital for the bustling metropolis, and she is willing to sacrifice her marriage, channeling all her energy into her career. Yet at this instant, she cannot help but ponder the essence of marriage, spurred by Jiang Heng's song. What kind of fate binds two unrelated individuals to form a family? She reflects on her own relationship with Jiang Heng. Although their marriage is merely contractual, could it not also be considered a unique twist of fate? A sudden curiosity arises within her to understand Jiang Heng's feelings while singing this song. Xiao Wanqiu knows that Jiang Heng agreed to the marriage purely for financial reasons. Does he perceive their union as a special destiny? On stage, Jiang Heng manages his emotions exceptionally well. His voice remains steady, filled with genuine sentiment as he seemingly bestows heartfelt blessings upon his brother. Observing the reactions of the guests around her, Xiao Wanqiu suspects they are all resonating with Jiang Heng's performance. As his song comes to an end, an odd atmosphere envelopes the venue. Xiao Wanqiu feels as if something is constricting her heart. Has her attitude towards marriage been excessively hasty? Her gaze follows Jiang Heng as he steps off the stage, marking the official commencement of the wedding ceremony. Jiang Heng seems to deliberately avoid the forthcoming wedding festivities, retreating toward a secluded corner. Not far along, he is intercepted by Sui Chen. It appears these two have been at odds since the very beginning. Xiao Wanqiu's curiosity piques. She wishes to eavesdrop on their exchange, so she approaches their direction. Just as she arrives, she hears Sui Chen's mocking remarks directed at Jiang Heng. For reasons unknown, Xiao Wanqiu feels inexplicably uncomfortable upon hearing Sui Chen's taunts. Why is this scoundrel Jiang Heng, usually so articulate, so timid in the presence of women? Unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Wangqiu finally steps in to confront Sui Chen. Jiang Heng is taken aback by Xiao Wangqiu's sudden appearance. What is this woman up to? This morning, she was ready to throw things at him. How is she here now? What brings you here? He asks. Xiao Wangqiu's lips move as if to say something, but upon meeting Sui Chen's scrutinizing gaze, she smiles brightly and replies, I just finished some work. With that, she walks over to Jiang Heng, linking her arm with his and inquires, do you know Miss Su? Jiang Heng senses something amiss. What is this woman's game? Just this morning, she seemed poised to stab him. Now, she appears as if transformed. Is this what they call a split personality? He cannot help but shudder. Feeling a tad panicked, wanting to shake off Xiao Wangqiu's arm and create some distance. However, with Sui Chen present, Jiang Heng ultimately restrains himself, merely nodding stiffly. When Sui Chen sees Xiao Wangqiu's appearance, she is momentarily taken aback, her eyes twitching slightly as she observes Xiao Wangqiu entwining Jiang Heng's arm. Recalling Xiao Wangqiu's earlier retorts, Sui Chen seems to come to a realization. Jiang Heng, you mentioned you're married. It wouldn't be her, would it? The incredulity in her voice is palpable. Xiao Wangqiu turns her head and replies, does Miss Su have any objections to our marriage? Sui Chen smiles sweetly. I just didn't expect him to marry you. Xiao Wangqiu offers a slight smile in return. It must be a special destiny. Sui Chen is momentarily taken aback by Xiao Wangqiu's response, feeling a mix of annoyance and composure. Maintaining her smile, she says, I didn't expect you to have the time to attend the wedding, which leads me to believe your marriage is rather harmonious. Thank you for your concern regarding my affairs. Miss Su, it's much appreciated. Not at all. After all, Jiang Heng and I were together for 5 years. It's only natural to care a bit. Jiang Heng observes the exchange between the two women. Their seemingly polite conversation is laced with underlying barbs and hidden daggers, a subtle war of words. He feels increasingly uncomfortable, like a fish out of water, and quickly urges Xiao Wangqiu, the wedding is starting, let us head over. Xiao Wangqiu nods at Sui Chen, still linked to Jiang Heng's arm as they depart. As Sui Chen watches their retreating figures, an inexplicable sense of loss washes over her. It feels as though she has lost something profoundly significant in her life. Walking side by side, Jiang Heng and Xiao Wangqiu feel a strange awkwardness in their hearts. Upon reaching the outskirts of the crowd, they instinctively release each other. Seeing Xiao Wangqiu revert to her aloof demeanor, Jiang Heng finally feels a sense of normalcy and breathes a silent sigh of relief. Neither of them speaks. Their gaze is fixed on the stage where the MC is delivering sentimental remarks, lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao Wangqiu breaks the silence. Thank you for last night. Jiang Heng responds with self-deprecating humor. According to our agreement, with the sum of money I received, I ought to do something for you, making the transaction feel more justified. Xiao Wangqiu is exasperated. How infuriating. Shouldn't a normal person express concern for her at a time like this? Instead, he manages to kill the conversation with one remark. She truly does not wish to engage with someone like him. After a long pause, Xiao Wangqiu finally asks, did you write Jiao? Jiang Heng realizes why she attended the wedding. It was because of that song. I mentioned I would write you a song. Did it resonate with you? Xiao Wangqiu cannot deny that Jiao perfectly encapsulates her feelings. I was initially planning to spend $1 million to buy a song from Zhao Zhenzhong. Would that amount suffice for your Jiao? Jiang Heng is momentarily taken aback, surprised by the lucrative nature of songwriting. If that's the case, perhaps even if he doesn't pursue a career in the entertainment industry, he could still profit by becoming a wholesaler of musical works. This could very well be the inspiration he needs for his venture into a life akin to the sensational tales of success. Chapter 15. The Virtue and Capability of Jiang Heng. Xiao Wangqiu, noticing Jiang Heng's silence and apparent distraction, felt a surge of irritation. Unable to contain herself, she lightly kicked Jiang Heng. Coming back to reality, Jiang Heng retorted, are you out of your mind? Why did you kick me? Do you really have a propensity for violence? Xiao Wangqiu shot him a fierce glare and declared, let me make this clear. I will offer you no more than $1 million. Will you accept or not? Of course I accept. You know how much I adore money. Thank you, boss. Jiang Heng replied. Xiao Wangqiu was at a loss for words. This man truly had an insatiable love for wealth, even marrying for financial gain. Then come to my company tomorrow. What do you want me to do at your company? Of course, you'll help me record a song. Did you think $1 million would come so easily? Jiang Heng considered her words and nodded in agreement, understanding the necessity of providing a satisfactory service. Including last night, this was merely their 4th encounter, and they hardly shared common topics. After briefly discussing the song sale, they found themselves at a loss for further conversation. On stage, Xiao Hua and Li Xinyue, the newlyweds, were exchanging rings under the host's sentimental words. Jiang Heng watched, lost in thought. Suddenly, he heard Xiao Wanqiu ask softly, "You and Sui Chen were together for 5 years?" Turning to glance at her, he noticed her gaze fixed on the stage, her question seemingly casual. Jiang Heng mused to himself. So even a woman with an aloof demeanor possesses a curious heart. Yes, now that you see your brother finding happiness, you must feel quite sad about your breakup with her, right? This woman was clearly being provocative. He hadn't anticipated her to be so cunning. Why should I feel sad? My brother is getting married, and I couldn't be happier. Xiao Wanqiu pursed her lips slightly, her serious gaze fixed on the wedding ceremony. The melancholy etched on Jiang Heng's face belied his words. Only a fool would believe him. Xiao Wanqiu abruptly inquired, "Do you regret our marriage agreement?" "Regret? Earning $1.5 million in 6 months? Why would I?" Upon hearing Jiang Heng bring up money again, Xiao Wanqiu felt a wave of irritation. "Do you really love money that much? What do you need so much for?" Jiang Heng looked at her in disbelief. "You must be joking. In this era, who doesn't want more money?" Xiao Wanqiu found herself speechless in response to Jiang Heng's retort. Communicating with him felt utterly futile. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a growing curiosity towards him. In fact, before agreeing to the marriage, she had conducted a background check on Jiang Heng, discovering him to be an utterly unremarkable worker. Her requirement was for a compliant spouse who wouldn't add to her troubles. It was precisely because she was assured of his character that she had felt secure seeking his assistance the previous night. The evidence proved Jiang Heng's integrity indeed stood the test. The only unexpected outcome was that he had penned a Jiao, a song that resonated deeply with her. Even more astonishing was hearing him perform for you at the wedding today. Though the two songs differed in style, the sincere emotions conveyed within both were undeniable. This left her intrigued by him. How could a seemingly ordinary 24-year-old craft such profound lyrics? While she favored Jiao, for you required a wealth of life experience. Well, today is neither the time nor place. I shall wait and uncover the mystery of this man, Xiao Wanqiu thought to herself. Once the wedding ceremony concluded, it was time for the banquet. As Jiang Heng and Xiao Wanqiu took their seats, a collective gasp rippled through their classmates. Xiao Wanqiu's beauty was striking, captivating everyone's attention. "You must be Xiao Wanqiu," a classmate exclaimed, recognizing her. "Jiang Heng, what is your relationship with Xiao Wanqiu?" Another girl asked, and the rest leaned in, eager to hear his answer. In truth, upon seeing Jiang Heng and Xiao Wanqiu together, many had already drawn their conclusions. After all, they had heard from Sui Chen that Jiang Heng was now married. Logically, Xiao Wanqiu was likely to be his wife. But how was that possible? Jiang Heng was a wealthy heir during his school days, and while his relationship with Sui Chen was understandable, how could he now be with such a beautiful wife despite his current debts? Though they had their suspicions, everyone awaited Jiang Heng to confirm it himself. Jiang Heng found himself at a loss for words. Legally, Xiao Wanqiu was indeed his wife, but he was acutely aware of the reality of their situation, making it difficult to articulate. On the other hand, Xiao Wanqiu was unperturbed, speaking freely. "Hello everyone, I am Xiao Wanqiu, and Jiang Heng is my husband. Perhaps I am not exceptional enough, as he seems reluctant to introduce me to his circle of friends." She cast a lingering, wistful glance at Jiang Heng. Her delivery spot on. As her words fell, the tension at the table dissipated. The classmates' previously held curiosity transformed into relief. "Jiang Heng, you really are something. You dated the campus beauty, and now you've married such a stunning wife. Truly, a winner in life. Absolutely. We're all envious of you single dogs. Jiang Heng, how could you not inform your buddies about marrying such a gorgeous wife?" EM genuinely upset. With a flurry of banter, Jiang Heng and Xiao Wanqiu became the center of attention once more. At that moment, a girl glanced at her phone and remarked, "Xiao Wanqiu. Is that the same Xiao Wanqiu who made headlines for hitting someone?" The table fell silent, all eyes turning toward Xiao Wanqiu, disbelief etched on their faces. Xiao Wanqiu was a member of the Huaiyue girl group under Xin Chung Entertainment. Such groups often comprise dozens of members, making it rare for an average person to recognize any of them unless they were fans. Xiao Wanqiu's notoriety stemmed from her two documented altercations. Upon learning that Xiao Wanqiu was the same person who had made waves online for assaulting a composer who refused to write her songs, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Some glanced at Xiao Wanqiu, while others began scrolling through their phones. "My goodness, it's already trending at #1. Is this her second incident? I can't believe she is so beautiful, and yet has such a penchant for violence. Did you see Jiang Heng's expression? He must have endured quite a bit." The classmates began to murmur among themselves. As they whispered and exchanged glances, Jiang Heng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "This is too much. Why drag me into this? Just talk about Xiao Wanqiu." However, Xiao Wanqiu remained composed, as though their gossip did not concern her at all. Chapter 16. Surrounded by enemies with someone suddenly pointing out that Xiao Wanxiu was the infamous figure from the trending news, the mood at the table shifted. Those who had previously envied Jiang Heng now regarded him with sympathy. They had thought he had married a beautiful wife. But now it seemed he was entangled with a controversial figure. It was best to keep their distance from such a person, lest they get caught in the crossfire when trouble arose. Thus, the seating arrangements began to change, with classmates clustering together, deliberately distancing themselves from Jiang Heng and Xiao Wanxiu. All conversations revolved around Su Yichen. Someone inquired, "Yichen, did you come to the Magic City specifically for Xinyue's wedding?" Su Yichen replied with a sweet smile, "Of course. Xinyue is my dear friend." Jiang Heng scoffed. In reality, Xiao Hua and Li Xinyue had not invited Su Yichen to the wedding. She merely happened to be in Magic City for an event and came after seeing Li Xinyue's wedding dress photos. Yet, in her narrative, it became an intentional visit for the wedding, a touch of hypocrisy, to say the least. Immediately, someone echoed, "Yichen truly values her friendships. So what are your plans after the wedding?" Initially, she had intended to return to the capital to study vocal music with her teacher. But Sister Zhang Xinyao from our company is holding a concert in Magic City and invited me to be a guest performer. Thus, I shall be in Magic City for the next week. Zhang Xinyao is the most renowned singer under New Orange Entertainment, a first-tier artist. Being invited as a special guest for a concert clearly indicates that New Orange Entertainment is genuinely promoting Su Yichen. Her words evoked a chorus of admiration from her peers at the table. "Wow, did you know that tickets for Zhang Xinyao concert are incredibly hard to come by? I couldn't get one." "Exactly. I adore Zhang Xinyao. I can't believe my Yichen baby will be there too. I'll even buy a scalper ticket to see her. I also want to see Yichen sing, but I wonder if I can get a scalper ticket." Surrounded by a group of girls adoring her like a star. "Su Yichen mantanda radiantes maid. Ladies, there's no need to buy scalper tickets. I'll speak to the staff, and when the time comes, you can find me, and I'll take you inside." Upon hearing Su Yichen's words, the group of girls became even more excited. "Gentlemen, if you have girlfriends, feel free to join us." The boys perked up at the prospect of this benefit, raising their glasses in cheers to Su Yichen, creating a lively atmosphere. Only Jiang Heng and Xiao Wanxiu were completely overlooked. Suddenly, Su Yichen said, "Jiang Heng, are you free next Saturday? Why don't you and General Xia come along?" Jiang Heng did not expect Su Yichen to call on him at that moment. He understood that she was not genuinely interested in his response. She merely sought to flaunt her superiority, so he chose to disregard her. "Thank you for the invitation, but it's no trouble. Sister Xinyao has given me a VIP ticket." Xiao Wanxiu replied dismissively. Although Xiao Wanxiu was merely stating a fact, her words rendered the atmosphere awkward. For a fleeting moment, Su Yichen's smile faltered, but she quickly recovered, saying, "All right, I forgot that General Xia and Sister Xinyao have a good relationship." Su Yichen had initially hoped to impress her classmates by bringing them in, only to be outshone by Xiao Wanxiu's mention of her VIP invitation. The distinction in status became glaringly apparent. A classmate adept at lightening the mood hastily steered the conversation in a different direction. Nonetheless, the wedding banquet was far from pleasant. Eventually, the ceremony concluded, and Jiang Heng and the couple, Xiao Hua, bid farewell and departed with Xiao Wanxiu. As Xiao Wanxiu started the car, she asked Jiang Heng, "Shall I drive you home?" Recalling that his small electric scooter remained at the Hongleman KTV and he still needed to return the rented outfit, he replied, "Please take me to Hongleman." Xiao Wanxiu assumed Jiang Heng was heading to work there and remarked, "Isn't it still early for work?" Having drunk too much the previous night, Xiao Wanxiu had forgotten that Jiang Heng had already quit his part-time job at Hongleman to help her leave. Of course, this was Jiang Heng's choice, and there was no need to remind her. "I parked my scooter at Hongleman last night. I need to ride it back." Xiao Wanxiu nodded and turned the car toward Hongleman. They were not particularly familiar, and after the earlier awkwardness, conversation dwindled, resulting in a heavy silence throughout the ride. The car halted at the entrance of Hongleman, and Jiang Heng stepped out. "I'll wait for you downstairs at your place at 8 tomorrow morning," Xiao Wanxiu said, flooring the accelerator and driving off. Jiang Heng watched her departure, shaking his head as he made his way to the underground parking lot to retrieve his scooter. Riding his scooter to return the rented attire, he felt a sense of restlessness, having been so busy previously. With rare free time on his hands, he found himself bored. Suddenly, he recalled hearing at the wedding that Xiao Wanxiu had been trending online due to some insults, igniting his curiosity. Jiang Heng might not have realized it, but he had never cared for entertainment gossip before. Now he found himself actively seeking news about Xiao Wanxiu. Upon opening Weibo, he indeed saw the trending topic, "Xiao Wanxiu assaults composer," prominently displayed, the fiery red hashtag glaringly visible. Clicking on it revealed a torrent of netizens condemning and vilifying Xiao Wanxiu, with many calling for her to withdraw from the entertainment industry. Among the most vocal was the so-called Composer Association. A group of its members publicly rallied in support of Zhao Zhenzhong, declaring they would never write songs for Xiao Wanxiu. Numerous individuals dredged up past incidents, recalling Xiao Wanxiu's altercation from 6 months prior, attempting to substantiate claims of her violent tendencies. Additionally, when the Huayao girls, a girl group under New Orange Entertainment, were asked about Xiao Wanxiu's behavior during a promotional event, they recounted how, during her tenure as the leader, she had looked down upon other members and often reduced them to tears with her harsh words. Previously, Xiao Wanxiu had been the leader of the Huayao girls, a group primarily focused on singing and dancing. Since her departure, the group had shifted toward an idol concept, and although they had no new releases, their popularity had significantly increased. Now, with the Huayao girls exposing Xiao Wanxiu's past, fans expressed that her leadership had severely hindered the group's development. Seeing these reports, Jiang Heng genuinely felt concerned for Xiao Wanxiu. He had experienced the whims of the entertainment industry in his previous life and understood its nature all too well. When the industry decides to elevate someone, they can uplift them to the heavens. Yet when they choose to destroy someone, they can trample them into the dust. Xiao Wanxiu was merely a woman. Could she withstand the overwhelming tide of public opinion? Chapter 17, Underestimations. Jiang Heng felt a twinge of sympathy for Xiao Wanxiu's plight. He recalled the surveillance footage from a night before at Hongleman. Could releasing that video potentially exonerate her? Jiang Heng shook his head. It seemed unlikely. After all, the onlookers were currently reveling in the spectacle, and interrupting their enjoyment would be unwise. Even if they were convinced that Xiao Wanxiu's actions had reasons behind them, it would not absolve her of blame. Given Jiang Heng's understanding of the internet, that footage would need to be released when public sentiment began to favor Xiao Wanxiu to have a conclusive impact. Clearly, that moment had not yet arrived, and he could only remain a spectator. With rare time to rest, Jiang Heng simply wished to indulge in some much-needed sleep. Following dinner, he retired early, a luxury for him. The next day, Sunday, Jiang Heng rose early as usual. After a quick jog, he bought a few buns on his way home, intending to enjoy them with porridge. Just as he reached the alleyway, he spotted Xiao Wanxiu's red Bentley Continental parked there. Lowering the window, Xiao Wanxiu poked her head out. Her porcelain skin was obscured by oversized sunglasses, yet it could not conceal her beauty. Jiang Heng approached and inquired, "Didn't we agree on 8 o'clock? Why are you here so early? Time is tight. We must complete this today." "All right, I'll go take a shower," Jiang Heng replied, preparing to leave when a thought struck him. "Have you had breakfast? Did you make the vegetable and lean meat porridge again?" Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback. Catching the opulent sarcasm in Xiao Wanxiu's voice, "Is plain kanji acceptable?" Xiao Wanxiu turned her head aside. "Hurry up, I'll be waiting for you in the car." Jiang Heng nodded, ascended to eat breakfast, and then showered and changed before heading back downstairs. The atmosphere was rather awkward along the way. Jiang Heng noted Xiao Wanxiu's expression, which remained as aloof and composed as ever, as if the rampant online sentiments had no effect on her whatsoever. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "Don't you care at all about the comments online? Why should I? Who are they to me?" Her words left Jiang Heng momentarily speechless. How should one describe it? Should he say she was carefree or simply indifferent? "Aren't you afraid Tomato TV might kick you off the show?" Xiao Wanxiu looked at Jiang Heng as if he were a fool. "Why would they kick me out? With the level of buzz surrounding me right now, don't they want the traffic?" Jiang Heng pondered the logic behind her statement. Suddenly, he recalled that the Blue Star world lagged behind Earth by several years. And at this time, the entertainment industry placed far less emphasis on the moral integrity of its artists. Currently, Xiao Wanxiu was at the epicenter of public discourse, her popularity soaring to alarming heights. Tomato TV would undoubtedly want to capitalize on this wave of attention. This is the best of times in the entertainment industry. Yet it is also the worst of times. It appeared Xiao Wanxiu had a firm grasp on the industry's rules. However, with online controversies lingering, could she continue to thrive in the entertainment sphere? Xiao Wanxiu remained silent. Jiang Heng wanted to slap himself. Why had he even asked that question? What business was it of his? The vehicle soon arrived at an elegant building in the city center. The gates swung open, and they drove directly inside. A BMW 5 Series was parked in the yard. Such a property in the heart of Magic City would undoubtedly be valued in the hundreds of millions. Xiao Wanxiu actually had her company here? Jiang Heng was astonished. "Your company is located here? This is my home," Xiao Wanxiu stated, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Jiang Heng opened his mouth, realizing he had underestimated her capabilities. "This is a friend's house. I'm just temporarily residing here," Xiao Wanxiu clarified. Jiang Heng thought to himself that one could only be a tycoon to have such wealthy friends. "Aren't we here to record a song? Why did we come to your house?" Xiao Wanxiu glanced at Jiang Heng, but remained silent as she exited the vehicle and walked toward the house. Jiang Heng had no choice but to follow. At that moment, the front door swung open, and a woman emerged. She appeared to be in her 30s, despite her makeup. She could not hide her fatigue. Upon seeing Jiang Heng alight from Xiao Wanxiu's car, the The woman was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Wanqiu, are you really planning to give up on treatment? At this time, you're still bringing a man home. If the media catches wind of this, do you even want to continue in the entertainment industry? Xiao Wanqiu glanced at the woman, refraining from arguing, and merely introduced, this is Jiang Heng, the lyricist and composer of A Diao. The woman paused, then relaxed, quickly approaching with a bright smile. Oh, so you are Jiang Heng. It's a pleasure to meet you. She extended her hand. Jiang Heng was bewildered by the abrupt shift in demeanor. This is my manager, Feng Nan. You can call her Sister Feng. Now it made sense. Jiang Heng and Feng then exchanged a brief handshake. Hello, Sister Feng. Hello, hello. I'm so grateful for the song you wrote for our Wanqiu, she exclaimed. You're too kind. She pays me well for writing songs. A fair transaction, Jiang Heng replied. Xiao Wanqiu shot a sidelong glance at him, thinking, when you wrote the song, I didn't even discuss money with you. Once inside, the decor was evidently modern and recently renovated. As soon as they sat down, Feng Nan eagerly asked, Wanqiu, are you really planning to perform a Diao on the next episode of Singer Challenge? Have you thought it through? Without waiting for Xiao Wanqiu's response, she turned to Jiang Heng. Mr. Jiang, do you have any other songs? Seeing Jiang Heng's displeased expression, Feng Nan quickly added, please don't misunderstand, Mr. Jiang. I'm not saying a Diao is inadequate. It's just that Singer Challenge is a competition-based music show, and folk songs may not be the best fit. Jiang Heng could fully comprehend her concerns. It was said that when Zhang Xiaohan chose to sing a Diao years ago, everyone was equally baffled. Xiao Wanqiu stated firmly, let us go with this song. I really want to sing it. Feng Nan pressed her hand to her forehead. Have you truly considered this? If you don't perform well this time, you will be eliminated. Xiao Wanqiu remained calm. Do you think they will allow me to stay on stage after this episode? Feng Nan fell silent. Indeed, given Xiao Wanqiu's current predicament, it was unlikely Tomato TV would keep her on after the next episode if her popularity waned. Since I'm bound to be eliminated, why should I cater to them? I'll sing the song I love. Feng Nan sighed deeply. Wanqiu, I hope you learn from this experience. In the future, you shouldn't attend business negotiations alone. Xiao Wanqiu's voice was tinged with bitterness. Will there even be a future? The two women fell silent, contemplating the uncertainty of tomorrow. Jiang Heng could no longer contain himself and asked, but you don't seem to be in need of money. Why do you insist on being in the entertainment industry? Xiao Wanqiu did not grasp Jiang Heng's meaning. Do you think one must be in financial distress to pursue a career in the entertainment industry? Xiao Wanqiu found the term mixing to describe artistic workers rather inappropriate. Certainly, the entertainment world was fraught with challenges, and the current public sentiment was becoming increasingly hostile toward it. If not for financial necessity, who would willingly tread such a path? Jiang Heng, being straightforward, spoke his mind without regard for Xiao Wanqiu's feelings. Xiao Wanqiu was left speechless. Was Jiang Heng truly a young man? Why did he exude such a paternalistic air? The song for you was equally laden with the same vibe. Must it not be for passion? Jiang Heng countered, giving Xiao Wanqiu a thumbs up. All right, but you need not be so pessimistic. If you perform a Diao well, perhaps things will take a turn for the better. Chapter 18. You're quite the blower. Xiao Wanqiu merely smiled at Jiang Heng's words, thinking to herself that he still did not comprehend the darker side of the entertainment industry. Soon, the sound of a car echoed at the entrance. Feng Nan hurriedly went to open the yard gate, and a modest Polo drove in. However, as the car came to a stop, four individuals, a man and three women, emerged. They were immediately awestruck by the grandeur of the building, their eyes darting around, clearly overwhelmed. One young man clad in a denim vest exclaimed, Wanqiu, I had no idea your place was so upscale. Xiao Wanqiu simply smiled, offering no explanation. She then introduced, this is Jiang Heng, the lyricist and composer of a Diao. Upon hearing this, all four turned their attention to Jiang Heng, curiously appraising him. Jiang Heng, these are my friends. She proceeded to introduce them one by one. The young man in the denim vest was named Shui Zhe, a guitarist. The girl with short hair exudes an air of coolness. She is the keyboardist named Zhang Wenjia. The other two members are the bassist Meng Xiaodong and the drummer Lu Jiaming. Jiang Heng pondered, could this possibly be a band? Indeed, he soon heard Xiao Wanqiu introduce them. They are all resident performers at the Solitary Island Bar, and I have invited them to assist with the recording of songs. Jiang Heng greeted each of the four. Handsome, have you ever been to Tibet? Is there really someone named Diao? Zhang Aijia, who possesses a somewhat extroverted disposition, clapped Jiang Heng on the shoulder and fired off a series of questions. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Jiang Heng with keen interest, awaiting his responses. Jiang Heng, having never been to Tibet in his lifetime, thought that although it was said that teacher Zhao's a Diao was indeed written for a Diao, who could say such a person existed on Blue Star? He mumbled it was a long time ago, better left unmentioned. His vague reply left the three members of the Solitary Island Bar visibly dissatisfied. Zhang Wenjia shrugged, seemingly losing interest in Jiang Heng. While Lu Jiaming and Meng Xiaodong wore expressions of disdain. Shuizhe chuckled and patted Jiang Heng on the shoulder. Brother, are you a professional musician? Jiang Heng shook his head. I'm a programmer. Shuizhe laughed dismissively. Being a programmer is quite good. Subsequently, the group lost all interest in continuing their conversation with Jiang Heng. Xiao Wanxiu, observing their interaction, merely stated, "Shall we begin?" With that, she led them into the living room and down the staircase to the basement. Jiang Heng discovered that the second level of the basement was filled with instruments and equipment. It was essentially a recording studio. The fact that Xiao Wanxiu could create such a space in her home only confirmed her wealth. Shuizhe was once again astonished, alternating between strumming a guitar and pressing keys on a piano, exclaiming, "Wanxiu, this place is too extravagant. I have dreamed of having such a recording studio." Azi. Dreams encompass everything, someone joked. Xiao Wanxiu smiled and invited everyone to take a seat. Let us discuss the arrangement ideas. The group exchanged glances, and, eventually, all eyes fell upon Jiang Heng. Brother, you are the lyricist and composer. Why don't you start? Jiang Heng, who had always made music alone on Earth, had never engaged in such discussions and lacked experience in this regard. He believed that direct action sufficed, deeming it unnecessary to deliberate on such matters. I have no thoughts. Let us just get started, he stated. His words struck them as quite amateurish. A lack of consensus would surely hinder their progress. Did they not understand such a simple truth? An amateur remains an amateur. The ability to write a song is likely a stroke of luck. Xiao Wanxiu felt disappointed. She had originally expected Jiang Heng to possess a unique understanding of music, capable of writing songs like a Diao and singing for you all, only to find that he did not. Consequently, the five of them lost the motivation to refute Jiang Heng's amateurish response and began to discuss among themselves. Jiang Heng listened for a while, finding the conversation tedious as they failed to address the crux of the matter. At this rate, they might struggle to reach a consensus all day. Unnoticed by anyone, Jiang Heng decided to wander around. By the time they concluded their discussion, it would be too late. Perhaps he should just take matters into his own hands. With that thought, he stepped into the recording studio and shut the door behind him. True to its purpose, the soundproofing was exceptional, blocking out the discussions of the four outside completely. Jiang Heng closed his eyes, slowly recalling the arrangement structure of a Jiao from Earth. He still could not discern whether this was a blessing, but his memories of everything from that world were remarkably vivid. For instance, the details of a Jiao were exceptionally clear in his mind at this moment. Jiang Heng began to busy himself. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a profound familiarity when he encountered these instruments. It was a connection formed over years of interaction with music on Earth. Whether it was the guitar or the drums, he seemed to possess a muscle memory, utilizing them with complete ease. When Jiang Heng is dedicated to a task, he immerses himself entirely. Now, all his attention was focused on perfecting this song, moving about the recording studio in a flurry. The recording studio and the lounge were separated by soundproof glass, allowing a view of everything happening inside. What Jiang Heng did not notice was that the five outside had already finished their discussions and were now watching him as he worked diligently. Once Jiang Heng completed recording all the instrument tracks, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Stretching his back, he turned to see the five of them staring at him. He opened the door. Have you reached a consensus? No one responded, leaving Jiang Heng somewhat perplexed. Xiao Wanxiu inquired, what are you doing in there? I noticed that after all your discussion, no conclusions were reached, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. Lu Jiaming chuckled. Brother, are you joking? When asked for your opinion, you couldn't utter a single word, yet you tell me you've done it yourself? Not being able to articulate does not mean I cannot execute, Jiang Heng replied nonchalantly. Then tell me, what have you accomplished? Oh, I've nearly finished. There are a few special sound effects that need to be recorded, and once added, it will be perfect. Upon hearing this, the four members of the solitary island bar exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. Xiao Wanxiu, however, did not laugh but regarded Jiang Heng with a look of disbelief. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Meng Xiaodong teased, Brother, what kind of boast is that? In such a short time, you're telling me you're nearly done with the accompaniment? Exactly. If you truly had that skill, you could easily dominate the entire music scene. Everyone would refer to you as a big shot. Zhang Wenjia remained silent, but wore a smirking expression. Jiang Heng, unfazed, replied, So the threshold for the music industry has become so low now? Xiao Wanxiu, unable to tolerate Jiang Heng as bravado, said, Jiang Heng, since you claim to be nearly finished, why don't we listen to it? Chapter 19, Jiang Heng's music class. Jiang Heng shrugged, sure, but give me a moment. I need to mix it. He imported all the recorded tracks into the computer and sat down, donning his headphones, expertly operating the arrangement software. The four members of the solitary island bar were incredulous that Jiang Heng could complete the arrangement alone. Seeing him engrossed at the computer, they assumed he was merely posturing. Meng Xiaodong draped an arm around Lu Jiaming's shoulder, nudging him to join him in watching Jiang Heng's folly. However, what they witnessed was Jiang Heng's fluid manipulation of the software. They exchanged glances, realizing that perhaps Jiang Heng possessed some genuine skill. Yet, without sound, they could not ascertain whether he was indeed proficient or merely pretending. Xiao Wanqiu remained where she was, quietly observing Jiang Heng. Watching him in earnest brought a subtle smile to her lips. A dedicated man possesses a certain allure. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Heng removed his headphones. This is only a rough draft because I still need some sound effects. It's a bit crude. You can listen to it first, and I'll explain which details to pay attention to afterward. Just hold on a moment. Xiao Wanqiu halted Jiang Heng's progress, casually seizing a remote control from the desk and pressing a button, causing a screen to descend as the projector whirred to life. Jiang Heng clicked start and promptly paused, stating, "The creative backdrop of this song is Tibet. The index should reflect the characteristics of the region. At the beginning, we could incorporate the sound of prayer wheel. At 0:15, we can introduce a child's voice to lay the emotional groundwork. At 0:32, the vocals should enter, and here the sound must be pure, ethereal, and lofty. At 1:12, we could add the harmonies of Tibetan Chang female singers, enhancing the distinctiveness of the piece and serving as a means of emotional progression." As Jiang Heng played the newly synthesized track, he paused at each significant point to provide detailed explanations. Initially, the four members of the Lonely Island Bar adopted a dismissive demeanor, with even Xiao Wanqiu not taking it particularly seriously. However, Jiang Heng spoke with earnestness, meticulously detailing where to sing and where to incorporate harmonies, emphasizing the importance of emotional development. The more Xiao Wanqiu listened, the more she recognized the validity of Jiang Heng's insights. After returning from the wedding the previous day, she had practiced the song on her guitar several times, feeling it was commendable, yet unable to convey the emotions effectively. Listening to Jiang Heng's analysis illuminated the considerable differences between her rendition and his suggestions. Gradually, the four members of the Lonely Island Bar began to temper their condescension, regardless of whether Jiang Heng was right. It was evident that he had indeed accomplished the arrangement during their discussion. With such speed, he was undoubtedly among the elite in the industry. His ability to articulate every detail with clarity was clearly not the result of mere conjecture. Moreover, at critical moments, Jiang Heng would even demonstrate the singing technique. As a musician, one can generally assess a singer's level as soon as they begin to sing. The few lines Jiang Heng demonstrated were undeniably professional. Consequently, the four of them began to pay serious attention to Jiang Heng's elucidations. At 2:09, he noted that the emotions would elevate once more. At 2:29, he asserted that the emotions had peaked and could no longer be forced as before. This part required a rap delivery. Fearing that Xiao Wanqiu might not comprehend, he began to demonstrate, delivering a powerful and articulate rap. The emotions had reached their zenith. Thus, the segment beginning at 3:06 needed to be reined in to allow for a more impactful explosion thereafter. Jiang Heng continued to play and explain, and as they listened, the expressions of the other five grew increasingly serious. The four members of the Lonely Island Bar felt a burning embarrassment, akin to being struck repeatedly with a shoehorn. Just moments ago, they had mocked Jiang Heng's amateur status, yet now, as he spoke, he could not be interrupted, detailing every nuance with precision and clarity. This was clearly the presence of a master. How had they ever dared to belittle him? Zhang Wenjie gazed at Jiang Heng's profile, admiring its perfect contours. Suddenly startled, she thought, "What is happening? I am clearly drawn to Xiao Wanqiu's long legs, yet I find this fellow suddenly appealing. No, this must be a flaw in my judgment. Such thoughts are perilous and must not be entertained." Zhang Wenjia's mind became a tumult, rendering her unable to focus on Jiang Heng's discourse. Her cheeks flushed. Whether from embarrassment or infatuation with Jiang Heng, her state felt decidedly off. She glanced sideways, relieved to find that everyone else's attention remained fixated on Jiang Heng. Oh, Jiang Heng, this wretched charm. Xiao Wanqiu's thoughts were similarly tumultuous. Last night, while practicing the song, she had contemplated how to arrange it to express the emotions more fully. Believing she had gained considerable insight, she had intended to adapt it to her liking, confident it would yield good results. However, after listening to Jiang Heng's graceful exposition, the coherence of his system left her utterly speechless. Compared to his arrangement, her understanding seemed merely fleeting sparks of inspiration, utterly insignificant in the face of his complete framework. From 3:44, the emotional explosion commenced, rising from a tumultuous fate, where each line elevated the sentiments to "you are a free bird." The emotions had soared to such an extent that mere lyrics could no longer encapsulate them. Thus, the subsequent 2 lines of "hey, yeah, yeah" became pivotal. Following this, the refrain repeated, concluding at "you are a chiao," where emotions must be reined in. At this moment, Jiang Heng concluded his analysis just as the track reached this point. All instruments ceased, leaving only the heartbeat of the drums. Upon hearing Xiao Wanqiu articulate all the crucial points of the song in one breath, she was taken aback. It must be said, she now believed beyond doubt that this song was indeed composed by Jiang Heng. If it were not original, he could not possess such a complete interpretation of its delivery. Jiang Heng tapped the table. "I trust you've noted all I've mentioned." Xiao Wanqiu turned to him, her gaze filled with reproach. For reasons unknown, Jiang Heng's explanations reminded her of the way her vocal instructor in the States had taught her. This thought ignited her ire. Who did Jiang Heng think he was? Instructing her as if he were a teacher? Could he not recognize his place? She had spent a fortune of 1 million to acquire this song. Jiang Heng was merely assisting with the recording as a condition of the deal. What right did he have to question her? Xiao Wanqiu glared at Jiang Heng, exasperatedly retorting, "You've said so much. How could I possibly remember it all?" Chapter 20, What a shame. Jiang Heng scratched his head, realizing he may have spoken excessively. "No matter. I will explain it to you again later." Suddenly, a heavy pat landed on his shoulder. Turning to see Cui Zhe, who exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, you are incredible. I just called you an amateur. I was short-sighted." Meng Xiaodong had also altered his stance. "Brother, you are truly impressive. Come hang out at the Lonely Island bar sometime." Zhang Wenjia, having regained her composure, punched Jiang Heng playfully. "Indeed, come to the Lonely Island bar. There are plenty of beautiful girls, and I'll introduce you." Jiang Heng rolled his eyes. While the prospect of introductions sounded delightful, was it appropriate to say such things in front of Xiao Wanqiu? Of course. He knew Xiao Wanqiu likely preferred to keep their relationship private. "Brother, are you really just a programmer?" "I stand by my words, with your skills. You could easily navigate the entertainment industry." Jiang Heng thought, "We were having a good conversation. Why did you suddenly resort to insults? Who wants to muddle through the entertainment industry? I pursue music for pleasure. My true passion lies in coding." Lu Jiaming sighed, "If you hold such thoughts, it is truly a pity. The music world would be at a loss." Jiang Heng merely smiled, saying nothing, observing the group surrounding Jiang Heng, singing his praises. Xiao Wanqiu could no longer bear it. "All right, lunch is approaching. Everyone has worked hard. Let us head up to eat." Upon hearing that Xiao Wanqiu intended to eat, the Lonely Island Quartet became somewhat uneasy. They arrived with the intention of offering assistance, yet all the tasks were accomplished solely by Jiang Heng, leaving them feeling as though they had merely come to partake in a meal. However, Feng Nen had already instructed the housekeeper to prepare dinner. Thus the quartet had no choice but to remain. During the meal, Zhang Wenjia sat closely beside Jiang Heng, displaying an unusual enthusiasm, engaging him in discussions about music and serving him dishes with great fervor. This unexpected behavior left the 3 male members of the group utterly baffled. Guizi, being his straightforward self, exclaimed loudly, "Wenjia, aren't you supposed to be gay? What did you turn straight?" Aghast, Xiao Wanqiu couldn't suppress her laughter and sprayed juice everywhere. Everyone was taken aback. Xiao Wanqiu, the aloof goddess, the ice-cold beauty, had just shattered her image with such an action. Feng Nen scolded her. "Xiao Wanqiu, what on earth is the matter with you? Spitting juice and coughing. Can't you behave normally?" Xiao Wanqiu, her cheeks flushed, fell silent, deeply unsettled. In the past, whenever she visited the island, Zhang Wenjia had always been very affectionate toward her, embracing her freely. She had assumed it was merely the camaraderie of girls. Today, she realized that she had unknowingly fallen victim to his advances. It was utterly unexpected. Zhang Wenjia, rarely flustered, shot a fierce glare at Cui Zhe. "The epitome of seriousness. What a pity you have such a big mouth." Afterward, with a playful smile, he suddenly wrapped his arm around Jiang Heng's neck. "Actually, my orientation is quite flexible. I could be straight too. Little Jiang Heng, how about I be your girlfriend?" Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Wanqiu couldn't help but erupt into a fit of coughs again. Internally, she thought, "Goodness, I'm truly impressed by Zhang Wenjia. Today, I discovered that both of us have fallen into her clutches." Feng Nan was genuinely infuriated, slamming her chopsticks down on the table. "Xiao Wanqiu, what is wrong with you today? First spitting juice, now coughing. Can't you act a bit more composed?" After a struggle, Xiao Wanqiu managed to regain her composure, remaining silent as she continued to eat. Jiang Heng felt awkward. After all, he was still in a contractual marriage with Xiao Wanqiu. Although they had agreed not to interfere in each other's romantic lives, being teased in front of each other was undeniably uncomfortable. He quickly shook off Zhang Wenjia's arm. I'm sorry, but I'm already married. Huh? As soon as Jiang Heng's words left his mouth, everyone turned to him in astonishment, unable to comprehend how. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, where countless single men and women over 30 roamed, Jiang Heng, who appeared to have graduated from university not long ago, could be married so soon. Were they really still young? Only Xiao Wanqiu seemed to casually glance up at Jiang Heng, her expression contemplative. This guy, in this regard, was surprisingly reliable. If he dared to agree to Zhang Wenjia in front of her, she would certainly make him pay for it. Zhang Wenjia appeared disappointed. What a shame. The first man I liked is already married. Just as I was about to fall in love, I've already suffered a heartbreak. I suppose I'm better suited to being a straight girl. The group fell silent. After dinner, the quartet from the island decided to take their leave, recognizing they could no longer be of assistance. Jiang Heng and Xiao Wanqiu returned to the recording studio to continue their work. The afternoon was primarily dedicated to vocal recording. After discussing various essential points in the morning, Jiang Heng began to explain each detail to Xiao Wanqiu to ensure she didn't miss any nuances. Xiao Wanqiu activated her phone's recording function to capture Jiang Heng's instructions. Vocal recording is not a quick endeavor, especially for this song, which Xiao Wanqiu intended to use for a competition, requiring repeated recordings and practice. The song also entailed numerous unique sound effects, children's voices, Tibetan-style singing, and harmonies. Ideally, such tasks would involve a full team. Yet although Xiao Wanqiu had established a media company, it currently consisted of just her and Feng Nan, leaving them to tackle these responsibilities alone. Jiang Heng could generate the child's voice and Tibetan sounds through software, while Xiao Wanqiu could manage the harmonies. However, the most troublesome aspect remained the two sections requiring female singers to chant in Tibetan style. Xiao Wanqiu had never studied ethnic singing methods and couldn't grasp the essence. Despite numerous attempts, she continually failed to meet Jiang Heng's standards. Xiao Wanqiu, are you even a professional singer? How many times have you recorded that chant? Jiang Heng chastised. With your current level, I find it hard to believe you can advance. I need a vast and ethereal feeling, if you truly can't manage. Perhaps search online for how Tibetan singers perform. Jiang Heng's relentless criticism nearly drove Xiao Wanqiu to the brink of madness, yet she could do nothing about it. Although frustrated, she understood that Jiang Heng's high standards were for the sake of the song. After finally managing the accompaniment, Xiao Wanqiu's nightmare continued. Jiang Heng incessantly pointed out various flaws in her singing. Furious, Xiao Wanqiu felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Jiang Heng. It was exhausting. Let us call it a day. At this level, you're far from ready for the competition. You need to practice more. Xiao Wanqiu felt that the anger she experienced this afternoon surpassed all the frustration she had felt over the years. The crux of the matter was that he spoke the truth, yet she felt utterly powerless to change it. Xiao Wanqiu silently vowed that this guy should pray he never falls into her hands. When that day comes, she would make sure he faced the consequences. Chapter 21, A Windfall. After finishing the recording, Jiang Heng took the subway home. Passing by a milk tea shop downstairs, he remembered it was Sunday and that little girl. Siesi Min, Wu Ti have evening classes tonight. He bought 2 cups of milk tea and headed upstairs. On the rooftop terrace, Siesi Min was busy solving problems. Upon seeing the milk tea in Jiang Heng's hands, her eyes lit up and she pounced towards him like a hungry tiger. Jiang Heng, you're the best. I knew you wouldn't go back on your word. Jiang Heng handed the milk tea to the little girl, retorting habitually, drink up, or I'll make you fat. Siesi Min stomped her foot in indignation. Jiang Heng, I'm 168 centimeters tall and weigh 56 kilograms. That is perfectly normal. Without even looking back, Jiang Heng replied dismissively. Who cares? Infuriated, Siesi Min opened the milk tea and took a couple of aggressive sips, as if to retaliate against Jiang Heng. Just as Jiang Heng stepped inside, he heard his phone ping with a new message. Pulling it out, he saw a notification from his bank that 1 million yuan had been deposited into his account. Stunned, Jiang Heng stood frozen in place. When he wrote songs for Xiao Wanqiu, he never imagined he would make any money. Even when Xiao Wanqiu mentioned buying the song for 1 million, Jiang Heng had joked that it was merely a transaction, never truly believing he would actually receive the money. This was indeed an unexpected windfall. Gazing at the notification, Jiang Heng's emotions were a mix of excitement and apprehension, as this money was of immense importance to him. Taking a seat on the sofa, he pondered how to manage this newfound wealth. Jiang Heng hailed from Jiangcheng, where his family once owned a chain of restaurants that enjoyed a modest reputation among the wealthy. However, due to poor management, the family's restaurants faced a financial crisis, leading to their sale and leaving them with debts amounting to millions. The overwhelming burden of debt loomed over every member of the Jiang family, making it hard for them to breathe. In order to make a living, Jiang Heng's father, Jiang Xiangdong, started from scratch, opening a small eatery, while his mother, Shun Yun, rented a stall at the market to sell vegetables. Both worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, enduring great hardship. Despite being just over 50, they have aged considerably this year. Jiang Heng has a younger sister, Jiang Yao, who is currently in her third year of high school and will be taking the college entrance examination next year. Jiang Yao is quite sensible. Having grown up in a life of luxury, she has swiftly adapted to the upheaval within their family. She has taken her savings accumulated over the years to help pay off their family debts. This selfless act has left Jiang Heng feeling quite embarrassed. He had intended to have more pocket money, but over the past few years, he has spent all his finances pursuing Su Yichen's dreams in the entertainment industry. Although their parents have not voiced any objections, Jiang Heng has always felt a sense of guilt. This feeling of remorse is what has driven him to earn money frantically over the past year, in an effort to alleviate his conscience regarding his family. Receiving this 1 million from Xiao Wanqiu, Jiang Heng should ideally return the money to settle debts. However, having entered into a marriage agreement with Xiao Wanqiu 2 months ago, she had paid him 500,000 as per their contract, which is already transferred back. His parents were surprised at the time and pressed him for the source of this money. Jiang Heng managed to provide a plausible excuse. If he were to return this additional 1 million now, his parents would undoubtedly suspect him of engaging in some illicit activities. Jiang Heng recalled the advanced knowledge he had brought from Earth, pondering whether to embark on a business venture. After all, the next decade is bound to witness an explosion in mobile internet. The world already has Weibo and WeChat-like platforms. Thus, short video applications such as Douyin and Kuaishou seem to be the most promising areas for development. However, smartphones on Blue Star have not yet achieved complete penetration. Mobile data remains prohibitively expensive, and internet speeds are inadequate for short video production. Clearly, these ideas must be put on hold. Moreover, creating such large-scale apps cannot be accomplished single-handedly. A team effort is essential. Given his current circumstances, resigning to start a business is not feasible. He decided to wait for better opportunities before making any decisions. With a sudden influx of 1 million, Jiang Heng felt a surge of happiness. He intended to buy some necessities for Jiang Yao. As a high school senior, she is at an age where beauty is of utmost importance. Having faced considerable family challenges, Jiang Heng still wanted to ensure she could enjoy life to the fullest. Upon leaving, he spotted CSC Min, who was blissfully sipping on a milk tea, her face aglow with happiness. Habitually, Jiang Heng playfully tapped her on the back of her head. CSC Min immediately erupted. Jiang Heng, stop hitting me. I haven't done well on my recent practice exams, and I suspect it's because you've knocked some sense out of me. If you're not doing well, don't blame it on me. Jiang Heng retorted, chuckling as CSC Min prepared to retaliate. If you call me dumb again, I'll fight you. All right. I won't call you dumb anymore. Let us go. I'll take you shopping. Upon hearing this, CSC Min's face brightened at the prospect of shopping with her older brother. Jiang Heng, you're really great. Let us go. The two descended together and took the subway to a nearby large shopping mall. Jiang Heng led CSC Min in and out of various clothing stores, encouraging her to try on any beautiful outfits she found. Although CSC Min and Jiang Yao were of similar heights, CSC Min was slightly plumper. Thus, when she found clothes that fit well, Jiang Heng opted to buy them in a smaller size. This decision infuriated CSC Min, who protested loudly. Jiang Heng, are you foolish? The clothes fit me perfectly. Why buy a smaller size that I can't wear? It's a waste. Regardless, Jiang Heng ignored her complaints and continued to shop until he felt he had purchased enough clothing for Jiang Yao for the autumn and winter seasons. Afterward, they found a nearby courier service to send the items to Jiangcheng. It was only then that CSC Min realized she had been treated as a mere tool, causing her to fume with indignation and threaten Jiang Heng. Take this, these 2 outfits are for you. As Jiang Heng handed her 2 sets of clothes that she particularly adored, CSC Min hesitated. At nearly 17, she felt it inappropriate to have Jiang Heng spend money on her, especially since he had lived in their attic for 2 years. Despite his hard work to earn money, it felt wrong to accept such gifts. Oh, I was just joking. I wouldn't ask you to buy me clothes. Jiang Heng ruffled her hair. Take it. Your brother has come into some fortune today. CSC Min, still skeptical, questioned, is that for real? Of course it is. You know how stingy I am. I would buy you anything if I hadn't made money, Jiang Heng replied. Reflecting on this, CSC Min realized he was indeed quite frugal, often engaging in clever strategies just to share a milk tea with him. After 2 years of knowing Jiang Heng, she had come to regard him as a brother, and accepting his gifts didn't weigh heavily on her conscience. After a bit of reluctance, she happily accepted the clothes. When they returned home, it was already past 9 in the evening. After taking a shower and preparing for bed, Jiang Heng heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found CSC Mean standing with a middle-aged woman. CSC Mean was winking at him from behind. The woman was CSC Mean's mother, Yang Chinxiu, who appeared to be in her 40s, a quintessential Shanghai woman, refined and sophisticated. It was said that Yang Chinxiu had been divorced from CSC Mean's father for many years and had been raising her daughter alone. 2 years ago, after CSC Mean graduated from junior high and was harassed by several rowdy youths while out with friends, Jiang Heng had happened by and intervened. Upon hearing that Jiang Heng was looking for a place to stay, Yang Chinxiu offered him the attic for rent. Unexpectedly, this arrangement had lasted for 2 years. "Good evening. Annie Yang, please come in." Jiang Heng quickly ushered Yang Chinxiu into the house. She smiled warmly. "What clothes did you buy for little men?" "She is still a student, and doesn't he need new clothes?" "Annie, I bought clothes for my sister. I just needed little men to help me try them on. So I owe her my gratitude," Jiang Heng explained. CSC Mean interjected, "Jiang Heng, how can you be so shameless?" Before she could finish, Yang Chinxiu playfully swatted her. "Little men, how can you be so rude? Your brother deserves respect." CSC Mean, unable to retort, merely rolled her eyes in silence. Yang Chinxiu settled on the sofa, placing a bag on the table. "I went out with colleagues today and brought some fruit for you to try." Her gaze swept across the room, and she nodded in approval at how tidy Jiang Heng had kept it, having lived there for 2 years. Jiang Heng had often been on the receiving end of her playful jabs, but he had also benefited from her generosity. She always shared delicious food with him and had never raised the rent during his stay. Jiang Heng felt genuinely grateful to Yang Chinxiu. "Thank you, Auntie Yang." "Jiang Heng, I heard from little men that you brought a beautiful girl home last night. Is she your girlfriend?" Jiang Heng was taken aback. CSC Mean was quite the blabbermouth. Shooting her a glare, he noticed CSC Mean sticking her tongue out at him playfully. "They are merely ordinary friends. Yesterday, she indulged in excess at the Red Romance, and I took it upon myself to bring her back." CSC Mean, with a teasing remark, quipped, "Brother Jiang Heng, you are lying. You even told me she is your wife and asked me to call her sister-in-law." Jiang Heng found himself at a loss for words. This little girl certainly had no filter. "Jiang Heng, you are 24 this year, not exactly young. It's about time you consider dating. Is there a girl you fancy? Would you like me to set you up with a girlfriend?" Jiang Heng, preoccupied with his own matters, replied, "Annie, right now, I only wish to focus on making money. Not on romance. But one must both earn and love, you know. I happen to know many lovely young ladies. One of these days, I shall introduce you to some local girls from the Magic City. I assure you, you will be pleased." Jiang Heng felt a headache coming on. He was unsure why women seemed to take it upon themselves to play matchmaker once a man reached a certain age. "Auntie, truly, there is no need for that. Given my circumstances, I couldn't possibly afford to marry any girl from the Magic City, let alone anywhere else." He longed to suggest, "Annie, perhaps you should hasten to find a father for CSC Mean instead." However, he dare not voice it. What is there to fear, young man? Challenges are merely temporary. I have faith in you. With that, it was settled. She would introduce him to a girlfriend soon. Jiang Heng remained speechless, aware that opposing her would be futile. So he chose to feign ignorance. He understood that the reason Yang Chinxiu came to express her gratitude was due to his purchasing clothes for CSC Mean. She was a clever woman, exhibiting a subtlety that drew them closer with just a few words. After some idle chatter, she mentioned that CSC Mean had school the next day and took her downstairs. In the past, Jiang Heng would return from the Red Romance around 2 or 3 in the morning, accustomed to late nights. Now, however, he found himself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, he was captivated by the sound of music drifting in from outside his window. He sat up, alert, listening intently. The melody emanated from the loft across the way, a solo performance on the cello, its notes resonating with an ethereal beauty, imbued with a tinge of sorrow, echoing sentiments of longing and yearning. Having resided here for 2 years, Jiang Heng was no stranger to the music that often floated from that loft. Over the past year, he had frequently worked night shifts, returning home in the early hours, and had not heard that beautiful cello for quite some time. A year prior, he had paid little heed to the music, occasionally finding it bothersome. Yet, hearing it again today, he had developed a refined musical appreciation, finding the melody enchanting, though he remained oblivious to its title. The loft where Jiang Heng lived was situated in the heart of the Magic City, a preserved relic of urban history, predominantly housing longtime locals. It was rare for someone like Jiang Heng to rent a place here. Had it not been for his previous act of kindness towards CSC Mean, Yang Chinxiu would likely never have rented the loft to him. Thus, he surmised that the occupant of the opposite loft was probably a local, and he could almost envision a serene young woman with melancholic eyes playing the cello. Of course, this was merely his imagination. It could just as easily be a scruffy old man, which somewhat marred the image. In the 9th month, as autumn begins its descent, The full moon hung high in the sky. The alley was particularly quiet, as no vehicles could navigate through. The melodious strains of the cello floated through the night air, providing Jiang Heng with an unexpected tranquility. Suddenly, he felt an urge to respond musically to the performance across the way. Regrettably, he possessed no instruments at hand. The music continued, a brief pause between pieces, then a new melody emerged, equally delightful, yet its title eluded him. The technology to identify songs had yet to appear on Blue Star, leaving Jiang Heng unable to ascertain the name of the piece immediately. However, he had grown to understand music. These melodies resonated within him, and he knew he could easily look them up online when time permitted. The enchanting tunes continued to pour forth, one after another, as Jiang Heng listened in silent reverie. As he absorbed the music drifting from across the way, he momentarily forgot his troubles, finding a deep sense of calm within himself. With each successive piece, he felt as if he could sense the emotional journey of the cellist, as her inner turmoil gradually transformed into peace through the power of music. Time slipped away, and when yet another exquisite piece concluded, silence enveloped the night. Outside, the hour had grown late, and all returned to stillness. Jiang Heng's heart was anything but tranquil. He had just earned his first million in life. Although it was achieved through the transportation of songs from Earth, it remained a significant triumph. Yet, as he listened to the music from the loft, the excitement within him gradually settled into a serene calm. That night, he slept more soundly than ever. Chapter 23. Am I famous? Today was Monday. As was his routine, Jiang Heng rose early, completed his run, took a shower, and rode his electric scooter to work. He was employed at a company named Blue Whale, one of the earliest internet portals in the country, often referred to as the Whale Factory. Though its performance had declined somewhat, it remained a prominent player among domestic internet giants. Jiang Heng had chosen this company over an offer from Blueberry primarily due to the higher salary. At that time, Sui Chen was set on entering the entertainment industry and was not working. Having graduated, Jiang Heng felt reluctant to ask his family for financial support. Thus, he needed a job with a better salary. Time had flown, and he had now worked at Blue Whale for over 2 years, having risen to the position of a junior supervisor in the technical department, leading a small technical team. Naturally, this position was considered low-level management within the company and hardly garnered any recognition. Jiang Heng's primary responsibilities involved maintaining the stable operation of the company's news app, a task he found lacking in technical challenge. It was precisely this lack of demanding work that allowed him to moonlight at the Red Romance KTV after hours. Arriving 10 minutes early, he clocked in and settled at his workstation. No sooner had he sat down than a young woman placed a cup of coffee on his desk, cheerfully exclaiming, "Senior, you look quite spirited today." The girl, named Ding Inua, was also from Jiaodong University and had just graduated, making her Jiang Heng's junior. Due to their shared alma mater, he took special care of her, ensuring she smoothly transitioned to a permanent position. Ding Inua was quite adept at ingratiating herself. Each morning, she would brew Jiang Heng a cup of coffee. Previously, Jiang Heng had only managed 4 to 5 hours of sleep each night, arriving at work always appearing groggy. However, in the past few days without his part-time job, he had enjoyed ample rest and was consequently much more alert. "Thank you, no," Jiang Heng said, taking a sip of his coffee before powering up his computer. These years marked a period of explosive growth in the internet sector, with other major companies aggressively expanding and pushing towards mobile internet. Employees often found themselves working overtime. However, Blue Whale operated differently, exhibiting a sluggish response, particularly in the realm of mobile internet, where progress was painfully slow. It was not that the company was oblivious to the future potential of mobile internet. Rather, internal management issues hindered the timely transition of business operations in that direction. The few mobile applications launched had consistently underperformed in downloads and were notoriously difficult to use. For instance, take the Blue Whale News app, which is maintained by Jiang Heng's team. One cannot fathom the developer's intentions. The categorization of news articles is chaotic. The layout of the pages is atrocious, and many images fail to properly fit mobile screens, resulting in a severely subpar user experience. Were it not for work obligations, Jiang Heng would have no desire to utilize it himself. "Senior brother, have you seen the company's internet updates?" Ding Inua leaned over Jiang Heng's desk, her attire snugly accentuating her appealing curves. Jiang Heng couldn't help but cast a lingering glance before swiftly averting his gaze. "I haven't checked yet. Are there any new developments?" Ding Inua flashed a triumphant smile. "You truly are utterly indifferent to the company news." Jiang Heng, in all honesty, seldom paid attention to such matters. His sole focus was on performing his designated tasks with diligence. "Can you speak plainly for once and cut the suspense?" Ding Inua playfully stuck out her tongue. The new COO, the Chief Operating Officer, has officially taken office today. Is that it? Is that all? Ding Inua blinked her innocent large eyes. That's all. What does it have to do with us? Jiang Heng felt entirely indifferent. With tens of thousands of employees at Blue Whale Group, such personnel changes at the executive level held no significance for someone in his position. Ding Inua chuckled. Do you know who the new COO is? Does it concern me? Oh, come on, senior brother, we're just gossiping. The new COO is the daughter of the big boss. And? Ding Inua spoke in a hushed, conspiratorial tone, apparently. She is a stunning beauty, and she is only in her 20s. What relevance does that have for me? Will she give me a raise? Senior brother. I also heard she is single. Why should I care? Ding Inua rolled her eyes in exasperation. No wonder you're single. Jiang Heng merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. As work hours commenced, it being Monday, Jiang Heng attended the technical department's routine meeting, followed by a gathering with his tech team. His team consisted of 8 individuals, and they generally got along well. After all, they were all low-level programmers, devoid of any fierce competition or backstabbing. Once the 2 meetings concluded, the morning had swiftly passed. As was his custom, Jiang Heng prepared to take a break at noon. Having previously suffered from chronic sleep deprivation, he found it imperative to rest a bit during lunch to maintain productivity in the afternoon. Barely had he settled down when he suddenly heard Ding Inua exclaim in surprise. Jiang Heng sighed in exasperation. Her tendency to overreact was tiresome. Senior brother, you're trending. Ding Inua's voice rang out, filled with excitement, utterly oblivious to the fact that it was a time for quietude. At this hour, everyone was preparing to rest, and the office was unusually tranquil. Ding Inua's loud outburst startled everyone, drawing bemused glances from colleagues nearby. Fortunately, Ding Inua was one of the few females in the tech department and quite attractive, which afforded her some leeway. Had a rougher male colleague shouted like that, he might have faced repercussions. Jiang Heng had no choice but to sit up, irritation evident in his tone. It's lunchtime. Why are you making such a fuss? Be mindful of the atmosphere. No, senior brother, you must look. You've gone viral. What do you mean gone viral? I just want to take a nap. Look, senior brother, did you sing at someone else's wedding? Your performance video has gone online and is being shared everywhere. Ding Inua moved closer, waving her phone in front of him. Jiang Heng indeed had sung at Xiao Hua and Li Xinyue's wedding 2 days prior. What is going on? Let me see. Jiang Heng took the phone from Ding Inua, observing that she was using a subpar social media platform. He felt a pang of regret. Blue Whale had its own social media, yet even employees were reluctant to engage with it. Quite a lamentable state. Best Man S song brings the bride to tears. This headline had climbed to 8th place on the trending list. Jiang Heng clicked to view, and there was the video of his performance from the wedding. Who posted this? How did the video find its way online? Jiang Heng muttered. He had no desire to watch the video. After all, he was the one singing. So what was there to see? Instead, he scrolled through the comments. Honestly, I'm in tears. This song resonates deeply with me. It's so touching. My husband and I have been married for 10 years, and despite the ups and downs, it must be a special connection. I do like to ask the best man. I'm getting married next week. Could you come and sing for me? Bro, with skills like that, you should be a master of ceremonies. Am I the only one who thinks the best man is incredibly handsome? I want to have his children. Chapter 24. General Liu wants to see you. Beyond the lively comments section, numerous individuals had shared the video, recounting their love stories. 2 years after graduation, we got married. A year later, our precious daughter was born, and she is now 4.5. So many untold stories behind those few lines. But let us not dwell on that. Let us just enjoy the music. Today at the supermarket, I saw my ex-girlfriend with her current partner buying yogurt. She took her time choosing, ultimately setting aside her once favorite brand for the cheapest option. It pained me to see someone I cherished so dearly became nothing in the eyes of another. As Jiang Heng perused the stories shared by netizens, he couldn't help but reflect on his own narrative with Su Yichen, feeling a swell of emotion. Lifting his gaze, he noticed a multitude of colleagues gathering around him. Jiang Heng returned the phone to Ding Inua, chuckling, "What brings you all here?" "Wow, Jiang Heng, you're amazing. You're usually so quiet. And then you surprise us like this. Who would have thought we had such a talented singer in the tech department? My wife just called to say your song made her miss me." Jiang Heng, it seems this song is your original work. How come you're so extraordinary while we're all just programmers? A throng of colleagues surrounded Jiang Heng, chattering and laughing, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Given that Blue Whale Group's technical department operated from a single hall, the commotion quickly caught the attention of others in the office, who began inquiring about the situation. Upon hearing that a remarkable talent had emerged from their department and had a song trending, excitement surged through everyone. The entire technical department became a hive of activity. Ordinarily, this would be a quiet time for breaks, but the sudden exuberance drew attention from every corner of the floor. Many rushed over to see what was happening. In this age, the allure of internet celebrities remains remarkably potent, especially when it comes to the unexpected rise of grassroots influencers, which piques everyone as curiosity. Who would have imagined that a celebrity could emerge right among them? This was entirely unforeseen for Jiang Heng. He was a reserved individual and had never sought fame. His performance at Xiao Hua's wedding had merely been a spontaneous act, buoyed by the atmosphere, and if given the choice, he would have preferred to blend into the background. To his astonishment, a casual song sung at a wedding had been uploaded online and had subsequently surged in popularity. Throughout the afternoon, discussions about Jiang Heng circulated among the colleagues in the technical department, with everyone eagerly refreshing the latest updates. The video of Jiang Heng singing was gaining traction on social media, climbing into the top 5 of the trending list by midday. His co-workers felt a sense of pride, leaving comments underneath the video to assert that Jiang Heng was one of their own. Some even explicitly stated that Jiang Heng was an employee in the technical department of Blue Whale Group. Some individuals even began to whip out their phones, capturing images of Jiang Heng and subsequently posting his photographs on Weibo. Is this a bid for attention? Such instincts require no instruction. They arise naturally. Of course, they remain indifferent to Jiang Heng's well-being, solely focused on their own follower counts. As soon as the workday commenced, teams from Blue Whale Video, Blue Whale Weibo, and Blue Whale News hurried to the technical department to seek out Jiang Heng. With a burgeoning internet celebrity emerging from their own technical department, they were keen to seize the opportunity. Jiang Heng's singing video had been released on a competitor's platform, and the trending topic had also originated from their rivals Weibo, leaving them a step behind. If subsequent news were to be snatched by other platforms, what would become of them? Not only would they face potential repercussions from the company, but they would also lose face within their industry. Blue Whale News expressed an urgent desire to conduct an exclusive interview with Jiang Heng, while Blue Whale Video and Blue Whale Weibo insisted on promoting his video. The latest and most sensational news could only emanate from Blue Whale's own platforms. Jiang Heng found himself thoroughly exasperated. It was work hours and numerous tasks awaited him, compelling him to dismiss these individuals. He had no desire to navigate the entertainment industry, let alone the realm of internet celebrities. After all, in this era, anything associated with fame seldom bodes well. One could observe that within a mere moment, the cacophony of disparagement directed at Jiang Heng was nearly as loud as the praises he received. What? You inquire about the nature of the insults? Do detractors require justification? They can easily find a pretext to cast doubt upon your very existence. For instance, on such a joyous occasion as a wedding, why would one aim to undermine someone? Or why would a mere groomsman fail to recognize his place, overshadowing the groom? Or they might criticize the song as being quite tacky, and so on. Naturally, the departments of Blue Whale News, Blue Whale Video, and Blue Whale Weibo, rebuffed by Jiang Heng, were not inclined to concede defeat easily. They sought out the head of the technical department, demanding that Jiang Heng acquiesce to their interview request. The head of the technical department, equally overwhelmed, could only compel Jiang Heng to set aside his work and cooperate. Jiang Heng was most unwilling. The current level of attention was already a source of annoyance, and accepting further scrutiny was out of the question. Just then, his direct superior, the manager of the technical division, approached with a woman clad in professional attire. The entire technical team hurriedly greeted the manager, who merely nodded before proceeding directly to Jiang Heng's workstation. Without lifting his head, Jiang Heng declared, "Old Wang, I assure you, I will not grant any interviews, not to anyone." Having been an employee for over 2 years, Jiang Heng maintained a cordial relationship with his manager and did not regard him with the typical deference reserved for higher-ups. Observing the woman beside him, dressed impeccably for a professional setting, it was clear she was not from the technical department. After all, programmers have a distinctive understanding of work attire. Given the present circumstances, Jiang Heng surmised that this was yet another media entity seeking to capitalize on his newfound fame, prompting him to preemptively shut down any further discussion. Jiang Heng. This is Assistant Jiang Shui, the new operations director's assistant from the group. Director Liu wishes to speak with you, so please accompany Assistant Jiang. Upon the manager's pronouncement, all eyes turned towards them in astonishment. Jiang Heng was taken aback. What on earth? The operations director of the group is seeking me? I am merely an inconspicuous supervisor in the technical department. How could I possibly warrant the attention of such a high-ranking official? Just that morning, Ding Yinhua had mentioned that a new chief operating officer had joined the group, a young and single beauty, and now this operations director wanted to meet with him. The attractive assistant curiously appraised Jiang Heng. It must be said, he was indeed handsome. However, with someone of Director Liu's stature, there must be countless eligible suitors. What made him a mere programmer from the technical department, stand out. Nevertheless, the assistant maintained her professionalism, addressing Jiang Heng. Director Jiang, I am Jiang Shui. Assistant to Director Liu. She requires your presence immediately. Although Jiang Heng was puzzled, a summons from the operations director was not something one could easily disregard. After all, they could dismiss him without needing a reason. As his colleagues in the technical department watched him depart with Jiang Shui, the office erupted in excitement. Goodness! They exclaimed in disbelief. Was this the advantage of overnight fame? Even the operations director of the group had sent for him. How enviable! Manager Wang's expression darkened as he barked. Enough chatter. It's work hours, so focus on your tasks. Chapter 25, Old Acquaintances. In a tech giant like Blue Whale, several office buildings are situated in the Wangjiang Industrial Park of the Magic City. The operations director, also known as the chief operating officer, is an absolute powerhouse within the company, with her office located in the administrative building. Jiang Shui led the way, while Jiang Heng followed silently, still bewildered and struggling to grasp the situation. Assistant Jiang, we share the same surname. What a coincidence. Jiang Shui glanced back at him and chuckled, leaving Jiang Heng perplexed. Surely, this must be a special fate? Jiang Shui teased, and Jiang Heng could only roll his eyes. Jiang Shui composed herself, continuing, You're overthinking it. My surname is the water radical, Jiang. Jiang Heng internally scoffed. What do I care about your surname? Assistant Jiang, may I ask, do you know why Director Liu has summoned me? Nope. Jiang Shui's response was refreshingly blunt. She then eyed Jiang Heng curiously. Do you know Director Liu? I'm just a minor figure in the technical department. Why would I know someone like her? Besides, I heard today is her first day on the job. Jiang Shui regarded him skeptically, suspecting he might be fabricating his story, even without concrete evidence. When Director Liu had instructed her to bring Jiang Heng to her, she seemed quite cheerful. Is this guy trying to play tricks on me? Jiang Shui pondered, irritated, and turned away, lapsing into silence. Being unexpectedly summoned by a company bigwig rarely bodes well. Jiang Heng felt a flicker of anxiety and was disinclined to engage in conversation with Jiang Shui. So they walked in silence. Upon reaching the administrative building, they ascended to the 32nd floor, where the Group's chief operating officer held office. The COO's office was opulently designed, featuring a reception area outside and a dedicated workspace within. Jiang Shui quietly instructed Jiang Heng, please wait here. I'll inform Director Liu. She approached the door to the inner office and gently knocked. Upon hearing a woman's voice inviting her in, Jiang Shui entered. Director Liu, the supervisor of the technical department, Jiang Heng, has arrived. Good. Let him come in directly, and you may return to your duties, Director Liu replied. Jiang Shui was taken aback. This directive seemed rather unusual. In the morning, when meeting with other senior executives, Director Liu had always greeted them in the reception area, never allowing anyone into her office. Moreover, she had always required her presence for others. Why was she now dismissing her? There had to be some underlying reason. Jiang Shui's curiosity piqued. Exiting, she looked at Jiang Heng with newfound interest. Director Liu is waiting for you inside. You may go in. With that, she disregarded Jiang Heng and walked away. After this entire process, Jiang Heng, already on edge, felt increasingly anxious. Jiang Heng had no inkling of how General Manager Liu conducted her meetings with others. When she invited him in, he simply complied without a moment's hesitation. He strode towards the inner chamber without a second thought. As Jiang Shui exited, she left the door ajar, allowing Jiang Heng to glimpse a woman seated within, engrossed in her documents. Though her face remained obscured, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. However, he dismissed any notions of improbability. After all, it was entirely plausible that someone occupying the esteemed position of chief operating officer in a leading internet enterprise could be a prominent figure within the industry. And feeling a sense of recognition was perfectly reasonable. Out of courtesy, Jiang Heng gently rapped on the door twice. The general manager did not lift her gaze, but responded, Jiang Heng, please have a seat and help yourself to something to drink. Huh? Why did that voice sound somewhat familiar? Jiang Heng's mind raced as he endeavored to recall where he might have encountered this general manager, but alas, he found himself at a loss. None of his acquaintances bore the surname Liu. Entering the executive office for the first time, Jiang Heng dutifully took a seat as instructed. He began to survey the lavish surroundings of the office, marveling at the opulence befitting a COO. While he refrained from commenting on aspects beyond his comprehension, he could readily attest to the immense value of the famed landscape painting gracing the sidewall. It was undoubtedly an authentic masterpiece. Within the suite lay another chamber, presumably the COO's lounge. Suddenly, Jiang Heng sensed a pair of eyes appraising him. He turned to find General Manager Liu gazing at him with an enigmatic smile. Upon locking eyes with her and discerning her features, Jiang Heng's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The general manager then chuckled. What is the matter? Don't you recognize me? Young Zai Zai? In an instant, Jiang Heng's thoughts were whisked back to his days at Hongleman, where he had worked part-time. During the previous summer, he had joined the ranks of Hongleman KTV, which offered companionship services featuring princesses and young masters. Many affluent women frequented the establishment, often exhibiting remarkable generosity. Some young masters could earn substantial tips in a single evening. Naturally, most patrons also requested services beyond mere drinking, singing, and dice games. As an ambitious young man, Jiang Heng refrained from providing such services. That evening, he overheard several employees discussing the arrival of 5 wealthy women in Box 909, each possessing fair skin, beauty, and long legs. The ladies sought a few handsome young masters to accompany them in drinking, singing, and playing dice. Having spent considerable time at the establishment, Jiang Heng understood that the most sought-after companions were indeed those with fair skin and striking features. Earning money amidst such pleasing company was far preferable to being exploited by aging and less attractive patrons. Though he found their conversation amusing, Jiang Heng dismissed it as irrelevant to him. His focus remained on delivering drinks and towels. Young Master A sighed. The most beautiful woman in Box 909 is truly difficult to please. She seems unimpressed by anyone. Young Master B remarked, have you noticed? The others are clearly trying to gauge her mood. She must be the wealthiest among them. Young Master C added, they're here to have fun. It's she's acting all high and mighty. Once the night is over, she'll be just as wild. Young Master A retorted, if you're so capable, why not win her over? Whoever manages that will undoubtedly earn handsomely. Jiang Heng shook his head, unable to tolerate the conversation any longer, and proceeded to deliver towels to each room. Upon entering Box 909, Jiang Heng cast a glance and confirmed that the room was indeed filled with fair-skinned, stunning young women. The atmosphere was vibrant, with each of the 4 women accompanied by a young master, all rallying around the most attractive among them, coaxing her to drink. Later, he learned that her name was Yang Zai Zai. Today, however, he discovered that she was actually named Lu Ran, the newly appointed chief operating officer of Blue Whale Network Technology Company, Limited Chapter 26, 1,000 per cup. Lu Ran was the only daughter of Lu Zhengzhang, the owner of Blue Whale Network. As one of China's earliest internet pioneers, Lu Zhengzhang had once held the title of the nation's wealthiest individual. Due to her parents' demanding careers, Lu Ran was raised by her grandmother, which instilled in her a profound appreciation for traditional culture. After completing her studies in the United States, she joined a prominent investment institution and ventured into the financial sector on Wall Street. Lu Ran exhibited extraordinary talent in financial investments, swiftly ascending to the position of vice president at the Shanghai headquarters of a major investment firm. On her first day back in Shanghai, her close friends hosted a welcome dinner, after which someone suggested they visit Hongleman KTV for some fun. Lu Ran, well aware of the nature of KTV establishments in her home country, felt an innate aversion towards such venues. However, she didn't wish to dampen her friends' spirits, so she reluctantly accompanied them to Hongleman. When someone proposed that 5 women should find a few men to join them for singing and drinking, Lu Ran recalled a past infatuation with a boy during her studies abroad, only to later discover his tumultuous private life and unscrupulous intentions towards her. Fortunately, she had received a tip-off in time to avoid falling into his trap. Since then, she had developed a disinterest in men. Now, faced with her friend's suggestion, Lu Ran found herself unable to accept it, yet she also did not wish to spoil their fun. As a group of young men entered the room, each sporting slicked-back hair and polished appearances, Lu Ran felt a wave of revulsion. No matter how her friends urged her on, she steadfastly refused. Believing Lu Ran was merely unimpressed by the young masters, her friends insisted that they needed to ensure her enjoyment. Thus, they declared that any young man who could satisfy her would be rewarded with a sum of 100,000 yuan. The young masters promptly surrounded Lu Ran, attempting to curry favor, which only served to irritate her further, leading her to dismiss them all. However, Lu Ran soon found herself in a predicament, as her 4 mischievous friends clearly orchestrated the situation. During a game, with 8 participants, she struggled to keep up. When out for enjoyment, one should embrace the thrill and accept the stakes. After consuming copious amounts of alcohol, Lu Ran felt her head growing heavy and her vision blurring. At that moment, a server entered with warm towels. Lu Ran initially paid little attention, but when the server handed her a towel, she inadvertently met his eyes. His gaze was strikingly clear, leaving her astonished. Just moments earlier, the row of young masters before her had looked at her with predatory glances, as if she were prey. The male colleagues she encountered in her professional life also gazed at her with varying degrees of desire. Such looks made her profoundly uncomfortable. To her surprise, amidst the revelry of Hongleman, she encountered a server with such a pure gaze. Zai, you just lost again. Hurry and drink. Lu Ran felt her head becoming increasingly heavy, aware that if she continued drinking, she would surely become inebriated. I cannot drink anymore. Her friends immediately protested. No. You must honor the bet. Wiping her face, Lu Ran returned the towel to the server, who earnestly collected it, preparing to leave. Lu Ran felt her mind slipping from her control. She abruptly grasped the server's arm, pointing at the drinks on the table and commanding, "You, drink for me." She noticed the astonishment in his eyes as he turned back to her. "Drink for me," Lu Ran repeated insistently. The four close friends soon realized the situation and began to jeer, urging the waiter to consume the drink. Sorry, but I am merely the towel attendant and do not partake in drinking," he replied, his refusal unexpected. At this moment, a young gentleman remarked, "Jiang Heng. Miss Yang is extending you a favor. Do not be ungrateful." It was then that Lu Ran learned the waiteress name was Jiang Heng. "I apologize, but my duties do not encompass drinking," Jiang Heng reiterated with unwavering calm, as if merely stating a fact. The young gentleman took turns mocking Jiang Heng, suggesting he was at Hong Romance to earn money and should not be so pretentious. Jiang Heng chose not to engage in their banter and pushed his cart, preparing to depart. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol, but Lu Ran, usually composed, suddenly felt a surge of anger. Throughout her life, those around her had always catered to her whims. Whatever she desired, others eagerly obliged. Yet here was a mere waiter audaciously refusing her in front of so many. How dare he disregard her dignity? Lu Ran, strong-willed and accustomed to getting her way, thought to herself that this fellow worked at Hong Romance solely for monetary gain. If he refused, she would simply throw money at him. In retrospect, Lu Ran found her behavior utterly absurd. She prided herself on being rational, yet she acted in such a manner that day. 10,000 for a drink. Money truly is a powerful motivator, and Lu Ran kept a close watch on Jiang Heng. As she raised her offer, Jiang Heng hesitated, his expression reflecting disbelief at her words. Lu Ran rummaged through her bag, extracting all the cash within and laying it on the table. Finding it insufficient, she glanced at her friends, who understood her plight and began contributing their own cash, piling it onto the table. 10,000 for a drink, Lu Ran reiterated, locking eyes with Jiang Heng. She noticed his prominent Adam's apple bobbing slightly, and within his gaze, she detected a struggle, as if he were engaged in a fierce internal conflict. The young gentleman, who had previously ridiculed Jiang Heng, fell silent, all eyes now fixed on him. For a fleeting moment, Lu Ran felt like a villain, akin to the antagonists in films. Yet she stubbornly maintained her gaze on Jiang Heng. She was unwilling to concede defeat. Eventually, Jiang Heng appeared to reach a resolution, his eyes regaining their clarity. He simply nodded, lifted the glass from the table, and drank deeply. As he drank, his movements were exaggerated, as though he were pouring the liquor down his throat. The alcohol spilled from the corners of his mouth, trickling down his neck and soaking into his shirt. Lu Ran observed the rhythmic motion of his Adam's apple and, inexplicably, felt her cheeks flush. Once he finished, Jiang Heng placed the glass back on the table and, looking at Lu Ran, calmly inquired, "Is that sufficient?" Lu Ran felt a twinge of discomfort under his gaze and turned her attention to the empty glass, suddenly recalling that he had just drunk from her cup. Her breath quickened, and her face grew even hotter. "Handsome, do continue," she urged. "Indeed, here lies 50,000 in total. Drink for more glasses, and this money is all yours." Her friends continued to egg him on. Lu Ran raised her eyes to Jiang Heng, who remained composed, merely nodding as he bent down, one hand grasping the bottle and the other the glass. Lu Ran silently watched as he poured for himself, consuming 4 consecutive glasses before placing the cup down and casually grabbing the cash from the table. He nodded to her, saying, "Thank you, boss," before turning and pushing his card out of the private room. Chapter 27. Drinking Companion. That was the first time Lu Ran encountered Jiang Heng, and she found herself unexpectedly captivated by him. His clear eyes, the tranquility with which he spoke, the movement of his Adam's apple while drinking, and the liquor that flowed from the corners of his mouth into his collar. All these details made her heart race. In the days that followed, she often reminisced about that face during her work hours. A week later, she took the initiative to invite her friends to Hong Romance, claiming it was a treat for the sisters. Only she knew that her true intention was to catch another glimpse of Jiang Heng. Before arriving, she prepared a substantial amount of cash. From the moment she entered, she eagerly anticipated seeing Jiang Heng again. As was customary, her friends sought companionship for drinking and entertainment. Lu Ran, however, declined, waiting for Jiang Heng's arrival. Deep down, she despised the atmosphere of Hong Romance. Every second spent there felt like torment. Yet when Jiang Heng finally pushed his card inside, her mood brightened instantaneously. She began pulling cash from her bag, stacking it on the table, and said to Jiang Heng, 10,000 for a drink. Everyone was taken aback. Even Jiang Heng momentarily lost in thought. While the last time she had made him drink was due to a gaming defeat, today, S request seemed entirely unwarranted. However, her friends were there to support her, and they joined in the playful teasing. With her arms crossed over her chest, Lu Ran awaited Jiang Heng's response. After their previous encounter, she surmised that Jiang Heng was likely in need of money and would not refuse. Her instincts proved correct. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lifted the glass and began to drink. Lu Ran felt her face heat up again, realizing that the glass he raised was the very one she had used. This time, it was intentional. She fixated on the movement of his Adam's apple, the sight igniting an inexplicable thrill within her, particularly by the third glass. Perhaps due to the liquor dampening his shirt, Jiang Heng loosened the second button of his shirt, and Lu Ran felt her breath quicken, her face burning, and her heart racing. After finishing his drink, he collected the cash from the table, calmly uttering, "Thank you, boss," before departing. Once Jiang Heng left, Lu Ran felt a profound sense of loss, her interest in the subsequent activities waning. For the following weeks, Lu Ran frequented Hong Romance, seeking Jiang Heng for drinks as part of a routine. In the beginning, whenever Jiang Heng entered, Lu Ran would pile cash on the table, and he would drink, take the money, and say, "Thank you, boss," before leaving, their interactions devoid of any unnecessary dialogue, a silent understanding between them. As time passed, even the manager at Hong Romance became aware of the generous beauty who favored Jiang Heng. Consequently, the manager informed Jiang Heng that whenever Lu Ran was present, his sole responsibility was to attend to her. Gradually, Lu Ran and Jiang Heng grew more familiar, engaging in conversations beyond merely drinking. Lu Ran learned that Jiang Heng was an ordinary programmer at her own company, taking up this part-time job due to financial constraints. His willingness to drink stemmed entirely from the generous sum she provided. Lu Ran never revealed her true name to Jiang Heng, consistently using the alias Yang Zai Zai. Naturally, she would never disclose that the company, Whale Factory, was her family's business. Later, when Lu Ran discovered that Jiang Heng had a girlfriend, she felt a wave of disappointment and refrained from visiting Hong Romance for 2 consecutive weeks. Lu Ran suddenly found her situation laughable. What she shared with Jiang Heng was merely that of drinking companions, a relationship defined by monetary exchange. Perhaps, in Jiang Heng's eyes, they didn't even qualify as true drinking friends. Given this, does it truly matter whether he has a girlfriend? After coming to terms with her feelings, she resumed her weekly visits to the Red Romance, just as she had before. Subsequently, she learned that Jiang Heng had experienced a heartbreak. That evening, Jiang Heng consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, but surprisingly did not use her money. It was the first time Lu Ran witnessed Jiang Heng in a state of disarray. Seeing him in such a vulnerable condition stirred a sense of compassion within her. 6 months prior, due to work commitments, Lu Ran had departed from the headquarters in the bustling metropolis. Recently, her father summoned her back to the company to assume the role of chief operating officer. Just 2 days ago, Lu Ran returned to the metropolis. Last night, filled with excitement, she arrived at the Red Romance, initially expecting to see Jiang Heng, only to be informed that he no longer worked there. Although she felt a twinge of disappointment, it was fleeting. After all, she was to return to Blue Whale for work the next day, as the chief operating officer. How difficult could it be to meet with a supervisor from the technical department? Thus, on her first day back at work, after meeting all the senior executives, she promptly instructed her assistant to summon Jiang Heng. She was eager to observe his reaction upon seeing her again. As anticipated, Jiang Heng stumbled over his words at the sight of her. Lu Ran felt an urge to laugh, yet she maintained a serious demeanor. Fixing a stern gaze upon him, "What Yang Zai Zai? I am Lu Ran, Chief Operating Officer of Blue Whale Network." Seizing the moment, Lu Ran scrutinized Jiang Heng. In the 6 months since their last encounter, he had not changed a bit. His gaze remained as clear as ever, his cheeks still gaunt, and that charming Adam's apple still prominent. He wore a basic shirt beneath a plaid flannel, paired with light blue jeans and white sneakers, exuding a vibrant, youthful energy that filled her with delight. She noticed him open his mouth as if to say something, yet ultimately, he remained silent, merely appearing flustered. This inexplicably brought joy to Lu Ran. "You've always pretended to be calm, yet now you seem to be faltering." Lu Ran stood up from her seat, circumnavigating her desk to approach Jiang Heng. Dressed in a tailored dark gray suit, complemented by a matching pencil skirt and black stockings that accentuated her slender legs, she radiated the elegance of an urban elite. Standing beside Jiang Heng, she looked down at him. "Surprised, are we?" Jiang Heng quickly regained his composure, responding in his usual calm manner, a bit. Lu Ran was pleased with his reply and took a seat beside him. "I visited Red Romance last night. They mentioned you no longer work there?" Jiang Heng nodded. Curiosity piqued. Lu Ran asked, "Are you not in need of money anymore?" Noticing Jiang Heng's constipated expression, she realized she had perhaps overstepped. It had been a long time since they last met, and she struggled to gauge the appropriate boundaries. Lu Ran still could not fathom why Jiang Heng held such a fascination with money. "Lu, may I inquire why you summoned me?" Jiang Heng's question irked her. He still bore that same stoic expression. Had half a year apart rendered a casual conversation impossible? If you wish to keep it formal, then so be it. Jiang Heng, I require an assistant and want to transfer you to serve as my aide. Assistant? The Chief Operating Officer's assistant? Surely, this is a jest? According to Blue Whale's job hierarchy, Jiang Heng's current position was classified as P6, placing him among the lower echelons of management. Lu Ran, as the Chief Operating Officer, was the second in command of the company. Although Jiang Heng was unaware of the rank of her assistant, he was certain it exceeded that of an M1 level lower management position like his own. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The fact remained that an assistant was part of the project management division, while he belonged to the technical field. With over a decade of experience ahead of the current world standards, he was destined to shine in his technical career, making it implausible for him to abandon his current path. Lu, I am a programmer. I may not be suited for the role of assistant. Lu Ran's beautifully shaped brows knitted slightly, not due to Jiang Heng's refusal, for she had anticipated such a response from him. What vexed her was his formal address of Lu, which felt distant. She would much prefer if he called her Yang Zai Zai as he used to, as it would greatly uplift her spirits. You may as well call me Zai Zai. Ah, isn't that inappropriate? You are the Chief Operating Officer. Lu Ran playfully punched Jiang Heng's solid chest, feeling a slight flush rise to her cheeks. Quickly regaining her composure, she stated, "This is my office, and when it is just the two of us, you shall call me Zai Zai." Jiang Heng thought to himself, what am I to her? How dare I address my superior by her nickname? Nevertheless, he nodded vaguely. Jiang Heng, you are currently AP6, earning a monthly salary of 26K, correct? Jiang Heng nodded. Lu Ran, now brimming with confidence, realized that the most effective leverage over Jiang Heng was money, as long as she offered a competitive salary. She was certain he would acquiesce. If you agree to be my assistant, your salary will double. Jiang Heng felt a pang of distress. His financial struggles were his Achilles heel, and Lu Ran was clearly being deliberate. Under normal circumstances, he would begrudgingly agree to various requests, but this time was different. After all, his technical expertise was his foundation, and he could not forsake it for a fleeting monetary gain. Lu, didn't I ask you to call me Zai Zai? Jiang Heng fell silent. Human psychology is peculiar. Previously, calling her Yang Zai Zai or Zai Zai felt entirely natural. However, now that he recognized Lu Ran as the Chief Operating Officer, a corporate leader, such familiarity seemed ill-fitting. I cannot accept your offer. I am unable to perform the duties of an assistant, and besides, do you not already have assistant Jiang? Lu Ran felt a moment of disorientation, taken aback by Jiang Heng's refusal. Had half a year apart made him financially secure? Yet, he had just displayed signs of reluctance. If money was not the solution, it indicated his genuine unwillingness. What rationale could she employ to persuade him? Lu Ran felt her mind racing faster than ever before. Soon, she had a response ready. Are you referring to Jiang Shui? She graduated with a degree in business administration from Yin Yuan University and has no trouble assisting with project management. However, Blue Whale Network is an internet company, ultimately reliant on technology. I require someone with technical expertise to assist me, and neither Jiang Shui nor I possess that knowledge. Thus, I need your help. This reasoning was indeed sound. The mobile internet division of Blue Whale Network had developed into its current state of disarray, evidently due to the company's lack of focus on this sector. At its core, this stemmed from the management's inadequate understanding of mobile internet. Jiang Heng recalled his vast experience, surpassing current global standards, and while he recognized the plethora of opportunities available, his current situation did not permit him to resign and venture into entrepreneurship. Utilizing Blue Whale's resources to test the waters first would be advantageous. However, at his current P6 level, he lacked the power to initiate projects, rendering such aspirations unattainable. Observing Jiang Heng deep in thought after hearing her words, Lu Ran knew her argument had struck a chord. She pressed on. You graduated from Jiaodong University, and I'm certain you understand that mobile internet is the future. You've seen how poorly we are performing in this area. Upon my appointment, I intend to increase investment in this sector, but I lack technical knowledge and genuinely require someone like you to assist me. Jiang Heng remained reluctant, pondering, but matters concerning the company's management are far beyond the purview of someone like me, a mere P6. Only those at the P9 level and above are fit to take on such roles. He sighed. While my current position may appear glamorous, the pressure is immense. My father placed me here with the intention of grooming me for succession. Yet the management team consists of veterans who co-founded the company alongside him. To them, I'm merely a junior. The only person I can truly trust within this company is you, which is why I urgently require your assistance." Jiang Heng opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. In his mind, he considered himself and Yang Zai, or rather now Lu Ran, to be little more than drinking companions, albeit ones entangled in a web of financial interests, not even friends in the truest sense. He never anticipated that Lu Ran would place such trust in him, viewing him as the sole individual worthy of confidence within the company. Blue Whale, after all, is a colossal internet enterprise valued at over 20 billion. At just 26 years of age, Lu Ran, as a young woman caught among a cadre of seasoned veterans, undoubtedly faced considerable challenges. Jiang Heng, a mere cog in the corporate machine, was entirely oblivious to the intricacies of upper management. However, upon hearing Lu Ran's words, his mind instinctively conjured images of corporate battles and palace intrigues, seamlessly inserting Lu Ran into such scenarios. The more he contemplated, the more he realized the hardships she must endure. The fact that a mere junior like himself had garnered Lu Ran's trust was undeniably gratifying. The phrase "a soldier dies for his confidant" encapsulated his sentiments perfectly. Lu Ran sensed that Jiang Heng was becoming increasingly intrigued, and her heart swelled with joy, secretly reveling in the ease with which she could manipulate the situation. Determined to add more weight to her proposition, she continued, "Jiang Heng, I understand you perceive yourself as a technical expert, but rest assured, I won't treat you as merely an assistant like Jiang Shui. Once I have organized the company's affairs, I will allow you to lead a project development team." While her earlier emotional appeals had merely swayed him slightly, this statement genuinely ignited his interest. As a junior, Jiang Heng knew that there were thousands of supervisors like him in the company, and the prospect of distinguishing himself among them seemed like a far-fetched dream. Leading a project development team was an aspiration that felt almost unattainable. Yet within Blue Whale Network, spearheading a project would yield substantial financial rewards. Jiang Heng possessed over a decade of experience that placed him ahead of the curve. Any creative idea he generated could undoubtedly lead to significant profits. Not only could he repay his family's debts, but he could also amass enough capital to launch his own venture. Lu Ran's grand vision was simply irresistible to him, and he had faith that she would not deceive him. In his heart, a small voice echoed a classic line: "Once I earn 30 million, I will retire." Chapter 29. Ascending Beyond One's Level. Having made up his mind, Jiang Heng ceased to waver. "Very well, I agree to be your assistant." Upon hearing his acquiescence, Lu Ran's heart soared, though she maintained an air of composure. "Great, the HR department will issue your reassignment order shortly. You'll hand over your current responsibilities this afternoon and report here tomorrow morning." "Isn't that a tad too swift, just half a day, for a handover?" Jiang Heng mused. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the efficiency often exhibited by upper management and nodded in agreement. "Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner as a token of my gratitude for your willingness to assist me." Jiang Heng paused momentarily before nodding once more. "All right, please leave me your phone number. I'll call you after work." Lu Ran's heart raced. Despite their lengthy acquaintance, they had never exchanged contact information. Jiang Heng relayed his number to her, and almost immediately, his phone rang. It was Lu Ran calling. They saved each other's numbers, and as Jiang Heng exited her opulent office and made his way down the elevator, he felt as though he were in a dream. Who could have imagined that the extravagant heiress he had met at Red Romance would turn out to be the daughter of Blue Whale's magnate, now his direct supervisor? While drinking together, Jiang Heng had always maintained a certain distance, yet he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lu Ran. That period had been one of his most challenging times. His family's business had just gone bankrupt, and he had been under immense pressure. After all, during the time when his family needed money the most, his sister, Jiang Yao, had contributed her entire allowance, while he found himself utterly broke, burdened by a profound sense of guilt that tormented him daily. The weekly allowance Lu Ran provided alleviated some of that guilt. Though he had earned that money through drinking, the notion that a single drink could be worth 10,000 was almost surreal. He felt that Lu Ran had aided him, so when he learned that she needed help, his heart softened. Even without the enticing prospects she painted, he would likely have agreed to be her assistant. As he returned to his workstation, his team members quickly surrounded him, eager for gossip. The most animated of them was undoubtedly the junior sister, Ding Inoa. "Senior brother, do tell us. What did the COO want with you?" The others, equally curious, awaited Jiang Heng's response. He glanced at the group encircling his desk, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Some had worked with him for 2 years, and even Ding Inoa, who had joined earlier, had been with him for half a year. Their camaraderie had flourished, and he had anticipated their imminent separation. As people prepared to depart, it felt necessary to clarify matters. Thus, Jiang Heng succinctly informed them of his meeting with Lu Ran. Nothing much, just that she wants me to be her assistant. Oh my heavens! Ding Inua exclaimed, covering her mouth with an exaggerated expression. Senior brother, you can't be serious. You're going to assist the COO? Indeed, another chimed in. Don't you have any self-awareness? Why would she choose you as her assistant? Good grief is all I can say to express my feelings right now. Why you? Everyone else is so ordinary. Why are you suddenly the exceptional one? Upon hearing that Jiang Heng was to become Lu Ran's assistant, the group erupted into chaos. This was no jest. Jiang Heng was merely a P6 supervisor, while the assistant to the COO would typically require at least a P8 designation. Such a leap in status was bewildering to anyone. Ding Inua cried out, Senior brother, spill the beans. Have you known the COO for a while? What is your relationship? Jiang Heng cast a sidelong glance at Ding Inua, impressed by her inquisitive nature, as she had cut straight to the heart of the matter. Of course, he would never admit to such things. He flicked her forehead playfully, saying, What a nosy one you are. Do you really think someone like me has any right to know the COO? Ding Inua clutched her head, feeling that Jiang Heng was being disingenuous, though she lacked proof. Her large eyes darted around, and she quickly added, Senior brother, I've heard that Lu Ran is stunningly beautiful. Could it be that she has taken a liking to you? The onlookers collectively gasped, their tone dripping with innuendo. Jiang Heng replied with a sigh. Oh Ding. If only you would channel that imagination into writing novels instead of code. This is work time. Why aren't you focusing on your tasks? Just then, Manager Wang's voice rang out, and although they weren't particularly afraid of him, they still offered him the respect he deserved. With laughter and banter, everyone returned to their respective workstations. Manager Wang observed the dispersing crowd with satisfaction, pulling over a chair to sit beside Jiang Heng, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he handed Jiang Heng a piece of paper. Well, my boy, what extraordinary fortune has befallen you? Jiang Heng accepted the paper, which bore the official notice from the Human Resources Department appointing him as the Assistant Chief Operating Officer. The document clearly stated that Jiang Heng's current rank was M3. The Blue Whale's ranking system comprises P and M series, with P denoting technical positions. Jiang Heng's previous rank was P6, M1, corresponding to a supervisor role, the lowest tier of management, while M3 aligns with P8, a senior manager, allowing him to skip the P7 rank altogether. Notably, Manager Wang himself held the P7 position, indicating that Jiang Heng had now surpassed him. Jiang Heng politely smiled. Manager Wang, I still find this quite perplexing. Enough of your modesty. Manager Wang chuckled, giving Jiang Heng a friendly pat on the shoulder. You need to hand over your work to Lu Xueqing from Group 3. Rising from his seat, he clapped his hands to gather attention. Everyone, pause your tasks for a moment. I have an announcement to make. All eyes turned toward him. Gentlemen, our very own Jiang Heng will be promoted to Assistant Chief Operating Officer starting tomorrow. This is a point of pride for our group, so we will be having a farewell gathering tonight in his honor. Cheers erupted in the office area, drawing the attention of colleagues from other teams. And soon the news spread like wildfire. Was today Jiang Heng's lucky day? His song For You had just surged into the top 5 of the trending list. With a little promotion, becoming an internet sensation was a sure thing. His remarkable talent was truly enviable. Now, with his new role as the assistant to the chief operating officer, it was almost infuriating. The newly appointed COO was none other than the only daughter of the big boss, and from publicly available photos on the company website, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Who could have imagined that the person he had been coding alongside would suddenly become the COO's assistant? It was utterly surreal. This was enough to incite jealousy and admiration in equal measure. What merit did Jiang Heng possess to rise amidst the sea of P6 employees at Blue Whale, where P8s were commonplace? Why would a new COO choose a seemingly inconspicuous P6 employee as her assistant, instead of seeking someone from the P8 ranks? It could only be said that Jiang Heng had indeed stumbled upon extraordinary luck today. Chapter 30, an unfortunate start, with colleagues organizing a farewell gathering for him. Jiang Heng felt he had no choice but to comply. Remembering that Lu Ran had also invited him to dinner that evening, he felt a pang of anxiety. How could he offend his new boss even before officially starting his position? What kind of future would that bode? Nevertheless, he had no option but to join his colleagues for the farewell event. Jiang Heng texted Lu Ran. Ms. Lu, I apologize, but my department colleagues are throwing a farewell party for me tonight, so I won't be able to join you for dinner. I am truly sorry. I will treat you next time. After sending the message, he waited for a reply that never came. He reasoned that as the COO, she must be extremely busy and likely had no time to respond to his message. At least he had informed her. She would see it when she had a moment. Meanwhile, Lu Ran was in high spirits, having finished her work and contemplating where to take Jiang Heng for dinner. She even asked her best friend for restaurant recommendations. Ultimately, she settled on a charming eatery and began to think about what to wear and what to say during their dinner. Lost in her excitement, she couldn't help but laugh aloud, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her infatuation as her cheeks flushed. Propping her chin on her hand, Lu Ran glanced at the time on her phone, eagerly wishing for the workday to conclude. Just then, her phone chimed, indicating a new message. She opened it to find Jiang Heng's name, her lips curving into a smile. However, her expression froze upon reading the content of the message. This text was a double blow. Jiang Heng, have you any idea who I am? I am your direct superior. And you dare to stand me up even before your official start? Are you not worried I might hold it against you? Furthermore, they had agreed to address each other informally, yet he still referred to her as Ms. Lu. Frustrated, Lu Ran tossed her phone aside, her anger boiling over as she felt on the verge of tears. Having worked alongside Jiang Heng for 2 years, they had developed a good rapport, and the atmosphere of the farewell gathering was lively. Although Jiang Heng's transfer was merely an internal adjustment, in a massive internet company like Blue Whale with tens of thousands of employees, such a shift could mean they might never cross paths again. Thus, everyone was quite relaxed that evening, with Ding even getting overly emotional and crying profusely. As the guest of honor, Jiang Heng was continually toasted, and he graciously accepted every drink, soon becoming tipsy and oblivious to how he returned home. The following morning, he awoke with a splitting headache. Realizing it was already 8 o'clock, shaking his head to clear the fog, he recalled he needed to report to the COO in the administrative building today. He couldn't possibly be late on his first day. Damn it, drinking has truly messed me up, he thought as he hurriedly got out of bed, feeling the room spin. He quickly showered, dressed, and staggered downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he realized that knowing he would drink the night before, he had left his electric scooter at the company. He had no choice but to hail a taxi, only to find himself stuck in heavy traffic. When he finally arrived at the administrative building, he discovered that his access card failed to unlock the door. Jiang Heng was on the verge of a breakdown. By the time he got into the elevator, it was already time to start work. After 2 years of impeccable punctuality, his record was now tarnished. This was undeniably awkward. He wondered how Lu Ran would perceive him. Inside the elevator, several men and women cast strange glances at his attire. It quickly dawned on Jiang Heng that everyone else was dressed in formal business attire, while he still resembled the classic programmer. Though technically also in business attire, he stood out like a child at an adult's table. Upon reaching the 32nd floor, Jiang Heng stepped out of the elevator and made his way down the corridor toward the assistant's office, where he encountered Jiang Shui just exiting Lu Ran's office. Jiang Shui paused, clearly taken aback, her eyes scanning Jiang Heng from top to bottom before she burst into laughter. Jiang Heng recognized that she was mocking his outfit. Though slightly embarrassed, he brushed it off. Jiang Heng, making quite an entrance on your first day, are we? My apologies. I had a bit too much to drink last night. Assistant Jiang, will I be working? Ms. Lu wants to see you. You'd best head in. She'll provide you with further instructions. Suddenly recalling the text he had sent to Lu Ran, Jiang Heng noted that she hadn't replied, and he had assumed she was in agreement. Oh no, what if she's upset with me? He pondered. Assistant Jiang, how's Ms. Lu feeling today? Jiang Shui shot him an incredulous look. How would I know how she feels? You should know better than I do. Hurry up and go in. You're already late. Don't keep Ms. Lu waiting. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Jiang Heng nodded to Jiang Shui and, with a sense of trepidation, stepped into Lu Ran's office. He gently knocked on the door twice, hearing her flat voice say, "Come in." Pushing the door open, he was met with Lu Ran reclining in her chair, arms crossed, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes on him. Jiang Heng inwardly cursed. Lu Ran's expression was decidedly ominous. With a steely resolve, Jiang Heng greeted, "Hello, Director Lu." He then furtively observed Lu Ran's expression. Jiang Heng noticed that ever since he had offered his greeting, Lu Ran's already displeased visage had darkened further. Jiang Heng, do you possess any sense of time at all? On your very first day of work, you arrive late. How can I trust you with responsibilities under such circumstances? And what is this attire? Do you still think you are in the technical department? Is it too much to expect you to wear formal attire during working hours? Jiang Heng thought to himself, goodness, this is clearly a personal attack. Based on his experience, he knew that at such a moment, his demeanor must be upright, and his apology sincere. I apologize, Director Lu. It won't happen again. Despite his earnestness, he was taken aback as Lu Ran's gaze turned even more piercing, making him feel quite uncomfortable. I hope this is the first and last time, she stated. Understood, Director Lu. How should I proceed with my work? Lu Ran gritted her teeth, irritated by Jiang Heng's formality in addressing her. I mentioned yesterday that I believe the company's future business should primarily focus on the mobile internet sector. I need you to draft a mobile internet development strategy report. The initial draft is entrusted to you. Is 3 days sufficient? Jiang Heng thought to himself, isn't this a bit unfair? I'm a technical person, and now you want me to devise the company's development strategy? Fortunately, he possessed memories of a future far beyond this world, enabling him to tackle this task with confidence. All right, I will start preparing immediately. His prompt acceptance left Lu Ran momentarily speechless. She had intended to make things difficult for him, but his willingness surprised her. Perhaps he had some thoughts of his own. It would be interesting to see what he could produce. If the outcome didn't meet her expectations, well, that would be something to consider. Then, will I be working? Lu Ran shifted her position, thoughtfully resting her chin on her hand before responding. Please have Jiang Shui arrange for a desk to be moved into my office. You will work directly opposite me. Chapter 31. The pressure is immense. Jiang Heng believed he must have misheard. Lu Ran was actually suggesting that he share her office? Surely this was a jest. Is this appropriate? Perhaps I should remain in the office with Assistant Jiang? What is appropriate or inappropriate is irrelevant. Jiang Heng. Understand that I am notifying you, not seeking your opinion. Upon observing her demeanor, Jiang Heng realized he had no choice in the matter. Very well, I will make the arrangements now. With that, he exited the office. Lu Ran watched Jiang Heng's retreating figure, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. You think you can escape my grasp by becoming my assistant? Jiang Heng found himself in Jiang Shui's office, plopping down onto the sofa, feeling utterly disinclined to speak. Jiang Shui frowned. Jiang Heng, what is going on? This is working hours. Don't you have tasks to attend to? With a furrowed brow, Jiang Heng replied, Assistant Jiang, could you please help me arrange for a desk and chair to be moved to Director Lu's office? Jiang Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? To Director Lu's office? Jiang Heng managed a wry smile. I wish I were joking. Jiang Shui stood up, resting her chin on her hand, scrutinizing him for a long moment. Jiang Heng, I suspected your relationship with Director Lu was unusual yesterday. Now confess, what is the nature of your relationship? Jiang Heng was at a loss for words, thinking, can I tell you that I met Director Lu as a drinking buddy at KTV? I know you're eager for gossip, but I advise against it. Director Lu has assigned me crucial work, and I need to get started immediately. Please expedite the arrangements. Jiang Shui, still skeptical, called a few security personnel to assist in moving a desk to Lu Ran's office, as per Jiang Heng's request. To be fair, Lu Ran's extravagant office was spacious enough. Even with Jiang Heng added to the mix, it still felt quite empty. Jiang Heng's desk was directly across from Lu Ran's, allowing them to see each other with a mere glance, which left him feeling rather exposed. In the technical department, while the workstations were open, at least there were partitions separating them, allowing for moments of reprieve. But here, how could he possibly slack off in front of the boss? Jiang Heng sighed, opening his computer and pondering how to approach the report. Previously, he had merely been a low-level manager, and the company's development was no concern of his. Although he often complained about the chaotic state of affairs with colleagues, articulating his thoughts eloquently, he now faced the daunting task of writing it himself without knowing where to begin. This sensation was akin to keyboard warriors online, pontificating as if they could govern a nation, yet unable to manage their own lives. Jiang Heng resolved to initiate his analysis with data, correlating market trends with the company's operational statistics to identify issues and propose solutions. As he prepared to consult Jiang Shui for materials, he looked up and found Lu Ran gazing at him intently. Startled, he realized that even the slightest movement could attract her attention, making the days ahead seem increasingly challenging. Lu Ran was in high spirits. Whenever she felt weary from work, a glance at Jiang Heng would inexplicably uplift her mood. It seems I'm particularly fatigued today. Jiang Heng was so engrossed in his work that he remained oblivious to her covert glances, which suited her just fine. As Lu Ran was lost in her musings, Jiang Heng suddenly stood up, their eyes meeting in an unexpected moment. Lu Ran's heart raced as she felt a blush creep onto her face. Stay composed, she reminded herself. Taking the initiative, what do you need? Jiang Heng scratched his head. I'm going to ask Assistant Jiang for some materials. Lu Ran nodded nonchalantly, feigning focus on her work, as though she hadn't just been watching him. Once Jiang Heng exited the office, Lu Ran exhaled softly, a sense of relief washing over her. This feeling was rather exhilarating. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a bit peculiar about her own reactions. What kind of psychology was at play here? Nonetheless, she found it quite thrilling. Regardless, throughout the morning, Lu Ran maintained a pleasant disposition. Even when encountering unpleasant matters during meetings, thoughts of Jiang Heng quelled her rising temper, which left Jiang Shui, who attended the meetings with her, utterly astonished. At lunchtime, Jiang Heng intended to dine in the large cafeteria, but was summoned by Lu Ran to partake in a private meal. The sight of the newly appointed chief operating officer dining alongside a programmer in casual attire, sent shockwaves through the entire administrative building. The boss's daughter dining with an ordinary employee was sensational news. Within a single afternoon, the company's internal communications buzzed with this revelation. True to the nature of an internet company, Jiang Heng's identity was quickly unearthed, prompting an outcry among his colleagues. Why him? They lamented. Many excellent young professionals existed within the company, some even more handsome than Jiang Heng. Why was it him? During the customary midday break, Lu Ran suddenly realized a rather awkward situation. She had always occupied the office alone, but now with another person present, it felt decidedly uncomfortable. Even though Jiang Heng had a dedicated break room, the mere thought of him being outside made Lu Ran uneasy. Jiang Heng, however, was quite mindful. Upon returning to the office, he refrained from entering her inner sanctum, instead remaining in the outer area. This brought a slight sense of relief to Lu Ran. Yet for reasons unknown, a tinge of melancholy accompanied it. In the afternoon, Jiang Heng continued to draft the report on the company's development strategy. Completing such a report within 3 days was undoubtedly a formidable task, and all of Jiang Heng's thoughts were absorbed in his work. Time flew by swiftly. While he was still tapping away at his keyboard, he noticed Lu Ran had approached him, gently tapping on the desk. Jiang Heng, it's time to leave work, she announced. Jiang Heng glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of his screen. Indeed, it was time to clock out. Blue Whale Network had an atmosphere akin to an internet retirement home, with very few instances of overtime. Jiang Heng murmured, time passes so quickly. Looking up, he realized that Lu Ran had changed her attire. She wore a light gray knitted sweater atop a black long skirt, complemented by a pair of flat canvas shoes, and carried a vintage brown shoulder bag, exuding a youthful charm. This was the first time he had seen Lu Ran dressed in such a manner, and his eyes gleamed with a hint of admiration. Upon noticing Jiang Heng's gaze, Lu Ran felt a flutter of excitement. However, Jiang Heng maintained his decorum, recognizing that she was his superior and staring would be impolite. He lowered his head to gather his belongings, preparing to head home. The urgency with which Lu Ran required the report made it impossible to complete it without staying late. He would have to take it home to work on it. Jiang Heng, what are you planning to do? Lu Ran called out to him, her eyes shimmering. Isn't it time to leave? I'm going home, he replied. Lu Ran, slightly annoyed, retorted, have you forgotten? I mentioned treating you to dinner yesterday. Do you intend to stand me up? Jiang Heng felt a surge of embarrassment, thinking to himself, what does it mean to stand someone up? Wasn't yesterday's incident unexpected? Come on, I said I would treat you to dinner. You don't have departmental team-building activities tonight, do you? What else could Jiang Heng say? He had no choice but to accompany Lu Ran downstairs. Chapter 32, Subtle Thoughts. As Jiang Heng and Lu Ran exited the office together, they encountered Jiang Shui emerging from her own office. Jiang Shui's gaze flitted between Jiang Heng and Lu Ran, momentarily lost in thought. What is this? Why do they appear to be dressed in matching outfits, almost like a couple? Why has Lu always worn such attire? If these two had no connection, no one would believe it. Jiang Shui's mind raced as countless melodramatic scenarios played out in her imagination. However, she quickly regained her composure. Displaying a bright smile, Lu, you're off work? Seeing Jiang Shui's cheerful expression inexplicably made Lu Ran blush. She struggled to maintain her poise. Yes, see you tomorrow. Jiang Heng also waved to Jiang Shui. Assistant Jiang, see you tomorrow. Jiang Shui watched as the two walked side by side into the ordinary employee elevator, her eyes widening in disbelief. Given Lu Ran's status, she should be taking the exclusive elevator to the parking lot, where her security detail awaited. Yet today, she had prearranged for her car to be parked in the public lot. As Jiang Heng and Lu Ran entered the elevator, the other occupants recoiled as if seeing a ghost, instinctively creating a wide berth while greeting Lu Ran. The looks directed at Jiang Heng made him uncomfortable, as though he had usurped something of great significance from them. Lu Ran had noticed the office gossip circulating earlier in the day and was aware of the glances exchanged among her colleagues. However, she feigned ignorance, thinking it was good for Jiang Heng to realize how many envied him. Lu Ran's vehicle was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. She gestured toward the driver's seat, saying to Jiang Heng, you drive. Jiang Heng felt no qualms about this and slid into the driver's seat, while Lu Ran cheerfully settled into the passenger seat. After Lu Ran mentioned the restaurant, Jiang Heng started the car and headed in that direction. The dining venue was located by the Huanglong River, in the former concession area. Jiang Heng felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Many years ago, Su Yichen had adored such places, and they would often visit. Even during the time of their family's financial ruin, if Su Yichen wished to go, Jiang Heng would grit his teeth and take her there. Since their breakup, he had not returned to this location. Little did he expect that upon revisiting, he would not be accompanied by her. During dinner, Lu Ran had prepared numerous topics to discuss, but upon seeing Jiang Heng's apparent lack of enthusiasm, the meal felt rather uninspired. Afterward, Lu Ran took Jiang Heng shopping, leading him through luxury boutiques. The price tags made Jiang Heng's heart race. "Jiang Heng, come here and try on this suit," Lu Ran called from inside the store. "Why should I try on clothes? I'm not lacking in attire," he replied. "You're not in the tech department anymore. You need to wear formal attire for work. You should choose a couple of sets." Jiang Heng considered this and realized she was correct, but he pondered whether he belonged in such a high-end shopping environment, where the price tags seemed longer than his lifespan. Seeing Jiang Heng lost in thought over the garments, Lu Ran gently nudged him toward the fitting room. Although reluctant, he had no choice but to step inside. When he emerged wearing a dress shirt and a sharp suit, Lu Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first time she had seen Jiang Heng in formal wear. At 6 feet tall, he was the perfect clothes hanger. What was meant to be ready to wear somehow conveyed an aura of haute couture on him. Lu Ran felt her throat dry, and her cheeks began to flush without her realizing it. Even the female staff in the store couldn't help but stare at Jiang Heng. "This one looks great," Lu Ran remarked. "There is another set. Try it on as well." Jiang Heng ended up trying on 3 outfits, 2 formal suits, and 1 casual ensemble. When it came time to try on a casual outfit, he protested that it didn't fit well, but Lu Ran insisted he try it nonetheless. As expected, upon his emergence, Lu Ran declared that the ensemble was unsuitable. "I told you it wouldn't fit," Jiang Heng muttered. Lu Ran handed him the 2 already wrapped outfits. "Let us go." Jiang Heng was taken aback. What did she mean? Were these not the 2 formal suits he had just tried on? "Lu, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Ran's expression soured. "Jiang Heng, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? What are you talking about?" "I'm merely inquiring about the clothing. Did you cover the cost?" Lu Ran persisted. "Let us set aside the clothing for now. I just want to know if you did this intentionally." "What do you mean? Didn't we agree that you would call me Zai Zai in private? Are you doing this on purpose by calling me Lu Zong?" Jiang Heng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Were they not speaking past each other? "I was discussing the clothing while you're talking about titles. Titles don't matter. What I want to know is, what is the deal with these clothes, and why did you pay for them? The clothes aren't important. It's the titles that matter. If you keep calling me Lu Zong, I'll be upset." "All right, if that is how you want to play it. How much are these 2 outfits? I'll transfer the money to you." Lu Ran felt a mix of awkwardness. Being called Zai brought her joy, but discussing money felt detrimental to their relationship. "No need, I'm gifting them to you." "Gifting them to me? What position do I hold to accept such expensive clothing?" "Look, if you were still in the tech department, you wouldn't need these clothes, right? Since I promoted you to be my assistant, I naturally have to provide you with work attire, don't I? Is that how it works?" "That doesn't make sense. If I accept clothes you've gifted me, what kind of person does that make me?" "Jiang Heng, we're friends, right? Isn't it normal for friends to exchange gifts?" That was final. Jiang Heng is no fool. It is inconceivable that he could be swayed by the words of Lu Ran. However, the bustling marketplace is hardly a fitting venue for a quarrel. Jiang Heng mused that upon returning home, he would check the price tags to ascertain the total, and would simply transfer the amount to her on another day. Noticing Jiang Heng's resolve to let the matter rest, Lu Ran breathed a sigh of relief, realizing for the first time how challenging it could be to present a gift to someone. In Lu Ran's original plan, she and Jiang Heng were supposed to enjoy a movie together. Yet, it was evident that Jiang Heng had been disinterested since their meal, and she did not wish to impose upon him. Thus, the 2 parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Jiang Heng retrieved 2 outfits and calculated the total to be 320,000 yuan, eliciting a rueful smile from him. The pressing concern of earning money continued to loom large in his mind. Nevertheless, more pressing was the task assigned to him by Lu Ran, to complete the report on the development strategy for Blue Whale's mobile internet sector. This was Lu Ran's inaugural assignment for him, and likely her most significant policy initiative since taking office. This report held immense importance for both Jiang Heng and Lu Ran. Yet, his thoughts were muddled, plagued by an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. How could such a critical report be entrusted to him, a mere assistant? The only plausible explanation was that Lu Ran's current standing in the company was precarious, and she was in desperate need of his support. This realization weighed heavily upon Jiang Heng, instilling a sense of urgency within him. The more he pondered, the heavier the burden felt, making it increasingly difficult for him to concentrate until the familiar sound of a cello resonated from the opposite rooftop. Chapter 33. Scandal. The well-known melody floated from the loft across the way, drawing Jiang Heng's thoughts away from work, instantly alleviating his earlier agitation. Curiosity piqued. He couldn't help but rise and step outside, seeking the source of the enchanting sound. To his disappointment, he discovered that the music did not emanate from the loft directly across from him, but rather from a building separated by another structure, settling onto the terrace. Bathed in moonlight, he found solace in the ethereal strains of the cello. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, only this loft offered him a sense of peace. Enchanted by the music, he contemplated purchasing a guitar the following day. Since the night before last, when he first heard the cello, he had grown fond of this moment, even finding himself eagerly anticipating the music's return. As he listened, his restless spirit gradually found tranquility. He had numerous ideas concerning the company's development strategy, yet he was at a loss for how to begin. Gradually, he immersed himself in the music while meticulously pondering the company's matters, and slowly, clarity emerged. Resolutely, he brought out his laptop and began to write on the terrace. Unbeknownst to him, he had neatly organized his thoughts as time slipped by, and the cello's melody began to fade. Stretching languidly, Jiang Heng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The following morning, as was his routine, he arose early, went for a run, and returned to shower and don his attire for work. Upon entering the elevator, he noticed the curious gazes of those present, which struck him as peculiar. Glancing down at his attire, a formal outfit purchased just the day before, he found no fault. A few individuals whispered amongst themselves, casting furtive glances in his direction, shrouded in secrecy. Upon arriving at the office, he found Lu Ran had yet to arrive, leaving him unable to unlock the office door, thus opting to wait in the outer area. He decided to tackle some tasks in the meantime. Just as he retrieved his laptop, his phone rang, revealing a call from Ding Inua. Surprised, he wondered why she was calling him. Had she encountered a work-related issue? Answering the call, he inquired, No. Why are you calling me? Is there a problem? Ding Inua's voice was tinged with excitement as she replied, Senior brother, have you seen the company's internal forum? Why would I bother with that? It's just gossip, he retorted. Ding Inua chuckled, but this time the gossip involves you. You should take a look. What nonsense is this? Are you joking with me so early in the morning? I'm busy. Just tell me what it is. Senior brother, there's chatter on the internal forum suggesting you and the chief operating officer are involved in some scandal, calling you a kept man. Jiang Heng was taken aback, bewildered by the absurdity. It dawned on him that the peculiar glances he received in the elevator were indeed laden with implications of innuendo. No way, you can't be serious. Do they genuinely think the esteemed COO would take an interest in someone as inconspicuous as me? His initial reaction was to dismiss the rumors as idle chatter, fueled by the ennui of those with insufficient work. However, upon reflection, doubts began to creep in. As Lu Ran's assistant, he had never shared an office with Jiang Shui. Why was he able to occupy the same space as Lu Ran? Why was it that he, a mere assistant, could dine with Lu Ran, while Jiang Shui did not enjoy the same privilege? And concerning last night, if it were merely a dinner invitation, it would be understandable given their acquaintanceship. But why would she purchase clothing for him? The more he pondered, the more suspicious he grew. Yet, he could not fathom Lu Ran's motivation. Aside from a few casual drinks at Hong Langman, their interactions had been minimal, and their conversations could be counted on one hand. He lacked any sense of authority. What could have prompted her to treat him with such distinction? Senior brother, you aren't actually involved with the COO, are you? Hurry, give me a hint. My curiosity is killing me. Are you out of your mind? Is your work so light that you need to bother me about this? Should I call Lao Wang to give you more tasks? Senior brother, you're not serious, are you? Why do I feel like you're getting flustered? Are you truly involved with the COO? At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from outside. The only individuals who would enter the office at this time were either Lu Ran or Jiang Shui. I advise you not to spread rumors or believe them. You should focus on your own work, understood? Jiang Shui entered the room just then. Jiang Heng quickly replied, All right, I need to get back to work. You focus on your tasks and keep the gossip to a minimum. As he ended the call, he noticed Jiang Shui regarding him with a knowing smile. Without needing to ask, he knew what she was thinking. Assistant Jiang, is gossip a favorite pastime in your circle? Jiang Shui laughed. You say that as if it's a crime. Gossip is human nature. Come now, tell me, what is going on between you and President Lu? Jiang Heng's frustration was palpable as he responded. You're being unreasonable. What could there possibly be between President Lu and me? We've only met a handful of times. Jiang Shui's gaze was laden with significance as she challenged. Do you think I would believe that? Jiang Heng leaned back against the sofa, arms outstretched, let it all end. Hurry up, I'm exhausted. Just then, Lu Ran entered the office with a lively step. Upon seeing Jiang Heng sprawled on the sofa with a look of despondence, and Jiang Shui beside him sporting a mischievous grin, Lu Ran felt momentarily disoriented. Had she walked into the wrong room? What were they discussing? What did he mean by let it all end? Why was he so fatigued? Lu Ran opened her mouth to speak. What are you two doing? Jiang Shui was taken aback and promptly stood up. Good morning, General Manager Lu. Jiang Heng also quickly straightened his posture, casting a gaze toward Lu Ran that was brimming with melancholy. General Manager Lu? May I request a change of office today? Lu Ran felt a pang of grievance. What is wrong with sharing an office with me? Have I wronged you in any way? Haven't I treated you well enough? Clearing her throat, Jiang Shui interjected. General Manager Lu, you two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. She hastily slipped away. As Jiang Shui departed, Lu Ran turned to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, what is the meaning of this? Why do you wish to change offices again? General Manager Lu, perhaps you should take a look at the internal company forum? Lu Ran immediately understood the reason. In truth, the gossip had circulated by noon the day before, and she had already seen it. You mean the rumors about how they perceive us? Jiang Heng nodded. Then let me ask you, are we in the kind of relationship they describe? Jiang Heng shook his head. Then that settles it. Those who are clear will remain clear. Why bother with the opinions of others? General Manager Lu, I'm indifferent to it. After all, it does not affect me. Isn't that detrimental to you? I am unfazed. I've never cared for the judgments of others. Lu Ran asserted. Jiang Heng, I enlisted you to assist me with work. If you are so concerned about others' perceptions, how can you focus on your tasks? The work you are currently engaged in is of great significance. It is best not to indulge in frivolous thoughts. With that, Lu Ran shot Jiang Heng a fierce glare before stepping in her office, leaving Jiang Heng in a state of confusion. Chapter 34. A vision ahead. Lu Ran entered the break room and lay on the bed, her cheeks flushed. It seemed she might have overdone it a bit. She hoped she hadn't frightened Jiang Heng. As a woman, a certain degree of restraint was essential. However, having acted, there was no turning back, lest it appear as if she were feeling guilty. Perhaps it would be wise to maintain some distance from him in the coming days. Lu Ran adjusted her mindset and waited for the blush to fade from her face before donning her professional attire. Upon stepping out of the break room, she found Jiang Heng already immersed in work. It must be said, Jiang Heng looked quite handsome in formal wear. Lu Ran, do not overthink. Maintain your composure, exercise restraint. She reminded herself internally as she returned to her desk to tackle her responsibilities. In truth, as the chief operating officer, Lu Ran's work was quite demanding, with meetings incessantly filling her schedule. Additionally, she made a conscious effort not to disturb Jiang Heng, opting to have lunch alone and leaving through the exclusive passageway after work. The entire company was eagerly awaiting the developments of the chief operating officer and the junior programmer's pairing, only to be met with silence, which left many feeling disheartened. Jiang Heng, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. He could concentrate on writing reports during work hours and ride his little electric scooter home after hours. Over the next 2 days, all of Jiang Heng's thoughts were devoted to the company development strategy report, when Lu Ran had informed him that only 3 days were available. Jiang Heng, being a person with a strong sense of time, resolved to complete the task within that time frame. Thus, on Thursday night, he worked overtime until 2 in the morning to finish the PowerPoint presentation, having kept an early schedule for several days. He found himself feeling drowsy upon arriving at the office on Friday after pulling an all-nighter. Suddenly, he began to reminisce about Ding Inua's coffee. Lu Ran entered the office and paused, noticing Jiang Heng's dazed demeanor. What is the matter with him? Upon seeing Lu Ran, Jiang Heng quickly stood up. Good morning, General Manager Lu. Lu Ran had grown accustomed to Jiang Heng addressing her as such, and she figured it was best to let it be, effectively maintaining her composure. She nodded, good to see you, before retreating to her break room to change clothes. Jiang Heng believed that Lu Ran's recent behavior was finally aligning with the demeanor expected of a company executive. When Lu Ran emerged from the break room, now clad in formal attire, Jiang Heng stood up. General Manager Lu, regarding the company development strategy report you mentioned 2 days ago, I have completed it. Shall I send it to you now? Lu Ran was taken aback. She had merely mentioned a rough draft in 3 days, yet he had actually produced it? Surely he was not jesting. Such a report could not possibly be drafted in just 3 days. However, as she reflected, Jiang Heng was a technical professional. How could he possibly write such a comprehensive report? Ultimately, as long as he could diligently complete his assigned tasks, the quality was of little consequence. All right, please send it to my email, she instructed. Such documents were typically transmitted through the internal email system at Blue Whale. Jiang Heng nodded and sent the file. General Manager Lu, I have sent it to you. Kindly review it at your earliest convenience. If any modifications are required, I will address them immediately. Observing the earnest expression on Jiang Heng's face, Lu Ran felt a chuckle rising within her. Could he genuinely believe that she needed this report from him? Nevertheless, out of respect for his effort, Lu Ran decided to take a look. Opening her email, she downloaded the file Jiang Heng had sent and perused it casually. The initial sections contained data analysis and assessments of technological development trends, all quite standard, with the only commendable aspect being the neat formatting of the PowerPoint. Sipping her coffee while absent-mindedly clicking through the slides, Lu Ran soon found herself increasingly astonished by the content. Unbeknownst to her, She had placed her coffee cup down on the desk and had not clicked the mouse for an extended period, seemingly lost in thought. During her tenure at Mosen Investment Agency, her primary focus had been on the internet sector. Mosen employed professional analysts to conduct industry development assessments, predicting that mobile internet would be an absolute investment frontier in the future. This vision had also shaped her aspirations for Blue Whale's future. In her initial days at the company, she had engaged in in-depth discussions with senior leadership and experts regarding mobile internet. The consensus was clear. The company's core business needed to pivot toward mobile internet. However, the specifics of what mobile internet would entail and which sectors Blue Whale should emphasize remained elusive to her. Jiang Heng's report meticulously outlined the trends in mobile internet development. As Lu Ran read through the text, she could vividly envision the future of mobile internet. The most significant aspect of the report was Jiang Heng's recommendations for Blue Whale's future direction. The more she read, the more astonished she became. Having reviewed numerous reports on mobile internet during her time at Mosen, she had once conceptualized how Blue Whale should evolve its business. She had also listened to many experts' opinions on mobile internet and their suggestions for Blue Whale's network development. Yet she had never managed to construct a coherent framework for it in her mind. However, Jiang Heng's report perfectly addressed this issue within it. She saw Blue Whale's future and Jiang Heng's ambitions. After finishing the report, Lu Ran found herself in a state of inner turmoil. She could not deny that her decision to have Jiang Heng assist her had been driven by her own selfish motives. Blue Whale was home to a plethora of exceptional IT talents, and individuals like Jiang Heng, with their undergraduate degrees, were plentiful. Thus, she had hardly regarded Jiang Heng's professional capabilities with any seriousness. Yet, after perusing his report, she was profoundly shaken. This was no ordinary report that one would expect from a mere junior programmer. After contemplating for a long while, Lu Ran finally lifted her gaze to scrutinize Jiang Heng closely. A head of lustrous, short hair exudes vitality. His eyes are fixed upon the screen, and his fingers dance deftly across the keyboard. A look of earnest concentration etched upon his brow. His cheeks possess an almost juvenile softness, making it difficult to fathom that he could compose such an insightful report. Jiang Heng paused his rhythmic typing, withdrew his gaze from the screen, and lifted his head. Director Lu, is there something you need? Is this report truly your work? Completed in just 3 days? Yes, Director Lu. Have you finished reviewing it? Is there anything that requires revision? I'll make the adjustments immediately. Lu Ran was eager to find fault, yet she genuinely could not identify any shortcomings. Thus, she simply replied, "It's excellently written, exceeding my expectations." Jiang Heng finally exhaled in relief. "I'm glad to be of assistance. There are still several aspects of your report that raise my doubts. I'll need to review it further, and I may have some questions to discuss with you later." Understood. Lu Ran pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Jiang Heng, do you have any plans for this evening?" Jiang Heng, accustomed to returning home after work, had no arrangements. Upon hearing Lu Ran's question, he assumed she intended to discuss the report further during overtime. No plans. Lu Ran felt a flicker of excitement as she opened her drawer, retrieved 2 tickets, and waved them before him, saying, "My friend gifted me 2 tickets to a concert. Since you have no plans tonight, allow me to treat you to the concert." Chapter 35, The Business Plan. Just a moment ago, they were discussing reports, and now the conversation had shifted to a concert? Whose concert is it? Lu Ran glanced at the tickets and replied, "Zhang Xinyao." It was evident that Lu Ran was not particularly familiar with this artist. Jiang Heng paused, recalling that at Xiao Hua's wedding last Saturday, Sui Chen had mentioned that he had come to the metropolis to be a guest at Zhang Xinyao's concert, boasting that he could bring a group of classmates inside. Little did he expect that the concert Lu Ran referred to was indeed that of Zhang Xinyao. To be honest, Jiang Heng had no desire to attend an event where Sui Chen would undoubtedly be present. Their encounter at the wedding had left him feeling quite uncomfortable. "Jiang Heng, your report has greatly inspired me. This concert will serve as my token of gratitude." Jiang Heng thought to himself, "What kind of logic is this? You just read the report, and the tickets were prepared in advance. Who would believe you're treating me out of gratitude?" However, seeing the anticipation in Lu Ran's eyes, he found it difficult to decline, so he nodded in agreement. Lu Ran internally cheered, though she maintained a facade of calmness. The morning had been hectic for Lu Ran. After reviewing the report, she had left for a meeting, leaving Jiang Heng without any tasks and feeling aimless. Jiang Heng aimlessly clicked the mouse, his mind wandering freely. Now that he had no part-time job, the evenings stretched before him. Perhaps he could seize this time to explore some entrepreneurial ventures? In his eyes, opportunities abound in this world, and not acting upon them felt like a disservice to the memories he carried from Earth. Numerous ideas flickered through his mind, yet few seemed feasible. Many successful startups had emerged following the widespread adoption of 4G networks and mobile payments. Currently, However, smartphones were in a tumultuous phase, either exorbitantly priced or inundated with counterfeit devices. The prime entrepreneurial opportunity should be akin to Lei Jun's endeavor, creating a smartphone that drastically reduces costs. Yet, that was undoubtedly a game for capitalists. Just look at Luo Yulong, who dove into the market intending to create the hammer phone, only to end up with a product that resembled a hammer. Jiang Heng currently had 1 million from Xiao Wanxiu for purchasing songs. But attempting to enter the smartphone market with such a sum was sheer folly. As he rummaged through his phone, he quickly identified a glaring issue. The smartphone manufacturers in this world lacked a robust and user-friendly application store, making it all too easy for users to download counterfeit applications. If luck was on their side, the apps might only be subpar. If not, they could end up downloading a trove of viruses. Jiang Heng recalled the era of smartphones on Earth when a type of application known as a mobile assistant was exceedingly popular, almost essential for any smartphone. The most renowned of these was an application called Peapod. This software was incredibly powerful. Once installed, it enabled users to download apps, games, listen to music, watch videos, and read ebooks seamlessly. Back then, Alibaba had offered $5 billion to acquire Peapod, yet the owners had declined, ultimately missing the opportunity as its value plummeted to $200 million. Jiang Heng, lost in thought, regarded this as a promising entrepreneurial direction. The difficulty was manageable, and he could certainly develop it in his spare time. As a programmer, his practical skills were quite strong, and with nothing else to occupy him, he figured he might as well start now. Such a low-cost, high-reward endeavor was something only a fool would pass up. With this in mind, Jiang Heng began searching online to see if similar software existed in the current market. To his surprise, he discovered that there were indeed some, but their design and usability paled in comparison to those selected by the market on Earth. Jiang Heng's confidence surged. As long as he could create something and promote it effectively, it would surely stand out. Without hesitation, he began rummaging through his memories of various mobile assistants. He felt a twinge of disappointment. However, in his previous life on Earth, he was a singer, and though he had used various smartphone products, his impressions of mobile assistants were not particularly deep. Why was I given an intelligent entertainment system instead of a genius programmer system? Jiang Heng couldn't help but grumble internally. Fortunately, despite his shallow recollections, he still had some memories to draw upon. He opened a document and began jotting down everything he could recall about different mobile assistants, gradually refining it with his own understanding. Unbeknownst to him, the morning slipped away. Lu Ran seemed especially busy that day. After leaving, she did not return to the office, allowing Jiang Heng to feel justified in his aimlessness. It was only in the afternoon that Lu Ran returned, appearing somewhat fatigued. As she settled at her desk, she said, "Jiang Heng, come sit over here. We need to discuss the report you gave me this morning." This was work Lu Ran had planned in advance, and Jiang Heng nodded. Wheeling his chair over to her computer, Lu Ran shot him a glance. "Why are you sitting so far away? How can we discuss anything like this? Come a little closer." Jiang Heng reluctantly moved his chair nearer to Lu Ran, inhaling the faint, alluring fragrance that surrounded her, causing his thoughts to wander. He quickly gathered his focus, directing his attention to Lu Ran's computer as he flipped through the pages of the PPT. Whenever Lu Ran encountered question, she paused to inquire. Through their discussions, Jiang Heng discovered that Lu Ran possessed a keen foresight regarding the trends of mobile internet development, pinpointing every question with remarkable accuracy. Lu Ran, however, remained composed, posing many questions that Jiang Heng found rather tricky, yet he was able to respond with ease. Some of his insights were even more profound than those found in the most authoritative research from Mo Sheng Investment. It was genuinely hard to believe that these were the words of an undergraduate. Just as Lu Ran and Jiang Heng were immersed in discussion, Jiang Heng's phone chimed, revealing an unfamiliar number. The conversation was interrupted. Lu Ran appeared slightly displeased, yet still said, "You should take the call." Jiang Heng answered, "Hello. May I ask who is calling?" "Jiang Heng. Even after our breakup, you wouldn't go so far as to erase my number, would you?" The voice on the other end belonged to Su Yichen, laced with irritation. Jiang Heng glanced at the number once more, confirming it was not Su Yichen's original contact. Even though she had deleted Su Yichen's number long ago, those digits were etched in her memory, impossible to forget. It was evident that she had changed her number and was blaming Jiang Heng for the deletion. However, Jiang Heng had no intention of engaging in a dispute. "Is there something you need?" she inquired. "As I mentioned before, Zhang Xinyao's concert is tonight, and I'm a special guest. Would you like to attend?" "Apologies. I have prior commitments this evening. That's all. I'm at work," Jiang Heng replied, ending the call with a stoic expression. Jiang Heng was seated closely beside Lu Ran, and although she and T used the speakerphone, Lu Ran managed to grasp the gist of the conversation. It seems someone had invited Jiang Heng to watch Zhang Xinyao's concert, only to be turned down. While she was unaware of the identity of Jiang Heng's caller, Lu Ran felt a surge of delight. Chapter 36. Unwanted Affections. Lu Ran wore a curious expression. A girl's call, who was it? Jiang Heng shot a glance at Lu Ran, pocketing her phone as she replied. A classmate. Lu Ran immediately recognized his reluctance to elaborate and pouted slightly. She thought to herself, who was he trying to fool? Even if it were a classmate. It certainly wasn't an ordinary one. What typical female classmate would invite a male classmate with whom she had a casual relationship to a concert? Clearly, this guy was attractive, and some girl must be pursuing him. Observing his impassive demeanor while on the call, it seemed he wasn't fond of that female classmate. Perhaps she was unattractive. In a fleeting moment, Lu Ran's mind raced with countless thoughts. She shook her head, dismissing those notions and redirecting her focus to the report she was discussing with Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng answered all her questions, clarifying many points Lu Ran found perplexing. As she listened to his explanations, she diligently took notes. By the time Jiang Heng concluded his presentation, Lu Ran felt her understanding of the future of mobile internet had become significantly more structured. Finally, it's over. Lu Ran stretched her arms high above her head. The motion was expansive, causing her blouse to tighten, accentuating her flawless figure, particularly her bosom. Jiang Heng found himself momentarily transfixed. Lu Ran appeared slender, yet she was surprisingly well endowed. Jiang Heng quickly turned his gaze, feeling it impolite to stare. Lu Ran performed the action instinctively. Upon noticing Jiang Heng's prolonged gaze before he averted his eyes, she became acutely aware of her indiscretion and felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How could she make such a gesture in front of a man? Yet, internally, she buzzed with excitement. This guy Jiang Heng may appear composed, but his honesty is evident. My perfect figure has surely caught his eye. Having finished the presentation, Jiang Heng also stood, pushing his chair back to return to his seat. Lu Ran joined him, retrieving 2 bottles of water from the refrigerator and handing one to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng paused momentarily, then quickly accepted it, unscrewing the cap and offering it to Lu Ran before opening his own bottle. Lu Ran observed as Jiang Heng tilted his head back to drink, his Adam's apple bobbing enticingly, making him appear particularly alluring. After a few glances, she felt her face flush once more and hurriedly turned her head, sipping her water discreetly. What brand is this mineral water? It's quite sweet. Jiang Heng, please prepare this report thoroughly over the weekend. You will accompany me to the senior management meeting on Monday, and you will present, Lu Ran instructed. Jiang Heng nearly spat out the water he had just swallowed. You can't be serious. I'm going to report to the company as executives? What qualifications do I have for that? Surely, the executives wouldn't take my report seriously. This report is yours, you know it best. Naturally, you should present it. Should I, as the COO, be the one to report? Lu Ran countered. Jiang Heng opened his mouth, unsure how to respond, as he had never attended such a high-level meeting and was unfamiliar with the protocols. However, something fell amiss. My position is so low. Would the executives really pay attention to what I have to say? Rest assured, you need only present. Whether it materializes is my concern, Lu Ran reassured him. Well, having reached this point in the conversation, Jiang Heng found himself with little room to argue. Moreover, he was not foolish. Lu Ran was clearly creating an opportunity for him. As someone who had recently been promoted to P8, no matter how ambitious he was, it was unlikely his ideas would reach the ears of the company's top brass. Now, being able to present in front of them would at least ensure they recognized his existence. He felt a flicker of gratitude at the thought. At that moment, Jiang Heng's phone buzzed again. Upon checking, he saw it was Xiao Wanqiu calling. Frowning slightly, he recalled that since recording A Jiao with her, they had not been in touch. Xiao Wanqiu wouldn't call unless something was amiss. Jiang Heng quickly answered, "Hello, why are you calling?" There was a brief silence on the other end before Xiao Wanqiu asked, "Do you have time tonight?" Jiang Heng hesitated, stealing a glance at Lu Ran, just in time to catch her looking at him with a knowing smile. "Is there something you need?" "I have tickets for Zhang Xinyao's concert tonight," Xiao Wanqiu stated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng recognized her distinctive manner of speaking. She would never say, "Come with me to the concert," but instead simply mention the tickets, leaving him to interpret the invitation. A smile crept onto his lips, only to be quickly overshadowed by the realization that he had already promised Lu Ran he would accompany her. Logically, had he received Xiao Wanqiu's call earlier, he would have undoubtedly opted to attend the concert with her. After all, they were recognized as a couple under the law. However, he had already committed to Lu Ran, and to refuse her now would be rather ungracious. This was a challenging decision. How could he politely decline Xiao Wanqiu's invitation? Time was of the essence. As his mind raced, he suddenly grasped a thought. "Isn't your show airing tonight? Aren't you going to watch it?" The program was recorded on Wednesday. "There is no need to watch it again," Xiao Wanqiu replied, and Jiang Heng realized that Singer Challenge was a pre-recorded show, having wrapped up on Wednesday. Thus, the results were likely already determined. He had been so preoccupied with writing his report that he had forgotten to inquire about the outcome. "Did you advance?" he asked. The live audience seemed to respond positively. "Whether I progress will be revealed tonight," she answered. Jiang Heng mused himself how remarkably composed she was. Tonight was a pivotal moment for her in the entertainment industry, yet she still had the presence of mind to attend someone else's concert. Jiang Heng glanced at Lu Ran once more, unable to resist taking another sip of water before stating, "I have plans tonight, so I might not be able to make it." There was another brief pause on the line before Xiao Wanqiu simply said, "All right," and hung up the phone. One could say Xiao Wanqiu was true to form, uncomplicated and direct. As Jiang Heng listened to the dial tone, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Lu Ran, wearing a playful smirk, remarked, "Jiang Heng, you're quite the charmer, receiving invitations to concerts from so many girls." Jiang Heng was left speechless. Although he ultimately chose to attend the concert with Lu Ran, a twinge of jealousy flickered within her. This fellow seems to be quite the magnet for romantic entanglements, with numerous young ladies inviting him to concerts. Fortunately, he possesses a modicum of discernment and does not flake on himself. However, I ought to be a tad more vigilant. Given that he is so prominently placed before me, if someone were to steal him away, it would be a source of great ridicule. No, I must devise a strategy to dispel the unwanted suitors from his vicinity. Perhaps I should seek out a master to draw a talisman of sorts? The fortune teller I encountered on Hong Kong Island seemed to possess remarkable efficacy. A myriad of thoughts swirled in Lu Ran's mind, leaving her utterly perplexed by her own fanciful musings. She quickly took a sip of water to quell her restless heart and returned to her seat. Lu Ran yearned for the workday to conclude swiftly, so she could dine with Jiang Heng and attend the concert together. She had triumphed over two little vixens to secure this evening's concert with Jiang Heng. As a victor, she must maintain a dignified demeanor. Chapter 37. The Concert. As she awaited the end of her shift, Jiang Heng's phone chimed again. Lu Ran immediately sat up straight, her ears perked, on high alert, using her monitor to discreetly observe Jiang Heng's reaction. To her surprise, a smile graced his face upon glancing at the screen. Lu Ran gritted her teeth. Seeing him so joyful must mean it was a call from a girl. "Hello, Mom. Why are you calling me at this hour?" Lu Ran sighed in relief upon realizing it was Jiang's mother on the line. Suddenly, she felt somewhat unwell, questioning why she had been so anxious over a mere phone call. "Mom, as the elder brother, it is my duty to buy a few outfits for my little sister." "It's fine. I just received a bonus, so money is no object. In the future, if Jiang Yao wants anything, just let me know, and I will purchase it for her. Tell her not to overthink. If she wants to apply to a music academy, she should do so. I just got promoted, and my salary has significantly increased. Tuition is not a concern. All right, when she returns home, have her call me, and I'll talk to her." "Okay, Mom. I'm still at work, so I must go." Lu Ran had never considered Jiang Heng's family situation before. From the conversation, it appeared he had a younger sister. It seems this fellow is quite the doting brother. At last, the workday concluded, and Jiang Heng tidied his belongings before stepping into the outer office. Lu Ran needed to change in the lounge, as it was inconvenient for him to do so in the office. Once Lu Ran emerged, she had transformed her attire entirely. She wore a frilly blouse paired with a deep brown trench coat, complemented by light blue skinny jeans and flat shoes, making her appear almost like a different person. The COO had not been seen with the junior programmer for several consecutive days, and the office gossip had subsided. However, upon their reappearance together today, the flames of speculation reignited among the staff. Their ambiguous glances made Jiang Heng feel quite uneasy. Fortunately, this time, Lu Ran led him to the exclusive elevator, whisking them directly to the underground parking garage. Instead of the ostentatious Rolls-Royce Phantom, they drove a discreet burgundy Audi R8, suitable for Lu Ran's tastes. They found a casual dining spot near the company, had a bite, and then drove towards the Shanghai Sports Stadium. The concert by Zhang Xinyao was taking place at the stadium, which accommodates 80,000 spectators. It is quite an achievement for a female singer to host such a grand event, a testament to her status as a leading artist. As it was the end of the workday and many concert-goers were arriving, Lu Ran's car inevitably encountered traffic. By the time they reached the stadium, a long queue had formed at the ticketing area. Fortunately, Lu Ran had secured VIP tickets, allowing them access through a special entrance. They smoothly entered the inner area and, guided by the staff, located their seats. The advantages of VIP tickets were evident, as they provided a clear view of the stage. Suddenly, Jiang Heng recalled that Xiao Wanqiu had also mentioned her VIP ticket, prompting him to wonder if she might be nearby. He stood and scanned the area, but this so-called VIP section was vast and crowded, rendering her invisible. The stadium was abuzz with noise, and Lu Ran leaned close to Jiang Heng, raising her voice to ask, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Heng could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile, shaking his head and closing his eyes to rest. As the clock struck 7, the concert commenced. Zhang Xinyao, the reigning diva of the new generation, showcased her vocal prowess, and the fans were fervent, creating an electric atmosphere. However, Jiang Heng felt little excitement. To him, aside from a handful of songs that he found decent, most were unfamiliar. By his standards, he did not believe Zhang Xinyao possessed the requisite talent for such a large-scale concert. Her fanbase was primarily comprised of admirers drawn by her looks. Oddly enough, Lu Ran appeared to be in high spirits, occasionally waving a glow stick. Jiang Heng could not fathom her enthusiasm when she obtained the concert tickets. She had no idea who Zhang Xinyao was, yet now she was so animated. If he did not know she was the princess of Blue Whale and a COO, he might suspect she was a hired cheerleader for the event. Zhang Xinyao performed several songs and engaged with the audience before a group of tall, leggy girls took the stage. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers, especially from the males, who reacted like hungry wolves. Hearing their chants, Jiang Heng realized these girls were part of the so-called Floral Girls group. He was taken aback. "Are you serious? You're telling me this is the Floral Girls group? Xiao Wanqiu was once their captain?" It was hard to imagine Xiao Wanqiu, clad in a short leather skirt, dancing on stage with such choreography. Well, Jiang Heng had to concede that with Xiao Wanqiu's height of 173 meters and those long legs, if she were to don such an outfit, he could only imagine the fervor it would incite among the Floral Girls fans. Watching the members of the Floral Girls perform their energetic dance, Jiang Heng could easily understand why Xiao Wanqiu had not been able to remain in the group. When Lu Ran turned around and saw Jiang Heng fixated on the girls on stage, his eyes unblinking, she felt a surge of annoyance. Men are indeed all the same, transfixed by long-legged beauties. Lu Ran thought to herself, considering that she herself stood 1.8 meters tall. If she dressed similarly, who would notice? She resolved to give it a try someday, determined to see if Jiang Heng would be equally captivated. After the Floral Girls exited, Zhang Xinyao returned to the stage to perform a duet with another special guest, maintaining a delightful ambience. At 8 o'clock, Sui Chen ascended the stage amidst the audience's raucous applause. She wore a multi-layered purple dress, exuding an ethereal goddess-like presence under the enchanting lights. Lu Ran could not help but exclaim, "Wow, that woman is stunning." She then playfully patted Jiang Heng on the shoulder, teasing, "Jiang Heng, isn't this beauty to your liking?" Jiang Heng's expression remained stoic, masking an inner chuckle. Once perhaps, but not anymore. Lu Ran, puzzled by Jiang Heng's apparent lack of enthusiasm, mused, "Does this guy only have an affinity for long legs? This girl is far more beautiful than those members of that girl group. How can he fail to appreciate her?" Sui Chen's voice was crystal clear as she sang a heartfelt ballad. Initially, songs of this genre lack the exuberance that captivates an audience during a concert. However, Sui Chen is a remarkable exception. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but her voice is also melodious. Coupled with her enchanting appearance and the ethereal stage lighting, she mesmerized the entire venue. The fans, surprisingly, listened intently as she completed her song, erupting into fervent applause thereafter. From Jiang Heng's perspective, Sui Chen's pursuit of a singing career appears far more promising than his own acting endeavors. Given his current capabilities, while he may not aspire to reach the pinnacle of stardom, achieving a status akin to that of Zhang Xinyao seems well within reach. Indeed, Sui Chen is immensely popular. After performing 2 consecutive songs, she descended from the stage amidst the audience's reluctant applause. The ensuing hour unfolded with commendable success. As the clock struck 9, the much-anticipated song request segment commenced. This was the moment the audience had eagerly awaited, a chance to interact with their idol. When Zhang Xinyao announced the transition to this segment, the crowd erupted in cheers. Chapter 38, Let Us Showcase. Dear friends, our lighting technician will shine a beam of light. Whoever the light ultimately focuses on will be invited to join me for a duet. Is that agreeable? Zhang Xinyao cheerfully elucidated the rules, igniting the audience's anticipation. Ordinary fans are often easily swayed, as those in the know understand that such segments typically prioritize VIP attendees, with regular audience members merely seeking a sense of involvement. According to the established rules, 2 lucky fans will be selected to join her on stage for a duet, receiving a signed commemorative edition of her debut album. Jiang Heng, do you think you might be chosen? If you are, will you sing her song? Lu Ran, is this a joke? With 80,000 people in attendance, how could I possibly be selected? Lu Ran playfully punched Jiang Heng's arm. We're here at concert, and you still call me Lu Zong? Are we not friends? Jiang Heng thought to himself that although they had known each other for nearly a year, their total conversation had barely exceeded 100 words, hardly qualifying as friendship. However, Expressing such sentiments would certainly be hurtful, so he merely smiled and remained silent. At that moment, the lights dimmed, and countless fans began to scream and wave their glow sticks. A spotlight swept across the stage and circled the audience area before finally landing on a young woman in the intersection. Undoubtedly a devoted fan who had invested in a premium ticket. Ecstatic, she ascended the stage amidst the audience's envious cheers, performing a relatively obscure song alongside Jiang Heng. Although the majority of attendees were fans of Jiang Heng, this particular song was considered lesser known and consequently resulted in a slight lull in energy. Jiang Heng smiled, albeit somewhat strained. All right, let us select our second singer and see who has the fortune of being chosen. The lights dimmed once more as the spotlight roamed across the audience. Jiang Heng felt utterly detached from this segment, as he would have no intention of singing if selected, which would undoubtedly lead to an awkward silence. Lu Ran appeared to revel in the lively atmosphere, exclaiming to Jiang Heng, "Come on, Jiang Heng, get into the spirit." Jiang Heng merely smiled, reclining against the back of his chair, entirely lacking in engagement. Just then, he was struck by a blinding light, prompting him to squint involuntarily. The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers and disappointed sighs. Lu Ran seized Jiang Heng's arm, shaking him vigorously. "Jiang Heng, you've been chosen." Jiang Heng was momentarily bewildered. With great effort, he opened his eyes to gaze at the large screen above the stage, which indeed displayed his face, illuminated in stark white. Having arrived directly from the office, he was still clad in his work attire. Dressed in Armani, he looked quite formal. What on earth is happening? Lu Ran, you jinxed me, and I've actually been selected. Jiang Heng widened her eyes, her expression exaggerated. Wow, we have captured a handsome guy live on stage. Bring him up. At that moment, a staff member rushed over, ushering Jiang Heng toward the stage. He frantically waved his hands. "Friend, I can't sing." "Buddy, whether you can sing or not isn't important. Just get up there." Lu Ran urged from behind, with the spotlight still on him. Resisting the call felt inappropriate, especially as the audience continued to cheer. Although Jiang Heng was quite reluctant, he slowly followed the staff member toward the stage. As he navigated the steps, he spotted Sui Chen standing in a shadowy corner. "Jiang Heng, didn't you say you had no time?" He merely turned to glance at her, not responding, and swiftly ascended the stage. A staff member promptly handed him a microphone. "Handsome guy, what song do you plan to sing with me?" This was Jiang Heng's first time stepping onto such a stage, and as he surveyed the audience, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He never anticipated that he would find himself on a stage like this again. Jiang Heng shrugged. "Jiang Heng, to be frank, I'm just here to accompany a friend. I genuinely cannot sing." The audience erupted in a chorus of boos. Jiang Heng's smile stiffened. Initially thrilled at selecting a handsome partner, she now felt disheartened. Regardless of his singing ability, at least he would be a pleasant sight, wouldn't he? But here he was, stating outright that he couldn't sing. She had never encountered such a straightforward individual. At that moment, a voice crackled through her earpiece, belonging to the director. "Xinyao, this guy is the internet sensation who sang for you. If he can't perform, have him sing for you." Jiang Xinyao's eyes lit up. What luck for her to randomly select a popular figure. She had seen the viral video of For You. Although she was not particularly fond of the song, it had garnered significant attention, and performing it would surely keep the energy alive. "Handsome guy, I know you." Jiang Xinyao immediately began to energize the crowd. Upon hearing this, the fans grew curious. "Ladies and gentlemen, don't you recognize him? This is the handsome guy who recently went viral online for making brides cry with his song For You." As Jiang Xinyao made this introduction, the photographer swiftly directed the camera toward Jiang Heng, broadcasting his face live on the big screen. Initially unnoticed, the audience's focus shifted back to Jiang Heng, and many recognized him as the internet sensation from For You. The venue erupted in cheers. "Handsome guy, look. My fans adore your rendition of For You. If you don't show us a glimpse of it today, they won't be satisfied, right everyone?" The audience chanted in unison, urging Jiang Heng to perform. Jiang Heng was utterly at a loss. When he sang For You, it had been a perfect moment, with the right ambience and emotion. Now, in this setting, whom was he supposed to sing for? Was the situation appropriate? Was the atmosphere suitable? Did they truly envision him as an MC? Even if he were to sing, there was no way he could perform For You. Most of the audience comprised young individuals who were yet to marry. Singing For You would be utterly unrelatable to them. In such an occasion, performing a sentimental love song would undoubtedly be far more fitting than For You. Yet, when it came to selecting a piece, Jiang Heng found himself grappling with a dilemma. It wasn't that he lacked the ability to sing. Rather, the sheer abundance of songs at his disposal presented a delightful quandary. At this moment, Jiang Xinyao had begun to urge him on. "Handsome, are you ready? Once you are, we'll commence." Jiang Heng closed his eyes, his mind racing, ultimately arriving at a resolution. Addressing the microphone, he expressed, "Thank you all. I truly did not anticipate such fortuitous luck, being selected to perform at a concert. Given the enthusiastic atmosphere, may I inquire if it would be permissible for me to sing my original composition?" Zhang Xinyao paused, pondering his unexpected request for an original song. However, given the prevailing ambience, denying him would have been inappropriate. She maintained a courteous smile. "Very well then, the stage is yours. Let us see what performance you shall deliver." Jiang Heng glanced toward the band, where a piano awaited, with a gentleman seated at its keys. He swiftly approached, asking, "May I borrow your piano?" The man regarded Jiang Heng silently, then rose and stepped aside. Jiang Heng nodded in gratitude, positioned the microphone on the piano, and settled in front of the keys. Announcing to the audience, "Dear friends, I shall now perform my original song, The Longest Movie." Onlookers often perceive certain celebrities' piano performances as effortless. Yet that is a mere illusion. Such feats are not easily accomplished by just any singer. Now, Jiang Heng was set to showcase his piano skills before an audience of 80,000. Those unfamiliar with the art might simply view him as pretentious, while the discerning few would wonder if he was audaciously bold or exceptionally skilled. Nevertheless, it must be noted that Jiang Heng, clad in a dapper suit, exuded an impressive presence at the piano. As his fingers danced across the keys, a hush fell over the previously raucous crowd. Our beginning is akin to a lengthy film, screened for 3 years, with my ticket still in hand. The ballet on ice continues to whirl in my mind, as I gaze at you, slowly forgetting you. His voice, tinged with a subtle melancholy, seemed to narrate a personal tale to the audience. From Lu Ran's vantage point, she could catch a glimpse of Jiang Heng's profile, strikingly handsome, illuminated by the lights that cast a silvery sheen upon him. Lu Ran found his piano playing particularly enchanting. How is it that he not only played the piano, but also sang so beautifully? Reflecting on their past, she felt foolish for having merely indulged him in drinking. Memories of their romantic moments flooded back, and she chastised herself for not realizing that singing together could have been so rewarding. Listening intently to Jiang Heng's lyrics, she wondered if they were about his ex-girlfriend. Gazing at you, slowly forgetting you. How profound and despairing that sentiment was. A surge of frustration welled within her. Was that past relationship so deeply etched in his heart? She couldn't fathom who his former lover was to have caused such a rift. Amidst the hazy passage of time, how far have we drifted? The circles traced by the ice skates encapsulate who has changed. If we were to start anew, would it be less clumsy? Is love only precious when left unspoken? Jiang Heng's prowess at the piano captivated the audience, many of whom were indeed entranced by his charm. This allure was precisely why they were eager to hear him perform. However, once he began to sing, they discovered that his sorrowful timbre was laden with narratives. As they listened, it felt as though they were privy to Jiang Heng's own story. The line "Is love only precious when left unspoken?" shattered the hearts of many who harbored unreciprocated feelings for their own muses. Jiang Heng's song struck a profound chord, moving several fans to tears. Who was this divine figure? So strikingly handsome, yet equally talented at the piano and capable of evoking such deep emotions through song? His absence from the industry would indeed be a grave loss. Regardless of their opinions, I have already become a fan. Just give me 2 more minutes to freeze these memories in ice. Don't let the tears melt away. How can I remember you if your makeup is smudged? Remember, you told me to forget. With the poignant line, "Is love only precious when left unspoken?" The emotional tide surged, leading seamlessly into the chorus. Each phrase in the chorus felt like a dagger, piercing the hearts of the listeners. Countless audience members succumbed to their emotions, weeping uncontrollably. Especially those 2 lines, "Remember, you told me to forget," were heart-wrenching. Lu Ran was entranced. Gazing at Jiang Heng on stage, she suddenly realized how unfamiliar he seemed. It dawned on her that she knew little about him beyond his striking appearance. The best memory she had of Jiang Heng was from their first encounter, when his clear eyes, handsome visage, calm demeanor, and prominent Adam's apple had captivated her. Yet, after hearing him sing tonight, she recognized that beneath his sunny exterior lay a profound loneliness. What experiences had he endured that left such a lasting impact on him? The final 2 lines echoed with a deep sense of despair. As the chorus concluded, Jiang Heng continued to play the interlude. The audience sat in an unusual silence, as if they were all still immersed in his melody. Backstage, Su Yichen stared at Jiang Heng with a dazed expression, feeling a peculiar sense of estrangement. She was a special guest invited by Zhang Xinyao, and this was her first time singing on a stage before 80,000 people, which left her exhilarated. Although she was a rising star in her new Orange Entertainment, she was still a newcomer. The path to hosting her own concert like Zhang Xinyao's was still long. Yet, This did not deter her from imagining herself as the main attraction tonight. When she stepped onto the stage and sang her song before the vast audience, the response was indeed favorable. She felt that her charisma rivaled that of Jiang Heng. However, after her performance, as she descended from the stage, a wave of disappointment washed over her, and she found herself in a daze backstage. During the song request segment, she inadvertently glanced up, only to find Jiang Heng on the big screen. She felt incredulous. How could he be here? Earlier that afternoon, she had called him, inviting him to the event, hoping he would witness her on stage. For reasons unknown, she felt an intense desire to prove her success to him. Thus, even at Li Xinyue's wedding, on such a modest stage, she had given her all. Little did she expect Jiang Heng to perform for you. Regardless of her acknowledgement, that song was quite fitting for the occasion and resonated well with the audience, making Jiang Heng the center of attention. Furthermore, someone had uploaded a video of him singing online, propelling him into the top 5 of trending searches. This infuriated her. As a professional singer, she felt overshadowed by Jiang Heng. I have stated before that with just a slight effort, I can easily overshadow your presence. Su Yichen recalled Jiang Heng's nonchalant words, which only intensified her fury. Upon seeing Jiang Heng take the stage, Jiang Heng, evidently unfamiliar with him, promptly informed the director that Jiang Heng was the internet sensation behind the song for you. She wished for Jiang Heng to perform for you once more, hoping to convey that the song's popularity at weddings was due to its contextual significance. Why not try it in front of 80,000 people and see if it can evoke the same effect? Chapter 40, A Melancholic Love Song. Su Yichen could scarcely anticipate that Jiang Heng would once again defy expectations, opting to perform a piano rendition. A smile almost escaped her lips. Had Jiang Heng become a celebrity? Did he truly believe he was invincible? Admittedly, Su Yichen conceded that Jiang Heng's guitar skills were commendable, perhaps even surpassing her previous expectations. Yet, while guitar playing is one skill, the complexity of piano playing exists on an entirely different plane. Having known Jiang Heng for 5 years, she had witnessed his guitar prowess. Perhaps his 6 months of diligent practice could account for such progress. However, in their 5 years together, she had never seen him play the piano, and she remained skeptical that his piano skills could rival those on the guitar. Yet, as Jiang Heng settled before the piano, a palpable transformation enveloped him. Su Yichen felt a twinge of unfamiliarity. When he began to sing The Longest Movie, she found herself momentarily entranced. The essence of this song was starkly different from For You. While For You verged on the simplistic and overt, The Longest Movie epitomized a lyrical ballad. Its artistic merit was not only superior to For You, but it also stood among the elite in the Mandarin music scene. A sudden realization struck her. It felt as though she had been ensnared in a facade of romance with Jiang Heng, knowing nothing of the true depths of his artistry. This journey to the bustling metropolis had allowed her only 2 fleeting encounters with Jiang Heng. Apart from his familiar visage, he seemed transformed in demeanor. A wave of unease washed over Su Yichen. Give me 2 more minutes to solidify memories into ice. Don't let the tears melt. Your makeup is ruined. How can I remember? Remember that you told me to forget. Remember that you told me to forget. Jiang Heng's voice resonated with profound emotion, rich and full. As he sang the line about remembering to forget, the raw vulnerability in his tone struck a chord deep within Su Yichen, sending her heart racing. In that moment, she felt a disconnection, as though in her pursuit of dreams, she had lost something profoundly beautiful. It was as if she wandered alone in an expansive wilderness, enveloped by the chilling winds, with no refuge in sight. Panic surged within her as she scanned her surroundings, unable to discern the path she had taken or the light ahead. With a forceful shake of her head, she cast aside these bewildering thoughts, only to find her irritation rekindled at the sight of Jiang Heng still passionately singing on stage. This Jiang Heng was undeniably deliberate. With such musical talent, he had chosen never to reveal it in her presence. Even when Guan Lianshan penned his first song that catapulted him to internet fame, he refrained from showcasing his musical gifts. A simmering resentment began to take root within Su Yichen. Had he disclosed earlier that he could compose such exquisite music? Would she have chosen to pursue her career in the capital alongside Guan Lianshan? With her teeth clenched against her lips, the flames of her fury ignited. She felt her heart twist in anguish, a manifestation of her intense ire. Meanwhile, Summer Wanxiu, equally unsettled, mirrored Su Yichen's turmoil. Although she had departed from New Orange Entertainment, her rapport with Jiang Heng remained amicable. The moment Jiang Heng announced her concert in the metropolis, she extended an invitation to Summer Wanxiu. 3 days prior, Jiang Heng playfully suggested bringing along a friend, hinting that she meant a boyfriend. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Summer Wanchio's thoughts immediately gravitated towards Jiang Heng, an unexpected realization that left her flustered. In her mind, Jiang Heng was merely a hired partner for her impending marriage, a means to navigate through unnecessary complications. Why would he come to her mind? Summer Wanchio dismissed the thought, her focus consumed by the singer challenge. She had prepared for this competition as her final stand in the entertainment realm, determined to deliver a flawless rendition of a jiao without regrets. The previous night's recording of the singer challenge had been fraught with challenges, yet the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. Her performance of a jiao garnered an overwhelmingly positive response, propelling her to success. In fact, after the recording, she reflected on Jiang Heng. Without his composition of a jiao, her advancement would have been improbable. She had intended to share this exhilarating news with him and invite him to the concert. However, due to a confidentiality agreement with Tomato Satellite TV, she was unable to disclose her success. Ultimately, her own hesitations prevailed. She hesitated to call Jiang Heng. It wasn't until that afternoon that she resolved to reach out, considering it a gesture of gratitude for his songwriting. Let there be no misunderstanding. It's purely a friendly invitation, not the kind Zhang Xinyao had in mind. After considerable mental preparation, she finally dialed Jiang Heng's number, her heart racing. However, upon hearing his incredulous response, "Why are you calling me?" she felt a surge of anger. What did he mean by that? Did he not realize they were legally recognized as husband and wife? After several seconds of suppressing the urge to hang up, she meticulously explained the concert details. She believed she had been quite clear, yet Jiang Heng seemed preoccupied with his own affairs, dismissing her mention of the singer challenge. "Fine. Let us pretend you're concerned about me. But what do you mean by saying you have plans tonight? Did he not have a part-time job at Hong Langman? How much could he possibly earn? Hadn't he just spent $1 million on a song?" Just moments ago, seeing Jiang Heng on the big screen, Summer Wanchio felt her composure shatter. She had assumed he would be working, yet here he was at the concert. So, this was the arrangement he had mentioned? He declined her invitation only to appear at the concert? Moreover, she noticed a striking girl pushing Jiang Heng from behind while he conversed with the staff. In an instant, everything clicked into place for Summer Wanchio. That girl must be his girlfriend. But when had he entered a relationship? A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, leaving her utterly disoriented. It felt as though her mind had come to a standstill. When she finally regained her senses, Jiang Heng was already on stage, playing the piano and singing. Summer Wanchio did not find it strange that Jiang Heng could play the piano. After all, she had witnessed his adeptness with various instruments firsthand. Only the sorrow in Jiang Heng's voice revealed his melancholic essence, as the song resonated with profound sadness. Xiao Wanchio sensed an incongruity. Jiang Heng's emotional state seemed ill-suited for one in the throes of romance. Chapter 41. Dominating the stage. Xiao Wanchio shook her head, attempting to dispel this inexplicable thought. According to their agreement, both parties were to refrain from interfering in each other's romantic lives. Even if Jiang Heng were indeed involved with someone, he had no obligation to inform her, nor did she possess the right to be angered. Xiao Wanchio gazed intently at Jiang Heng on stage. It was the second time she had witnessed him in formal attire, and one could not deny that he was undeniably handsome. His charm radiated a vibrant, healthy glow, starkly contrasting with the frail, heavily made-up idols of the entertainment industry. Xiao Wanchio couldn't help but ponder if her willingness to enter into a sham marriage with Jiang Heng stemmed, at least in part, from his alluring appearance. She felt almost unwell for entertaining such thoughts. Her only desire was to establish herself in the entertainment world. Men were merely obstacles in her pursuit of dreams. Setting aside these errant thoughts, she focused intently on Jiang Heng's singing. "Give me 2 more minutes. Let me freeze this memory in ice. Do not melt away the tears. Your makeup is ruined. How am I to remember? Remember you told me to forget. Remember you told me to forget. You said you would cry, not because you cared." Jiang Heng poured his emotions into his performance, his voice imbued with profound sorrow and despair, effortlessly eliciting empathy from the audience. Xiao Wanchio speculated that Jiang Heng's song reflected his feelings for Su Yichen, following their 5-year romantic journey that ultimately ended in heartbreak. That relationship must have wounded him deeply. Otherwise, how could his singing be so heart-wrenching? She recalled how Su Yichen had chosen to end their 5-year relationship to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, joining New Orange Entertainment. Xiao Wanchio was well aware of the caliber of their top composer, Guan Lianshan. She wondered how Su Yichen felt now. If she had known of Jiang Heng's musical talent sooner, would she have had regrets? Setting aside the emotional weight of the song, Jiang Heng's vocal prowess was nothing short of formidable. The song's high notes were challenging, yet he effortlessly reached them while seated, his voice remarkably steady, achieving a quality akin to that of a recorded album. Xiao Wanchio mused on how much Jiang Heng adored wealth. What if she signed him to Chase Light Entertainment? This thought sent a thrill through her. Xiao Wanqiu considered herself quite astute. With Jiang Heng's dual talent in singing and songwriting, if she could secure him to compose for her, what fear did she have of being sidelined in the industry? That guy was obsessed with money. As long as her terms were appealing enough, she doubted he would refuse. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a smile crept onto Xiao Wanqiu's lips. Attending the concert alone, she noticed the man sitting next to her had long been captivated by her striking beauty, stealing glances at her from time to time. While undeniably beautiful, her demeanor was rather aloof, deterring others from approaching her. When a man turned his head, he caught Xiao Wanqiu's smile. That smile melted like spring rain, dissolving the icy barriers around him, causing every flower in the world to bloom in response, a beauty beyond compare. The man felt as if he had fallen in love. In the Grand Shanghai Sports Arena, which could accommodate 80,000, the once animated crowd fell into a hushed silence. Only Jiang Heng's voice and the piano accompaniment resonated throughout the venue. Yet, Zhang Xinyao, the evening's undeniable star, found herself in a state of complex emotions. The concert was supposed to be a resounding success, but who could have predicted that a song request interaction would derail it? This performer was a remarkable talent. His rendition had overshadowed the entire event. Zhang Xinyao was self-aware enough to recognize that none of her songs could compete with his. A glance at the audience's reactions confirmed that nearly everyone was entranced by his performance. Xinyao, after this, reach out to him, see if you can keep him. His song is impressive, and if you can acquire it, it could become your signature piece, her manager, Yang Jia, whispered to her. Zhang Xinyao's eyes brightened. Her manager was quick-witted, indeed. If she could secure the rights to a song performed at her own concert, it would be nothing short of perfect. She nodded gently. Her mood lifted. Unbeknownst to them, Sui Chen, not far away, overheard their conversation, a smirk playing on her lips. On stage, Jiang Heng pressed the final key of the piano, concluding his performance, and stood to acknowledge the audience with gratitude. To his own surprise, he executed the gesture with remarkable fluidity. As the music ceased, the audience realized his performance had come to an end, erupting into thunderous applause. This concert had truly been a revelation. Who could have anticipated such a delightful surprise? As Jiang Heng completed his song and prepared to descend the stage, a voice called from backstage, "Handsome guy, please wait." Turning, he saw Zhang Xinyao striding toward him with long legs. Jiang Heng halted, awaiting her approach. She handed him an album with his autograph, a promised interactive gift. "Handsome guy, I really want to punch you right now. Are you here to interact? Or to steal the spotlight? It feels like you've overshadowed my concert." Zhang Xinyao's candid and unpretentious declaration endeared her to the fans, prompting laughter throughout the venue. Jiang Heng shrugged. "I truly apologize, but you can't blame me. I said I wouldn't come, yet you insisted I join you." Feigning hurt, Zhang Xinyao replied, "Handsome guy, you are taking advantage and playing innocent." After a pause, she continued, "Could I ask your name, given that you've turned my concert upside down?" Jiang Heng pondered for a moment before answering, "Call me Wang Laoba." Without lingering on stage, he turned and departed. Zhang Xinyao was momentarily taken aback, wondering about the peculiar name. Suddenly, she heard the audience erupt in laughter, realizing the pun in his song, "Remember you told me to forget." Sounded like "Remember you call me Wang Laoba." Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. Turning back, she discovered Jiang Heng had already left the stage. Frustrated at not having obtained his name or contact information, she was relieved to see that a staff member had pursued him. Jiang Heng, understanding their intentions to obtain his contact details, did not refuse and provided his phone number. Upon returning to his seat, nearby audience members gathered, requesting to take photos with him. This unexpected attention caught him off guard. Like them, he had come to enjoy the concert, not to become the center of attention. Turning to LV Ran, he suggested, "Shall we leave now?" LV Ran, noticing the throng of girls surrounding them, was already displeased. When Jiang Heng proposed to depart, she eagerly nodded, grabbing his hand and swiftly leading him away from the scene. Chapter 42, Probing for the Truth. The two returned to the car, and Lu Ran regarded Jiang Heng with curiosity, as if she were meeting him for the first time. "Why you never told me you sing so beautifully?" Jiang Heng thought to himself that he had not sung well in the past. However, he replied, "You never asked me." Lu Ran suddenly laughed, her eyes narrowing playfully. "With such a talent for singing, why settle for being a programmer? You might as well debut as a singer. Why not do it now? I'll support you." Jiang Heng thought to himself that she was yet another person prone to making caustic remarks. After all, he was a serious IT professional. What kind of respectable person would venture into the entertainment industry? Singing was merely a pastime for him. His true passion lay in coding. He preferred not to delve further into the matter. "Lu, where do you live? Let me give you a ride home. But tomorrow is Saturday. Why are you heading home so early? Shall we go to Hongleman instead?" The mention of Hongleman made Jiang Heng feel somewhat uneasy. It was not merely because he had been dismissed from there, but the very name evoked memories of his past with Lu Ran. He did not deny that she had helped him during his most challenging times, yet those memories were not ones he cherished. A man of strong pride, he felt that the money he had earned came at the cost of his dignity. In Lu Ran's eyes, he felt like nothing more than a plaything, no different from the wealthy patrons of Hongleman. Whether she was drinking with him there or now employing him as her assistant, he felt the same discomfort. Thus, he was reluctant to engage with Lu Ran on a personal level. However, he found himself in need of income. Perhaps it was best to refrain from returning there, considering it was once his workplace. Encountering familiar faces would be awkward. Lu Ran grasped Jiang Heng's arm and spoke in a flirtatious tone. "Oh, I don't want to go home right now. How about we go to a bar instead?" Jiang Heng felt a shiver run down his spine. Should anyone witness the COO of Blue Whale behaving in such a manner, they would surely be taken aback. Unable to endure the moment, he relented. "All right, then you choose a place." Lu Ran, slightly embarrassed, released his arm and spoke in a quieter tone. "I'll set the navigation." Following her directions, Jiang Heng arrived at the entrance of a bar adorned solely with Latin letters. Though unfamiliar, it exuded an air of sophistication. This was hardly surprising, given Lu Ran's status. How could she possibly frequent a low-end establishment? After parking, Jiang Heng walked in alongside Lu Ran to the bar, whose name eluded him. Clearly a regular here, Lu Ran was immediately recognized by the staff upon entering, who greeted her with utmost politeness. "Miss Young, welcome." As the staff spoke, their gaze briefly swept over Jiang Heng, tinged with a hint of surprise. Jiang Heng caught that fleeting expression of astonishment and couldn't help but smirk bitterly, realizing he was likely not the first male companion Lu Ran had brought to this venue. With an impassive expression, Lu Ran merely nodded. "Do you have a private room?" "Yes, please follow me," the staff replied. Lu Ran nodded and turned to Jiang Heng. "Let us go." Jiang Heng remained silent, following her closely. The staff led them to room 4221, opening the door and gesturing for them to enter. After they stepped inside, the staff inquired, "Miss Yang, what would you like?" "Red wine and a fruit platter," was Lu Ran's succinct response. While she spoke with the staff, Jiang Heng took in the decor of the room. It was styled in a retro-futuristic manner, a striking juxtaposition of modernity adorned with vintage paintings, creating a compelling aesthetic. "What do you think? Isn't the atmosphere splendid?" Lu Ran beamed. "I'm just an ordinary person. I wouldn't know," Jiang Heng replied nonchalantly. "I refuse to believe that, without a refined artistic sensibility. How could you produce such beautiful music?" Jiang Heng chuckled, choosing not to respond further. After all, what did that music have to do with him? He was merely a laborer in that regard. Soon, the staff returned, balancing a tray with fruit, wine glasses, and a bottle of red wine, setting them on the table before bowing slightly and exiting the room. Jiang Heng examined the wine, recognizing it as Romanicani, the kind of bottle that could cost a fortune. Lu Ran urged him to sit. "Come, let us drink." Jiang Heng hesitated. "I have to drive later. Perhaps I shouldn't drink." "Don't worry. I'll have someone come to drive us back," Lu Ran reassured him. Noticing his lingering uncertainty, she couldn't help but laugh. "Are you worried about the price of the wine?" Jiang Heng's face flushed with embarrassment, ultimately conceding as he sat down, pouring half a glass of red wine into each of their glasses and handing one to Lu Ran. She raised her glass, swirling it gently before taking a sip. Noticing Jiang Heng's glass remained untouched, she encouraged him. "Why aren't you drinking?" Reluctantly, Jiang Heng raised his glass and tilted his head back, downing the wine in one go. Lu Ran found pleasure in watching him drink. He always exuded a carefree aura while doing so. Perhaps it was a vendetta against alcohol or a conflict with himself, but he always finished his drink in one gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing enticingly. Lu Ran felt a familiar warmth spreading across her cheeks, a nostalgic sensation enveloping her. Jiang Heng set down his glass, his expression unchanging, as if the wine had no effect on him. Lu Ran, resting her elbows on her knees and cradling her chin, regarded Jiang Heng with curiosity. "Jiang Heng, I'm suddenly very intrigued. What kind of profound emotional experiences have you had to inspire a song like The Longest Movie?" "I'm merely an ordinary worker. I don't have any profound emotional experiences," he replied. "I refuse to believe it. With your looks, there must be countless girls pursuing you. Your song is filled with stories. I'm just curious. Please share with me." Jiang Heng chuckled, pouring himself another glass. "It's not that complicated. I met a girl in college, and we dated for 5 years before breaking up." He spoke with calmness, yet Lu Ran sensed that his tranquility belied deeper turmoil. She remembered the night Jiang Heng had consumed copious amounts of alcohol, his emotions unraveling. "I can't fathom which woman would initiate a breakup with you." Jiang Heng chuckled, raising his glass and downing it in one gulp. "Actually, you've met her." Lu Ran was taken aback. "No way. How could I have met her?" Remember tonight when you asked if that singer was my type? Lu Ran blinked, suddenly realizing, her eyes widening in shock. You can't be telling me that singer is your ex-girlfriend, can you? Jiang Heng shrugged, non-committal. Chapter 43, Rapid Emotional Shifts. Lu Ran felt as if she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Goodness, Jiang Heng was indeed extraordinary. His ex-girlfriend was a star. Memories of the breathtaking girl on stage that evening flooded back to her. No wonder Jiang Heng had been so emotionally volatile that night at Honglam and KTV. It turned out the girl he had dated for 5 years was extraordinarily beautiful. You were together for 5 years. How could you have broken up? Jiang Heng poured himself another glass, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. Perhaps I couldn't give her what she wanted. It had been 9 months since Jiang Heng had broken up with Sui Chen, and the weight of that relationship lingered heavily on his heart, like an insurmountable burden. Although he had always made a concerted effort to maintain composure, appearing as if the world were but a gentle breeze, in truth, Jiang Heng yearned for someone to confide in, yet found no outlet for his sentiments. In the bustling metropolis, his only acquaintances worthy of the title friends were Xiao Hua and Li Xinyue. However, he felt utterly incapable of sharing his burdens with them. As for his colleagues, who among them possesses the patience to listen to your tales? Yet, Lu Ran was different. He had once crumbled before Lu Ran, and today, it was Lu Ran who broached the subject. After all, the two shared no significant bond, and if Lu Ran was willing to lend an ear, why not share his story? Jiang Heng poured himself drink after drink, gradually unfolding the narrative of his relationship with Sui Chen. From her serendipitous encounter and blossoming love to their eventual separation, leaving no detail unspoken. Is that why you toil so relentlessly for wealth? All for her? Lu Ran's seemingly innocuous inquiry carried an undertone of jealousy. This fellow, so tender towards other women, appeared indifferent towards him. What did he lack in comparison? Perhaps, in the realm of physical allure, he fell just slightly short, but it was merely a trifle. What was more exasperating was that Jiang Heng earned his own money only to assist another woman in realizing her dreams. The thought left him feeling rather foolish. He downed the last glass of red wine in one gulp, stating that isn't entirely the case. I genuinely need the funds. Lu Ran pouted, suddenly losing interest in their conversation, and rose to declare, all right then, you drink alone? What am I to drink? I'm leaving. Jiang Heng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as it dawned upon him that he indeed was drinking alone. My apologies, Mr. Lu. How about I treat you today? I'll cover the bill, he offered. Lu Ran's irritation flared further. When we used to drink together, you never mentioned a price of 10,000 a glass. Now that you're not short on cash, you're counting pennies with me. Are you? Jiang Heng. Doesn't tea that weigh on your conscience? You drank all the wine. What have you treated me to? Jiang Heng could only feel more awkward. Lu Ran shot him a disdainful glance before retrieving his phone and dialing a number to summon a driver. Sitting on the sofa with arms crossed and legs crossed in a haughty manner, Lu Ran feigned aloofness. Jiang Heng felt distinctly uncomfortable. Then I shall settle the bill. Lu Ran shot a glance at Jiang Heng, disregarding him. As he watched Jiang Heng exit the private room, his teeth clenched in frustration. Before long, Jiang Heng returned. Looking disheveled, Lu Ran smirked. So, did you manage to pay? Jiang Heng rubbed his nose and plopped down on the sofa, at a loss for words. He had genuinely intended to settle the bill. As he walked out of the room, the bar staff had cast peculiar glances his way. Jiang Heng felt utterly out of sorts, as if he bore the labels of a free-loading gigolo in their eyes. Steeling himself, he approached the front desk, produced his card, and stated, "Bill for room 4221, please." The server, taken aback, scrutinized Jiang Heng for a considerable time before responding, "Room 4221 is Miss Yang's exclusive chamber. She is our boss, and her expenses are all charged to her account." Jiang Heng was rendered speechless, realizing that Lu Ran was the owner of the establishment. Her disapproval of his attempt to pay was likely a ploy to mock him. He felt like a jester, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Yet he could hardly blame Lu Ran, as this predicament was of his own making. Soon, Lu Ran's phone rang. "Let us go. The driver has arrived." Lu Ran stood, exiting the private room, while Jiang Heng trailed behind with his head hung low. The ride was steeped in silence, with Lu Ran saying nothing. The driver kept his gaze fixed ahead, focused solely on the road, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Whether it was the oppressive ambience or the effects of the alcohol, Jiang Heng felt restless. As they passed a music store, a thought struck him. He had long desired to purchase a guitar, but had forgotten amidst the busyness of life. Now, encountering the opportunity, he decided to seize it. "I'm almost there," he informed the driver and asked to be let out. The car halted, and Jiang Heng waved farewell to Lu Ran. "Do you remember what I mentioned this afternoon?" Lu Ran remarked coolly. "Prepare well at home. Don't make any mistakes. Jiang Heng understood that Lu Ran was referring to the report he was to present at the senior management meeting on Monday. However, Lu Ran did not wait for a response and shut the window. Confused by Lu Ran's sudden shift in demeanor, Jiang Heng felt a headache brewing. He wished to maintain a purely professional relationship and avoid entanglements beyond work. He walked along the pavement back to the music store named Echo. Upon entering, he was greeted by soft piano melodies. Perhaps due to the late hour, the shop was rather quiet. Only a woman was tidying up, appearing ready to close for the day. Jiang Heng's attention was drawn to her. She had her long hair casually tied in a low ponytail, clad in a black knit top paired with a plaid long skirt, exuding a gentle charm. Noticing a customer, the woman straightened up, prepared to greet him. Perhaps sensing the alcohol on Jiang Heng, she frowned slightly, but ultimately ignored him, opting instead to move to the front desk. Jiang Heng chuckled to himself, undeterred, and wandered over to the guitar section. The prices at the store were not exorbitant. He spotted one exquisitely crafted guitar priced at $990,000, while most others range from a few hundred to a couple of thousand. Jiang Heng lingered on the $990,000 guitar momentarily before shaking his head. It was far beyond his means. He had modest expectations for a guitar and found a 299 yuan 41-inch solidwood guitar that seemed suitable. "Hello, may I try this one?" he inquired of the woman at the front desk. She glanced up, met his gaze, said nothing but nodded. Jiang Heng picked up the guitar and strummed a few notes, lacking any semblance of melody. The woman's brows furrowed further at his uncoordinated strumming, perhaps conveying her disdain for his lack of skill. Of course, Jiang Heng wasn't aiming to play a tune. He merely wished to assess the instrument's sound quality. Though inexpensive, the guitar had decent tuning. After all, for 299 yuan, what more could one desire? He approached the front desk, placing the guitar on the counter. "Hello, I've decided on this one. May I pay by card?" The woman set her phone aside, produced a POS machine, and entered the amount. Her fingers were long, and her neatly manicured nails pleasing to the eye. Jiang Heng handed her his card, and after inputting his password, the transaction was completed. He cradled the guitar, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment." Just as Jiang Heng turned, the woman finally spoke, her voice as melodious as her appearance. He turned back. "Is there an issue? We offer a free bag with guitar purchases. Let me fetch one for you." "Oh, is that a perk?" The woman turned and walked towards the back of the store, the sound of her footsteps ascending the stairs echoing. Jiang Heng waited a moment, but she did not return. He settled onto a high stool and absent-mindedly strummed the strings, inadvertently producing a stream of smooth notes. As he completed an unbidden melody, the shopkeeper had yet to return. Jiang Heng shook his head, losing patience, and stood to leave. Just as he stepped outside, he heard the shopkeeper calling after him, "Sir, please wait. Here is your guitar bag." He turned to see the woman standing at the entrance, holding a guitar bag as she called out to him. Her slender figure cast a long shadow beneath the vibrant glow of the neon lights, resembling a stunning portrait. Jiang Heng took a few steps back, positioning himself before the woman. "Thank you," he said. The woman handed him the guitar case, her lips parting as if she wished to speak but found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Heng accepted the guitar case, crouched down to rest it on his thigh, and placed the guitar inside, expressing his gratitude once more. "Excuse me, may I inquire the title of the piece you just played?" Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback. The melody he had casually plucked was one that had long become second nature to him, Romance of Love. He zipped up the guitar case and rose to his feet. "I've never heard it before. May I ask who composed it?" he queried, slinging the guitar case over his back with a smile. "Let us consider it my original work," he replied. The woman's enchanting almond-shaped eyes blinked as she swept a stray strand of hair from her face. "Could you play it once more? I would like to record the score." Jiang Heng hesitated, feeling somewhat reluctant. He had not rested well that morning, and the exertion from the concert had drained his energy. He was already weary, and it would take him half an hour to walk home from there. However, the radiant expectation in the woman's eyes softened his resolve. "Very well." He relented. The woman smiled with narrowed eyes. "Thank you for your kindness." They returned to the shop together, where the woman pulled out a chair for Jiang Heng. "Would you like something to drink?" she asked. Having consumed alcohol earlier that evening, Jiang Heng had not noticed the dryness in his throat until she inquired. "Is there any plain water?" he replied. The woman nodded and turned to fetch a bottle of purified water, apologizing. "I'm afraid I haven't boiled any water today. This is all we have." "Thank you," Jiang Heng said, accepting the water and taking a couple of sips. "Shall we begin?" The woman retrieved the guitar from the stand and handed it to Jiang Heng. "Let us use this one." Jiang Heng recognized it immediately as the one priced at $990,000 he had seen earlier. Strumming a few chords, he noted that its sound quality far surpassed that of his own guitar. The woman took out her phone and activated the recording function, placing it before Jiang Heng. He nodded and began to play, a cascade of fluid notes flowing forth. As he played, the woman's gaze naturally fell upon his hands. She observed that, like herself, Jiang Heng possessed a pair of remarkably beautiful hands. His fingerwork was seamless, creating a sensation of unity between him and the guitar. Upon finishing the piece, he tapped the phone to stop the recording. "How does it sound?" he asked. The woman nodded, picked up the phone, located the recording file, and pressed play. The quality was reasonably clear. "Not bad, truly. Thank you," she replied. Jiang Heng set the guitar down on the table, picked up his own guitar, and prepared to take his leave. The woman stood up, saying, "I apologize, but I haven't yet asked her name." "Jiang Heng," he replied. The woman's lips moved as if she were silently rehearsing his name, before continuing. "I am a professor at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. May I demonstrate your composition in my class?" Realizing she was a university professor, Jiang Heng noted her demeanor indeed reflected that of an educator. "It would be my honor," he exclaimed. "Thank you so much." The woman returned to the front desk, retrieving a business card from her bag, which she presented to Jiang Heng with both hands. Upon examining it, he discovered her name was Lin Yuji, a professor in the music performance department at the Shanghai Conservatory. Jiang Heng was taken aback. She appeared to be under 30, yet already held the title of professor. Truly impressive. "Ah, Professor Lin, my apologies," he said. "And may I ask what you do, Mr. Jiang?" "I'm a programmer." Lin Yuji's large almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, lending her an unexpectedly endearing quality. "So, who did you learn guitar from?" she inquired. "I just play casually," he replied. Lin Yuji blinked, sensing that Jiang Heng was perhaps being modest. It seemed implausible that someone could casually produce such a beautiful piece as Romance of Love. Even if he were not a professional, he must have studied under a master. However, as it was their first encounter, she refrained from pressing further. Jiang Heng glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock, and he still had a half-hour walk to his residence. He hurriedly bid farewell to Lin Yuji. Upon reaching the alley entrance, he spotted a familiar vehicle, Xiao Wanqiu's red Bentley Continental. Beside it stood a Maserati. Jiang Heng muttered to himself, "What's she doing here? I didn't agree to accompany her to the concert today, and now that I've drawn attention at the concert, she must be here to confront me." However, he quickly dismissed the thought. What grounds did she have to cause trouble for him? Shaking his head, he strode forward. As he reached the foot of the building, a figure suddenly darted out from the shadows, nearly causing him to kick out in reflex. Thankfully, the dim light from the motion sensor illuminated the familiar face of Xie Min. Jiang Heng was left speechless. "Xie Min, are you out of your mind? Why on earth are you lurking here at this hour?" Xie Min crept closer, whispering, "Brother Jiang Heng, you shouldn't go upstairs. There's a chaotic scene at your home. I tried my best, but couldn't stop it." "Are you sleepwalking? What are you talking about? Your sister-in-law and ex-sister-in-law are blocking your door." Jiang Heng sighed, genuinely concerned for her. "You're in your second year of high school, yet you can't even articulate properly." Xie Min pouted. Her eyes filled with discontent as she stamped her foot. "I'm only worried about you. Just go up and experience what a chaotic scene is like." "You're insane," Jiang Heng muttered, ascending the stairs. Xie Min stealthily followed behind, eager to witness the drama unfold. Upon reaching the terrace, Jiang Heng was immediately struck by the sight before him. Xiao Wanqiu and Sui Chen stood on either side of the terrace. What the hell? Jiang Heng suddenly realized that the Maserati parked beside Xiao Wanqiu's Bentley was indeed driven by Sui Chen. Xiao Wanqiu, clad in a black trench coat and denim, had her long hair tousled by the night breeze, exuding a chilly beauty. Sui Chen, in a white gown paired with a white coat, had her hair styled in a bun, glowing ethereally in the moonlight. Jiang Heng instantly comprehended what Xie Min meant by a chaotic scene, understanding the implications of his sister-in-law and ex-sister-in-law being present together. These two had converged once more, and indeed, it was a tumultuous situation, especially since earlier that day, he had declined their invitations to the concert, only to attend it and be discovered by them. He glanced back at Xie Min, who was making exaggerated faces at him. Jiang Heng shot her a fierce glare, causing her to adopt a look of feigned innocence. Chapter 45, A Reunion. Sui Chen was in a foul mood. Although the evening's performance had been a resounding success, Jiang Heng's sudden appearance had left her feeling unsettled. During the last wedding of Li Xinyue, Jiang Heng's For You had overshadowed her own spotlight. This evening, Jiang Heng's rendition of the longest movie had even eclipsed Zhang Xinyue's performance. His words, "I can easily steal your thunder," resonated in her mind like a curse, leaving her fraught with anxiety. What vexed him even more was the knowledge that Zhang Xinyue's manager intended to persuade Jiang Heng to acquire the longest movie. Xin Chung Entertainment was merely a second-rate company, with resources that were quite limited. Should Zhang Xinyue secure this song, she would undoubtedly seize a greater share of resources, which would adversely affect his own prospects and perhaps render it impossible for him to surpass her again. He felt compelled to act swiftly, to approach Jiang Heng and secure the longest movie before Zhang Xinyao could make her move. As for whether he could indeed obtain the song, he harbored confidence. He was certain that the emotions Jiang Heng poured into the song were a reflection of their past relationship, revealing that Jiang Heng still held deep feelings for him. He believed that if he simply found Jiang Heng and spoke earnestly, he could soften his heart and persuade him to hand over the longest movie. Moreover, he was aware of Jiang Heng's financial situation. He needed money, and perhaps offering a little more would do the trick to secure the song. Sui Chen took out her phone and called Jiang Heng, but the call went unanswered. Frustrated, yet helpless, she recognized the urgency of securing Jiang Heng before Zhang Xinyao could. However, with no means of contacting him, and considering the difficulty of persuading him over the phone, she resolved that a face-to-face meeting was necessary. While she knew Jiang Heng's previous residence, he was now married to Xiao Wanqiu and surely no longer lived there. She dialed Xiao Hua, seeking assistance in arranging a meeting with Jiang Heng. When he answered, Xiao Hua coolly informed her that he was currently on his honeymoon with Li Xinyue. Sui Chen felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She knew Xiao Hua harbored resentment due to her past actions. Just as she pondered her next steps, her phone rang. It was Xiao Hua again. A slight thought crossed her mind. This call was likely not initiated willingly by him, but rather at Li Xinyue's behest. Xiao Hua succinctly informed her that Jiang Heng still resided at the same place. After a moment's contemplation, she recalled that the same place referred to the little attic. Initially perplexed, she wondered why Jiang Heng continued to live there despite his marriage to Xiao Wanqiu. Was their union merely a facade? However, time was of the essence, and she was eager to find Jiang Heng. She was familiar with the attic, having visited him weekly before their breakup, and thus still had fond memories associated with it. Driving her Maserati, she followed the navigation to Jiang Heng's residence. While the metropolis around her was ever-changing, this particular place felt untouched by time. The attic Jiang Heng inhabited shared an entrance with Yang Qinqiu's house, and upon entering, one ascended a separate staircase to reach the roof. Upon reaching the 6th floor, she discovered the door securely locked. She recalled how the landlord's little girl often clung to Jiang Heng, and although she couldn't remember the girl's name, she believed they had gotten along well. Gently knocking on the door, she was soon met by a young girl who peeked out. Suji Chen flashed a sweet as might, ready to greet her, but the door was abruptly slammed shut. Did you not break up with brother Jiang Heng? What are you doing here? The girl's voice bristled with anger, leaving Sui Chen's smile frozen in place. Could you please let Jiang Heng know I'm here? I need to speak with him, she implored. Jiang Heng isn't home. Even if he were, he wouldn't see you. Despite her attempts to reason with the girl, the door remained firmly shut. Resigned, Sui Chen prepared to leave when suddenly footsteps echoed up the stairs. She turned to see, to her astonishment, Xiao Wanqiu approaching. This was utterly unexpected. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if Xiao Wanqiu truly lived there with Jiang Heng. Xiao Wanqiu, equally taken aback by the encounter, questioned Sui Chen's motives for seeking Jiang Heng. Misu, are you here to find Jiang Heng? She inquired. Sui Chen forced a smile. Do you live here with him? Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks flushed slightly, and Sui Chen mistakenly assumed they were genuinely married, unaware that their union was merely contractual. Without answering directly, Xiao Wanqiu asked, why don't you go up? Sui Chen, caught off guard by the invitation, nodded and followed Xiao Wanqiu inside. As they ascended the stairs, the landlord's little girl, Xie Simin, trailed behind. Observing their interactions with keen interest, though their exchanges were minimal, it was evident to her that there was an underlying tension. Xie Simin's mind raced. One was Jiang Heng's former girlfriend, while the other was an ambiguous figure who Jiang Heng had referred to as his wife. Having just addressed Xiao Wanqiu as sister-in-law, she had intended to gauge their reactions, but to her surprise, there was no dissent from either party. Could it be that she truly was Jiang Heng's girlfriend? The thought amused Xie Simin, as she anticipated an interesting evening ahead for Jiang Heng, caught between his past and present acquaintances. Chapter 46, All Acting. When Xiao Wanqiu spotted Jiang Heng returning, she swiftly glanced at Sui Chen, seemingly making a difficult decision. She stepped closer to Jiang Heng. Why are you returning so late? I didn't bring my key, and I made the guests wait outside. Jiang Heng blinked in confusion, processing her words. What do you mean? You forgot your key? Don't you have a key to my house? Suddenly realizing, he recognized that Xiao Wanqiu was playing the role of his wife, and her acting was surprisingly seamless. He covertly observed Sui Chen, noting how her previously radiant smile faltered at Xiao Wanqiu's declaration. Before he could respond, Xiao Wanqiu continued, have you been drinking again? You reek of alcohol. Her nagging demeanor resembled that of a devoted wife, and in that moment, Jiang Heng mused that it was a pity Xiao Wanqiu had not pursued a career in acting. Suddenly, It occurred to Jiang Heng that Su Yichen had once pursued an acting career, yet his talent had failed to garner any recognition. Similarly, Xiao Wanqiu, a singer, had debuted for quite some time without a single noteworthy hit to her name. Otherwise, she would not have remained so obscure, only gaining notoriety through 2 altercations. Jiang Heng pondered whether the 2 of them had mistakenly swapped life scripts. Shaking off this perplexing thought, he steadied his mind and remarked, on my way home, I chanced upon a music store and decided to purchase a guitar. Xiao Wanqiu swiftly unfastened the guitar case from Jiang Heng's back. You should hurry and open the door, she urged. Very well, such a skilled performer you are. Jiang Heng acknowledged with a nod as he retrieved his keys to unlock the door, with Xiao Wanqiu following closely behind, cradling the guitar. Upon opening the door, Xiao Wanqiu cast a smile back at Su Yichen, saying, I apologize, but the room is rather small, so I won't be able to invite you in to sit. She then turned to Jiang Heng. Hurry and bring out a chair. Xiao Wanqiu portrayed the role of the hostess with remarkable authenticity. Not only was Su Yichen taken aback, but even Xie Simin, who had been trailing behind in anticipation of the unfolding drama, was bewildered. This sister had only visited here for the 2nd time. Yet she appeared so at ease. Was there something amiss with her memory? Surely, it couldn't be that she had lost significant recollections. As she had only been here the previous week, time was not a factor. At that moment, Su Yichen's mind was also in turmoil. Upon learning from Xiao Hua that Jiang Heng still resided in the former attic, he had been consumed with questions. Xiao Wanqiu exuded an air of affluence and would undoubtedly not choose to live in an attic. Why then did Jiang Heng still inhabit that space? Moreover, during their encounter at the wedding, while Xiao Wanqiu and Jiang Heng appeared quite intimate, Jiang Heng evidently seemed uncomfortable. Thus, Su Yichen became increasingly convinced that Jiang Heng and Xiao Wanqiu belonged to entirely different worlds, and that there could be no genuine affection between them. Their marriage was surely a transaction rooted in financial necessity. Jiang Heng needed money, and Xiao Wanqiu was well aware of this. Furthermore, when Xiao Wanqiu arrived, she didn't even possess a key to Jiang Heng's home, which made it hard to believe in the authenticity of their relationship. As for Xie Simin, referring to her as sister-in-law, Su Yichen, an actor trained in the craft, may not have excelled in performance, but certainly understood the nuances of appreciation. That young girl's demeanor clearly indicated her intentions. Based on her observations, Su Yichen concluded that Xiao Wanqiu's marriage to Jiang Heng might not be as flawless as it appeared, as long as they were not truly in love. The situation held little consequence. Jiang Heng was in dire need of funds, yet now that Xiao Wanqiu was financially stable, she could easily assist him. Confident in the 5 years of their relationship, she believed Jiang Heng's affection for her surpassed that for Xiao Wanqiu. With determination, she thought she could win Jiang Heng's heart back, even if that proved unfeasible. Securing the role in the longest movie was still within her grasp. Su Yichen felt reassured, but upon witnessing Xiao Wanqiu's effortlessly nurturing demeanor toward Jiang Heng, it was clear she embodied the role of a devoted wife. And her portrayal of the hostess was exceedingly natural. Doubts began to creep into Su Yichen's mind. Yet, she quickly rallied her spirits, even if they were married. It remained true that Jiang Heng and Xiao Wanqiu were not united by love. She firmly believed that Jiang Heng could not possibly have fallen for another woman and wed her so swiftly, regardless of their marital status. Su Yichen was convinced that Jiang Heng's heart still belonged to her. With this thought, Su Yichen felt a sense of relief. Having frequented this residence for over a year, she was likely more familiar with its every corner than anyone else. Xiao Wanqiu glanced at Su Yichen and casually inquired, So, Miss Su, when was your last visit here? Su Yichen was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Jiang Heng emerged from the house, carrying 3 plastic chairs. Xiao Wanqiu promptly stepped forward to take one from him and placed it in front of Su Yichen. Miss Su, the conditions are rather modest. I hope you can bear with it. Oh, Miss Ya, you are far too gracious. I've always done this when I visited, Su Yichen replied. Xiao Wanqiu shot a lingering glance at Jiang Heng, casually tucking a strand of wind-tousled hair behind her ear. Miss Su, I believe it is important to remind you that Jiang Heng and I are now married. It may not be entirely appropriate for you to address me as Miss Ya. Upon hearing this, Su Yichen felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. If calling her Miss Ya was inappropriate, then should she refer to her as Mrs. Jiang? Absolutely not. Su Yichen was resolute. She would not accept this marriage between Xiao Wanqiu and Jiang Heng. After Xiao Wanqiu's statement, she paid no mind to Su Yichen and instead beckoned to Xie Simin. Sister, come sit over here. Xie Simin, still engrossed in the unfolding drama, had yet to fully grasp the situation with Xiao Wanqiu, but she sensed the sister's formidable presence. Every word she spoke resonated with sophistication. Xie Min had never been fond of Su Yichen, perceiving her as overly pretentious. Witnessing Su Yichen's evident discomfort in the presence of Xiao Wanqiu brought her inexplicable joy. She felt like a mere observer in the corner, surprised that Xiao Wanqiu had invited her to join. Previously, when Su Yichen had come to see Jiang Heng, she had never offered a smile. This stark contrast only amplified Xie Min's admiration for Xiao Wanqiu. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Xie Min chirped cheerfully, her address lacking any sense of awkwardness. With light steps, she approached and took a seat, beaming with delight. Xiao Wanqiu settled into another chair. Jiang Heng was taken aback. "Where had his chair gone?" "Xie Min, what time is it? Why are you still awake? Don't you have class tomorrow?" Xie Min, ever the dramatist, immediately seized Xiao Wanqiu's arm, feigning innocence. "Sister-in-law, look. Brother Jiang Heng is being mean to me." Xiao Wanqiu shot Jiang Heng an exasperated glance. "Can't you bring another chair over?" Jiang Heng was at a loss for words. Was this a performance now? Had he inadvertently given them the stage? Yet, he had no choice but to endure as he sulkily retreated to fetch another chair. Jiang Heng sat beside Xiao Wanqiu and turned to Su Yichen. "Su Yichen, it's been quite some time since we broke up. What brings you here?" Chapter 47, Shamelessness. Su Yichen felt as if she were on the verge of tears from Xiao Wanqiu's performance, nearing a breakdown. Especially the final act with Xie Min. It was nothing short of a bombshell. Su Yichen felt entirely superfluous. Fortunately, Jiang Heng finally began to engage with her. "What are you doing here? Don't you have an inkling?" Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback by the question. "What do you mean? You're not welcome here." Su Yichen glared at Jiang Heng. "Jiang Heng, did you ever consider my feelings when you married someone else? Do you not intend to offer me an explanation?" "Su Yichen, I've long heard that the entertainment industry is a cesspool, but I never imagined you would become so shameless after only half a year in it." As soon as Jiang Heng's words left his mouth, Su Yichen's expression darkened, and Xiao Wanqiu cast him a disapproving look. Jiang Heng realized he had miscalculated, failing to consider that Xiao Wanqiu was also entrenched in the entertainment realm. He quickly added, "What does my marriage have to do with you? Why should I explain anything to you?" Su Yichen's glare intensified as she retorted, "Jiang Heng, did I ever say we broke up? While I was away working in the capital, you went ahead and married someone else. Don't you owe me an explanation?" Jiang Heng could only chuckle in disbelief. "We're all adults here. Can we not be so ridiculous?" "Jiang Heng, I'm discussing something serious with you. We have never broken up. On what grounds do you have to be with someone else?" Jiang Heng was utterly perplexed. He had always thought Su Yichen was a reasonable person, but today she had completely shattered that perception. He truly wishes to discern Su Yichen's intentions. "Well then, do enlighten me. What is it that you desire?" Su Yichen cast a glance at Xiao Wanqiu, then turned to regard Xie Min. Xiao Wanqiu wore an expression of indifference, seemingly unperturbed by his words. Xie Min's eyes widened in astonishment, appearing as if she had indulged in gossip to the point of saturation. Su Yichen felt a tumult of emotions within. During this visit to the magical city, he had encountered Jiang Heng on 2 occasions, during which Jiang Heng performed 2 songs. Last Saturday, at Li Xinyue's wedding, Jiang Heng sang For You, a piece that, while not to her personal taste, could hardly be deemed anything less than a remarkable composition. In the sinking market, For You undoubtedly stands as a quintessential classic. Yet, this was insufficient to alter her perception of Jiang Heng. However, this evening, witnessing Jiang Heng's heartfelt rendition of the longest movie at the concert had profoundly moved her. Firstly, this song undoubtedly qualifies as a premier love ballad, worthy of a prominent place within the realm of Chinese music, assuredly ranking among the top 10 on the hit charts. From this perspective, securing this song could significantly elevate her standing in the entertainment industry. Moreover, the song deeply resonated with her. From a tender age, those who beheld her often remarked upon her beauty, declaring her more radiant than film stars, with many lamenting her absence from the silver screen. Thus, from a young age, Su Yichen harbored aspirations of entering the entertainment world, leading her to pursue admission to the Magical City Drama Academy without hesitation. Since meeting Jiang Heng, he had indeed offered her substantial support. Yet, she remained on the periphery of the entertainment realm. She was aware of Jiang Heng's kindness toward her, but he could not fulfill her dreams. When Guan Lianshan discovered her, she glimpsed a glimmer of hope for her aspirations. Especially after Guan Lianshan's song catapulted her to internet stardom, she felt as though her future was within reach. Consequently, when Guan Lianshan extended an invitation for her to join New Orange Entertainment, she accepted without a moment's hesitation, scarcely considering Jiang Heng's feelings. In her mind, her career was paramount, and romantic entanglements would only hinder her pursuit of dreams. In their quest for ambition, Su Yichen and Xiao Wanqiu shared an unwavering resolve. Olvi Xia Vanqiu Mantanda Samwit Firme Moral Campus. Jiang Heng's The Longest Movie had left a profound imprint upon him, particularly after establishing himself in the entertainment industry. He occasionally reflected on the 5 years spent with Jiang Heng during moments of leisure, although the specifics of those 5 years eluded her memory. She recalled the happiness that accompanied their time together. This was why, upon learning of Jiang Heng's marriage, she felt compelled to engage him in occasional banter. Nevertheless, prior to this evening, she had not contemplated addressing these sentiments with Jiang Heng. However, Xiao Wanqiu's appearance tonight provoked her. She was reluctant to concede defeat. Even if it meant enduring Jiang Heng's obstinacy, she was determined to make her case. I did not initiate a breakup. I do not consent to your involvement with another. Xiao Wanqiu's captivating almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly as she regarded Jiang Heng with a hint of mockery, eager to observe his response. Xie Min felt her worldview upended. Utterly bewildered by Su Yichen's audacity in articulating such sentiments. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. This outburst drew the attention of all present. Jiang Heng discerned that in such a situation, a minor should not remain. Xie Min, what are you doing here? It's nearly midnight. You ought to retire for the night. Xie Min, recognizing that this evening's drama was perhaps not meant for her, still felt a sense of reluctance. Very well then, sister-in-law. Good night. With that, she rose, muttering as she descended the stairs. Once Xie Min had departed, Jiang Heng turned his gaze to Su Yichen. Su Yichen, I had always believed you to be reasonable. Since we have parted ways, let us afford each other dignity and pursue our separate paths. Separate paths? Su Yichen scoffed. Jiang Heng, we have shared 5 years together, and there is one thing I shall never forgive you for. In an instant, Jiang Heng knew what she was about to say. You are capable of composing a song as splendid as The Longest Movie, yet when I decided to depart for the imperial capital, you chose to keep it from me? Are you suggesting that you suddenly gained insight after my departure? This inquiry struck at the very heart of Xiao Wanqiu's curiosity. He too wished to know. It was evident to all that Jiang Heng harbored deep feelings for Su Yichen. If he had been able to write songs all along, why had he not shared them with her sooner? Jiang Heng internally sighed, contemplating how to respond. The truth was that his ability to sing The Longest Movie was intricately linked to the dreams he had shared with Jiang Heng. But who would believe such a statement? Su Yichen, am I to understand that your affection for me over these 5 years was not for my person, but rather for the assistance I could provide in your career? Su Yichen fell silent, though she was loath to admit it. This was indeed her sentiment. Very well. I do not wish to dwell on the past. Since you have chosen your path, let us part ways amicably. You may continue to pursue your dreams, and we shall not disturb one another. For a moment, silence enveloped the three of them, the terrace falling into a tranquil hush. Su Yichen's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity and confusion. Of course, she had not come this evening genuinely seeking reconciliation with Jiang Heng. All right, Jiang Heng, you've spoken your piece. I, Su Yichen, am not one to linger in the shadows. If you grant me one request, I shall act as if I never set foot here today. Chapter 48. Unyielding Obduracy. Jiang Heng had always believed that even though Su Yichen had chosen her career over love, she had once harbored genuine affection. Yet tonight, he realized he had been tragically naive. It seemed that in Su Yichen's heart, love had never existed. He was merely a misguided fool. What utterly extinguished the last remnants of Jiang Heng's fondness was Su Yichen's brazen attitude this evening. Initially, she had departed for the imperial capital with nary a word. Yet now she returned to confront him, claiming she had never uttered a word of separation. What audacity it took to utter such statements. Jiang Heng had expected to feel heartache or anger, yet in reality, he felt only tranquility and even a hint of amusement. Perhaps this was what it meant to be truly disenchanted. At this moment, Jiang Heng had no interest in communicating with Su Yichen. Su Yichen, why do you have to set conditions before me? Su Yichen's countenance darkened. Jiang Heng, setting aside our past, I merely wish to discuss a business proposition. I have no interest in engaging in business with you. Su Yichen disregarded Jiang Heng's words and continued. Jiang Heng, I will offer you 500,000. Sell me The Longest Movie. Before Jiang Heng could respond, Xiao Wanqiu, unable to stifle her laughter, interjected. Maintaining her smile, she addressed Jiang Heng. You two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. With that, she did not spare Su Yichen a glance and retreated indoors, closing the door behind her. Su Yichen stubbornly fixed her gaze on Jiang Heng. I know you are in need of money. 500,000 is roughly equivalent to your 2-year salary. Su Yichen appeared remarkably self-assured, as if she were convinced Jiang Heng could not refuse her offer. Had it not been for Xiao Wanqiu's earlier laughter, Jiang Heng might have succumbed to amusement himself. It is truly unimaginable that Su Yichen would engage her in a discussion about money. I am at a loss as to your stance in broaching this topic. Over the years, the sum I've spent on you could easily amount to 8 million, if not 10 million. Do you presume I'm unfamiliar with wealth? Su Yichen's countenance darkened to the point of appearing almost liquid. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Heng rose from his seat. Your entanglement today ultimately aims to obtain the song, does it not? In truth, you need not orchestrate such a scene. Placing yourself in an awkward position is merely a song. I can offer it to you free of charge. Su Yichen was taken aback by Jiang Heng's abrupt shift in tone. Just moments ago, he had been laced with sarcasm, yet now he was offering a song. For a moment, he struggled to grasp Jiang Heng's line of thought. Since you insist that a breakup must possess a sense of ceremony, let us use this song to bid farewell to the past. All past grievances shall be wiped clean from this day forward. We shall sever ties henceforth. Having uttered these words, Jiang Heng turned and entered the room. Upon opening the door, he found Xiao Wanxiu standing at the threshold, her gaze flustered. It appeared that after entering, Xiao Wanxiu, driven by curiosity, had hidden behind the door to eavesdrop, only to be caught off guard by Jiang Heng's entrance. Jiang Heng, exasperated, remarked, Xiao Wanxiu, you are truly a bore. It's not as if you were prohibited from being present. Why hide and listen in? Xiao Wanxiu retorted indignantly. What is wrong with eavesdropping? I merely wish to spare you the embarrassment. She pouted slightly. Jiang Heng was almost incredulous. The usually aloof Xiao Wanxiu was displaying such a gesture. However, he dismissed the thought, entering the room to retrieve some sheets of paper. Taking a seat at the folding table, closing his eyes, memories of the 5 years spent with Su Yichen flashed rapidly through his mind. After such a prolonged relationship, it was surprising that Su Yichen had chosen to engage in such undignified antics. Therefore, it would be fitting to conclude this chapter with a song that retains a sense of grace. Jiang Heng picked up a pen, his hand dancing across the page as he transcribed the lyrics. Xiao Wanxiu could not help but inquire, are you truly planning to give her the longest movie? Jiang Heng offered no reply, continuing to scribble fervently. Xiao Wanxiu felt a surge of frustration mingled with helplessness. The reason she had visited Jiang Heng that evening was indeed to target the longest movie. Having successfully advanced in the singer challenge, she hoped that performing the song might boost her popularity. Yet now, she was forced to witness Jiang Heng bestow this destined hit upon Su Yichen. Despite her irritation, her upbringing forbade her from acting as Su Yichen did, leaving her only with a sense of regret. Suddenly, Xiao Wanxiu felt exasperated with herself. What had compelled her to come over this evening? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Finally, unable to restrain herself, you continue your entanglement with your ex-girlfriend. I'm leaving. Jiang Heng lifted his head, casting a curious glance at Xiao Wanxiu. So, you came over merely to watch the spectacle? Xiao Wanxiu felt her frustration peak. Did he truly believe she enjoyed being an onlooker? She then heard him ask, how is the show you're participating in? Have you advanced? Finally, he spoke a coherent thought, yet it only served to further irk her. Was he genuinely concerned about her progress, or was he more invested in the success of his song Adiao? The money had already been transferred. What did she care about Adiao? Jiang Heng, without lifting his gaze, responded, if you advance, wouldn't my business naturally flourish? For reasons unknown, Xiao Wanxiu felt an intensifying anger. What kind of person was he? Su Yichen had offered 50,000 for a song, which he had rejected. Yet he was eager to gift it to her for free. She had said nothing, yet he had taken it upon himself to promote his work. Have you not grasped the situation? Su Yichen is merely your ex-girlfriend. I am your legally recognized wife. Xiao Wanxiu declared, her tone sharp. Since you've given it to your ex, what business do you have with me? Jiang Heng replied coolly, seizing the freshly penned song and handing it to Xiao Wanxiu before turning to leave the room. What are you doing? Xiao Wanxiu muttered, yet she unconsciously accepted it. Upon glancing down, she froze in disbelief. Jiang Heng had not given her the longest movie, but rather a song titled Decency. Xiao Wanxiu's face registered utter incredulity. How could this be? She had witnessed Jiang Heng compose this song in such a brief span. It was unfathomable. Upon examining the lyrics closely, she realized that the content was undoubtedly Jiang Heng's own creation, as the lyrics clearly mocked Su Yichen's earlier lack of dignity. While still in shock over Jiang Heng's rapid creative process, he had already ushered Su Yichen into the room. Xiao Wanxiu felt a twinge of irritation. What was his intention? Just moments ago, she had prevented Su Yichen from entering, and now he had brought her in, disregarding her completely. I'll demonstrate for her. It's too late now. And performing outside will disturb my neighbors, Jiang Heng explained to Xiao Wanxiu. She merely cast a glance at Su Yichen before returning her focus to the lyrics, her lips slightly parting as if silently singing along. The more she read, the more astonished she became. Though the song was a satire directed at Su Yichen, it was undeniably a remarkable piece that could very well become a sensation. She was perplexed by the conflicting emotions within her. Jiang Heng spoke of how Su Yichen had behaved, yet it was evident he still harbored feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he compose this song? While it appeared to be a mockery, Su Yichen receiving this song would surely bring her some satisfaction. Chapter 49. The Final Decency. After entering the room, Jiang Heng closed the doors and windows, then opened his guitar case to reveal the guitar he had just purchased that day. Su Yichen, I have made my sentiments abundantly clear. This song serves as a gift to you and a conclusion to our past. From this point forward, we shall owe each other nothing. Having delivered his words, Jiang Heng turned his attention away from Su Yichen and began strumming the guitar, singing along with the rhythm. Do not pile up memories to render the narrative melodramatic. After loving deeply for years, why spoil the classic? Now that we are adults, there is no debt to drag along. Wasting time is my own choice. Like actors taking their bows, we watch the lights fade. Su Yichen had presumed that Jiang Heng had invited her inside to share the sheet music for the longest movie. Yet, she was taken aback when he revealed his guitar. Confusion clouded her mind. She had already heard the longest movie. What was he attempting to prove? Did he wish to display his deep affections or his despair? Having reached such a point in their dialogue, was there truly a need for further theatrics? As Jiang Heng strummed the opening notes, Su Yichen quickly realized the melody was not that of the longest movie. She could not help but cast a glance at the paper in Xiao Wanqiu's hand, and a surge of joy welled within her. He was willing to write a new song for her, indicating that he was not as detached from their past as he claimed. Jiang Heng remained true to form, always tough on the outside but soft at heart, uttering the most callous words while performing the most heartfelt actions. A subtle smile graced Su Yichen's lips, but as Jiang Heng began to sing the lyrics, that smile gradually faded. Do not pile up memories to render the narrative melodramatic. After loving deeply for years, why spoil the classic? The lyrics resonated in Su Yichen's ears, laden with sarcasm. It seemed he was mocking her unreasonable behavior from earlier that evening. To ruin a classic is akin to declaring that one's actions this evening have obliterated the last vestige of beauty in another's eyes. A breakup ought to be dignified, with neither party uttering apologies. Well lies the debt I dare to give, thus I must also brave the heartbreak. Before the camera, we are but echoes of our former selves, celebrating amidst tears and hoarse cries. Su Yichen felt every lyric from Jiang Heng pierce his heart like a bullet. As the chorus approached, the words became an unabashed mockery of himself. What does it mean for a breakup to be dignified? Is this not a taunt directed at his own actions tonight? Did Jiang Heng truly write such a song for himself with good intentions? Su Yichen's expression darkened. His eyes fixed on Jiang Heng, almost ablaze with fury. For a fleeting moment, he truly wished to turn and leave, even to hurl insults at Jiang Heng. Yet, he ultimately restrained this impulse. Jiang Heng's song was undeniably difficult for her to endure. However, she discerned the high quality of the piece, surpassing that of any of his current performances. Should she be fortunate enough to sing this song, she was certain her fame would ascend to new heights. As a newcomer in the entertainment industry, she needed to seize every opportunity to ascend. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Today, Jiang Heng had wielded music as a weapon to humiliate her, but what of it? She yearned for the future. Departing with grace would not betray the memories of these years, the fervent love and earnest dedication depicted. Do not let obsession destroy yesterday. I loved you. Decisively and without hesitation. Xiao Wanqiu lowered her head, seemingly engrossed in the lyrics, yet occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Heng and then at Su Yichen. Jiang Heng focused intently on his singing, his voice subdued, perhaps out of concern that it might disturb the neighbors. Xiao Wanqiu could not see Jiang Heng's expression, but she felt the struggle within his voice. The lyrics appeared carefree, yet Jiang Heng's rendition lacked any semblance of ease, tinged instead with a bitter irony. Were it not for her awareness of Jiang Heng and Su Yichen's relationship, Xiao Wanqiu might have perceived his singing as self-deprecating, a reflection of sardonic wit. She covertly observed Su Yichen's reaction, feeling a twinge of admiration for her resilience. If it were an ordinary person, hearing their ex sing such a song before them would likely shatter their composure. Yet, Su Yichen remained composed. Xiao Wanqiu sensed a kinship with Su Yichen. Both possessed an unwavering spirit, willing to sacrifice much to achieve their goals. In some respects, Su Yichen seemed even more resolute than herself, for her own limits were higher. When faced with her boundaries, she would choose to retreat, while Su Yichen lowered her standards upon reaching hers. Xiao Wanqiu could scorn Su Yichen's lack of boundaries, yet she could not deny her tenacity. Lost in thought, Jiang Heng's song came to an abrupt end, the final note of his guitar echoing in the peculiar silence that enveloped the room. Jiang Heng idly strummed the guitar, producing a chaotic melody that shattered the awkward atmosphere. This is the ritual of separation you desired. This song is for you, Jiang Heng remarked, glancing at Xiao Wanqiu, who promptly handed Su Yiqin the sheet of lyrics titled Dignity. Su Yiqin maintained her proud demeanor, gazing silently at Jiang Heng. Eventually, she accepted the lyrics from Xiao Wanqiu's hands, yet her eyes remained fixed on Jiang Heng's face. Su Yiqin slowly stood, nodding at Jiang Heng, regardless of everything. I am grateful to you. Thank you for your support over the years, and for this song. Jiang Heng turned away, his back to Su Yiqin, offering no response. I know you are in need of money now. I will repay you double for what you spent on me. But I am merely a half-year-old debutante. Please grant me some time. There is no need. The money I spend on you was given willingly, without regret. Moreover, I have stated that from this moment forward, you owe me nothing, and I am at peace with myself. Su Yiqin, taken aback by Jiang Heng's words, stared in silence for a while. Gradually, she shifted her gaze to Xiao Wanqiu, her expression complex. Finally, she spoke. Jiang Heng is a truly wonderful man. One I failed to cherish, and now I regret it. I hope you appreciate him. Su Yiqin turned her gaze back to Jiang Heng. I am leaving. I wish you happiness. Her voice, once calm, now quivered as she covered her mouth with her hand, turning away to exit. Jiang Heng remained with his back to the door, his expression concealed from Xiao Wanqiu, who could only observe his body tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Wanqiu opened her mouth, unable to contain herself. Is this truly the end for you two? Jiang Heng appeared as though all strength had been drained from him, staggering to the sofa and collapsing onto it, staring blankly at the ceiling, silent tears cascading down his cheeks. Chapter 50, Inebriation. Xiao Wanqiu had never experienced love and never considered it a necessity in life, nor did she view marriage in such a light. She had always struggled to comprehend why people around her or in dramas wept over love, questioning what could possibly provoke such tears. Even when she believed that sacrificing marriage to pursue dreams was warranted, she had unhesitatingly opted for a marriage of convenience with Jiang Heng. Yet, witnessing Jiang Heng's current despondent state left her at a loss. Perhaps it was due to Su Yiqin's attitude tonight that made her feel Jiang Heng deserved better. Xiao Wanqiu gently patted Jiang Heng's shoulder. Are you all right? Jiang Heng struggled to turn his head. Their eyes met. The once clear sparkle in Jiang Heng's eyes had dimmed. Xiao Wanqiu felt a pang of sadness for him. I apologize for making you witness this spectacle. Jiang Heng's voice was hoarse and weary. Xiao Wanqiu, momentarily at a loss for words, scanned the room aimlessly, unsure of what she sought. Suddenly, she noticed a stack of beer in the corner and thought, would you like to have a drink? She moved over, retrieving a case of beer, pulled out a bottle, and handed it to Jiang Heng. He muttered a thanks, took the beer without a glance, and gulped it down. Jiang Heng tossed the empty bottle onto the table and reached for another, pulling the tab to drink again. Xiao Wanqiu, alarmed, snatched the bottle from his hands. Do you have a vendetta against yourself? Is this how one drinks? Jiang Heng glanced at her. It's late. Are you going home? Xiao Wanqiu bristled. Jiang Heng, what do you mean? Are you trying to send me away? Jiang Heng waved his hand dismissively. I am not in the mood to argue today. Xiao Wanqiu rolled her eyes at him, silently scoffing, as if I wanted to argue with you. She reached into the box for another bottle, opened it, and offered it to Jiang Heng. Drink slowly. I'll keep you company. Then, raising the bottle she had just taken from him, she clinked it against his and sipped slowly. This time, Jiang Heng refrained from guzzling, taking a measured sip, belching softly, seemingly releasing some of the pent-up frustration within. I apologize. I had intended to watch a variety show this evening, but my boss unexpectedly summoned me to attend a concert instead. A fleeting image of the beautiful woman who attended the concert with Jiang Heng flashed through Xiao Wanqiu's mind, and she could no longer suppress her curiosity. Does your boss have feelings for you? The beer bottle that Jiang Heng had just brought to his lips trembled slightly, causing beer to spill out and nearly drench him. He set the beer down and chuckled wryly. What feelings could there be? In the eyes of the wealthy, they merely require someone to provide them with emotional value. Xiao Wanqiu thought to herself, what emotional value can you offer them, if not merely selling you good looks? She recalled that this fellow was still moonlighting at the Red Romance KTV, and her thoughts began to wander. What else could such a handsome man do in a place like that? The very thought filled her with indignation. After all, you are my husband now, yet you have yet to provide me with any emotional value, while you have already offered it to your boss. Shaking her head vigorously, she dismissed this inexplicable notion. Why don't you tell me about your story with Su Yiqin? Jiang Heng took a sip of his drink, thinking he had just recounted it to Lu Ran, and now she was asking again. He felt as though he were becoming a storyteller of sorts. What unwilling to share? Jiang Heng shot a glance at Xiao Wanqiu and replied weakly, where should I even begin? Anywhere you like, just tell me how you met, how your romance unfolded, and how it ended. Jiang Heng took another gulp of beer, wiping the alcohol stains from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Well, that is quite a lengthy tale. Xiao Wanqiu also took a sip of her drink. Then take your time. I'll listen. Thus, the two of them began to drink while reminiscing about the past. Initially, Xiao Wanqiu focused more on listening and didn't drink much, but as the conversation progressed, she found herself consuming more and more. Unbeknownst to them, a case of beer was finished, and Xiao Wanqiu was already feeling tipsy. As for Jiang Heng, having already downed a bottle of red wine, and now so much beer, his emotions were fragmented, leading him to the brink of breakdown as memories of Su Yiqing flooded back, perhaps spurred by the alcohol, or perhaps due to long-held frustrations yearning for release. Jiang Heng picked up his guitar and began to howl with a hoarse voice. What I should be performing for you, I pretend not to see. Forcing the one who loves you most to improvise. I adore you. It is my exclusive memory. No one believes you can be taken from this body of mine. What cannot be obtained is eternally restless. Those who are favored act without fear. I could follow you like a shadow, chasing light in a dream. How I long to see you once more, even if just for a fleeting glance before parting. Regrettably, it is not you who accompanies me to the end. Having walked together, yet lost at that crossroads. I know neither of us is at fault. Letting go is simply easier. The most beautiful love lingers in memories. Jiang Heng shouted out with a raspy voice, and as he finished one verse, he seamlessly transitioned into another. Xiao Wanqiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the songs Jiang Heng sang seemed chaotic, upon closer listening, each segment was quite melodious. Xiao Wanqiu was once again captivated by Jiang Heng's astonishing creative talent. Suddenly, she recalled her purpose for visiting him that evening. She had come to discuss signing a contract with her company, Chasing Light Entertainment, yet instead spent the entire evening indulging in his past with Su Yiqing, thus neglecting her business. It was late at night. She could no longer allow Jiang Heng to spiral out of control. Xiao Wanqiu swayed as she stood up and pulled at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, be quiet for a moment. I need to speak with you. Jiang Heng was also quite intoxicated, and merely managing to stand and play the guitar was commendable. When Xiao Wanqiu tugged at him, he stumbled and fell into her embrace. Xiao Wanqiu, caught off guard and already light of frame, was knocked back onto the couch, with Jiang Heng landing on top of her. The intoxicating warmth and the effects of the alcohol overwhelmed Jiang Heng, and he instinctively tossed aside the guitar, wrapping his arms tightly around Xiao Wanqiu. Startled, Xiao Wanqiu reacted instinctively, raising her knee to press against Jiang Heng's abdomen. He gasped in pain, but did not release her. Suddenly, he leaned down, resting his head against Xiao Wanqiu's chest. He seemed content, nuzzling and adjusting himself into a more comfortable position. Xiao Wanqiu was both alarmed and furious, her hands flailing to push Jiang Heng's head away, only to realize it was wet with tears. She quickly glanced down and discovered he was either passed out drunk or asleep, utterly still. At that moment, Xiao Wanqiu felt a pang of softness in her heart. Let this rascal have his way. I'll kick him off later. The night was deepening. Having also consumed her fair share of alcohol, Xiao Wanqiu was now quite drowsy. She intended to wait a little longer before pushing Jiang Heng away, but before she knew it, she too had drifted off to sleep. Chapter 51. This is awkward. The following morning, Jiang Heng awoke from a state of extreme discomfort, his head pounding as though it might split open, and his mouth parched. Upon opening his eyes and taking in his surroundings, he was instantly taken aback. Xiao Wanqiu lay sprawled atop him, her hair tousled, yet a smile gracing her lips as she slept soundly. The room was a chaotic mess, with beer cans scattered across the floor, the guitar haphazardly abandoned, and cushions strewn about. Jiang Heng was momentarily dazed, recalling that he had sung decent to Su Yiqing the previous night and drank copiously with Xiao Wanqiu while recounting his past with Su Yiqing. However, the events that followed were a complete blur. He cautiously surveyed the situation, relieved to see that both he and Xiao Wanqiu were still fully clothed. The memory of the last time Xiao Wanqiu had awakened to find herself unclothed and had threatened him with a knife sent shivers down his spine. Yet, this situation was equally precarious. Given Xiao Wanqiu's volatile temper, she might well react violently upon seeing this scene. Jiang Heng desperately wished to get up and distance himself from Xiao Wanqiu, but alas, she was currently sprawled on top of him. Having consumed so much alcohol the night before, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself, but his current predicament was quite limiting. How could a living person be suffocated by the need to urinate? Jiang Heng cautiously raised his hand, attempting to shift Xiao Wanqiu's head away. However, even in slumber, she remained vigilant. The moment his arm brushed against her head, she immediately opened her eyes. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were momentarily clouded with confusion, but they quickly sharpened as she sat up straight, glaring at Jiang Heng in silence. Jiang Heng's heart sank. He feared this might be a prelude to an explosive outburst from this unpredictable woman. Realizing he must act quickly, he attempted to salvage the situation. Xiao Wanxiu. Let me explain. I drank too much last night. I didn't do anything. Look, we're still fully dressed. Xiao Wanxiu remained silent. Her icy gaze fixed on Jiang Heng, causing him to feel an unsettling chill run down his spine. Deflated, Jiang Heng chose to remain silent. Sensing that no amount of explanation would suffice, he decided to forego further attempts at justification, resigning himself to whatever fate awaited him. To his surprise, Xiao Wanxiu ultimately said nothing at all. She simply rose silently and walked into Jiang Heng's bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her. Jiang Heng let out a sigh of relief, feeling that perhaps Xiao Wanxiu wasn't as unhinged as he had feared. He hastily got up and made his way to the bathroom. Perhaps he had held it in for too long, as every step felt like a burden, forcing him to lean against the wall as he slowly made his way to the restroom. After finally enduring the trip to the restroom, a wave of relief washed over as the release came. Sensing the overwhelming scent of alcohol clinging to her, Jiang Heng shook his head once more. This marked the second instance of intoxication within the week, and he vowed never to let it happen again. Intending to return to his room for a change of clothes and a shower, the thought of Xiao Wanxiu being in the bedroom made him reconsider. It was best not to provoke her at this moment. Fortunately, there were still clothes drying on the terrace from the previous day. Xiao Wanxiu stepped into Jiang Heng's bedroom, taking a seat at his computer desk, her heart racing. This morning, she had awoken to find herself beside Jiang Heng, a situation she found utterly mortifying. In her 24 years of life, she had never experienced such intimate proximity with a man, vividly recalling how he had held her tightly the night before. With his head resting upon her chest, she couldn't fathom how she had allowed it. In the past, she would have kicked him away without hesitation. Yet, seeing him so sorrowful had softened her heart, leading her to endure his presence for a moment longer, only to fall asleep. But now, waking up to find herself in such an awkward position, with her head resting on his chest, baffled her. Xiao Wanxiu had no recollection of what transpired after she fell asleep. Perhaps her tendency to toss and turn in bed had caused this predicament. Her cheeks flushed with heat, and even her earlobes felt warm as she buried her face into the comforter, feeling as though she had taken advantage of Jiang Heng. The thought of having taken advantage of him ignited a spark of annoyance within her. What was that hasty explanation he had offered earlier? Did he assume she would unleash a violent outburst upon him? What did he take her for? She wasn't that aggressive. Despite having spent the night on the couch, she had slept soundly until dawn. Had it not been for Jiang Heng's restlessness, she might have enjoyed even more sleep. It was strange, with the mounting pressures in her life, often waking in the middle of the night. Why had she slept so soundly last night? It was bewildering. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. It must be Jiang Heng taking a shower. This was an experience she had never encountered before. Her heart raced uncontrollably. The sound of water splashing echoed, and, as her heart pounded, a flurry of strange thoughts invaded her mind. She was unaware of the specifics of her thoughts, only that her breathing had become increasingly erratic. After an indeterminate time, the sound of water ceased, and Xiao Wanxiu exhaled a sigh of relief. She became acutely aware of her own unpleasant odor, feeling uncomfortable and yearning for a shower herself. However, this was Jiang Heng's home, and she hadn't brought any clothes with her, making it inconvenient. Yet, once the thought crossed her mind, it took root, rendering her restless. Hadn't she worn Jiang Heng's clothes before? If she had donned them once, why not again? She climbed out of bed, cautiously peering outside her door, only to find Jiang Heng tidying up the scattered beer cans on the floor. Gritting her teeth, she called out, "Hey!" Jiang Heng looked up. Xiao Wanxiu feigned bravado and boldly opened the door, declaring, "I need to take a shower." Jiang Heng blinked, initially inclined to retort with a casual, "Well, go ahead then. Do you need me to help you with that?" But upon further reflection, he understood the gravity of the situation. Rising, he entered the room, rummaging through the wardrobe to retrieve a long-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts, handing them to Xiao Wanxiu. "Make do with these." Xiao Wanxiu accepted the clothes silently, her expression impassive. After a moment, Jiang Heng added, "Wait a moment. I'll go downstairs and get you a towel." With that, he exited the bedroom and descended the stairs. Peering through the bedroom window, Xiao Wanxiu observed Jiang Heng making his way downstairs, glancing down at the shirt in her hands. It appeared to be one he wore to work, freshly laundered and still carrying the pleasant scent of detergent. This guy was surprisingly thoughtful, she mused. When Jiang Heng returned, he bore an array of items in both hands. He handed one large bag to Xiao Wanxiu, saying, "This contains your toiletries. I bought breakfast as well. You should freshen up first, and then we can eat." Nodding in silence, Xiao Wanxiu took the bag and retreated to the bathroom. Opening the bag, she felt a twinge of gratitude. Jiang Heng had indeed been considerate, providing 3 towels, toothpaste, and a toothbrush. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Had he treated Sui Chen with such care as well? Anger flared within her again. Did he extend such kindness to every woman? Suddenly, she chastised herself for overthinking. They were merely in a contractual marriage, and in 4 months, they would part ways. Shaking off the thought, she began her morning routine. Women could be complicated. After tidying up the room, Jiang Heng waited for over 10 minutes before Xiao Wanqiu finally emerged from the bathroom. When she appeared in his oversized shirt, Jiang Heng found himself momentarily speechless. Her freshly washed hair cascaded over her shoulders, presenting a unique allure. The loose shirt accentuated her long, graceful legs, and as sunlight streamed through the window, it seemed to illuminate her entire being. Jiang Heng felt a slight itch in his nose, internally questioning if he was experiencing the legendary phenomenon of nosebleeds from seeing a beautiful woman. Oddly enough, witnessing his reaction brought a flicker of joy to Xiao Wanqiu. Of course, she had to maintain her composure and not let her facade slip. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have you dealt with, she warned icily, raising her foot in a symbolic gesture, causing Jiang Heng to flinch and quickly avert his gaze. He thought it wise to avoid provoking her. He had no desire to experience Zhao Zhenzhong's fate. Feeling a sense of triumph, Xiao Wanqiu took a seat at the foldable table, pulling a chair closer and comfortably beginning her breakfast. Just then her phone rang. Reluctantly, she rose and retrieved it from her bag, noticing it was her manager, Feng Nan, calling. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Feng Ye, why are you calling me so early? She asked. Why am I calling you? Xiao Wanqiu, I'm outside your house right now. You're not home this early. Didn't he return last night? Xiao Wanqiu cast a guilty glance at Jiang Heng, who was engrossed in his breakfast, and instinctively stepped away from him, whispering, I had something to deal with this morning. You still have the audacity to handle matters? Your heart is truly bold. Feng Jia, is there a problem? Xiao Wanqiu, do you care nothing for your career? The entire internet is criticizing you, and you're completely oblivious? What followed was a barrage of complaints from Feng Nan. As Xiao Wanqiu listened, her thoughts shifted from the awkwardness of her current situation with Jiang Heng to the gravity of the situation at hand, her expression growing increasingly serious. Feng Nan's voice grew weary over the phone. Xiao Wanqiu, I've told you time and again to temper your temper, yet you never listen. I thought everything would improve after the show progressed, but who could have predicted it would end up like this? So, Feng Jia, what should we do now? What am I supposed to do? How would I know what to do? The only option left is to issue a statement for clarification. In such matters, netizens will only believe what they wish to believe, and the efficacy of the statement may be limited. One must be psychologically prepared for that. All right, Sister Feng, I understand. I will return immediately. Xiao Wanqiu hung up the phone, her expression frigid. Jiang Heng, upon witnessing her demeanor, immediately sensed that something was amiss. He set down his chopsticks and inquired, what has happened? Xiao Wanqiu cast a glance at Jiang Heng, but refrained from responding, instead engrossed in her phone. Jiang Heng, perplexed, thought to himself, didn't you say you advanced last night? That is a good thing. Why does a call from an influential figure cast such a shadow? Whatever it is, you can share it with me. Perhaps I can assist you. Xiao Wanqiu remained silent, merely handing her phone to Jiang Heng while continuing to eat her breakfast. Jiang Heng, with a sense of suspicion, took the phone and glanced at it, quickly comprehending the situation. Ultimately, it all traced back to the incident at Honglangman KTV involving Zhao Zhenzhong. It turned out that last night, Xiao Wanqiu had delivered a stunning performance of a Diao on Singer Challenge, successfully advancing to the next round. However, shortly after the broadcast, the online community erupted in renewed criticism, targeting Xiao Wanqiu for her altercation with composer Zhao Zhenzhong. This time, the backlash was fiercer. By this morning, it had soared to the top of the trending list, with nearly everyone accusing her of disrespecting her predecessors in the entertainment industry. Even more egregious, detractors labeled her a problematic artist, questioning her moral integrity. While the physical altercation might have been manageable, the escalation to a moral dilemma threatened to obliterate Xiao Wanqiu's public persona, leaving no avenue for her career to flourish. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Heng felt a sense of clarity. This development had been within his expectations. Returning the phone to Xiao Wanqiu, he remained unperturbed, saying, You've advanced to the next round. Have you considered what song you'll perform next? Xiao Wanqiu shot him an exasperated look, silently thinking, Are you foolish? This situation is entirely different from before. Last time, it was merely a minor incident, a means to garner attention. But if this is mishandled, my career is truly at stake. I haven't thought about it. You must consider it. You can't just wing it in the next round, can you? I suggest you perform the longest movie. I'll rework it for you. I assure you it will convey a different essence. Xiao Wanqiu remained silent, calmly consuming her breakfast. Noticing her disinterest in the conversation, Jiang Heng shrugged and ceased the discussion. The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sounds of eating. Jiang Heng, our contract may need to be terminated prematurely. Jiang Heng, mid-sip of his porridge, was taken aback by Xiao Wanqiu's sudden declaration. Their contract was merely a marriage agreement. Surely, she was referring to that? Instantly, Jiang Heng felt the porridge lose its allure. What was the meaning of this? Why would she wish to terminate their agreement? Initially, they had agreed on a sum of 500,000 upon obtaining the marriage certificate, with an additional 1,000,000 upon divorce 6 months later. Now, she wanted to end the contract, breaching the agreement first. Will the promised amount still be honored? Rest assured, this time I will take the blame for the breach. Once the divorce is finalized, I will transfer the 1,000,000 to your account. Jiang Heng found himself bewildered. He couldn't connect the dots between Xiao Wanqiu's altercation and their marital agreement. Were these not two separate issues? Wait, let me clarify. You wish to terminate our contract due to the altercation? The worst-case scenario would be that you can no longer navigate the entertainment industry. So you married me to facilitate your career? Jiang Heng spoke while scrutinizing Xiao Wanqiu's expression, but she remained inscrutable. Chapter 53. The Proprietress of Hong Langman. Although Jiang Heng could not fathom the connection between Xiao Wanqiu's marriage to him and her career, he felt a sense of sympathy for her plight. He recalled the day he asked her why she entered the entertainment industry, and she had replied it was out of passion. For her passion, she was willing to enter into a contractual marriage with a stranger. Was her affection not profound? If this incident were to jeopardize her career, what would become of her passion? Jiang Heng smiled and asked, so if this crisis can be resolved seamlessly, your career can continue. And thus the contract need not be terminated, correct? Xiao Wanqiu cast a sidelong glance at him. It seems you are quite eager for the contract to continue. The continuation of the contract was of little consequence. What mattered was that I still had several songs. Only if you remain on stage could I sell them and earn more money. Xiao Wanqiu shot him a fierce glare. What solutions do you propose to resolve my dilemma? Jiang Heng gestured to his head. Fear not. I possess wisdom aplenty. Resolving your trivial issue is but a matter of moments. Xiao Wanqiu disregarded him, absent-mindedly sipping her porridge. At that moment, Xiao Wanqiu's phone rang again. This time, it was Feng Nan calling. After hanging up, her expression darkened further. Jiang Heng began to clear away the remnants of their meal, cheerfully asking, "What is wrong? More bad news?" Xiao Wanqiu retorted, "Do you take pleasure in my unhappiness?" After discarding the trash, Jiang Heng replied, "How could you think that? I've said before I want to sell songs to you, and the prerequisite for that is you needing songs. Therefore, your well-being directly impacts my own." Just now, Tomato's satellite called Sister Phone, stating that if I cannot resolve the online issue within the next couple of days, they will revoke my qualification for Singer Challenge. After Xiao Wanqiu finished speaking, she noticed Jiang Heng's nonchalant demeanor and felt a surge of anger. "Didn't you say you could resolve my issue in no time? What do you propose?" "You, I, and Zhao Zhenzhong all know the true nature of your altercation. It merely hinges on Su Ao providing evidence. To my knowledge, every room at Hong Langman KTV is equipped with surveillance cameras. If you can obtain the footage from room 888 that night, wouldn't everything be resolved?" Upon hearing Jiang Heng's proposed solution, Xiao Wanqiu's heart sank completely. She had hoped for a more viable plan, but Sister Phone had already approached them, and it had proven futile. They were unwilling to provide evidence. Xiao Wanqiu was acutely aware that Hong Langman was lying, yet there was little she could do. After all, it was an upscale venue. If they casually provided surveillance footage, who would dare to patronize them in the future? Jiang Heng patted his chest. "Have you forgotten? I am quite familiar with Hong Langman." Xiao Wanqiu retorted sharply. "So you believe your connections are worth 5 million? Jiang Heng was rendered speechless. Xiao Wanqiu, must you be so adept at retorting? Then it struck him. What did she mean by 5 million? Are you suggesting that you intend to spend 5 million to purchase the surveillance footage from Hong Langman? Jiang Heng was utterly flabbergasted. Do affluent people truly regard money so lightly? During the peak of his family's business, although 5 million was not an astronomical sum, it was certainly not something one could simply part with. Xiao Wanqiu casually mentioned 5 million. It was hard to comprehend, with her current standing in the entertainment industry. Had she genuinely earned 5 million? The only thought that crossed Jiang Heng's mind was that Xiao Wanqiu truly lacked for nothing in terms of wealth. This further validated her claim that her foray into the entertainment industry was merely a hobby. Jiang Heng licked his lips and inquired, "I just want to ask, if I managed to acquire the video, would you be willing to give me 5 million? Xiao Wanqiu, clearly perturbed, retorted, "If you can obtain it, I would offer you 10 million. Jiang Heng replied, "Sister, do not engage in a debate with me. Do you believe I wouldn't demand 10 million from you right now? Ahem, I was merely jesting. How could I possibly ask you for 5 million? Here, SA thought. I can assist you in resolving your issue, and in return, you could purchase my song for 5 million. Xiao Wanqiu, however, was not in the mood for banter. I need to head home, she stated, her demeanor suggesting she was genuinely disheartened. Do you think I'm joking? Jiang Heng stood up. Wait for me a moment. He retreated to the bedroom to retrieve his laptop. Xiao Wanqiu paid him little mind, curling up on the sofa with her arms wrapped around her knees. In truth, she had intended to request the rights to cover the longest movie the previous night, but now it seemed unnecessary. Regardless, she felt compelled to thank him, as Jiao had allowed her to prove herself on Singer Challenge. Jiang Heng ignored her and focused on the computer, opening several folders and clicking play on a video. Take a look at this. Is it not what you seek? At that moment, Xiao Wanqiu heard the lewd voice of Zhao Zhenzhong emanating from the computer. Haha, Wanqiu. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Teacher Zhao, I just got here. I appreciate you making the trip, she heard him reply. Haha, when a beautiful lady invites. Even an old Zhao can't refuse. Xiao Wanqiu was taken aback, recognizing the familiar dialogue. She hurried to Jiang Heng's side and saw the video playing on the screen. It captured the conversation from last Friday night when Zhao Zhenzhong entered the private room, 888. Jiang Heng turned to Xiao Wanqiu. What do you think? The entire process is recorded here, from the moment he entered until you left. Xiao Wanqiu's mouth fell open. How did you get this? Have you forgotten what I do? She thought, scrutinizing Jiang Heng. How could a mere part-time waiter acquire such footage? Meanwhile, Sister Feng had spent 3 days negotiating and even offering 5 million. The other party refused to provide it. Furthermore, 5 million was not the limit. They had asserted that no amount of money would persuade them to engage in actions that might tarnish the company's reputation. Xiao Wanqiu seemed to have an epiphany, her expression shifting as her gaze towards Jiang Heng became intricate. Jiang Heng waved his hand dismissively. Did something come to mind? Don't be so moved after all. We are legally recognized as a married couple, and I am merely doing my part. Xiao Wanqiu ignored his comment and asked, Isn't the owner of Hong Langman the same woman who attended the concert with you last night? Her tone was somber, tinged with a mix of gratitude and disappointment. Chapter 54. Let us discuss a business deal. Jiang Heng felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Although Xiao Wanqiu did not explicitly state it, her insinuations implied that he had ingratiated himself to the owner of Hong Langman, sacrificing his dignity to acquire the video. What do you think of me? I was merely trying to help you with your troubles. He thought indignantly. You have a twisted mind. The person who attended the concert with me last night was the COO of Blue Whale Network. Ah, Xiao Wanqiu exclaimed, her face flushing instantly. She found it peculiar that such a thought had crossed her mind so quickly. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Heng's striking looks and his association with Hong Langman. Such thoughts were not entirely unreasonable. The COO of Blue Whale Network had no business attending a concert with him, unless it was for his charm. Furthermore, she felt a surge of irritation as she had invited him, yet he chose to go with someone else. Ultimately, she blamed him for the situation. With the video on Jiang Heng's computer, the online discourse had the potential to shift, and Xiao Wanqiu felt considerably lighter in spirit, allowing her thoughts to wander. So tell me, how did you obtain this video? Jiang Heng was reluctant to engage with her, yet he replied, I am an exceptional programmer and a seasoned cybersecurity expert. Xiao Wanqiu blinked in surprise. Are you implying that you are a hacker? You breached the surveillance system of Hong Langman? Oh, that would be unnecessary. I maintain the network for Hong Langman, so accessing it would be as easy as going home for me. Jiang Heng boasted, completely oblivious to the way Xiao Wanqiu's captivating eyes were fixed upon him. Therefore, you had this video all along? She inquired, a subtle edge to her voice. Of course. I anticipated Zhao Zhenzhong would resort to such tactics, so I saved the video that night. Jiang Heng spoke enthusiastically as he operated the computer, only to feel a sudden chill down his spine. He turned around to see Xiao Wanqiu glaring at him with cold eyes. What is with that look? Are you planning to take my kidney? Xiao Wanqiu gritted her teeth. Jiang Heng, are you intentionally trying to make me a laughingstock? What do you mean? What is there to laugh about? If you had the video all along, why not inform me sooner? I've been enduring online abuse ever since. Hearing this, Jiang Heng felt relieved. I read your profile. It stated you graduated from Stanford Business School, correct? Does Stanford's business program not teach any principles of communication? What are you implying? Xiao Wanqiu asked. Do you recall that day when I asked if you would be canceled by Tomato Satellite TV? Xiao Wanqiu nodded. I initially thought that if the situation would affect your performance on the show, I would release the video to clear your name. At that moment, the issue's impact was not substantial enough to necessitate that. It could redeem you, but it wouldn't significantly enhance your career, and you might still face challenges on the show. Xiao Wanqiu appeared confused. What exactly are you trying to say? Jiang Heng continued. Now, the scenario is different. You have successfully advanced, and your popularity is skyrocketing. Zhao Zhenzhong intends to exploit this situation for publicity, and the momentum is more intense. The audience is eagerly anticipating the next twist. If a major reversal occurs now, wouldn't that be exhilarating? Wouldn't your popularity soar even higher? Xiao Wanqiu blinked, seemingly catching on to his reasoning. Jiang Heng's strategy was to let the incident fully unfold, consolidating all the attention and then delivering a dramatic twist to the narrative. This fellow had evidently contemplated this from the very onset of the situation. He was indeed astute. Although this benefited her, she couldn't help but retort. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've been sleepless for an entire week. Jiang Heng thought to himself, last night you were sprawled on me, sleeping soundly in such an awkward position, and you expect me to believe you haven't slept well for a week. So boss, about that song I mentioned selling to you for 5 million. Are you interested? Xiao Wanqiu was infuriated, her teeth grinding. Can't you let someone feel a little more touched before bringing up money? Can you guarantee that every song will reach the caliber of a Diao or the longest movie? Jiang Heng scratched his head, pondering. It's hard to say, but I assure you, everything will be of the highest caliber, tailor-made for you in the show. Xiao Wanqiu recalled the songs this fellow had sung intermittently last night, each seemingly powerful, at least indicating that he possessed genuine talent. 5 million is no issue. How many songs do you intend to sell me? That depends on you, he replied. What do you mean? She retorted, this is my first foray into business. I have no experience. With 5 million, I'll take charge of your upcoming songs in Zinger Challenge. Xiao Wanqiu snorted dismissively. Do you think I'm foolish? If you provide me with a subpar song, I'll be eliminated next round, and where would I go to seek justice? Boss, you're just being contrary. I already said I'd customize it for you. Whether it suits you or not, you must give your approval, he explained. After a moment of contemplation, he added, of course, if the song is fine, but you fail to deliver, then that is beyond my control. Xiao Wanqiu considered Jiang Heng's reasoning. All right, we have a deal. Jiang Heng beamed, extending his hand towards Xiao Wanqiu. Thank you, boss. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. Xiao Wanqiu glanced at Jiang Heng's outstretched hand, his long, slender fingers exceptionally attractive. She shot him a glare, feigning reluctance as she shook his hand. Well, now that the collaboration is settled, should you send out the video to help me manage the online discourse? No rush. This gossip just emerged last night, and it's still fresh. The netizens are not yet satiated, so let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps tonight, he suggested. With the video in hand, Xiao Wanqiu felt a sense of calm, allowing Jiang Heng to proceed as he wished. Suddenly, Jiang Heng recalled something and remarked, Sister Feng must be quite anxious now. Aren't you going to report to her and ease her mind? No need. She manages everything about me daily. Let her stew in anxiety for a day. Xiao Wanqiu replied nonchalantly. Jiang Heng couldn't help but shiver. He mused that this woman was truly cunning, and it would be best to avoid provoking her in the future. Aren't you curious to see my performance on Zinger Challenge last night? Jiang Heng realized he had meant to watch it, but had been sidetracked by the events of the evening. Let us watch it now. He skillfully operated the computer, muttering, Boss, is this your way of seeking praise? Xiao Wanqiu had indeed harbored that thought, but certainly wouldn't admit it. What qualifications do you have to expect my praise? Let me tell you, you'd best not get too carried away. I'm quite discerning when it comes to singing. If I had been invited to judge a Zinger Challenge, I would have surely shattered your confidence, she warned. Chapter 55, Adiao. As Jiang Heng spoke, he swiftly opened Penguin Video. It was truly perplexing. Although Blue Whale also had a video service, he had never considered using it due to its cumbersome interface and limited resources. Disinterested in watching the entire episode, he directly located the segment featuring Xiao Wanqiu's performance. Following the current variety show convention, judges typically seek to establish rapport with contestants upon their arrival. As soon as Xiao Wanqiu appeared on stage, a judge named Wang Qihai began to speak. Xiao Wanqiu, I've heard that teacher Zhao Zhenzhong is still bedridden. Don't you feel a twinge of guilt? His words immediately set the tone. The audience responded with jeers, creating an awkward atmosphere. In the video, Xiao Wanqiu didn't even lift her gaze, simply stating, the innocent will clear their name. Jiang Heng switched to critique mode. Your reaction was far too calm. You should have fired back, something like, what business is it of yours? He is not your father or anything. Xiao Wanqiu retorted sharply, get lost. Aside from Wang Qihai, there was another judge named Zhao Siki, who spoke in a mocking tone, implying that Xiao Wanqiu, having debuted as part of girl group, was ill-suited for a professional singing competition based on her performance in the first 2 episodes. With 2 judges already showing hostility towards you, it's hard to believe you can advance. So, purchasing a song for 1 million is truly a bargain. Xiao Wanqiu, dissatisfied, replied, I wanted you to witness my stage presence, not to hear your pointless chatter. Wang Qihai, appearing disinterested, responded, fine, since you're here. Why don't you tell us what song you plan to sing? Xiao Wanqiu simply stated, adiao. Wang Qihai made an exaggerated face, seemingly mocking her. What kind of song is that? Folk, she replied tersely, conveying her disinterest in engaging further with him. Wang Qihai laughed heartily. You're bringing a folk song to a competition. Are you here to amuse us? Jiang Heng could no longer contain himself. Do you have a grudge against this person? Why is he targeting you so? Xiao Wanqiu replied with a hint of melancholy. His hit song was written by Zhao Xinzhong. Jiang Heng understood now. No wonder this fellow was so animated. If he recalled correctly, the trending topic had labeled Xiao Wanqiu a disreputable artist, and it was this very judge who relentlessly pursued her. At that moment, subtitles appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. Song title, Adiao. Performer, Xiao Wanqiu. Lyricist, Jiang Heng. Composer, Jiang Heng. Arranger, Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng frowned slightly upon seeing this information. Why did you include my name? The lyrics and composition are yours. After all, Xiao Wanqiu asserted confidently. I don't want to be famous. Don't credit me next time. She recalled how Jiang Heng had credited Su Yichen's Decent to Wang Laoba, and similarly to Zhang Xinyao during the concert, which made her chuckle. So, should I call you Wang Laoba then? Very well, Wang Laoba it is. As they spoke, the screen displayed Xiao Wanqiu beginning her performance. A Diao, residing in a certain place in Tibet, like a vulture perched atop a mountain peak. Xiao Wanqiu's voice was clear and ethereal. Her first note captivated the audience, who had previously dismissed her folk song. The camera panned over the audience, and some clapped spontaneously. This was indeed a promising start. A Jiao, in front of Jiang Heng Temple, bathed in sunlight, pouring a pot of sweet tea as we reminisce about the past. A Jiao, you always dress like a boy, yet you're even more resilient than Gao Sing. A Jiao, hypocrites wear 1,000 smiles. When you descend the mountain, remember to take the Chorma knife. Following this was an extensive narrative that vividly depicted a Diao's appearance and character. Although rich in imagery, the audience sensed it dragged on a bit. While the emotions were building, they did so rather slowly. Ultimately, Wang Qihai expressed his impatience. What kind of song is this, so drawn out? Little did he realize, his presence was far too pronounced in this song, a fact he would never be able to shake off. As Xiao Wanqiu sang, where will tomorrow be? Who will care for you, even when you fall on the road? Everyone thought the emotional buildup had reached its peak and the chorus should follow. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Wanqiu launched into a rap, further elevating the audience's emotions. For reasons unknown, at this point, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as if they could not find an outlet and were about to suffocate. They thought, now that we've come this far, it must be time for the chorus, right? Yet, they were mistaken once more. A Jiao wonders if she will enjoy a hearty meal tomorrow. You have grown accustomed to the notion that solitude is a form of faith. A Jiao will not allow reality to dull her edges. You are not of this world, so there is no need to concern yourself with the truth. Everyone awaits a moment of emotional release. Yet unexpectedly, Xiao Wanqiu once again suppresses her emotions, her voice tinged with compassion. At this juncture, the audience has already formed a vivid image of a Jiao in their minds. She appears slender and speaks little. Her life is simple, and her character is resilient. She has endured hardships, remaining unyielding. Many audience members find tears welling in their eyes. Fate is fraught with misfortune. Obsession and detachment coexist. Having bid farewell to youth at countless bus stops, she embraces the ordinary, yet refuses to succumb to mediocrity. You are a Jiao. You are a free bird. Hey ya, hey ya. Xiao Wanqiu's voice rises higher and higher, her emotions soaring. You are a free bird, reaching for the heavens. Especially during the refrain of hey ya, which resonates as a heartfelt cry. The audience, having gradually accumulated their emotions from the very beginning, finally reaches a peak that cannot be contained. Accompanied by Xiao Wanqiu's almost primal shout, some audience members break down, unleashing their pent-up feelings as if they could not find release otherwise. At that moment, the camera shifts to the judging panel, where Wang Qihai wears an expression of determination. It is evident that he did not anticipate the folk song Xiao Wanqiu would deliver such an explosive effect. It has completely transcended the essence of folk music. Adiao. Love is a seed of sorrow. You are a tree. You shall never wither. In the closing moments of the song, Xiao Wanqiu sings with an exquisitely gentle voice, akin to a self-healing after an emotional outburst. Simultaneously, it seems that the souls of the audience are also healed. At this time, countless comments flood the right side of the screen, swiftly covering the entire display. She sings of a Jiao, but she also sings of herself, and in truth, she sings of me. Wow. Not only is she beautiful, but her singing is also enchanting. I am utterly captivated. Can someone who sings such beautiful songs truly be a notorious artist? What a shame. Chapter 56, No Turning Back. The judges had not anticipated that Xiao Wanqiu would deliver such a breathtaking rendition of the folk song she spoke of. The enduring screams and applause from the audience indicate the song's resounding success. Even a critical judge like Wang Keheo could find no fault in Xiao Wanqiu's music. Thus, during the final voting segment, Xiao Wanqiu's Aiki Jiao unsurprisingly garnered high scores. Nevertheless, Wang Keheo remained devoid of any fondness for Xiao Wanqiu. Unable to critique her musically, he resorted to criticizing her character, asserting that no matter how well she sang, it was of no consequence. Jiang Heng, disinterested in the performances of other singers, turned off the video and casually inquired, "What place did you come in?" "Second," Xiao Wanqiu replied, then pressed, "Aren't you going to give your opinion?" Jiang Heng stood up. "Did I not say enough last time?" The recollection of Jiang Heng's earlier critiques during their recording session last Sunday infuriated Xiao Wanqiu. She felt that Jiang Heng had deliberately provoked her. He always found a way to make her angry. Jiang Heng glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the morning. Lu Ran had instructed him to prepare thoroughly for the mobile internet market share report on Monday, which was his legitimate work and should not be taken lightly. So, he turned to Xiao Wanqiu and asked, "Did you not say you were going to leave?" Xiao Wanqiu bristled at this. He had the audacity to leave on his own last night, and now he was acting as if she were eager to stay with him. Her clothes were dirty, and she had nothing to wear to leave. Jiang Heng scratched his head, realizing her predicament. "Then let me wash your clothes. You can leave once they are dried." As he spoke, he headed to the bathroom to retrieve Xiao Wanqiu's soiled garments. Upon entering, Jiang Heng was taken aback to find Xiao Wanqiu's black lace lingerie on the shelf. His mind raced. It dawned on him that Xiao Wanqiu was completely unclothed beneath his oversized shirt. At that moment, Xiao Wanqiu seemed to realize this as well and rushed over to stop him. Perhaps in her haste or flustered state, she collided with Jiang Heng's back. He felt a soft sensation against his back, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Xiao Wanqiu gasped and pushed Jiang Heng, exclaiming, "Jiang Heng, you pervert!" Jiang Heng felt wronged. He had done nothing wrong. She had collided with him. Yet, he was well aware of her volatile nature and decided it was best to avoid further conflict. "Ahem, you might as well wash them yourself. The washing machine is on the balcony." With that, he hastily exited. Xiao Wanqiu lingered in the bathroom for quite some time, and Jiang Heng grew indifferent, taking his notebook into the bedroom. After a while, he finally heard the bathroom door gently creak open. It seemed Xiao Wanqiu had mustered the courage to emerge. The woman, in her moments of calm, displayed an adorably childish shyness. Remembering her earlier display of sorrow tugged at his heartstrings. Just then his phone rang. He quickly pulled it out to find an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, may I speak to Wang Laoba?" A melodic voice responded, followed by a soft laugh. Jiang Heng's expression darkened. "Who are you? Is there something you need?" Sensing his displeasure, the woman quickly composed herself. "I apologize. I am Zhang Xinyao. You sang the longest movie at my concert last night. You haven't forgotten me already, have you?" Jiang Heng immediately understood her intention. She was undoubtedly calling regarding the longest movie. Indeed, Zhang Xinyao wasted no time, directly asking, "Mr. Wang, I hope it's not too foreign of me to ask, could I purchase the copyright for the longest movie?" Jiang Heng shook his head, realizing that she truly believed him to be surnamed Wang, addressing him as Mr. Wang. However, he had no intention of correcting her, as they were mere strangers. "I'm sorry, Miss Zhang, but you are too late. I've already sold the longest movie to someone else." Zhang Xinyao gasped. Seemingly realizing how inappropriate her reaction was, she quickly adjusted her demeanor. "That is truly unfortunate. May I ask who purchased it?" Jiang Heng replied. "I'm afraid I can't disclose that, but you'll know in a few days." "All right, that's a real shame." Disappointment was palpable in Zhang Xinyao's voice. Yet she remained undeterred. "Do you have any other works, Mr. Wang? If so, I would still like to discuss potential collaboration." "I'm sorry, Miss Zhang. Singing is merely a hobby for me. I do not have other works." "Well then, may I ask if you are free in the next couple of days? I would like to invite you to dinner." Jiang Heng understood that Zhang Xinyao was merely being polite and replied with a smile. "Thank you, Miss Zhang, but I'm quite busy with work this week. Perhaps next time, when you come to Modu, I will treat you." Their conversation, lacking any substantial connection, concluded as they hung up. Jiang Heng shook his head, dismissing the matter lightly as he began to prepare for his speech scheduled for the following Monday. Regardless of the outcome, this represented an opportunity for him, even if no one cared about the content of his presentation. It would serve as a systematic review of his knowledge regarding mobile internet. "Jiang Heng, what are you doing?" "It's lunchtime," came a voice from the door. Startled, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already 11:30. Time truly seemed to slip away. He opened the door. "What would you like to eat?" "Anything," she replied casually. Jiang Heng opened the refrigerator only to find that he had forgotten to buy groceries since he hadn't been home for dinner the previous night. He had initially planned to take Xiao Wanqiu out to eat, but upon noticing that she was still wearing his shirt, he remembered his own lack of clothing beneath it, making it impossible to go out. It was unfortunate that the world had yet to develop a delivery system as advanced as Earth's. It truly felt inconvenient. Another promising entrepreneurial venture. You wait here, I'll go buy some ingredients. Xiao Wanqiu looked at him in surprise. You can cook? How novel. My family owns the best restaurant in Jiangcheng, she remarked nonchalantly. Jiang Heng couldn't help but recall that his family's restaurant was long since bankrupt, leaving only heavy debts behind, which evoked a pang of sorrow. Shaking his head, he descended the stairs. Xiao Wanqiu stood on the balcony, observing Jiang Heng's retreating figure, her curiosity about him growing. This guy truly was a treasure. Not only was he easy on the eyes, but he could also write and sing songs. And to think he could cook as well. She wondered why such a gem like Su Yichen had ever broken up with him. Why am I even thinking this? Xiao Wanqiu shook her head, quickly dismissing the thought. Such a treasure would only hinder her progress in her own musical aspirations. Chapter 57. What is your relationship? When Jiang Heng claimed he could cook, Xiao Wanqiu was skeptical, especially considering that this small attic lacked a kitchen. However, as she watched him skillfully handle the ingredients, her doubts began to waver. Jiang Heng set up a makeshift kitchen on the roadside with a folding table and an induction cooker, starting to heat oil. Xiao Wanqiu leaned against the doorframe, watching intently. After nearly an hour, 4 dishes were ready. Stir-fried pork with chili, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sautéed shrimp, and a 3-flavor tofu soup. Although she was unsure of the taste, the presentation was quite appealing. Maintaining a cautious demeanor, she gingerly picked up a piece of shrimp to sample. To her surprise, it was quite delicious, having been preoccupied with her own troubles. Xiao Wanqiu hadn't eaten well lately, yet today, for some reason, her appetite was particularly robust. She deftly polished off 2 large bowls of rice and most of the dishes. It wasn't until Jiang Heng began to clear the table that she realized she might have overindulged, feeling a bit embarrassed. Jiang Heng isn't thinking I'm a glutton, is he? I'm just doing you a favor by enjoying your cooking, Xiao Wanqiu reassured herself mentally. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone rang. It was Feng Nan. Panic surged through her as she remembered an important matter she had forgotten. Feng Nan must be worried sick. Answering the call, she held the phone away from her ear, but she could still hear Feng Nan's booming voice. Seizing a moment of silence, Xiao Wanqiu quickly interjected, Sister Feng, I've found a solution to the problem. Don't worry, I'll be back shortly. She hung up in a hurry, feeling guilty as she noticed Jiang Heng washing the dishes while she had done nothing but eat. Jiang Heng, Sister Feng is anxious. You should come back with me this afternoon. Why should I go back with you? Isn't the evidence in your hands? And aren't you going to record the longest movie for me? Jiang Heng's words struck a chord. He was right. All right, I'll be ready in no time. Xiao Wanqiu retrieved her freshly dried clothes from the washing machine and entered the bedroom to change. Oddly enough, she felt no trepidation about entering Jiang Heng's room. Once she emerged, Jiang Heng had finished washing the dishes and the temporary kitchen setup had been dismantled, restoring everything to its original state. Jiang Heng is quite orderly for a man living alone. It's somewhat obsessive-compulsive, she mused, wondering why she was so attentive to him. As they descended the stairs, they encountered a few elderly ladies chatting in the alley. Jiang Heng greeted them warmly, while the ladies' attention was solely on Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Zhang. Is this your girlfriend? Xiao Jiang, you have good taste. Your girlfriend is quite lovely. Xiao Jiang, next time bring your girlfriend along. I'll treat you both to coffee. Xiao Wanqiu felt her face flush. Why did Jiang Heng have to be so well-liked, even by grandmothers? She couldn't say anything and had to wait for him to finish chatting before they could leave the alley together. Once in the car, Xiao Wanqiu remarked, You certainly have a way with the ladies. Even the grandmothers adore you. Xiao Wanqiu, are you out of your mind? They're just neighbors. What is the big deal about greeting them? I didn't say anything, so why are you so agitated? With that, he started the car, merging onto the road. She noted how aggressively he drove, having witnessed his rapid starts several times. Arriving at Xiao Wanqiu's quaint little house, Jiang Heng still felt a sense of unreality, as if he had traversed through time. As soon as they entered, they spotted Feng Nan standing at the door with her hands on her hips, waiting for them. When Feng Nan asked how you ended up with me, don't say anything foolish. What am I supposed to say? Just say that Xiao Wanqiu isn't quite sure either. Just don't say anything ridiculous, all right? Jiang Heng responded non-committally. No sooner had Jiang Heng stepped out of the car than Feng interrupted. Xiao Wanqiu, how could you be so carefree at a time like this? You're outside gallivanting when you should be focused on your career. I've been working all morning for what? If you don't want to continue, just say so. I'm exhausted and won't indulge you any longer. After chastising Xiao Wanqiu, she seemed to notice Jiang Heng for the first time. Did you go out this morning to find him? What is going on between you two? Feng Nin's question was accompanied by a suspicious gaze aimed at Xiao Wanqiu. Already shy, Xiao Wanqiu felt increasingly uncomfortable under Feng Nin's scrutiny, her cheeks warming. No way, no way. Feng Nin suddenly made an exaggerated expression. Xiao Wanqiu, don't tell me you two are dating. Sister Feng, I'm not. Xiao Wanqiu's voice sounded uncertain. Not dating? Then explain your relationship. Why are you with him? And why did you bring him home? Feng Nin's anger was palpable. All morning, she had been devising solutions to a crisis, reaching out to everyone she could think of, yet nothing had worked, leaving her frustrated. To her astonishment, Xiao Wanqiu had left early in the morning and returned with a man. Jiang Heng flashed a radiant smile. Sister Feng, it's quite noisy out here. Wouldn't it be better to move inside? The neighbors might overhear. Feng Nan, still fuming, instinctively wanted to retort, but upon seeing Jiang Heng's sunny, handsome face, her anger faltered. Taking a deep breath, she stomped her foot in frustration and turned to head indoors. Xiao Wanqiu let out a sigh of relief and stole a glance at Jiang Heng, who appeared utterly unfazed. Upon entering the room, Feng Nan was seated on the sofa, arms crossed and legs crossed in a confident posture. Xiao Wanqiu, if you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I swear I will consider myself a dog if I ever concern myself with your affairs again. Xiao Wanqiu was still mulling over how to craft a flawless excuse. Feeling rather conflicted. Sister Feng, let me handle this. She was startled by the unexpected interjection. What could he possibly say? Hadn't she explicitly instructed him not to speak out of turn? He was truly a source of anxiety. Sister Feng, Miss Xia did indeed come to see me this morning. Upon hearing this, Feng Nan's expression darkened further, glaring fiercely at Xiao Wanqiu, her eyes ablaze with fury. Xiao Wanqiu's demeanor shifted as well. Jiang Heng, he gestured for her to hold her tongue, maintaining a serene smile as he spoke languidly. Sister Feng, please refrain from getting upset. Allow me to finish. Feng Nan snorted coldly, leaning back on the sofa, silent yet visibly troubled. In fact, I hold another position, as a server at Honglangman. Feng Nan's body tensed immediately, her glare fixed on Jiang Heng, as if on the verge of exploding. Sister Feng, there is no need to regard me with such hostility. Miss Xia's visit was not as you might imagine. I am merely a pawn, and it is inconceivable that Miss Xia would harbor any feelings for me. Wouldn't you agree? Xiao Wanqiu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Heng, noticing his calm demeanor and the smile that accompanied his words. Inexplicably, a twinge of sadness welled within her. Feng Nan's rigid posture relaxed slightly, her disdainful huff betraying her attempt at indifference. I was present that night, and I am more aware than anyone else of what transpired. Chapter 58. The fat water does not flow to outsiders. Upon hearing Jiang Heng's words, Feng Nan felt a sense of relief, but was soon struck with a thought. Her excitement rekindled. Mr. Jiang, do you possess any evidence? Jiang Heng shook his head. I have no evidence. Feng Nan's spirits plummeted instantly. Jiang Heng continued. However, I have worked at Honglangman for over a year now, and I can accomplish many things that you cannot through conventional channels. Feng Nan paused, her interest piqued. Xiao Wanqiu, unable to contain herself any longer, let out a soft giggle, thinking to herself that Jiang Heng was truly cunning, weaving words with such finesse. Sister Feng's emotions must be in turmoil at this moment. Both Jiang Heng and Feng Nan turned their gazes towards Xiao Wanqiu. Feng Nan regarded her with suspicion, pondering why she became so easily flustered in Jiang Heng's presence. Just last week, she had spilled juice and coughed during dinner, and now this. There must be something amiss between them. She was determined to uncover the truth. Mr. Jiang, we wish to obtain the surveillance footage from that night at Honglangman, but the person in charge remains resolutely unyielding. Do you have any means to acquire it? Jiang Heng replied with a smile. I am well acquainted with the security personnel at Honglangman. Today at noon, I had Miss Xia treat the security captain to a meal, and I managed to obtain the footage from him. Feng Nan exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Mr. Jiang, is that truly the case? Have you really secured the video? Jiang Heng produced a USB drive from his pocket and waved it slightly. Feng Nan, elated, momentarily disregarded her composure, leaping up to snatch the USB from Jiang Heng's grasp, clutching it tightly as if it were a precious treasure. Xiao Wanqiu cast a wistful glance at Jiang Heng, thinking to herself that this fellow's lies flowed as smoothly as truth. His expression remained unchanged, revealing not a hint of anxiety. Who knows how many girls he has swayed with such tactics? She resolved to remain vigilant. Wait, why should she be wary of him? Their relationship was merely a contractual marriage. What was happening? Why did she keep contemplating her connection with him? They were just bound by a contract that would conclude in 4 months. There was no need to overthink it. Xiao Wanqiu quickly reoriented her perspective on her relationship with Jiang Heng. After Feng Nan's initial exhilaration subsided, she regained her composure. Mr. Jiang, is this the complete video? Indeed, it is. I have edited the footage, but I would advise against exposing it personally. Feng Nan faltered. What do you mean? I believe it would be more effective if this evidence were revealed by third party. Feng Nan contemplated this and found merit in his suggestion. All right. I will reach out to popular influencers on Weibo to expose it. No, could you entrust that to me? Both Feng Nan and Xiao Wanqiu turned their attention to Jiang Heng, curious about his intentions. How many followers do you have on Weibo? I don't have Weibo. Feng Nan scoffed. What use would it be to entrust this to someone without a Weibo account? Jiang Heng disregarded her retort, pulling out his phone and searching for a while, but failing to locate the contact he sought. He reluctantly dialed Ding Inua instead. Hello, senior brother. Have you gotten together with the COO? Why are you calling me? The phone connected, and Ding Inua's voice was laced with a hint of grievance. Jiang Heng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could she say such things? He furtively glanced at Xiao Wanqiu, relieved to find her expression unchanged. No. May I ask you something? Oh, senior brother, I knew it. The new replaces the old. You wouldn't be looking for me if you didn't have something on your mind. But I'm still thrilled you did. What is it? Jiang Heng felt utterly exasperated. What nonsense was this? He had no prior connection with her and would have none in the future. And the new replaces the old? Why not mention how little sweetheart has transformed into Mrs. Neo? Cough. No, do you have the contact information for the reporters from Blue Whale News who interviewed me last time? Oh, senior brother. Have you come around and are preparing for an interview? But your popularity has faded. Enough with the chit-chat. I'm just asking if you have their numbers. I do. Then please send them to me. I need to reach out to them. After hanging up, Ding Inua promptly sent the information. Jiang Heng's intention in contacting them was to enlist their help in exposing the video. After all, the fat water does not flow to outsiders, and he was, after all, a member of the whale factory. Upon hearing Jiang Heng mention Blue Whale News during the call, Feng Nan inquired, "Are you intending to expose this news through Blue Whale?" "Indeed, but isn't Blue Whale's influence somewhat diminished now?" "Rest assured, I am an employee of Blue Whale. I will directly approach the relevant department heads to ensure they utilize maximum exposure to promote it. The impact will undoubtedly be explosive." This was indeed true. While Blue Whale's influence had waned, if they coordinated well across multiple platforms, they still possessed significant power. Not only could this resolve Xiao Wanqiu's crisis, but it would also serve as a form of advertisement for Blue Whale, representing a win-win situation. Jiang Heng promptly began calling them one by one. In recent days, the most sensational gossip within the company revolved around Jiang Heng and the newly appointed COO, Princess Lu Ran of Blue Whale. Upon receiving Jiang Heng's call, they couldn't help but tease him. Jiang Heng felt exceptionally awkward, completely ignoring their jests, and directly conveyed the purpose of his call. Over the past week, the news of Xiao Wanqiu assaulting Zhao Zhanzhong had once been quite the hot topic, but it had quieted for a while. However, after Xiao Wanqiu's remarkable comeback with the Jiao on Singer Challenge last night, her popularity surged once more, reigniting discussions around her altercation. All three major platforms of Blue Whale, being media-oriented, were naturally highly attentive to this matter. Upon learning that Jiang Heng possessed evidence that could turn the tide, they all expressed keen interest, urging him to send them the video without delay. Don't panic. First, send a message to build anticipation and heighten the curiosity of netizens. How should we go about that? Jiang Heng shared his plans with the representatives from the three major platforms of Blue Whale, and as anticipated, they were embraced. After hanging up the phone, he noticed that both Xiao Wanqiu and Feng Nan were staring at him with wide eyes. Feng Nan, genuinely curious about Jiang Heng, inquired, "Mr. Jiang, how is it that you seem to understand the current internet users so well?" Jiang Heng maintained a courteous smile and replied, "Sister Feng, did I not mention that I work at Blue Whale Network?" Feng Nan had initially intended to suggest that Jiang Heng assists Xiao Wanqiu with crisis management, but she suddenly realized the absurdity of her thoughts. Who among the virtuous would have so many crises to manage? Moreover, the situation between the two individuals was still unclear. Xiao Wanqiu had been acting rather oddly of late. It would be best to avoid inviting trouble. However, with the video in hand, Feng Nan felt a sense of relief, and her mood lightened considerably. "All right then. I shall trouble Mr. Jiang to handle the subsequent matters. I have a few things to attend to, so I must take my leave." Xiao Wanqiu blinked. "Sister Feng, where are you off to? You're not falling in love, are you?" Feng Nan's expression darkened. "Xiao Wanqiu, I am truly baffled that such words have escaped your lips." Xiao Wanqiu's face flushed crimson. How peculiar it was. Why was her mind so occupied with thoughts of romance lately, a matter she had previously never cared about? It was utterly confounding. It must be the influence of Jiang Heng from the previous night. Cursed be Jiang Heng. Chapter 59. The Proper Way to Enjoy Gossip. Feng Nan departed. leaving Jiang Heng and Xiao Wanqiu to descend to the recording studio on the second underground level. Today, Jiang Heng was to finalize the production of the longest movie. While Jiang Heng busied himself with the production, Xiao Wanqiu diligently practiced the longest movie in the rehearsal room, repeating the song tirelessly. After being chastised by Jiang Heng during the recording of Diao, she was resolute in ensuring that he would not have the opportunity to gloat this time. As the two were engrossed in their respective tasks, the internet erupted into chaos. At 3 p.m, the official accounts of Blue Whale News, Blue Whale Video, and Blue Whale Weibo suddenly released a statement. Promote civility, establish new norms, restore the essence of events. Combat online rumors. Blue Whale will provide solid evidence to unveil the truth behind the Xiao Wanqiu and Zhao Zhenzhong incident. Join us tonight at 8. The 3 major platforms of Blue Whale pinned this message at the top, promoting it vigorously on mobile devices, while also showcasing it prominently in bold on PC screens. It was a weekend, and the overworked populace finally had a moment of respite. While indulging in online gossip, they quickly stumbled upon Blue Whale's announcement, igniting their excitement. Users flocked to Blue Whale to gather the latest developments on the Xiao Wanqiu and Zhao Zhenzhong incident, and upon entering, they were pleasantly surprised by the thoroughness of Blue Whale News and Blue Whale Weibo. The details were meticulously organized in chronological order, allowing even newcomers to grasp the situation clearly. Previously scattered and often dubious reports had now coalesced into a coherent narrative. And with Blue Whale's reputation as the nation's largest news website, users placed considerable trust in their information. However, the greatest beneficiaries of this influx of traffic were not Blue Whale News, Blue Whale Video, or Blue Whale Weibo, but rather the Blue Whale portal website. Fortunately, Jiang Heng had no time to monitor the unfolding situation. Otherwise, he would have been left lamenting the misfortunes of others while begrudging their ineptitude. Most importantly, the announcement from Blue Whale indicated that they possessed undeniable evidence to clarify the truth surrounding Xiao Wanqiu's alleged assault. What truth? Was it not the very act of Xiao Wanqiu attacking Zhao Zhenzhong? He was hospitalized. Could there possibly be any twist in the tale? Comments flooded in below the news section dedicated to the Xiao Wanqiu assault incident on Blue Whale News. Why must we wait until 8 o'clock? I already have my sunflower seeds and beer ready. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Wow, Blue Whale is truly impressive. I'm eager to see them rectify the chaos in the entertainment industry. Brothers, I sense a twist in Xiao Wanqiu's assault story. The facts will prove me right. Waiting for the big revelation. I refuse to believe that after a week of silence, Xiao Wanqiu could possibly turn tables. The news from Blue Whale and the 3 major platforms quickly spread to other social networks, including Weibo, garnering even greater attention. The audience's enthusiasm was palpable, each person eager to discover what revelations awaited them at 8 o'clock. Zhao Zhenzhong had endured a week of frustration, but his spirits began to lift today. That evening, he posted about the assault on social media, going so far as to have the doctor wrap his head in bandages to elicit greater sympathy from netizens. Besides posting on Weibo, Zhao Zhenzhong also contacted the Composers Association, rallying his peers to collectively boycott Xiao Wanqiu. His goal was to tarnish her reputation, rendering her unable to find a foothold in the entertainment industry, compelling her to kneel before him and plead for mercy. The strategy proved effective. The following day, the entire internet buzzed with discussions of his assault incident as he awaited Xiao Wanqiu's call for forgiveness from his hospital bed. To his surprise, Xiao Wanqiu did not reach out, nor did she post anything online, behaving as if the incident had never occurred. Zhao Zhenzhong called Wang Keheo, inquiring whether the Singer Challenge program intended to blacklist Xiao Wanqiu. The response was that, for the sake of viewership, they would not be blacklisting her. Infuriated, Zhao Zhenzhong felt powerless. Tomato TV was a formidable entity, eager to capitalize on the ensuing drama, forcing him to endure the situation. Yet he was determined not to relent. He would ensure that Xiao Wanqiu would submit to him. Zhao Zhenzhong instructed Wang Keheo to sabotage Xiao Wanqiu during the program, aiming to humiliate her publicly. He was confident that Wang Keheo would comply, as his current success was largely due to the support of Zhao Zhenzhong's music. The previous night's episode of Singer Challenge aired, and indeed, Wang Keheo targeted Xiao Wanqiu at every turn, even bringing up the assault incident. However, he was blindsided to discover that Xiao Wanqiu had still advanced in the competition. His anger surged. Who dared to oppose him at such a critical moment? Especially someone writing songs for Xiao Wanqiu that were so explosive? When he saw that the lyricist and composer of Diao were both Jiang Heng, his head spun. Wasn't it Jiang Heng who had been involved in the assault? What was happening in this world that anyone could write songs? Zhao Zhenzhong was unwilling to accept defeat. He would tarnish Xiao Wanqiu's reputation. Thus, he called Wang Keheo and the Composers Association again. not only targeting the assault incident, but also pressuring Tomato TV and reporting Xiao Wanqiu to the relevant authorities. They brandished the banner of purifying the entertainment industry, seeking to suppress Xiao Wanqiu under the guise of righteousness. Perhaps due to Xiao Wanqiu's advancement, the intensity of the backlash surged, and Tomato TV was nearing its breaking point. Zhao Zhenzhong felt particularly elated, envisioning Xiao Wanqiu kneeling before him, begging for clemency like a dog. The mere thought of her exquisite, cold beauty and her curvaceous figure thrilled him to his core. Just then his phone rang. It was Wang Keheo. Keheo, let's go out for drinks tonight. I owe you a debt of gratitude, my brother. On the other end of the line, Wang Keheo fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Old Wang, you keep asking me why Xiao Wanqiu hit you. Are you concealing something from me? Zhao Zhenzhong was taken aback, bewildered by Wang Keheo's question. Although a touch flustered, he remained relatively composed. He wiped the smile from his face and, instead of answering directly, retorted, Keheo, why do you ask? Is there an issue? Anger laced Wang Keheo's voice. Old Zhao, you better check online quickly. I hope you have no problems regarding this matter. If you have any dirt on you that they possess, we will be utterly disgraced. Wang Keheo finished his tirade without waiting for Zhao Zhenzhong's response and abruptly hung up the phone. Zhao Zhenzhong was left in a daze, still unaware of what had transpired. Just then, his phone rang again, this time from several prominent members of the Composers Association, bombarding him with questions similar to those from Wang Keheo. Zhao Zhenzhong was utterly perplexed and still clueless about the situation. Chapter 60. I will write a song for you. A flurry of calls left Zhao Zhenzhong in a state of confusion. Finally managing to answer the last call, he hastily logged onto Weibo to discern the situation. Upon entering, he was met with trending news from Blue Whale, reporting that they had obtained solid evidence indicating that Xiao Wanqiu's assault had deeper implications. Panic seized him. While the fact that he had been assaulted was undeniable, he was not concerned about Blue Whale distorting the truth. Rather, he feared they might uncover the reasons behind the incident, for he was acutely aware of his own misdeeds. Should the details be revealed, any hope of maintaining his standing in the entertainment industry would be dashed. But what could he do? In his current state of distress, he reasoned that if the revelations were made by personal Weibo users, he might still devise a strategy. However, this was Blue Whale, and an official announcement at that. The implications were dire. Who had provided the evidence to Blue Whale? What could it possibly entail? Though Zhao Zhenzhong had no leads, he was certain that it was connected to Xiao Wanqiu. That wretched woman, the incident of her striking him had been trending online for a week, instead of addressing it. She had handed evidence to the media. Fine, if she wanted to provide evidence, but why Blue Whale? Blue Whale was being unscrupulous. They could have exposed the evidence directly instead of leaving him in this agonizing suspense. It felt akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting execution, fully aware of his fate, yet oblivious to the date of his demise. Did they not comprehend the immense pressure he was under? Zhao Zhenzhong felt on the verge of insanity, yet he found himself powerless. Seeking assistance to convey his plight to Blue Whale was not an option. How could he possibly articulate that he had brought this upon himself and plead for leniency? Frantically, he circled back to the only feasible solution, reaching an understanding with Xiao Wanqiu, persuading her to intervene and prevent Blue Whale from releasing the evidence. Although this was a reluctant course of action, it was the sole means of preserving his persona in the entertainment sphere, allowing him to continue his existence within that world. He truly did not wish to depart from the entertainment industry. It was a realm of swift financial gain, abundant with beautiful women eager to bestow affection upon him, a veritable paradise. Resolute, Zhao Zhenzhong dialed Xiao Wanqiu's number without hesitation. Unfortunately, after countless attempts, she did not answer. Why wouldn't Xiao Wanqiu pick up? Obviously, she was occupied in a rehearsal studio. Of course, Zhao Zhenzhong was oblivious to this fact. Each unanswered call only heightened his anxiety, pushing him closer to the brink of despair. Just then his phone, discarded on the sofa, rang. Zhao Zhenzhong's heart leaped with hope, thinking it might be Xiao Wanqiu returning his call. He rushed to answer, tripping over a chair and scraping his knee, yet he paid no mind. Alas, the caller ID revealed an unfamiliar number. He frowned in irritation. However, he dared not ignore it. What if it was Xiao Wanqiu's manager calling? Hello, he answered, his heart racing with apprehension. Is this teacher Zhao Zhenzhong? I am with Huayang Entertainment Channel. May I interview you? Upon realizing it was not Xiao Wanqiu, his anger flared. What do you want to interview me for? Are you out of your mind? Get lost. Unable to contain his unbridled fury, he lashed out before abruptly ending the call. In the ensuing half hour, he received 4 or 5 similar calls from entertainment tabloids eager for interviews. Infuriated, he berated each one, leaving them feeling unjustly wronged. If you don't want to interview me, then fine, but why insult me? Do you really have something incriminating that Blue Whale possesses? The tabloids, feeling slighted, swiftly took to Weibo to share updates, claiming that reporters had attempted to reach Zhao Zhenzhong for an interview, but he was emotionally unstable and had reached his breaking point. This led to speculation that Blue Whale might indeed possess evidence that could overturn the narrative surrounding Xia Wanqiu's assault on Zhao Zhenzhong. Curious netizens flocked to their devices, eagerly awaiting updates. Upon seeing the reporters' posts, excitement surged among them, prompting a rush to Blue Whale's events section for the latest developments. If only this era had a concept of self-media. Otherwise, Blue Whale's traffic could have been monumental. Meanwhile, in the recording studio on Huanghuai Middle Road in the magical city, Jiang Heng had completed the production of the accompaniment track. Xia Wanqiu emerged from the rehearsal room. For reasons unknown in that moment, she felt as if she were a student once more, awaiting Zhang's imminent lesson. Amidst her apprehension lay a hint of anticipation, a flicker of excitement. What an odd sentiment. Jiang Heng took his usual seat before the computer, while Xia Wanqiu, having learned her lesson, prepared to record with her phone at the ready. As she opened it, a flurry of missed call notifications appeared, 12 in total, all from Zhao Zhenzhong. She poked Jiang Heng's arm with a delicate finger and handed him her phone. Zhao Zhenzhong has been calling me. Jiang Heng glanced at the screen, eyebrows raised in intrigue. Seems he's in quite a hurry. Why not call him back and see what he has to say? The mere thought of Zhao Zhenzhong's lecherous face made Xia Wanqiu feel nauseous, and she had no desire to return his call. Yet, for reasons she couldn't quite grasp, she felt compelled to satisfy Jiang Heng's curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, she dialed his number. The call connected swiftly, revealing Zhao Zhenzhong's weary voice. Xia Wanqiu, what do you want? You hit me. That's the undeniable truth. Do you intend to deny it? Xia Wanqiu genuinely wished to hang up, but ultimately refrained. Teacher Zhao, is that all you're calling for? If there's nothing else, then goodbye. Wait a moment. Zhao Zhenzhong immediately called out to Xia Wanqiu, expressing his helplessness. Xia Wanqiu, although I am unaware of the evidence you possess that could potentially turn the tide, I have no desire to escalate this matter further, leading to a situation where no one can find closure. Please, share your terms. Xia Wanqiu's phone was on speaker, allowing Jiang Heng, who was nearby, to overhear, and he couldn't help but chuckle. This man, having cornered Xia Wanqiu, now wished to avoid making a scene. The situation had already reached a considerable magnitude. Zhao Zhenzhong truly exhibited a lack of shame. Xia Wanqiu had never encountered someone so brazen and, suppressing her disgust, inquired, what does Teacher Zhao intend as a resolution? How about this? Since you have advanced Inzinger challenge, I will compose a song for you, and you will post a statement on Weibo declaring that we have reached an amicable understanding privately. We can consider this matter resolved. Would that be acceptable? Chapter 61, My Mother is Coming. Jiang Heng was nearly amused to the point of anger. This individual, once devoid of shame, became utterly invincible. Just as he was poised to deliver a righteous blow, ready to smash Zhao Zhenzhong's arrogance, the latter sought reconciliation. Thus, the impending strike would either rebound upon himself or falter, for there was no escaping unscathed. Zhao Zhenzhong would emerge not only unscathed, but also adorned with a reputation for magnanimity. What audacity! In the past, when seeking your songwriting assistance, you were dismissive, even attempting to take advantage. Now, your songs are beneath your notice. Xia Wanqiu's demeanor remained unfazed. I'm sorry, but I've already submitted the evidence to Blue Whale. I do not require your song, and I have matters to attend to. This is where we conclude. With that, Xia Wanqiu hung up and promptly blocked Zhao Zhenzhong. Jiang Heng shook his head, signaling a fresh start. It was as if Zhao Zhenzhong's call had never occurred. He instructed Xia Wanqiu to sing the longest movie, performed by the Malaysian artist Sheila, on I Am a Singer. This rendition had become a classic, distinct in style from Jay Chou's version, with many even asserting it surpassed the original. While Jiang Heng disagreed with that claim, he acknowledged it was indeed a remarkable version. As the subject of a trending incident, Xia Wanqiu's mindset was inevitably impacted. Although she had practiced extensively, Jiang Heng's interpretation of the song was entirely different, leading to frequent mistakes during her performance. Jiang Heng quickly shifted into a more irritable mode. Xia Wanqiu, you are a singer. Can you cast aside external distractions and focus solely on your singing? Xia Wanqiu, is your comprehension lacking? The phrasing ice blade circle. Emphasize that note a bit more. Infuse it with a jazz flair. Surely you understand what jazz sounds like. Why are you laughing when you sing Forget That You Called Me? Can you not manage your emotions? With each line, Xia Wanqiu sang. Jiang Heng identified numerous flaws. Strangely, this time, she did not feel offended by Jiang Heng's critiques. Instead, she found enjoyment in the process. The realization startled her. Was there something amiss with her psyche? Despite being scolded, she felt a peculiar sense of happiness. Xiao Wanxiu quickly dismissed this strange thought. Jiang Heng was deliberately targeting her. Indeed, she must sing this song flawlessly, leaving him no grounds for criticism. Xiao Wanxiu, consider your position with your current level. You may only reach the second tier in the music industry. You have a long road ahead. Jiang Heng shook his head, removing his monitoring headphones. The time was now 5:30, and in early November, the skies of the Magic City were already darkening. Let us call it a day. I'm heading back. You should practice diligently in the coming days. Xiao Wanxiu pressed her lips together. Are you working tonight? I'll have Andy prepare dinner, and after we eat, I'll take you. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Heng had already severed ties with Hong Romance. I am no longer affiliated with Hong Romance. Xiao Wanxiu was taken aback, quickly realizing it was likely related to the incident when Jiang Heng had intervened with Zhao Zhenzhong on her behalf. Is it because of my situation? Jiang Heng was reluctant to admit it, as it was his own decision. Shaking his head, he replied, No, my work at Blue Whale has been reorganized. I'm rather busy now and lack the time. Xiao Wanxiu nodded. Jiang Heng's departure from Hong Romance was a positive development, considering it was hardly a respectable establishment. Then let us eat before you leave. That works. It's always nice to enjoy a meal rather than cooking for oneself. Shall we continue? Jiang Heng paused, sensing an unexpected hint of anticipation in Xiao Wanxiu's tone. What was this sentiment? Was he not strict enough, or did she genuinely enjoy being guided? The thought startled Jiang Heng. He pondered how someone so tempestuous could possibly relish discipline. The likelihood was she wanted him to provoke her, leading to a physical confrontation. Reflecting on Zhao Zhenzhong's earlier punishment, he still felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Jiang Heng quickly shook his head, adopting a congenial yet polite tone. Let us conclude here for today. It's essential to balance work and rest. While Xiao Wanxiu felt a tinge of disappointment, she also experienced a sense of relief, creating a conflicting emotional state. Just then, Xiao Wanxiu's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, appearing somewhat flustered, cautiously. She glanced at Jiang Heng before answering the call, lowering the volume slightly. Hello, Mom. Upon hearing it was a call from her family, Jiang Heng recognized it was best for him to excuse himself. Standing, he gestured upwards, indicating he would head upstairs. Jiang Heng made his way to the first floor, stepping outside into the courtyard. One must admit, in the heart of such an international metropolis as the Magic City, it was hard to fathom the nature of Xiao Wanxiu's family, especially given her affluent lifestyle. At least during the peak of the Jiang family's prosperity, he had never experienced such opulence as hers. Driving a Bentley, residing in a mansion, and purchasing a song for $1 million as if it were a triviality. He couldn't fathom the mindset of the wealthy, who would casually enter into contractual marriages as if they were mere games. Lost in these thoughts, Xiao Wanxiu emerged, her expression rather unnatural. Jiang Heng surmised that her relationship with her parents was likely strained. Otherwise, why would she flee from the capital to the Magic City, engaging in such absurd contracts? Soon, Auntie had prepared dinner, and the two of them sat at the dining table. Xiao Wanxiu seemed rather despondent, remaining silent and eating with little enthusiasm. Given that Jiang Heng and Xiao Wanxiu had only met a handful of times, they found themselves devoid of common subjects, merely focusing on their meals. The dinner lacked flavor and vibrancy. Thank you for dinner. I'll take my leave. Recognizing Xiao Wanxiu's evident discontent, Jiang Heng chose not to linger and prepared to depart. I'll see you off. No need. I can take the subway directly. I insist on accompanying you. Jiang Heng considered this an offer of hospitality he could not refuse, so he acquiesced. However, throughout the journey, Xiao Wanxiu remained taciturn, refusing to play any music, creating an atmosphere that was exceedingly awkward. Normally, Jiang Heng would have sought to lighten the mood with conversation, but it was clear that Xiao Wanxiu's demeanor soured after a phone call with her family. It is often said that a wise judge finds it difficult to arbitrate domestic matters, so perhaps it would be prudent to say less. It was only when the car reached the entrance of the alley that Jiang Heng was about to alight that Xiao Wanxiu finally spoke. Jiang Heng, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? He inquired. My mother is coming to the Magic City in a few days. She is aware of our marriage and wishes to meet you. Chapter 62. Introducing you to someone. Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback. During the initial agreement of their marriage, they had indeed stipulated that neither party could refuse legitimate requests from the other. Xiao Wanxiu had emphasized that it was crucial not to reveal any discrepancies, particularly in front of her parents. The inevitable had finally arrived. Jiang Heng nodded. I understand. Just let me know when, and I will cooperate. Xiao Wanxiu hesitated, her words faltering, her cheeks flushing ever deeper. Jiang Heng was utterly perplexed. Why was she blushing? Is there an issue? Xiao Wanxiu lifted her gaze to meet his. Seemingly resolved, Jiang Heng, we are husband and wife. If we do not reside together, my mother will undoubtedly be skeptical. Therefore, Jiang Heng opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a response. No wonder Xiao Wanqiu was so conflicted. It was because of this implication. Indeed, they were married, and for a couple residing in the same city, to not live together was hardly believable, especially given that they had only been wed for less than 2 months. What should we do? You should move in with me next week. Xiao Wanqiu's voice was barely above a whisper, her face aglow with embarrassment, her heart racing. Jiang Heng was taken aback. She was serious about living together. An ominous feeling crept over him. Surely, a woman like Xiao Wanqiu hailed from a prestigious family. The thought of himself, a man of modest means, moving into her home made him feel like a mere son-in-law. Images flashed through his mind of protagonists in novels, performing menial tasks for their mothers-in-law and being subjected to humiliation. Yet, he was left with little choice. He had no residence in the Magic City. Should he suggest that Xiao Wanqiu occupy the attic? The agreement had clearly stated that Xiao Wanqiu's requests were to be met without conditions. Jiang Heng wanted to slap himself. Why was he so submissive, engaging in such public relations for Xiao Wanqiu? According to her, if her acting career faltered, there would be no need for their union. Had he not just thrust himself into the fire? Earning a living was truly a struggle. Reluctantly, Jiang Heng conceded, "All right, when? I'm not sure yet, but we should prepare in advance. Perhaps tomorrow?" Jiang Heng recalled the crucial meeting scheduled for the following Monday. It was imperative to be adequately prepared. "Let us make it the day after tomorrow. I will prepare a bit tomorrow." Good. Jiang Heng exited the vehicle, watching as Xiao Wanqiu's car vanished into the bustling traffic. His emotions a tangled web. One could surmise that the upcoming period would undoubtedly be challenging. Upon returning home, Jiang Heng set aside those thoughts to continue preparing for the meeting on Monday, meticulously organizing every conceivable detail to ensure he was well equipped. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his concentration. Peering through the window, he spotted his landlord, Yang Qinxiu, standing at the entrance. Typically, she would arrive accompanied by CSC Min. So this solo visit was a first in the 2 years he had resided there. He hurriedly opened the door. "Good evening, Aunt Yang." Dressed in a striking red coat paired with black, wide-legged trousers, Yang Qinxiu even wore high heels within her own home. To Jiang Heng, she was someone who placed great emphasis on her appearance. He had never seen her in anything less than stylish, even when merely descending the stairs to greet neighbors. He invited Yang Qinxiu inside and poured her a glass of water. She appeared quite pleased with the tidiness of his home. "Jiang Heng, I overheard Granny Wang downstairs mentioning that you were seeing someone." Immediately, Jiang Heng recalled encountering a group of elderly ladies, with Granny Wang being one of them. While out with Xiao Wanqiu earlier that day, he felt a twinge of awkwardness but brushed it off. "It's a misunderstanding. She is merely a friend visiting." Yang Qinxiu clapped her hands together. "I knew it. If you were really dating someone, how could I possibly not be aware? But do not hold it against Granny Wang. She is genuinely happy for you. You're a good young man, and the grannies hope you find a girlfriend soon." Jiang Heng couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. "Aunt, rest assured, I could never blame Granny Wang. However, on another note, you're not getting any younger, and it's time to find a partner. Otherwise, your parents will start to worry." Jiang Heng rubbed his forehead, contemplating how his parents had yet to pressure him about marriage, while his landlord was already doing so. "Thank you, Aunt, but I've just stabilized my career. I prefer to wait a couple more years. That won't do. Men can marry later, but it's essential to start dating early to deepen mutual understanding. I didn't have a proper courtship with Xiaomin's father, and we ended up divorced because we didn't know each other well enough." Jiang Heng thought to himself, goodness. She's using her own experience as a cautionary tale. Noticing his silence, Yang Qinxiu's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Do you remember what I mentioned last week? I know many wonderful young women I can introduce you to." Jiang Heng quickly waved his hands. "Aunt, I truly appreciate your kindness, but it's unnecessary. Considering my current circumstances, I really don't wish to date anyone. I might just end up wasting a girl's time." Yang Qinxiu was not pleased by his response. "Jiang Heng, you've lived in my house for 2 years. I know what kind of person you are better than anyone. But difficulties are only temporary. You will certainly improve. Granny Zhang from our community has a beautiful granddaughter. I mentioned your situation to her, and she said that as long as you have good character, financial status is not a concern. Their family isn't struggling." Jiang Heng opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. "Are you saying you've already set me up?" "Indeed, I've already spoken with Granny Zhang. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet her granddaughter. You would want to go back on your word, would you?" Jiang Heng was exasperated. The very scenario he had dreaded was unfolding. "Aunt, I don't even know the situation of the girl. How can I meet her?" "Oh dear, I didn't inquire further. All I know is that Granny Zhang's son is surnamed Lin and is quite a successful businessman." "Oh, and Granny Zhang mentioned her granddaughter is a teacher. A teacher is a good profession." Jiang Heng was left speechless. This blind date was far too trivial. Couldn't she at least have gathered more information? Regardless, I've already made arrangements with Granny Zhang. We're neighbors. We can't avoid each other. If you don't show up tomorrow, how will I face her in the future? You wouldn't want to put me in a difficult position, would you? Jiang Heng was truly at his wit's end. Recent events have been anything but smooth sailing. Had he known this was how it would turn out, he would have simply admitted that Granny Wang was correct. He was indeed in a relationship, thus avoiding this awkward predicament. Now, with Yang Qinxiu having made her intentions clear, he feared he might be evicted from the attic for refusing to comply. Defeated, Jiang Heng sighed. Very well, I'll follow your arrangements tomorrow. Chapter 63. The Temporary Boyfriend. Seeing Jiang Heng finally acquiesce, Yang Qinxiu felt a surge of joy. That's the spirit. Auntie is only looking out for your best interests. She would never harm you. Jiang Heng, though reluctant, managed to utter, "Thank you, Auntie Yang." Why so formal with Annie? Listen, you should dress handsomely tomorrow and order a bouquet of flowers. Girls love that, Yang Qinxiu advised, detailing the essentials for the following day. Jiang Heng nodded repeatedly, though his heart was far from engaged. Yang Qinxiu was quite satisfied. After arranging to depart at 9:30 the next morning, she descended the stairs with a sense of fulfillment. What a predicament! Jiang Heng shook his head, weary. After much effort to calm his tumultuous thoughts, he settled before his computer to begin organizing the peculiar memories of Earth that had already manifested. It had yet to arrive on Blue Star. Who knows when these bizarre recollections might vanish from his mind? It was prudent to document them. Just as Jiang Heng reveled in the excitement of future business opportunities, his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. It was Lu Ran calling. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow. Lu Ran had been inexplicably upset the previous night, appearing disinclined to engage with him. He had been relieved. After all, their relationship was one of hierarchy. Getting too close was detrimental for both parties. Yet, within a mere 24 hours, the call came again. Good evening, Manager Lu. How may I assist you? Jiang Heng answered as he connected the call. What do you mean by that, Jiang Heng? Can't I call you without a reason? Lu Ran's voice crackled with irritation. Ahem. That wasn't my intention, he stammered. You'd better mean it. Jiang Heng, tell me, what is your relationship with that Xiao Wanqiu? Jiang Heng was taken aback. Why was Lu Ran suddenly inquiring about this? How did she even know of his connection to Xiao Wanqiu? Manager Lu, I'm not sure what you mean. Which Xiao Wanqiu are you referring to? He replied. Jiang Heng. Lu Ran's voice escalated in pitch. Are you feigning ignorance? Which Xiao Wanqiu could it be but the one who assaulted someone? Goodness, Lu Ran had named names. Jiang Heng realized that continuing to play the fool was pointless. Ahem. Manager Lu, how is it that you know everything? Don't flatter yourself. Now, tell me, what is your relationship with her? There's nothing to it. She is merely my client. Jiang Heng's response was accurate. His relationship with Xiao Wanqiu was strictly professional, and even the notion of marriage was just a transaction. A client, you say? Honestly, do you consider us to be in a client relationship as well? Jiang Heng felt a shiver run down his spine. Although he couldn't see Lu Ran's expression, the icy tone suggested she was likely grinding her teeth in frustration. However, in essence, she wasn't wrong. She was indeed his superior, paying his salary, while he worked for her, an arrangement that could be construed as a client relationship. Yet, his instinct for self-preservation compelled him to deny it vehemently. Of course not. Upon hearing his response, Lu Ran's demeanor shifted immediately. Now, that's more like it. So tell me, what is our relationship? Goodness, that was a loaded question. When a woman asks about the nature of your relationship with her, there is only one answer that will suffice. Yet Jiang Heng couldn't provide the answer that would ensure his safety, as that very answer could just as easily lead to his demise, at best delaying the inevitable. Ahem, Manager Lu, you are my superior, and I am your assistant. Thus, we're colleagues. A heavy silence fell on the line, and Jiang Heng felt a storm brewing on the horizon. To his surprise, however, the tempest failed to materialize. Lu Ran's voice emerged, devoid of emotion. Yes, you are correct. We are indeed colleagues. So, Jiang Heng, may I invite you to join me for karaoke? Wait, we used to drink together. Why the sudden shift to singing? Regardless of whether it was drinking or singing, Jiang Heng had no intention of acquiescing. Just as he prepared to decline, Lu Ran interjected again. Jiang Heng, you just stated that I am your superior. Now, in my capacity as your boss, I'm assigning you this task. You must come. Jiang Heng nearly choked on his own disbelief. What a self-inflicted predicament. Wait, how many times had he inflicted such a predicament upon himself today? 3, perhaps? Why did everything seem to go awry today? After ending the call, he hailed a taxi to the address provided by Lu Ran. Thankfully, this time she had opted for a venue called Xianglin Hai, a luxurious establishment rather than Hongleiman. Upon exiting the cab, he heard 2 sharp beeps. Turning around, he spotted Lu Ran's silhouette approaching. She emerged from the vehicle and waved. Jiang Heng, over here. Lu Ran wrapped her arm around his, shocking him. Manager Lu, please. He protested. Jiang Heng, today is my best friend's birthday. You must pretend to be my boyfriend. But Manager Lu, that is difficult to pull off, he argued. Jiang Heng, would you really deny me this small favor? I'm your superior. And aren't you concerned I might make things difficult for you? Jiang Heng was at a loss for words. Oh, come on, just help me out, please. Lu Ran's expression was a mix of anticipation, grievance, and shyness. Left with no choice, Jiang Heng conceded. As the saying goes, since I'm already here. All right, Manager Lu, but let us make a pact. I'll agree this time, but don't ask me for such favors again in the future. Hearing Jiang Heng's agreement, Lu Ran beamed with delight, thinking that future discussions could wait. Jiang Heng, now that we are dating, you can't keep calling me Manager Lu, just call me Zai Zai. Jiang Heng preferred silence and simply nodded. Say it once. Let me hear it. Why should I call you anything? Oh, just say it once. You haven't called me that in ages. I want to see if it feels right. Jiang Heng, exasperated, muttered a half-hearted attempt. No, Hianing. You can't be so perfunctory. Be sincere and add some emotion. Zai Zai, that's better. Remember to call me that. With that, Jiang Heng allowed Lu Ran to lead him into the club. Upon opening the private room door, he discovered it was filled with women, their long legs making him dizzy. However, his focus was not on their legs. It was indeed a birthday celebration, as a three-tiered cake sat prominently on the table. But why was he the only man present? Jiang Heng felt deceived. Frustration welled within him. He wanted to turn and leave, but ultimately restrained himself, reasoning that since he was already there, he shouldn't deprive others of their enjoyment. As Lu Ran entered with her arm linked through his, a chorus of women erupted in excitement. Yang Zai Zai, is this your boyfriend? My goodness, after all these years, Zai Zai finally brings a man to meet her friends. I must see what kind of man has managed to capture our Zai Zai, a flower atop the high mountain. Jiang Heng and Lu Ran were ushered into the room by a throng of women. Lu Ran's cheeks flushed, yet her genuine smile radiated charm. Although Jiang Heng maintained a polite smile, only he knew the extent of his anger and frustration simmering beneath the surface. Chapter 64, Video Exposure. The protagonist of the birthday celebration is a girl named Nancy, though her Chinese name remains unknown. According to Lu Ran's introduction, she seems to be the heir of a publicly listed company. This revelation was not surprising to Jiang Heng, as it was evident that anyone who could become close friends with Lu Ran was certainly extraordinary. Lu Ran presented a beautifully wrapped gift box to Nancy, saying, "Darling, this is a birthday present from Jiang Heng and me. Wishing you happiness every day." Upon learning that it was a joint gift from Jiang Heng, a chorus of teasing oohs erupted from the group of girls. Nancy eagerly unwrapped the gift, revealing a meticulously crafted bracelet. Though Jiang Heng lacked knowledge of jewelry, he was certain it came at a considerable price. In his mind, the bracelet was worth more than his own life. He could never afford such a luxury. Nancy immediately adorned herself with the bracelet and posed for photos with Lu Ran, sharing them on social media. This social custom was something Jiang Heng could never comprehend. As everyone gathered, they commenced the standard birthday festivities, after which it seemed that Nancy had fulfilled her role as the guest of honor. And all attention shifted to Lu Ran and Jiang Heng. A flurry of questions ensued, accompanied by requests to showcase their affection. Though reluctant, Jiang Heng did his utmost to cooperate. Jiang Heng, our standards are quite high. Do tell us how you managed to win her over? A particularly inquisitive girl pressed. Jiang Heng thought to himself, what right did he have to claim victory over his own boss? It was merely that he believed he could offer her some emotional support. To this day, he remained perplexed as to what it was that attracted Lu Ran to him. Was it his looks? What a joke, given Lu Ran's status. Any mere flick of her finger would have the young heartthrobs of the entertainment industry clamoring at her feet. He too was curious. After all, he considered himself just an ordinary person, aside from being somewhat handsome, fit, cheerful, accomplished at work, an admirable singer, and a charming conversationalist, as he counted on his fingers. Appearing quite conflicted, before he could finish, the girls collectively shushed him. Jiang Heng shrugged his shoulders in a feigned innocent manner, feeling akin to a poorly skilled actor playing a role he despised but had to embrace with fervor. Thus, he remained silent when words were unnecessary, convinced that Lu Ran likely preferred it that way. After all, Jiang Heng had clearly defined his role. He was merely a tool. As he suppressed his inner discontent and endeavored to assist Lu Ran in her performance, a frenzy was unfolding online. Since Blue Whale Network announced that it would reveal damning evidence about the incident involving Xia Wanxiu assaulting Zhao Zhenzhong at 8 o'clock that evening, all eyes were fixated on this matter, with everyone eagerly anticipating the drama. Blue Whale was reliable this time. At 8 o'clock, They promptly released the surveillance video provided by Jiang Heng across their entertainment sector on their website, Blue Whale News, Blue Whale Video, and Blue Whale Weibo. It was a complete video, albeit Jiang Heng had edited it, speeding up all irrelevant segments. The original 2-hour footage was condensed to approximately 40 minutes. Viewers immediately tuned in, starting with Zhao Zhenzhong entering the private room. Jiang Heng, adept at highlighting key moments, zoomed in on Zhao Zhenzhong's first glance at Xiao Wanqiu. As the video progressed, it clearly depicted how Zhao Zhenzhong deliberately coerced Xiao Wanqiu into drinking. With 2 bottles of Hennessy, he barely sipped any himself, instead using flattery and excuses about songwriting to pressure her into drinking. Moreover, he occasionally made inappropriate advances, evident in Xiao Wanqiu's distressed expressions, which she bore in silence. Over an hour later, Xiao Wanqiu was so intoxicated she could barely sit up, while Zhao Zhenzhong's lecherous gaze was unmasked. At this point, the comment section was flooded with outrage. What a beast! I think it's entirely justified for someone like him to be beaten. If it were me, I would have slapped him long ago. It was shocking to realize that even a goddess like Xiao Wanqiu had to endure such humiliation just to request a song. The video continued, and just as Zhao Zhenzhong prepared to make his move, a waitress rushed in and forcibly pushed him aside. The comments erupted in admiration. Why have I never encountered such a heroic rescue? That waitress is fortunate. Let me save Xiao Wanqiu. Suddenly, the waitress seemed familiar. Subsequently, Xiao Wanqiu was supported into the restroom by the waitress, leaving Zhao Zhenzhong fuming, his teeth clenched. He pulled out a package from his pocket and poured its contents into another open bottle of untouched liquor. The comments section exploded again. He's committing a crime. Someone call the police. Is this truly the state of the entertainment industry? It's terrifying. As if they were Xiao Wanqiu. They felt like they would go to any lengths. When Xiao Wanqiu emerged from the restroom, she remained deferential, merely seeking a song. As expected, Zhao Zhenzhong insisted she drink from that bottle. Viewers were genuinely furious, lamenting that if only they had been present, they would have dealt with him severely. Thankfully, the waitress acted on their behalf, delivering a resounding slap that left Zhao Zhenzhong dazed. Following the slap, Zhao Zhenzhong threatened Xiao Wanqiu. But the ensuing scene brought immense satisfaction as the waitress struck him again, followed by Xiao Wanqiu delivering a fierce kick to his groin. The video concluded at this point. Delightful. Yet, I still feel it could have been more satisfying. He deserved a harsher beating. Such a person deserves to be punished. How dare he accuse Xiao Wanqiu? Observant viewers noted Zhao Zhenzhong's photo with his head wrapped like a dumpling. What a farce. It turned out the entire situation had been a ruse, and Xiao Wanqiu had been wronged. After watching the video, the truth about the Xiao Wanqiu assaulting the composer Zhao Zhenzhong incident, which had stirred fervent discussions online for a week, was finally unveiled. Everyone realized they had been misled, like fools swept along by the tide of misinformation. Consequently, enraged netizens flocked to Zhao Zhenzhong's Weibo page, prepared to unleash their fury. Chapter 65. The Great Reversal. When Blue Whale announced they had obtained evidence to clarify the truth behind the Xiao Wanqiu incident, Zhao Zhenzhong was already aware of the precariousness of the situation. Thus, he promptly disabled the comment function on his social media account. When netizens arrived at his Weibo page, they found that comments had been disabled. It felt akin to biting into a rotten fruit while anticipating a juicy one, leaving a bitter taste. However, they still needed to vent their frustrations. And if they couldn't berate Zhao Zhenzhong, they would not spare those who had been the most vicious in their attacks against Xiao Wanqiu. What nonsense about Wang Qihua and the membership of the Parents Association. Each and every one of them, without exception, shall not escape accountability. As netizens vent their outrage, they once again scrutinize Xiao Wanqiu. Most people tend to perceive individuals in stark black and white terms. When they believe that Xiao Wanqiu has committed an act of violence, she becomes utterly flawed. Every action she takes is deemed erroneous, even if she excels in other realms. The mere fact that she has resorted to violence tarnishes her character irreparably. This explains why Zhao Zhenzhong and others persist in maligning Xiao Wanqiu, even after her advancement. A single blemish is sufficient to obliterate everything. Conversely, when netizens regard someone favorably, their every deed is excused, and even their shortcomings are rationalized by supporters. As the old adage goes, after entering the realm, a great scholar will defend my case. Upon discovering the truth, when netizens reflect on Xiao Wanqiu, they begin to recognize her myriad virtues. Observe how Xiao Wanqiu has endured such a profound misunderstanding, yet has never once defended herself. Had it not been for the outrageous actions of Zhao Zhenzhong and his ilk, she would have preferred to remain silent. What? A member of the Huaiyang girl group claims that Xiao Wanqiu is aloof and often brings her teammates to tears? Do they not feel that some individuals within the Huayang girl group deserve to be reprimanded? Compare the Huayang girl group under Xiao Wanqiu's leadership to the current iteration. Back then, they could sing and dance, boasting their own signature works. Pray tell, what does the current Huayang girl group offer aside from relying on their looks and legs to attract fans? Speaking of singing, have you noticed how melodious Xiao Wanqiu's voice is, particularly in her rendition of a Jiao last night, which was simply explosive? In the wake of this dramatic shift in public opinion, Xiao Wanqiu's past began to be meticulously analyzed by netizens, especially after her performance on Singer Challenge last night. She was hailed as delivering one of the most spectacular live performances in recent years. The emotional state she conveyed while singing was nothing short of perfection. Some astute viewers noted that the song A Jiao resonates profoundly with Xiao Wanqiu's personal experiences. One Weibo user, under the name Shana Wanqiu, penned a lengthy article analyzing the parallels between Xiao Wanqiu and a Jiao. The protagonist of the song is a tenacious and resilient girl, akin to Xiao Wanqiu herself. The author eloquently wrote that when she was first accused of violence and expelled from Xin Chung Entertainment, she did not relinquish her passion for music, instead leaving the capital to establish her own company, Zhaiguang Entertainment, in the magical city. When she faced a barrage of online attacks, she refrained from justifying herself. It seems she chose to perform a Jiao on this competitive platform not to curry favor with the audience, but perhaps prepared to conclude her artistic journey. Gratitude is owed to those who voted for Xiao Wanqiu in a Jiao, for it is through your support that her musical aspirations continue. This article garnered widespread approval, prompting many curious onlookers to wonder about the essence of a Jiao. Consequently, they flocked to video platforms to witness Xiao Wanqiu's performance. Although Jiang Heng often critiques Xiao Wanqiu's vocal prowess, that is merely his perspective. In the eyes of the majority, her singing ability is undoubtedly exceptional. Moreover, with her stunning beauty as an added advantage, she captivates all who behold her on stage. As more individuals flocked to view Xiao Wanqiu's performance, countless spectators swiftly transformed into her admirers. Her once modest following on Weibo surged dramatically. Within a mere 2 hours, her follower count surpassed 1 million and continues to rise exponentially. At this juncture, the incident involving Xiao Wanqiu and the composer Zhao Zhenzhong seems to be reaching its conclusion. Zhao Zhenzhong's reputation in the entertainment industry has plummeted. Wang Jihua promptly took to his social media to express that he had been deceived by Zhao Zhenzhong, acknowledging the latter's past kindness towards him, and sincerely apologized to Xiao Wanqiu. The Composer Association reacted swiftly, also expressing that they were misled by Zhao Zhenzhong, apologizing to Xiao Wanqiu while announcing his expulsion from the association. However, netizens were not so easily appeased, unleashing their ire on their Weibo posts, transforming these figures into pariahs. Amidst the ongoing uproar online, the police in a magical city suddenly released a statement announcing that the renowned composer Zhao Zhenzhong had been detained for endangering public safety and would be handed over to judicial authorities once the facts were established. The news sparked widespread celebration, with netizens proclaiming that such scoundrels deserved legal retribution. This monumental turn of events was akin to Qin Shi Huang enjoying Sichuan pepper, an exhilarating victory for Xiao Wanqiu. Her rendition of a Jiao swiftly became the most beloved song among netizens, rocketing to the top of the charts. The Singer Challenge also basked in this newfound glory, effortlessly riding the wave of popularity. Initially, when the incident involving Xiao Wanqiu was still unfolding, Singer Challenge decided to allow her to continue participating, likely intending to utilize her heightened visibility. They never anticipated that her performance of a Jiao would turn the tide, propelling her into the next round. As the incident resurfaced, Singer Challenge prepared to issue a final ultimatum to Xiao Wanqiu, ready to sever ties at any moment. Who could have foreseen that, under such circumstances, Xiao Wanqiu would achieve a remarkable turnaround, reclaiming her narrative? Ironically, Singer Challenge, having refrained from silencing Xiao Wanqiu, was perceived by netizens as a show of integrity and intent, thus garnering further attention. This surge in viewership was expected to reach unprecedented heights in the next episode. However, who could have predicted that amid this turmoil, another individual would also attract a wave of attention? Chapter 66, The Revelation. With the explosive success of a Jiao, everyone began to notice that the lyrics and composition were attributed to an individual named Jiang Heng. Who is this Jiang Heng? A brief search revealed that he is the same person who recently made headlines for moving the bride to tears with his Song for You at a wedding, touching the hearts of many. At the time, the focus was primarily on the Xiao Wanqiu incident, and since Jiang Heng never gave interviews, the buzz around him dissipated quickly. Who would have thought that today, Jiang Heng's name would resurface? People revisited the video of him singing For You, and excitement ensued, realizing how handsome he truly is. Keen observers even noted that the Jiang Heng who sang for you is the same individual who appeared as a waiter in the video of the Xiao Wanqiu incident. A KTV waiter, not only strikingly handsome, but also possessing a righteous heart, capable of singing and creating original music. What an extraordinary combination. What an extraordinary server this is. I am genuinely curious about the establishment where this young gentleman works at KTV. I long to check in and capture a photo with him. However, the information regarding Jiang Heng online is lamentably scarce. Yet, that is of little concern, for the internet is never devoid of talented individuals. Some have taken the recent online occurrences and, through the art of literary creation, swiftly enriched the imagination surrounding Jiang Heng. In essence, it can be summarized as follows. Jiang Heng is a music aficionado hailing from humble beginnings, with no prospects for a brighter future. Driven by his passion for singing, he takes up a job at KTV, where he fortuitously encounters Zhao Zhenzhong's nefarious intentions towards Xiao Wanqiu. With a heart brimming with righteousness, Jiang Heng gallantly comes to her rescue. Upon learning that Xiao Wanqiu is in search of a song, he confidently offers to compose one for her, crafting the piece titled Diao, which can be considered tailor-made for her. There are even more extravagant tales suggesting that Jiang Heng originates from Tibet, and that Diao is indeed a real person, his beloved elder sister, no less. Remarkably, the narrative holds together logically. Not only do many people believe it, but it has also begun to circulate widely. The incident involving Xiao Wanqiu has taken a dramatic turn, culminating in a frenzy of attention, justice being served, and the villains facing their due punishment, leaving netizens thoroughly entertained. Nevertheless, not all have emerged unscathed. The most disheartened among them must be Blue Whale Network. In the afternoon, they successfully built up anticipation, riding a wave of traffic, yet by evening, when the video was released, their team was dismayed to discover that the audience had swiftly migrated to Weibo, leaving them mere spectators of the unfolding drama. Their ambitious maneuvers fell flat, and upon reviewing the results, tears of frustration were not far off. On a Saturday, when one could simply relax at home, why should they craft garments for others? It is enough to bring one to tears. Yet, amid all these happenings online, Jiang Heng remains blissfully unaware, diligently performing alongside Lu Ran at Zhanglan High. Lu Ran informs her friends that Jiang Heng possesses a lovely singing voice, prompting them to encourage a duet between him and Lu Ran. However, Jiang Heng's rendition of popular songs is merely average, leading to a moment of awkwardness in the gathering, much to Lu Ran's embarrassment. It is not until midnight that the festivities finally conclude, leaving Jiang Heng utterly exhausted, yet he musters the energy to put on a splendid final performance alongside Lu Ran. Amidst the teasing laughter of the crowd, Jiang Heng and Lu Ran enter her opulent Rolls-Royce Phantom. As soon as the door closes, Lu Ran glares at Jiang Heng, her expression icy. Jiang Heng, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Jiang Heng, filled with pent-up frustration, responds calmly, Lu, what do you mean on purpose? Wasn't I cooperating well? What was that singing about? I specifically told my friends you sing beautifully, and this is how you perform? My singing has always been at this level. I've never claimed to be a great singer. If you thought so, that was your own assumption, wasn't it? Were you not the one singing last night? Jiang Heng, is it amusing to intentionally undermine me? Were you aiming to embarrass me in front of my friends? Jiang Heng is genuinely at a loss. He had exerted himself all night to support her, only to face her ire for not singing well. Has she truly come to see him as a mere plaything? He longs to explode, but restrains himself. Not for any other reason than the gratitude he feels for Lu Ran's assistance during his most challenging times. Lu, I sincerely apologize for my lackluster performance, which caused you embarrassment. Jiang Heng rubs his temples, fatigue evident in his voice. Seeing him apologize brings some relief to Lu Ran. She crosses her arms, huffs lightly, and averts her gaze from him. Lu, I believe it is essential for us to have an earnest conversation. Lu Ran shoots a glance at Jiang Heng. What do you wish to discuss? Lu, you mentioned needing my assistance, which is why I agreed to be your assistant. But do you truly believe our relationship is merely that of colleagues? Lu Ran's cheeks flush slightly, yet Jiang Heng's words unsettle her. What does he mean? Is it merely about pretending to be my boyfriend? Why such a strong reaction? What do you mean? Is there more to our relationship than just colleagues? Lu, ask yourself. Did you ask me to assist you because of my capabilities? Lu Ran is left speechless. Jiang Heng's assertion holds merit. Her decision to have him assist her is unrelated to his abilities. Yet what of it? The report you submitted last week has already proven your competence. I'm grateful for the opportunity you provided, but I hope we can maintain a strictly professional relationship, if you would be so kind. What do you mean? Are you blaming me for bringing you along to my friend's birthday party tonight? Lu, you are the COO of Blue Whale. I am but an ordinary employee. There's a vast chasm between us. Do you truly believe your friends would accept that we are in a romantic relationship? Lu Ran's eyes widen. Why wouldn't they believe it? Don't you think they are warm towards you? Jiang Heng suppresses his anger and responds with self-deprecating humor. Don't even say they wouldn't believe it. Do you believe it yourself? If I were truly your boyfriend, would you fly off the handle over a poor singing performance? Lu Ran is taken aback. She has never contemplated this question. Jiang Heng continues with a self-mocking tone. You ask me to be your assistant without regard for my feelings. You invite me out without considering my happiness. All you care about is maintaining your image in front of your friends. Deep down, I am merely a toy to you, providing emotional value. Lu Ran stares blankly out the window, realizing that Jiang Heng speaks the truth. She has never taken his thoughts into account. Lu, I apologize. I may have overstepped today. However, I still believe it would be best for us to maintain a professional relationship. You've had a drink. Let us have the driver take you home. I shall take my leave. With that, Jiang Heng opens the car door and hails a taxi to depart. Chapter 67. Encountering Lin Yuji again. Jiang Heng returns home at 1 in the morning, having been inebriated the previous night. He did not sleep well, and now finds himself returning home at such a late hour. He cannot help but lament. I was never this busy during my earlier part-time jobs. Exhausted, Jiang Heng arrives home, washes up, and collapses into bed. The morning finds him stirred awake by a phone call. Groggily answering, he hears Yang Qinxiu's voice. Xiao Jiang, are you ready? We should arrive a bit early for this sort of thing. It's quite rude to keep the young lady waiting. Jiang Heng pauses, suddenly recalling that Yang Qinxiu had arranged for him to go on a blind date that morning. He had completely forgotten about this. Hang Yang Aun Thi. I'll be right down. After ending the call, he hurriedly freshens up and dresses in a simple white t-shirt, paired with a brown casual blazer, blue jeans, and white sneakers, grabbing his phone and rushing downstairs. Upon knocking at Yang Qinxiu's door, he finds her already prepared, exuding an air reminiscent of a sophisticated Shanghai lady. The moment she sees Jiang Heng's attire, she furrows her brow. Xiao Jiang, you're going on a blind date today? You ought to dress more maturely and not like a student. Jiang Heng thinks to himself that he is merely accompanying her through the motions. There is no need for such fuss about attire. Yang Ani, we are short on time. Let us not fuss over what to wear. We must hurry. In her heart, she thought, let us finish this meeting quickly. I have work to attend to. Yang Qinxiu cast a helpless glance at Jiang Heng, donned her high heels, and inquired, did you remember everything I entrusted to you last night? Jiang Heng nodded repeatedly, affirming his recollection. Yang Qinxiu handed him a set of car keys, saying, here, you drive. He accepted them, discovering they belonged to a Cadillac. You keep the keys. I'll let you drive my car today. Oh, that is unnecessary. I don't need a car, he replied. Nonsense. You'll take Miss Lin out after your meeting. Surely, you won't be taking the subway, she insisted. Jiang Heng thought to himself how considerate she was, leaving him no room for rebuttal. They stopped at a flower shop along the roadside, where Yang Qinxiu instructed Jiang Heng to park and select a bouquet of roses. I've met Miss Lin. She is quite beautiful. I heard from Grandma Zhang that there are many suitors vying for her attention, yet she seems indifferent to them. Therefore, you must seize this opportunity. Not only is she exceptional, but she also comes from a scholarly family and is very filial. If it weren't for the fact that I see you as a good kid, I wouldn't have introduced you. Jiang Heng nodded obediently, internally lamenting that he was merely a small programmer burdened by family debts, while she was extraordinary, and so many couldn't win her over. What made her think he had a chance? The meeting was set at a cafe named Jiji, located outside the west gate of the Dongdu Music Academy. The drive from Jiang Heng's residence took about half an hour, during which Yang Qinxiu incessantly relayed points of caution. Jiang Heng, lacking experience, could only nod along, unsure of what to do upon arriving early. The cafe was bustling with students as they entered. Let us reserve a private room, Yang Qinxiu suggested. Wanting to prepare ahead of time, Jiang Heng nodded, parked the car, and accompanied her inside. The ambience of the cafe was delightful. Despite it being barely 10 in the morning, the main hall was packed, predominantly with students engaged in reading or quiet conversations. In the center, a young girl played the piano, her fingers producing a stream of notes that flowed gracefully, reminiscent of the wind in the forest or a gentle stream. Just as Jiang Heng was about to approach the front desk to reserve a room, he was halted by Yang Qinxiu. Didn't you ask me to reserve a room? He thought. Yang Qinxiu pointed to a specific spot, and he followed her gesture. There, he noticed two women, one elderly and one young, engaged in soft conversation. The older woman, with her head of white hair meticulously styled, exuded a kind demeanor, clad in a striking red knitted cardigan, reminiscent of a retired professor. The younger woman, with her back turned, wore a long white coat, her long hair tied in a low ponytail. Yang Qinxiu whispered to Jiang Heng, that is Grandma Zhang. Surprised by their early arrival despite their planned departure at 9:30, Jiang Heng realized they were late. Let us go over, Yang Qinxiu suggested, leading the way. With no choice, Jiang Heng followed her, flowers in hand. As they approached, all eyes in the hall turned toward them. The elderly lady noticed Yang Qinxiu and greeted her with a warm smile. Then her gaze shifted to Jiang Heng, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yang Qinxiu quickened her pace to reach the elderly woman, cheerfully exclaiming, "Grandma Zhang, why are you here so early?" She then turned to the younger woman. "Oh my. Miss Lin, you look even more beautiful." Miss Lin quickly stood up, still facing away from Jiang Heng, responding, "Hello, Aunt Yang." Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow, recognizing the gentle voice as somewhat familiar, and the silhouette seemed oddly reminiscent. The elderly lady maintained her benevolent smile. "Xiao Yang, is this the Jiang you mentioned?" Yang Qinxiu promptly introduced him. "This is Jiang Heng, a graduate of Jiaodong University, currently working at an internet company." Which one was it? At that moment, Miss Lin finally turned to face Jiang Heng. Their eyes met, and they both momentarily froze. After a brief pause, Miss Lin smiled warmly. "Jiang Heng? What a coincidence." Jiang Heng internally sighed, but smiled radiantly. "Miss Lin, indeed it is quite a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you again so soon." He had never anticipated that Lin Yuji, whom he had briefly encountered while purchasing a piano, would become his matchmaker. Naturally, he presented the flowers to Lin Yuji. "Thank you," she said, accepting the bouquet with a smile. Both Yang Qinxiu and Grandma Zhang were puzzled by the unfolding situation. "Do you know each other?" Yang Qianxiu asked, tugging at Jiang Heng's sleeve. "I just bought a guitar from Miss Lin's shop 2 nights ago," he replied, grinning. Yang Qinxiu's jaw dropped in exaggerated surprise, followed by joy. What a serendipitous connection. She then introduced, "This is Grandma Zhang, Miss Lin's grandmother." Jiang Heng quickly bowed slightly, greeting, "Hello, Grandma." He couldn't shake the feeling that the elderly lady's gaze had grown even more affectionate upon learning his name. "Let us move to the upstairs private room. It's a bit noisy here," Grandma Zhang suggested with evident delight. Lin Yuji took her grandmother's hand and nodded to Jiang Heng. "Please follow me." With that, she and Grandma Zhang led the way upstairs. As Jiang Heng and Lin Yuji interacted, all attention in the hall was drawn to them, even distracting the girl playing piano, who hit several wrong notes in succession. Once the four of them ascended to the second-floor private room, they could finally converse comfortably. Yang Qinxiu expressed her happiness. "Had I known you two were acquainted, Grandma Zhang and I wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble." As soon as she entered, Grandma Zhang's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Heng, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. "Where's your hometown, young man?" "Grandma, my hometown is Jiangqing. What do your parents do?" "Do you have any siblings?" Jiang Heng mused himself. Is this the standard procedure for blind dates? Even a university professor is not exempt from it. "Grandma, my family runs a small business, and I have a younger sister who is in her final year of high school, studying music like Miss Lin." Grandma Zhang's smile grew even brighter. "So, young Jiang, have you ever studied music?" Jiang Heng sheepishly scratched his head. "When I was younger, my mother made me learn for a while, but I didn't stick with it." At that moment, a server knocked and entered. "Professor Zhang, Teacher Lin, what would you like to drink?" The server, appearing to be a part-time student, was quite courteous to Grandma Zhang and Lin Yuji. Although addressing Lin Yuji, their gaze was fixed on Jiang Heng, and it was far from friendly. Jiang Heng felt perplexed, wondering what had prompted such a service attitude. He hadn't done anything wrong. Lin Yuji selected a couple of items from the menu and then asked Yang Qinxiu and Jiang Heng what they would like. Upon noticing that Lin Yuji had ordered for Jiang Heng, the server seemed even more irked, their eyes glaring at Jiang Heng like daggers. Jiang Heng turned to Lin Yuji and said, "I don't know much about coffee. Could you help me choose?" A hint of disdain flickered in the server's eyes. Jiang Heng chose not to engage further with the server. After the server departed, Grandma Zhang continued, "Young Jiang, it's such a pity you didn't pursue music. The piece you played, Love's Romance, the other night was of a remarkably high standard, indicating your innate musical talent. If you focused on music, you might achieve great heights." Jiang Heng was taken aback. He had recorded that piece for Lin Yuji just the other night and was astonished that the old lady was aware of it. Lin Yuji shyly explained, "My grandmother is also a professor of music." Jiang Heng suddenly realized they hailed from a musical family. Yang Qianxiu added, "Grandma Zhang plays the piano exceptionally well. Our community often invites her to provide guidance during events." Jiang Heng thought to himself, "Allowing a university professor to guide your community in piano, only you could manage that." Grandma Zhang inquired, "Young Jiang, do you practice the guitar specifically?" "Grandma, I haven't practiced guitar specifically. I actually dabble a bit in various instruments." The old lady's smile waned slightly. This young man was rather audacious, claiming to possess a smattering of knowledge in front of two esteemed professors. Intending to stir up some trouble for Jiang Heng, she asked, "Young Jiang, Could you play a piece for me right here? Jiang Heng was taken aback. Was such a request not a bit presumptuous? He recalled reading in Qian Zhongshu's Fortress Besieged that some families would assess their prospective sons-in-law's character through mahjong. Was this musical family attempting to evaluate their potential son-in-law through music? Grandma Zhang continued to regard Jiang Heng with a benevolent smile, while Lin Yuji's eyes widened in anticipation. Yang Xinxiu chuckled. Young Jiang, I haven't heard you play yet. Since Grandma Zhang wishes to listen, why not perform a piece? Annie would like to bask in the glory. So, what would you like to hear, Grandma? Anything you excel at will do. Anything? That's quite a daunting request, especially when it comes from an expert in her field. If you truly play casually, you may not even realize how you might falter. Although Jiang Heng did not take the blind date overly seriously, he thought it would be nice to leave a good impression in front of a beautiful woman. He pondered what to play. The room fell silent as everyone awaited Jiang Heng's response. The sound of the piano from the lobby wafted in, and Jiang Heng suggested, "How about I play a piano piece?" Lin Yuji's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly more eager. "I'll take you downstairs." Jiang Heng rose and descended the stairs alongside Lin Yuji. In the lobby, a young girl was earnestly playing the piano. Lin Yuji did not interrupt, but signaled for Jiang Heng to wait a moment. The two stood side by side in the lobby, watching the young girl play. As they descended, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Sunlight streamed through the glass curtain wall, illuminating the cafe brilliantly. Jiang Heng and Lin Yuji stood together, the handsome young man and the graceful young woman, creating an impression of a perfect pair. The sunlight cast a gentle glow upon them, reminiscent of a beautifully composed photograph that was a delight to behold. When a young girl finished her piece, Lin Yuji approached her and whispered something in her ear. The girl glanced curiously at Jiang Heng, nodded, and gestured for him to take a seat. Jiang Heng acknowledged the young girl with a nod, walked over, and sat down on the piano bench. He did not begin to play immediately, instead closing his eyes as if in contemplation. Once he decided on the piece, he opened his eyes and placed his hands on the keys. From the moment Jiang Heng sat at the piano, Lin Yuji's eyes widened, intently observing his every move. When Jiang Heng opened his eyes and positioned his hands on the keys, his expression shifted to one of concentration. Lin Yuji sensed that Jiang Heng's aura had suddenly transformed. Sunlight illuminated his profile, accentuating the contours of his face. Jiang Heng's long, elegant fingers began to dance lightly across the keys, a cascade of fluid notes flowing from his fingertips. Upon hearing the melody, Lin Yuji's already large eyes widened even further. It was a piece she had never heard before. Chapter 69, Whispers of Autumn. As Lin Yuji and Jiang Heng descended the stairs together, they became the focal point of attention in the lobby. Standing side by side, the young man exuded a sunny charm, while the young woman radiated gentle beauty, giving everyone the impression of a match made in heaven. However, as this thought crossed their minds, both males and females seemed to have bitten into a lemon. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Teacher Lin could only date herself. She couldn't possibly be with anyone else. As for the blind date, if you had any sense, you would take your leave quietly. If you were foolish enough to harbor any designs on our teacher Lin, rest assured you would not leave the Gigi Cafe today. When they saw that teacher Lin's blind date was actually seated at the piano, a wave of murmurs erupted among the crowd. Truly, the talented scion of a musical family. This must be the first test of the blind date. No one was surprised. Both Professor Zhang and Professor Lin were among the most esteemed teachers at the esteemed music academy. If teacher Lin's blind date couldn't even play the piano, what right did he have to court her? Yet this fellow seemed utterly oblivious. Who didn't know that teacher Lin was the owner of a Gigi Cafe? Anyone who came here was likely to be musically inclined. This fellow dared to perform in front of so many knowledgeable individuals. Unless he truly possessed exceptional musicality and left no room for error, he would undoubtedly come to know the prowess of the academy's students. At that moment, everyone present was akin to teacher Lin's family, scrutinizing the shortcomings of this potential son-in-law. Just wait, young man. Jiang Heng had already noticed the unfriendly gazes from the surrounding patrons, but he remained unfazed. He was solely focused on delivering a splendid performance. Jiang Heng chose to play Richard Clayderman's Whispers of Autumn. Oh, by the way, this title was a bit loosely translated in French. The piece conveys a meaning akin to tender affection, embodying the quintessential romantic style. As Jiang Heng played the piano, an enchanting sensation enveloped him. As if the keys were imprinted in his mind. Even with his eyes closed, he could flawlessly produce each note. To validate his thoughts, he indeed shut his eyes and immersed himself in the music, quickly becoming lost within its depths. Lin Yuji stood beside him, observing every movement of his hands as he played. She noticed that after a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Heng began to perform with remarkable fluidity. His dexterous technique was far beyond his claim of merely knowing a little. It was undoubtedly a masterful display. Lin Yuji's beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief. How could he possibly lack formal musical training? She listened intently to the piece he was playing, which was imbued with sweetness and joy. It evoked the essence of a serene autumn afternoon, where warm sunlight filtered through the trees, whispering gently like lovers by a tranquil lake. Even amidst the clamor of the bustling city, this melody could restore one's spirit to nature, allowing one to bask in its beauty and grace. Lin Yuji observed Jiang Heng with his eyes closed and a smile gracing his lips, as if he were ensconced in a world of his own musical creation. The smile upon his lips mirrored the delight of his music, radiating warmth akin to his sunny disposition. Her thoughts drifted back to the previous night when he had entered the music store reeking of alcohol, just as she was preparing to close. Having engaged with music from a young age, she held a distaste for inebriated men. She found it hard to believe that a drunken individual would come to a music store at such an hour merely as a customer. However, her good upbringing prevented her from ushering him out. Though she had little desire to accommodate a drunken patron and needed to remain vigilant for her own safety in the still of the night. Fortunately, he did not exhibit any inappropriate behavior and seemed genuinely interested in the guitars. When he picked one up and strummed the strings, Lin Yuji couldn't help but frown. His posture and finger positioning revealed a complete unfamiliarity with the instrument. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential, as not all guitar buyers were necessarily players. He appeared entirely unversed in the guitar, selecting one without haggling, and was quite decisive in his choice. It was customary for the store to include a case with the purchase, and though she did not fancy this inebriated man, she decided to fetch a guitar case for him. As she prepared to descend the stairs with the case, she was suddenly captivated by a delightful guitar melody emanating from downstairs. Unable to resist, Lin Yuji paused on the staircase to listen intently. She was certain he had never played that piece before. Its simple melody was exquisitely beautiful, warm, and romantic. Lost in the music, she felt enchanted. When the playing ceased, the beautiful melody lingered in her ears. Coming to her senses, she hurried downstairs, only to find that the guest had already departed. She rushed to the door, scanning the surroundings, and was relieved to see he had not wandered far, calling out to him. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired about the name of the piece he had played and learned it was Romanze d'Amour. She genuinely adored that piece, and, despite knowing he was quite handsome, could not help but ask him to record it for her. He seemed somewhat reluctant, but ultimately acquiesced, leaving her elated. Observing his playing up close, she realized he possessed a skilled technique, and notably, his hands were rather handsome. As a music teacher with an appreciation for beautiful hands and those who understood music, she not only asked for his name, but also handed him her business card. Upon returning home, she played the recording of Romanze d'Amour for her grandmother, who also adored it and expressed a desire to meet Jiang Heng someday. Lin Yuji was taken aback. She had left her card without receiving any contact information in return. To her surprise, just a day later, she found herself face to face with Jiang Heng again, this time through an arranged meeting, a remarkable twist of fate. However, Lin Yuji suddenly felt a sense of unease. After all, she was here for a blind date with Jiang Heng. Judging by her grandmother's demeanor, it seemed she was particularly pleased with him. The romantic piece he had played was infused with sweetness and the essence of love. What did it mean? Was he, through that melody, confessing his feelings for her? If such a question arose, would she be able to respond? Lin Yuji had never been in a romantic relationship before. From the introductions earlier, it appeared Jiang Heng was 3 years her junior. Was she really to entertain the notion of dating someone younger than herself? How embarrassing. As her thoughts whirled, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 70. Is she bent? Upon Jiang Heng's entrance into the cafe, it became evident to everyone that he was there for a blind date with Lin Yuji. The students from the music school present in the cafe grew restless, quickly reaching out to summon others. The news spread like wildfire, igniting a frenzy among the students. Within the music school, Lin Yuji was protected by a devoted group, renowned as the largest grassroots organization, with members numbering in the thousands, both male and female. When word got out that someone dared to court Lin Yuji in the cafe, chaos ensued. Those who received the news began converging on the meeting place. The protective group stormed in, only to find the cafe enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes fixated on the man at the piano. He was strikingly handsome, attired in a brown casual suit paired with blue jeans and white sneakers, radiating youthful exuberance. With his eyes closed, he concentrated intently on his playing, a cascade of beautiful notes flowing from his fingertips. As fellow students of the music school, they possessed a discerning ear and quickly recognized this was a piece they had never before encountered. Beside the pianist, their revered goddess, Lin Yuji, had a sparkle in her beautiful eyes. They soon realized that this piano-playing gentleman was indeed Lin Yuji's blind date. The gravity of the situation dawned on them. Observing Lin Yuji's expression, it was evident that she had already succumbed to his charm. The precious gem they had tirelessly protected had unwittingly fallen prey to an unexpected suitor. Their hearts ached for the guardians, knowing how deeply they felt this loss. They scrambled to uncover the identity of this interloper who dared to ascend the peak of their beloved Lin Yuji, leaving the male students of the music school in dismay. As Jiang Heng finished his piece, Whispers of Autumn, and opened his eyes, he was taken aback to find a cafe teeming with people, some even capturing his image with their phones. Was he merely playing the piano, or had he unwittingly become a figure of admiration? As he concluded his performance, he felt compelled to follow the customary applause, but the peculiar intensity of their gazes unsettled him, as if they could pierce through him with their eyes. He recalled the same look from the waitress upstairs. His heart raced with anxiety, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, adopting the demeanor of a gentleman from the movies, offering a slight bow to the crowd. However, there was no response. The piercing gazes remained unyielding. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Jiang Heng thought to himself that he owed them nothing and could only shrug off the tension. At that moment, Lin Yuji gently began to applaud. Upon seeing that Teacher Lin had taken the lead, everyone, albeit reluctantly, joined in, for one could not disregard the grace of Teacher Lin, nor allow the goddess to feel embarrassed. Thus, scattered claps resonated through the cafe. Jiang Heng nodded in gratitude to the young girl who had just relinquished the piano to him, then turned to Lin Yuji and said, "Teacher Lin, let's ascend. I feel rather endangered." Lin Yuji smiled softly and accompanied Jiang Heng upstairs. Just as they turned, a voice called out from behind, "Teacher Lin, please wait a moment." Both Lin Yuji and Jiang Heng turned to see a girl about 170 centimeters tall. She had short, tousled hair and features that were strikingly exquisite, her form accentuated by a fitted leather jacket that highlighted her perfect curves. Though she stood amidst the crowd, she resembled a proud peacock. One glance at her was enough to captivate. This girl was named Si Linghan, a third-year student from the music performance department of Magic City University, renowned as the second beauty of the magical realm. It must be said, her visage, figure, long legs, and aura undeniably warranted such a title. In truth, she held another identity, the leader of Lin Yuji's devoted guardians. Indeed, she was attracted to women, having been captivated by Lin Yuji's gentle demeanor since their very first class. And she had since been unable to extricate herself from that infatuation. Aware of Lin Yuji's heterosexuality, she had silently devoted herself to protecting her. Today was Sunday, and she had initially been practicing in the music room when she received a message stating that Teacher Lin was on a blind date at the Gigi Cafe. Si Linghan's heart was thrown into disarray. Who could possess such audacity? She felt compelled to see for herself what was unfolding. And if the suitor turned out to be a lecherous man, she would certainly make him regret it. Rushing to the cafe, her eyes immediately found Teacher Lin present. Lin Yuji's beautiful eyes were fixed on the man playing the piano, her glance flickering, her cheeks slightly flushed. Something was amiss. The Lin Yuji she knew was always composed and gracious. There was undoubtedly a story behind this. She cast a sharp gaze at the man at the piano, her expression laced with disdain. He was clearly a pretty boy. What right did he have to be worthy of Teacher Lin? In this world, no one was worthy of her, neither men nor women. Lin Yuji, with her distinctly gentle and calm voice, inquired, "Si Linghan, is there something you need?" Si Linghan hurried to Lin Yuji's side, unexpectedly displaying a bashful demeanor. Jiang Heng, sensing a flicker of affection in Si Linghan's gaze towards Lin Yuji, quickly shook his head. Dismissing the frivolous thought, he chastised himself for indulging in such musings. Even if it were true, it was of no consequence to him. "Teacher, the piece he played just now, I've never heard it before. Do you know its name? I wish to practice it thoroughly." Everyone in the cafe perked up at this. Aside from the fact that this fellow was a rival in love, the composition was indeed delightful, evoking a desire to hear it repeatedly. Surely, Teacher Lin would appreciate it. One must certainly learn the pieces she favored. Lin Yuji momentarily lost her train of thought. Turning to inquire, "Jiang Heng, was this your original composition?" Si Linghan, who had initially focused solely on Lin Yuji, now noticed her turning to question the man beside her. "So, this man was named Jiang Heng. Very well, I shall remember this name. I will unearth everything about this person who dares to pursue Teacher Lin." Si Linghan turned her head and shot Jiang Heng a fierce glare. Jiang Heng, bewildered, wondered what was happening. He had merely come out for a blind date. Why was he suddenly being targeted by so many? A blind date? Could this treatment possibly be related to his connection with Lin Yuji? But wait, if it was a date with her, why were the girls also looking at him in such a manner? The waitress earlier and now this girl named Si Linghan regarded him with such piercing gazes. Jiang Heng recalled the way Si Linghan looked at Lin Yuji and couldn't help but shiver. Surely not. Could it be that there was something more between Lin Yuji and this female student? No wonder Aunt Yang mentioned that Lin Yuji had never been in a relationship. It all made sense now. Jiang Heng instinctively shifted away, feeling it prudent to maintain a distance from Lin Yuji, for he was a man of conventional inclinations, and their values diverged significantly. He quickly stated, "The title of this piece is Whispers of Autumn." "Well then, you all carry on with your discussion. I shall go upstairs to greet Grandma and Aunt Yang." Without waiting for Lin Yuji's response, he strode up the stairs, feeling somewhat as if he were fleeing. Chapter 71. I Am Unworthy. Jiang Heng entered the private room on the second floor, and upon pushing the door open, Yang Qinxiu immediately broke into a radiant smile. "Jiang Heng, I had no idea you were so adept at playing the piano." Jiang Heng maintained an awkward yet polite smile. Grandma Zhang's eyes crinkled with satisfaction as she looked at Jiang Heng and asked, "What was the name of the piece you played just now?" "Grandma, the piece is called Whispers of Autumn." "Oh, Whispers of Autumn, how fitting," Grandma Zhang murmured, then pointed a finger at Jiang Heng. "You're quite the mischievous one, aren't you?" Jiang Heng was taken aback. "What do you mean? Where have I been mischievous?" "That last piece you played, Romance of Love, though its melody is simple and the fingering not difficult. To compose such a lovely tune requires considerable musical literacy and guitar proficiency. The piece you just played, Whispers of Autumn, demands a higher level of piano skill." Jiang Heng sheepishly scratched his head, thinking to himself that this was merely the muscle memory from the other Jiang Heng on Earth, and had nothing to do with him at all. Grandma Zhang's smile grew more benevolent. "Jiang Heng, I have always believed that children who love music can hardly be truly bad. You're a good child." Yang Qinxiu chuckled. "Jiang Heng, did you hear that? Grandma Zhang is very pleased with you." Jiang Heng, of course, heard it, but he couldn't muster any joy, merely offering a polite smile as a listener. "Jiang Heng, if you think my Ji is remarkable, you should take the initiative. She is shy, but I can see she has a good impression of you. If you make a move and it works out, I can finally put my worries to rest," Yang Qinxiu urged. "But Grandma Zhang, Miss Lin is so exceptional. Her standards must be high," Yang Qinxiu quickly added. "Jiang Heng, you've heard what Grandma Zhang said. Seize the opportunity. A girl as outstanding as Miss Lin is someone you will regret missing out on later. Go on, express your intentions to Grandma Zhang." Jiang Heng was at a loss for words, wondering what they were thinking. Did they truly believe he could turn someone who was attracted to women straight? They were overestimating him. Jiang Heng put on his most sincere expression. "Grandma Zhang, Aunt Yang, I truly appreciate your faith in me, but I feel unworthy of Miss Lin." After a brief conversation with Si Linghan, Lin Yuji made her way upstairs, her steps light and quick. For some reason, she felt particularly cheerful today. Upon reaching the door of the private room, just as she was about to push it open, she heard Jiang Heng's words about being unworthy of Miss Lin. Lin Yuji's hand froze on the doorknob, her heart plummeting as if it were falling from a cliff, spiraling downward. A bitter sensation welled up within her. "Today marks my first encounter with a potential partner. I initially held a favorable impression of Jiang Heng and was inclined to explore the possibility of a deeper connection. After all, I have yet to experience the nuances of romantic relationships and yearn to savor their joys and tribulations. However, it appears that the sweetness of budding romance has been extinguished before it could even bloom. Just as I was about to push the door open, I overheard the admonishing voice of Yang Qinxiu from within. "Oh dear, Jiang Heng, what are you babbling about? Miss Lin is undeniably beautiful and accomplished, but you are quite commendable yourself. Young men ought to possess a measure of confidence." Then, I heard my grandmother's gentle voice. "Little Jiang, I believe you are a good boy. If you have any concerns, please voice them. I am here to help you analyze the situation." "Grandma, I have only just ended a relationship with my ex-girlfriend and am not yet prepared to embark on a new romantic endeavor." Jiang Heng then remarked that families like ours, being intellectuals, surely adhere to traditional values and would not accept such matters. To my surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Qinxiu immediately interjected, "Jiang Heng, you must be referring to Su Yichen, right? I have encountered that young lady before, and she is rather pragmatic. Oh, for the sake of her own notoriety. She ended things with you. Such a woman is truly despicable." Grandma Zhang quickly inquired about the matter, and Yang Qinxiu recounted the brief history between Jiang Heng and Su Yichen. When Jiang Heng had just moved into the attic, Su Yichen frequently visited, and Yang Qinxiu was well informed about their relationship. Although Lin Yuji does not mingle in the entertainment industry, she is aware of Su Yichen's reputation. "No wonder Jiang Heng looks down upon me. His ex-girlfriend is stunning." Indeed, Lin Yuji possesses no awareness of her own beauty and charm. I listened as Grandma chuckled. "Jiang Heng, what is there to worry about? The past is merely a life experience. What has transpired is behind you, and one must look forward. This is not an issue at all. I pondered. Is Jiang Heng truly so sentimental? It has been over half a year since his heartbreak, and he has yet to move on. A genuinely affectionate young man is indeed admirable. This can be forgiven. Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, Jiang Heng continued, Grandma, my family circumstances are quite dire. I am still renting the attic from Aunt Yang. Yang Qinxiu promptly explained, Young man, it's challenging for everyone starting out in their careers. You are working hard. Things will improve. Aren't you employed at a reputable company? In a couple of years, you will be on your feet. Jiang Heng felt it was time to reveal the full extent of his situation. Aunt, the truth is that my family was once in business. Last year, we suffered a significant failure and accumulated a massive debt, which may take a considerable time to repay. I cannot assure Miss Lin of a secure future. Grandma Zhang chuckled lightly. How much debt are we talking about? 30 million. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Outside, Lin Yuji gaped in disbelief. A debt of 30 million is something that most families would struggle to repay over generations. Even if the Lin family is affluent and does not regard money as a concern, Grandma Zhang would never allow her granddaughter to be ensnared in such a predicament. This time, Yang Qinxiu fell silent as well. 30 million is no small sum, and even if Jiang Heng is exceptional, repaying that debt would be a monumental challenge. Lin Yuji calculated in her mind. With her current salary plus various performances, her annual income exceeds 1 million. With a little more effort, she could earn around 1.5 million a year. If Jiang Heng's earnings were added, they might collectively reach 2 million. Meaning it would take 15 years of frugality to settle the debt. A daunting prospect. If worse comes to worst, she could always ask her parents for some assistance. Aiming to clear the debt in 8 years is still acceptable. Ugh, Lin Yuji, what are you thinking? Why are you even considering paying off someone else's debt when you haven't even begun a date? At that moment, Grandma's gentle laughter rang out. Jiang Heng, you're both young. The current economic environment is favorable. As long as you strive for progress, debt is not an insurmountable issue. Gigi's father is financially well off and could provide you with support. Jiang Heng was taken aback. Did this elderly lady not grasp the gravity of money? That is 30 million. He currently holds a P8 position at Blue Whale, the pinnacle of a programmer's career, and with stock dividends, his annual salary hovers around 2 million. Even with sacrifices, it would take 15 years to repay. Of course, this assumes that Lu Ran would not replace him as an assistant due to his remarks from the previous night. If demoted back to P6, his salary would plummet to 40,000, making repayment impossible. Primarily, perhaps it would be prudent to consult Miss Lin regarding this matter. If Miss Lin finds the situation unappealing, it would be rather inappropriate, wouldn't it? Chapter 72. You Drive. Jiang Heng contemplated Lin Yuji's sexual orientation. One could never be too certain. What if she preferred women? I scrambled for excuses, which were entirely unnecessary. Lin Yuji grew increasingly uneasy. What was Jiang Heng implying? Did he not find her appealing and was inventing excuses to reject her? Does he think I am that undesirable? If he is unwilling, then I am equally disinterested. Lin Yuji decided she could no longer eavesdrop. Who knows what other excuses he might concoct, putting her in a more passive position. Lin Yuji pushed the door open, only to find the three of them turning to face her. Indignant, she shot Jiang Heng a fierce glare. However, her softness rendered the expression utterly devoid of menace, instead appearing rather endearing. Jiang Heng even smiled at her politely. Lin Yuji, exasperated, turned away, ignoring Jiang Heng, and addressed Grandma Zhang. Grandma, it's getting late. We should head home. Yang Qinxiu was perplexed. What was happening? Was Miss Lin not interested in Jiang Heng? Hadn't she appeared quite taken with him upon their initial meeting? Why the sudden shift? Grandma Zhang, holding Lin Yuji's hand, gently patted the back of it. Gigi, there is no rush. Please have a seat. Lin Yuji obediently sat beside her grandmother. Grandma Zhang, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, Gigi, what do you think of young Jiang? Grandma, he is quite good, comparable to my students, and he possesses considerable talent. Upon hearing this, Grandma's smile faltered, internally questioning what kind of response that was. Comparable to her students? She hadn't brought her here to find a partner akin to a graduate student. Nevertheless, the old lady maintained her composure, nodding. As long as you think well of him, that is what matters. You are both young. Today marks your acquaintance. If you find each other agreeable, let us exchange contact information for further communication. It is essential for young people to cultivate friendships. Yang Qinxiu thought to herself that the old professor had genuinely outdone herself. Her words were impeccably crafted. Regardless of any discrepancies, at least they both regarded one another favorably. Following that line of reasoning, starting with friendship should be acceptable. Indeed, Jiang, do exchange numbers with Miss Lin. Today is a weekend. Perhaps you could stroll around or catch a film together this afternoon. Lin usually shot Jiang Heng a resentful glance, pouting slightly. Grandma, he already has my business card. Jiang Heng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been intoxicated 2 nights prior, and who knows where he had tossed the business card. It might even have been washed away. Not that it mattered much, for he had no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship. After their meeting today, who could say if they would ever cross paths again? Cough, 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 it's nearly mealtime. How about I treat Grandma and Miss Lin to a meal? Yang Qinxiu quickly responded, Ah, yes, it is time to eat. Miss Lin, do you know of any good places to dine? Since neither Jiang nor I are familiar with the area. Thus, the 4 of them descended the stairs together, with Grandma Zhang in high spirits. One hand holding Lin Yuji's and the other grasping Jiang Heng's. When this ensemble made its appearance in the lobby downstairs, the students of MOE were engulfed in despair. It seemed that Professor Zhang had fully embraced the notion of her granddaughter Espo. It was over. The goddess had successfully gone on a blind date. And the elite of MOE faced collective heartbreak. Si Linghan felt as though his heart were bleeding. How could the goddess, Teacher Lin, possibly be in a romantic relationship? Especially with that insufferable man? This was an unbearable reality. Absolutely unacceptable. With fervor, he whipped out his phone, snapped a picture of Jiang Heng, and dispatched it to a certain group within MOE's underground organization. Accompanying the image was a message. I demand to know everything about this person within half an hour. Jiang Heng was preparing to settle the bill. This establishment belonged to Ji, so it was essentially her treat, as Grandma Zhang cheerfully explained. Jiang Heng paused for a moment, realizing that the cafe was indeed named Ji Cafe, reflecting on how oblivious he had been. The 4 of them proceeded to a nearby Western restaurant for lunch. After the meal, Yang Qianxiu turned to Jiang Heng and said, Little Jiang, you should escort Grandma Zhang back to rest. I'll head back first. Jiang Heng thought to himself, what right do I have to escort her? This feels like forcing a duck onto a perch. Yes, little Jiang Heng. Please see me off. Grandma Zhang nodded in agreement. Although Jiang Heng was reluctant, he felt compelled to comply since the elderly lady had spoken. Remembering that Yang Qianxiu's car keys were still in his possession, he quickly retrieved them and handed them over. Aunt Yang, here are your car keys. Yang Qianxiu had initially intended to suggest that Jiang Heng keep them, but then reconsidered, realizing that someone as accomplished as Miss Lin would undoubtedly possess her own vehicle. It would be far more appropriate for them to travel in the same car. Accepting the keys with a smile, she pulled Jiang Heng aside to relay a few important reminders before driving away in satisfaction. Lin Yuji drove a sleek Porsche Panamera adorned with a pink car wrap. Its interior pristine and devoid of ostentatious embellishments, much like Lin Yuji herself, natural and unembellished. Lin Yuji handed the car keys to Jiang Heng, saying, You drive. With that, she assisted her grandmother into the back seat. As the car glided into the MOE Music Academy, it came to a halt before an elegantly antiquated European-style structure under Lin Yuji's guidance. This was Grandma Zhang's residence on campus, a modest 2-bedroom apartment, adorned with simple, time-worn decor. Noticing Jiang Heng's curious gaze, Lin Yuji poured him a glass of water while explaining, This is my grandfather's home. Ever since he passed, the layout has remained unchanged. Jiang Heng remarked, Your grandparents must have shared a profound bond. Oh, what bond could that be? Grandma Zhang interjected. In his youth, he was quite the philanderer, constantly courting other women, and we often quarreled. Jiang Heng placed a hand on his forehead, thinking that the elderly lady was taking his comment far too seriously. He and T meant for her to elaborate. Lin Yuji stifled a gentle laugh, her lively eyes sparkling, rendering Jiang Heng momentarily dizzy. He pondered how he could ever feel safe on a blind date today with such a captivating instructor. Surely, her students would be utterly entranced by her enchanting gaze. Yet, despite the bickering and commotion, they had navigated life together. Now, with her husband gone, she was left alone, longing for someone to argue with. There was a palpable loneliness in Grandma Zhang's tone. Grandma, you still have me. Lin Yuji cuddled her grandmother's shoulders, affectionately nuzzling her cheek against the elderly woman's silver hair. Chapter 73. Call me Sister Ji. The elderly lady beamed with contentment, patting Lin Yuji's hand. Jiang Heng, whenever you have time, do come visit this old lady at school. I relish conversations with the young, of course, but I fear that Miss Lin might find me a bother. Lin Yuji cast a sly glance at Jiang Heng, thinking, Who would find you bothersome? Why do you always use me as a shield? The elderly lady chuckled. Not at all. Gigi has had few friends since childhood. It would be splendid for you to keep her company. After a moment's thought, she added, You two are acquainted now. Jiang Heng. You need to call her Miss Lin anymore. It sounds so formal. Jiang Heng wondered what else he could call her besides Miss Lin. Perhaps Gigi? That felt too inappropriate. How about Lin Jia? Yu Ji Jia or Ji Jia? Gigi Jia sounds rather pleasant. All right, may I call you Gigi Jia from now on? Lin Yuji pouted, her expression conveying mild annoyance. What did he mean by Gigi Jia? Was he implying she was old? The elderly lady simply laughed, choosing not to dwell on this matter. Jiang Heng, please play that piece you performed earlier again. Gigi will transcribe it. I believe it would make excellent teaching material. Jiang Heng noticed an old upright piano in the living room, approached it, and pulled out a stool to sit before it. Lin Yuji took a music notebook, settling at a small table beside the piano, ready to take notes. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Heng mentally reviewed the score of Whispers of Autumn before beginning to play. The old piano was remarkably well maintained, its tuning and timbre exceptional. As the melody filled the room, a profound tranquility enveloped them. The birds outside the sycamore trees chirping in harmony with Jiang Heng's notes. Upon finishing the piece, Lin Yuji handed Jiang Heng the transcribed score. Here, check if I've recorded it accurately. Jiang Heng accepted it, noticing that Lin Yuji's handwriting was elegant and pleasing to the eye, much like her demeanor. It must be said, Lin Yuji possessed a remarkable musical talent. Her transcription bore only minor inaccuracies, which Jiang Heng promptly pointed out. Lin Yuji leaned in closer. In that moment, their heads nearly touching, Jiang Heng caught a whiff of her delicate fragrance, reminiscent of orchids, serene and graceful. Grandma Zhang, observing their proximity, smiled softly, reminiscent of her own youthful days. She chose not to interrupt them and quietly retreated to her room. After their discussion, Jiang Heng looked up to find that Grandma Zhang had vanished from the living room. Meeting Lin Yuji's gaze, he noticed a faint blush on her cheeks. Lin Yuji brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear, seemingly explaining, Grandma has a habit of resting. Jiang Heng nodded. Then, Miss Lin, may I take my leave? Lin Yuji pouted. Didn't Grandma say not to call her Miss Lin? Her adorable pout, coupled with her gentle demeanor, created a delightful contrast that was hard to resist. Jiang Heng smacked his forehead. My apologies, I forgot again. Then, Gigi Jia, I shall take my leave. I'll accompany you. Jiang Heng had initially intended to insist that it was unnecessary, but he realized he was not familiar with Do Music Academy and could easily get lost. Lin Yuji grabbed her bag, and Jiang Heng found himself perplexed. Wasn't she merely escorting him out? Why would she bring her bag? Such questions were best left unasked, as they could be construed as intrusive. Do Music Academy boasted a century-long history, with numerous old buildings that exuded a sense of nostalgia, further enhanced by the shade of its lush trees, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of romance. It seemed Lin Yuji was quite popular among the students. As they walked, both boys and girls greeted her with enthusiasm. Naturally, each student who greeted Lin Yuji couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at Jiang Heng. Their gazes sharp and scrutinizing, much like the encounters in the cafe. Jiang Heng mused, is Lin Yuji truly such a figure of influence at the academy? Why is it that both male and female students regard me with such unfriendly glances? You all need to get your facts straight. I am not romantically involved with your teacher, Lin. Jiang Heng could no longer contain his curiosity. Gigi, are there many admirers pursuing you at your school? Lin Yuji felt a bit shy. Not all. Don't say that. They are all my students. Jiang Heng retorted, I find that hard to believe. You are merely 27 years old and have only been at the school for a few years. How could you possibly have so many students? Do your students make a special effort to greet you? Then Gigi's classes must surely be the most popular among the students, he added. Lin Yuji thought to herself that this was indeed true, as every one of her classes was filled to capacity, with many auditors attending as well. Thus, Jiang Heng and Lin Yuji engaged in a light conversation, frequently interrupted by students greeting them along the way. Just then, a voice called from behind, Teacher Lin. Jiang Heng and Lin Yuji turned to see a familiar face, Si Linghan. The girl had changed out of her tight, leather outfit from the morning, now donning a snug t-shirt paired with a denim jacket and form-fitting jeans complemented by high-top canvas shoes, exuding a refreshing aura. It must be said, a beautiful girl looks stunning in any attire. Should she find herself in the male-dominated environment of the computer science department at Jiaota, she would likely be revered as a goddess. In fact, even among the generally attractive students at MOE, Si Linghan was regarded as the second most beautiful after Teacher Lin. Hello, Si Linghan, Jiang Heng greeted. Si Linghan shot a fierce glare at Jiang Heng before turning to Lin Yuji, instantly transforming into a model student with a sweet smile. Teacher Lin, I just went to Professor Zhang's house looking for you, but you weren't home. What a coincidence to run into you here. Lin Yuji frowned slightly. Si Linghan, is there something you need from me? Teacher, I have composed a piece over the last couple of days, but it feels a bit rough in places. I would like your guidance. Si Linghan responded, adopting an eager demeanor. though she shot another provocative glance at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, bewildered, thought to himself, "What have I done to provoke you?" Yet, recalling the way she looked at Lin Yuji, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Who knew if he had inadvertently offended her? Lin Yuji found herself in a dilemma. It was the weekend, and it wasn't her teaching time, plus Si Linghan was not her postgraduate student. She could easily ignore the request. However, her gentle nature made it difficult for her to refuse a student. Yet today was the first date with Jiang Heng. It seemed inappropriate to disregard him. Sensing Lin Yuji's predicament, Jiang Heng thought to himself that this worked in his favor, as he no longer needed to find an excuse. Just as he was about to suggest that Lin Yuji attend to her matters, Si Linghan spoke up first. "Teacher, this Mr. Jiang plays the piano quite well too. Why not invite him along and have him provide some feedback?" Si Linghan said, casting a challenging look at Jiang Heng, as if to say, "I am challenging you. Do you dare to accept?" Jiang Heng understood her intent and merely smiled, thinking, "You are just a child. Why are you treating me like a rival? You've chosen the wrong opponent." Lin Yuji turned to Jiang Heng. "Well, would you like to join us?" Chapter 74, Offering Suggestions. Meanwhile, after parting from the cafe with Lin Yuji, Si Linghan returned to school, feeling somewhat dazed. Shortly thereafter, she received a comprehensive dossier on Jiang Heng from her protective group members. From the information, Si Linghan learned that Jiang Heng graduated from Jiaoda in Shanghai and currently works at Blue Whale Network. Upon discovering that Jiang Heng was not a music major, Si Linghan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Teacher Lin hailed from a family of musicians. Even if Jiang Heng had some musical knowledge, it wouldn't seem matter. Teacher Lin would not be interested. As she continued reading, she found that Jiang Heng had recently gained fame for singing for you at a friend's wedding. As a university student who occasionally indulged in gossip, she was aware of For You, but as a young person, she felt no connection to such music, even scoffing at how melodramatic men could be at such a young age. Further down the dossier, she discovered that Jiang Heng was the lyricist and composer of Adiao. This revelation surprised her. Xiao Wanqiu was also one of her favorite singers. Well, she liked all attractive women, and she particularly adored the emotional depth of Adiao. To her astonishment, this song had actually been penned by Jiang Heng. What is going on? Why do all the women I admire seem to have ties to him? Continuing her reading, she stumbled upon the recent news that Jiang Heng had performed the longest movie at Zhang Xinyao's concert. In truth, news of Jiang Heng's performance had circulated online immediately after the concert concluded, albeit in low-quality clips that failed to create much buzz. However, following the unexpected turn of events involving Xiao Wanqiu, Jiang Heng had suddenly garnered a wave of attention. Curiously, Zhang Xinyao's team, for reasons unknown, had released a high-definition video of Jiang Heng performing the longest movie. Unsurprisingly, this video sparked a flurry of discussion, significantly boosting the overall hype surrounding Zhang Xinyao's concert. Out of curiosity, Si Linghan opened her computer and searched for the longest movie on Penguin Video, finding it indeed had a high viewership. As the saying goes, know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Though she gritted her teeth, Si Linghan clicked on the video. Despite her reluctance to admit it, the facts were undeniable. Jiang Heng was quite handsome. Pretty boy. Si Linghan cursed under her breath. The longest movie showcased Jiang Heng's piano performance and heartfelt singing, both of which were undeniably captivating. Si Linghan watched, gritting her teeth, realizing she had underestimated him. No wonder Teacher Lin would be fond of him. He was good-looking, could play the piano, and sang well. Indeed, he possessed considerable talent. Si Linghan felt she had encountered a formidable rival. However, so what? Si Linghan was inherently competitive and would not concede defeat. You may have met Teacher Lin through a blind date, but I am in closer proximity. Even if I cannot sway Teacher Lin's affections, I cannot allow her to fall for anyone else, be it a man or a woman. Fueled by determination, Si Linghan decided to act. As a student, she would use the pretext of seeking guidance in music to approach Teacher Lin. Thus, after having her meal, she made her way directly to Professor Zhang's residence. Professor Zhang was typically very welcoming, often receiving many students at her home. Of course, she was aware that many were there for Teacher Lin. As the leader of the Goddess Protection Group, Si Linghan would not allow any lecherous individuals to harbor intentions toward Teacher Lin. Therefore, she had enforced a rule prohibiting boys from visiting Professor Zhang's house. Initially, some disregarded this rule, but after Si Linghan imposed minor penalties on a few miscreants, they all learned to behave. Now, it was rare to find any foolhardy enough to approach Professor Zhang's home in search of Teacher Lin. Upon reaching Professor Zhang's residence, Si Linghan skillfully pushed the door open. To facilitate student visits, Professor Zhang usually left her door open while at home. Seeing that the living room was empty and the bedroom door was closed, indicating that Professor Zhang was resting, Si Linghan chose not to disturb her and quietly withdrew. She promptly sent a message in the protective group chat, seeking the whereabouts of Teacher Lin. Indeed, a reply came swiftly as someone spotted Teacher Lin and Jiang Heng strolling by the shores of Jin Lake. Instantly, Si Linghan felt a surge of displeasure. Jiang Heng, that scoundrel. How dare he take liberties with you by dating Teacher Lin in the presence of the magic sound? Are you provoking me? Fueled by indignation, Si Linghan rushed over in a huff. Isn't Jiang Heng supposed to be proficient at playing the piano and singing? Allow me to invite you to the practice room, where you can truly witness the limits of your talents at magic sound. Jiang Heng, at heart, was reluctant to attend. Yet, upon seeing the anticipation sparkling in Lin Yuji's large eyes, coupled with Si Linghan's taunting gaze, he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. It was widely known that the children from Magic Sound were exceptionally talented, and he was curious to witness their prowess firsthand. Lin Yuji's mood brightened considerably upon his agreement. It must be said that this was their first official meeting, and with their unfamiliarity, there was a hint of awkwardness in their solitary moments together. However, now that they would be exploring music together, a wealth of conversation awaited them. Si Linghan, upon hearing Jiang Heng refer to the children of Magic Sound, was incensed and cast a fierce glare his way. Who does he think he is, calling anyone a child? He is merely 24, not significantly older than I am. What a show-off. I shall make sure he regrets this. Without delay, Si Linghan sent a message to the elite members of the Guardian Group, instructing them to prepare for a grand display to put Jiang Heng in his place. When Jiang Heng and Lin Yuji arrived at the practice room, they discovered that numerous students were already awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Lin Yuji, many approached to greet her. It seemed that Lin Yuji was well accustomed to such attention, responding to the students with her signature, gentle smile and gracious demeanor. Si Linghan, why don't you present your piece? She prompted. Si Linghan readily complied. Taking a seat at the piano, perhaps finding her denim jacket cumbersome, she removed it, and a fellow student promptly stepped forward to take it from her. Underneath, she wore a fitted t-shirt that accentuated her figure, eliciting audible reactions from those around. Even Jiang Heng found himself momentarily dazed. For this young woman was undeniably striking, her curves perfectly balanced, a testament to youthful beauty. Si Linghan began to play with a flurry of notes. It must be acknowledged that she appeared quite serious about her piano playing, her focus intense. This reminded Jiang Heng of his sister, Jiang Yao, who had also begun studying music from a young age. Unlike him, she genuinely cherished music as a passion, aspiring to enter a conservatory. However, since their family business collapsed last year, their livelihood had become precarious. Pursuing piano was an expensive endeavor, and Jiang Yao, ever sensible, had expressed her desire to abandon her studies several times to alleviate the financial burden. The last time he spoke with their mother on the phone, she mentioned that Jiang Yao no longer wished to pursue a music academy. His heart ached for the dutiful young girl. Currently, Jiang Yao was in her senior year of high school, and due to persistent creditors knocking at their door, she had been sent back to her hometown to continue her studies, living with relatives and only returning to Jiangsheng once a month. Calculating the time, he realized she was due for a break soon. He resolved to encourage her to pursue her love for music. If she could gain admission to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, studying piano alongside Lin Yuji would indeed be splendid. Lost in his thoughts, Jiang Heng was suddenly jolted back to reality by a tap on his shoulder. He turned to find Si Linghan regarding him with a challenging expression. Hey, you seem quite knowledgeable about the piano. Care to offer some insights? Chapter 75, You are merely showing off. Jiang Heng mused that he hadn't even heard the entirety of her performance, and even if he had, he might not comprehend it fully, even if he did understand. Articulating it would be another matter entirely. Naturally, he refrained from voicing such thoughts and merely offered a perfunctory response. It was quite good. Si Linghan scolded, unwilling to let him off the hook. Today, she intended to make him look foolish before Teacher Lin. Then tell me what was good about it. Jiang Heng felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. He realized she was deliberately pressing him. No matter how he tried to deflect, she was relentless. What's the matter? Can't articulate your thoughts? Si Linghan taunted. Aren't you a composer? Songs like you, Jiao, The Longest Movie, and Autumn Whisper are all quite good, right? So why is it that when I ask for your opinion, you can only say it was good? Si Linghan continued to press. Teacher Jiang, surely those songs weren't penned by a ghostwriter? Otherwise, how could you only say it was good when asked for your opinion? Lin Yuji appeared somewhat bewildered. She had come across the songs Si Linghan mentioned while browsing online, but had little interest in them. What did they have to do with Jiang Heng? And what was this The Longest Movie? She only recognized Love's Romance and Autumn Whisper. She sensed the underlying provocation in Si Linghan's words and found it curious. What was going on? Why did it seem like Si Linghan knew Jiang Heng particularly well? Did they share some connection? Lin Yuji was puzzled, extending a delicate finger to gesture between Si Linghan and Jiang Heng, quizzically inquiring, Do you two know each other from before? Silingan flashed crimson, internally lamenting that she had no desire to be associated with him. If not for teacher Lin, who would wish to know him. Jiang Heng felt a sense of resignation. He had long since realized that fame was not without its drawbacks, and here was the consequence manifesting before him. He shrugged, stating, in truth, I possess no discerning ability when it comes to music, nor do I take an interest in others' works. I only sing my songs and play my pieces. This declaration elicited laughter not only from Si Linghan, but also from the surrounding students, who jeered at him for his arrogance. Did he truly consider himself a master, claiming he would only sing and play his own compositions? How many songs and pieces could he even perform? From the moment she met Jiang Heng, Lin Yuji had sensed his penchant for pretentiousness. When she had inquired about his guitar lessons, he had claimed he merely played casually. Now, he boldly asserted that he only played his own pieces. Would the next proclamation be that he only listened to his own music as well? Si Linghan regarded him with disdain. Teacher Jiang, with such remarkable compositional talent, how is it that you lack even a shred of musical appreciation? After all, she was still a student, and here she was quarreling while still addressing him as teacher. Jiang Heng thought to himself, if you're going to push me, then I suppose I shall unleash my trump card. Since you insist on my commentary, I shall speak the truth. I only listened to the beginning of your piece. After that, I simply couldn't continue. To Si Linghan, this response felt less like a critique and more like a brazen mockery. She held a devout attitude towards music. Having heard Jiang Heng's autumn whisper that morning, even if it was incomplete, she recognized it as a high-caliber work. Presenting this piece was both a challenge to Jiang Heng and an opportunity to earn teacher Lin's praise. In fact, she had caught a glimmer of approval in teacher Lin's eyes, which had delighted her, prompting her to provoke Jiang Heng. Little did she expect him to respond in such a manner. This infuriated her even more than the thought of Jiang Heng courting teacher Lin. Jiang Heng, if you don't provide a reasonable explanation today, I won't let this go, Si Linghan declared, her anger bubbling over as she dropped the pretense of addressing him as teacher. Jiang Heng, with his hands in his pockets, remarked, you see, speaking the truth can often be quite hurtful. Enough with the excuses. Why do you look down upon my work? Jiang Heng resolved to draw upon the 12 years of literary education he had received, uttering a statement that was profoundly accurate, yet utterly trivial. Upon hearing the commencement of your performance, I discerned not a trace of emotion, merely a display of technical prowess. A truly exceptional piece of art must evoke empathy within its audience. That which you just played, did it resonate with anyone present aside from yourself? Do inquire of them if they can recall the essence of your recent rendition. The students in the piano room fell into a profound silence. Jiang Heng did not impart any intricate piano techniques. Rather, he suffocated them with this simple truth. Though Jiang Heng's assertions rang true, they ultimately conveyed nothing of substance. Observing the silence enveloping the room, he continued, take for instance, Hua Hua. Ah, I believe he is one of your alumni, correct? You must be quite familiar with him. Is it that his compositions lack merit? Or perhaps his vocal abilities are wanting? Certainly not. One must admit that both his compositions and singing are of the highest caliber. Yet why do so many mock him? It is solely because his works are devoid of emotion, merely a showcase of skill. Upon utterance of these words, a heavy silence fell over the room. Regardless of their grievances regarding Jiang Heng's romantic involvement with teacher Lin, his words were undeniably accurate, particularly the example of senior brother Hua Hua, which rendered them speechless. Lin Yuji's large eyes sparkled, for she had long since pinpointed the flaw in Si Linghan's work. Yet she found herself unable to voice it. Jiang Heng's remarks effectively negated Si Linghan's creations, a realization that was profoundly unsettling for the young girl, shattering her understanding in a cruel manner that her kind heart could scarcely articulate. She could only express her admiration and gently point out the faults. However, how could the proud Si Linghan heed her subtle suggestions? Ultimately, Si Linghan remained a young girl, and Jiang Heng's words struck her with tremendous force, fundamentally undermining her creative efforts and obliterating her psychological defenses. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she recognized the veracity of Jiang Heng's statements. It was not that she did not wish to compose moving works. Rather, she found herself utterly incapable. Born into privilege, she had never had to fret over matters beyond her studies. With her striking beauty, she had always been indulged, and although she styled herself as a tomboy and dubbed herself the big sister, she had never truly faced adversity. She attempted to feign sorrow through her compositions, yet the results felt contrived to her own sensibilities. Thus, it was not that she did not comprehend Jiang Heng's rationale. She simply found it beyond her reach. Nevertheless, Si Linghan was proud. She was unwilling to concede defeat. With her head held high, she stifled her tears and retorted, on what grounds do you make such assertions? Is it impossible to create beautiful works merely through technical display? Is not Flight of the Bumblebee a testament to virtuosity? Can you truly deny its merit? Flight of the Bumblebee is a renowned piece on Blue Star, akin to Earth's Flight of the Bumblebee, celebrated as one of the swiftest compositions. Jiang Heng found amusement in the stubbornness of a young girl. Though she appeared fragile, she insisted on emulating a boyish persona. I am not suggesting that there is anything inherently wrong with showcasing skill. It is indeed a means of emotional expression. Just as you mentioned, Flight of the Bumblebee was originally composed as incidental music for an opera and has persisted due to its alignment with the narrative. You cannot contest this, can you? Si Linghan found herself at a loss for words. The truth was indisputable and left her no room for rebuttal. Yet, she was determined not to surrender so easily. You speak so lightly of it. Why not combine technical prowess with emotion and demonstrate it yourself? Jiang Heng sensed that the young girl was challenging him, and he realized that if he did not present something substantial today, he would indeed be underestimated by this tomboyish figure. Chapter 76. A Bet. Jiang Heng scrutinized Si Linghan, reflecting on her exceptional beauty and figure. Yet she insisted on dressing like a boy, truly believing herself to be a misfit. I am confident that I can compose such a piece, Si Linghan asserted defiantly. If you are capable, then take the stage and showcase your talent. Why should I be the one to perform? Your refusal to perform implies your inadequacy. Why should I be expected to accomplish what you cannot? Si Linghan trembled with indignation. Who was this person? Anyone could talk a good game, but he needed to prove himself. Lin Yuji sighed, exasperated by their childish squabbling, and could not help but tug at Jiang Heng's sleeve, admonishing him gently. Do not provoke further. However, Lin Yuji's expression only served to irritate Si Linghan further. On what grounds did this individual command such favor from teacher Lin while she was treated with utmost politeness? No, today he must demonstrate, allowing her to witness the perfect amalgamation of skill and emotion. Jiang Heng noticed the tears brimming in Si Linghan's eyes, mingling with an expression of ire, and found it amusing. This girl was genuinely intent on opposing him. He contemplated teasing her further. If you wish for me to perform, that would be quite embarrassing for me. Si Linghan trembled with rage. Had it not been for teacher Lin's presence, she would have lashed out at him. Struggling to contain herself, she grit her teeth and inquired, what would it take for you to perform? Jiang Heng, resting his chin upon his hand, surveyed Si Linghan, making her discomfort palpable. You, as a young lady, should embody the essence of femininity. How about this? Should I succeed, you must cease dressing like a tomboy. Let your hair grow long and try wearing a dress. What say you? Jiang Heng mused to himself. You are a splendid beauty. Why insist on embodying a rough character? I shall rectify this little quirk of yours. Lin Yuji, upon hearing Jiang Heng's proposal, could hardly contain her laughter, nearly bursting forth. Realizing her demeanor was inappropriate, she quickly suppressed her mirth, maintaining a polite smile that belied her struggle. The other students in the piano room, upon hearing Jiang Heng's challenge, exchanged glances filled with astonishment. This young man truly had the audacity to suggest a transformation for Si Linghan. The atmosphere amongst them was complex. They wished for Jiang Heng to lose, revealing him as a mere pretender to teacher Lin. Yet they were equally eager to witness how breathtaking Si Linghan would look in a dress. Si Linghan felt a wave of indignation wash over her. Who was this person to dictate such changes? She had always donned this attire as the esteemed Miss Si. What right did he have to demand she alter her appearance? With a fierce glare directed at Jiang Heng, she remained silent. Jiang Heng, undeterred, pressed on. Are you unwilling to accept the wager? Deep down, you acknowledge my ability to succeed. This indicates you have internalized my perspective. Little sister, the path of music is fraught with challenges. Allow yourself to truly experience it. Who is afraid here? Jiang? I accept your challenge. But what shall happen if you fail? Jiang Heng replied nonchalantly. The conditions are entirely up to you. Si Linghan nearly blurted out. Then keep your distance from teacher Lin. However, with teacher Lin present, despite the certainty that she would not be fond of this individual, what if? Wouldn't that lead her to harbor a deep resentment towards me? I have yet to reach a conclusion. I shall inform you once I have. Jiang Heng shrugged. It matters not, for I am bound to win. Si Linghan gritted her teeth and declared, Then begin. I am genuinely curious to see how formidable you are. Jiang Heng settled himself before the piano, once again closing his eyes. In his mind, a complex melody reverberated persistently. At this moment, his thoughts were consumed solely by the black and white keys and the familiar tune. In truth, Jiang Heng was under considerable pressure. He was uncertain whether he could master this melody. After all, in his memories, the Jiang Heng from Earth would never dare to attempt this piece due to its daunting difficulty. Lin Yuji, observing Jiang Heng seated at the piano with his eyes closed, was reminded of his performance of Whispers of Autumn in the cafe. He must be conjuring a splendid composition. Silently, Lin Yuji took out her phone, activating the recording function, as she felt she was on the verge of witnessing yet another exquisite piano piece. It was Sunday, and typically, there weren't many students practicing in the piano room. However, a well-meaning individual had disseminated news of C. Lingen's bet within the group, detailing the stakes involved. This stirred a commotion throughout the school, prompting numerous students to hasten to the piano room, eager to discover the unfolding drama. After all, one party to the wager was the second most beautiful girl in the school, while the other was rumored to be teacher Lin's boyfriend, or rather, her match. This was a spectacle not to be missed. Before long, the piano room was brimming with spectators. Even the corridor outside was crowded. Yet, a profound silence enveloped the space as all eyes were fixated on Jiang Heng, who sat before the piano, deeply engrossed. Si Linghan turned to see the throngs of people both inside and outside the room, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. She began to regret challenging Jiang Heng to a bet. This man, who could play Whispers of Autumn so beautifully, undoubtedly possessed exceptional skill. What if he truly managed to produce a piece rich in both technique and emotion? What would she do then, with so many eyes upon her? Could she afford to falter? What would become of her reputation as the formidable leader? Yet, if she lost and had to don women's attire, her authority would plummet even further. It was infuriating. This was all Jiang's fault. Why did he have to challenge her, leaving her in such a precarious position? Wait, he hasn't even played yet. Why should she assume defeat? What if he was merely putting on an act, incapable of playing at all? At the peak of her anxiety, Jiang Heng finally lifted his hands, positioning them above the keys. His fingers descended upon the piano, producing a cascade of gentle notes, embodying a classical style. Si Linghan scoffed slightly, thinking that this showboating was all for naught. She had expected something more impressive. However, she refrained from interrupting Jiang Heng, for she could not deny that the piece was indeed enchanting. Musically speaking, she conceded that it surpassed her own work by leaps and bounds. In reality, Si Linghan had underestimated the piece Jiang Heng was performing. Rachmaninoff's Third Piano Concerto is renowned as one of the most challenging piano compositions in existence. Some jest that playing through this piece is akin to unloading 10 tons of coal. To put it plainly, this concerto is a battle between a single piano and an entire orchestra. The sheer magnitude of effort required is unimaginable. A magazine once remarked that performing the Rachmaninoff Third Concerto demands the stamina of a football player, the precision of a surgeon, and the soul of a musician. Pianists often regard the ability to perform this piece as a litmus test for their triad of skills. Thus, Jiang Heng's prolonged moment of contemplation before playing was, in fact, a means of gathering energy. Just as Si Linghan continued to belittle Jiang Heng, his tempo suddenly escalated, his hands flying over the keys with such speed that they appeared to leave traces in the air. Accompanying his acceleration, a surge of fervent melodies swept forth like a tempest. Caught off guard, Si Linghan felt as though she had been struck by a storm of sound, her mouth agape, her body electrified. A numbing sensation coursed through her. She found herself unable to think as she watched Jiang Heng's fingers leap frantically across the keys, his posture unwaveringly straight. Beads of sweat began to emerge from his pores, coalescing on his face and cascading down to the piano keys. Jiang Heng's impassioned performance continued, his fervent emotions transmitting from his heart to his fingertips, transforming into notes that burst forth from the piano. Si Linghan felt her own emotions ignited by Jiang Heng's music. Her blood seemed to burn with fervor, an impulse to scream rising within her. Yet, her throat felt parched, rendering her voiceless. In truth, Lin Yuji was experiencing a similar sensation. Hailing from a musical lineage, with both her grandparents being professors at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, Lin Yuji had studied music under their guidance since childhood and was often regarded as a prodigy. After graduating high school, she ventured across the ocean to the University of Music and Performing Arts in Vienna, one of Europe's premier conservatories, where she received the finest musical education and witnessed performances by some of the world's greatest contemporary musicians. Yet, she could never have anticipated witnessing such a fervent display by Jiang Heng in this modest piano room. The piece Jiang Heng was performing indeed embodied a remarkable fusion of technical prowess and artistic expression. The intensity of his emotions was profoundly infectious. In Lin Yuji's estimation, Jiang Heng's performance bore the hallmarks of quintessential Russian music, melodic and dramatic, both beautiful and passionate. Just from this segment, she was certain it was a world-class piano piece. Jiang Heng had claimed he had never formally studied music. How could he express himself with such depth? However, Lin Yuji quickly dismissed that notion, realizing that Given the caliber of the piece Jiang Heng was performing, there were likely no more than 10 individuals in the world qualified to instruct him. He might truly have never received formal training. This was the work of a genius, an expression that ordinary individuals could never hope to teach. Lin Yuji gazed at Jiang Heng, who was now drenched in sweat, yet his spine remained resolutely straight. His fingers continued to dance across the keys with incredible speed. He had maintained this intensity for over 10 minutes. Lin Yuji struggled to fathom how he was able to sustain such performance. In the contemporary piano world, few could achieve this level of intensity. She thought of her esteemed teacher, the revered elder. If he were to witness Jiang Heng's performance today, she wondered what his expression would be. Lin Yuji's eyes remained glued to Jiang Heng, for at that moment, he was the sole focus of her attention as he poured his heart into his piano playing. Jiang Heng's performance endured for over half an hour. In the span of over half an hour, a steady stream of individuals gathered outside the piano room, which had now become a veritable throng. The crowd surpassed 200. Yet an eerie silence enveloped them, as if they were all captivated by Jiang Heng's performance, too afraid to disrupt the ethereal ambience he had created. Jiang Heng felt his stamina waning, sustained solely by an inexplicable surge of energy that compelled him to continue playing. In his mind's eye, only the contrasting black and white keys of the piano existed. Everything else faded from his awareness. Despite his fingers being on the brink of exhaustion, he managed to press each key with unwavering precision, pouring forth a fervent emotion that remained undiminished. At that moment, any competitive spirit he harbored towards the young girl, Si Ling Han, had evaporated. He sincerely wished to do justice to the piece he was performing. With his eyes closed, he played according to the mental map of the piano keys that occupied his thoughts. Every extraneous movement was eschewed, for he understood that any superfluous gesture would only squander his dwindling energy. When he pressed the final key, a numbing sensation enveloped all 10 of his fingers, feeling as though they belonged to another. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. If I were to lose a limb now, would anesthesia even be necessary? Inside and outside the piano room, everyone remained entranced by Jiang Heng's impassioned performance, still silent. Jiang Heng pondered the lack of decorum exhibited by the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Surely, this was the moment for a resounding applause. I understand your jealousy regarding my relationship with your esteemed teacher, but let me clarify, there is no romantic involvement as of yet. Attempting to rise, he discovered that his back was stiff, as if immobilized by an unseen force. A surge of energy supported him, yet he feared releasing it. He knew that if he did, his body would be incapable of holding itself upright, and he would surely fall. Having just concluded a monumental performance, he felt it imperative to maintain his composure. A fall now would render him a laughingstock. Yet, fatigue overwhelmed him, and his vision darkened as he succumbed to the inevitable, his body tilting backward uncontrollably. His final thought was one of resignation. Alas, I have failed to maintain my poise. Chapter 78. All because of you. Jiang Heng felt as if he had been asleep for an eternity. Upon awakening, a delicate fragrance filled his nostrils, reminiscent of Lin Yuji's scent. At this realization, he opened his eyes abruptly. Outside, night had fallen, and the room was illuminated. He surveyed the unfamiliar space, noting its somewhat antiquated decor, though the wallpaper seemed freshly replaced, an unexpected shade of pink. A large, pink teddy bear adorned the bed, further confirming his suspicion that this was Lin Yuji's room. To his surprise, beneath her seemingly gentle and mature exterior, Lin Yuji retained a youthful spirit. He recalled how he had performed Rachmaninoff's third piano concerto in the piano room, only to succumb to exhaustion and faint. The events that followed were a blur, and now he found himself awakening in Lin Yuji's bed. Determined to check the time, Jiang Heng attempted to retrieve his phone, only to find his fingers still uncooperative. It took considerable effort to extract the device from his pocket, and even then, lifting it felt laborious. He resorted to using a single finger to tap the screen, illuminating it to reveal it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Several missed calls adorned the screen. Upon inspection, one was from Xiao Wanqiu, while the others were from Lu Ran. Furrowing his brow, he wondered why they had called him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to return the call, starting with Xiao Wanqiu. As the phone rang twice, she answered. Hello, I apologize for not seeing your call earlier. I had some matters to attend to this afternoon. That's all right. Is there something you needed? Not anymore. Jiang Heng was taken aback. What did she mean by that? Her tone carried an emotional weight. Well then, have you eaten? He asked, attempting to keep the conversation going. I haven't tea. Are you offering to cook for me? She replied playfully. Jiang Heng thought it unnecessary to probe further. Ahem. Perhaps another time. I'll hang up now. Goodbye. The call ended swiftly, a testament to Xiao Wanqiu's succinctness. Jiang Heng hesitated over Lu Ran's name, feeling apprehensive. He had perhaps been too forthright the previous night, likely offending her deeply, given a number of calls she had made without a response. He feared that returning her call would provoke an outburst. Despite his trepidation, he summoned his courage and dialed her number. The phone rang for an eternity with no answer. A sense of foreboding grew within him. When the call eventually disconnected, he tried again, but to no avail. He sighed inwardly, realizing he had likely irreparably damaged his relationship with Lu Ran. Stowing away his phone, he felt his stomach grumble. Indeed, performing Rachmaninoff's third had drained him significantly. He felt capable of devouring an entire cow. He pushed open the door to the living room, where the lights were off, cloaked in darkness. Navigating by touch, he found the switch and struggled to turn on the light. When it flickered to life, he discovered Lin Yuji soundly asleep, her head resting on the old piano. A pang of guilt struck him for having taken her bed, leaving her to slumber on the couch. The autumn night in Shanghai bore a slight chill. He hoped she wouldn't catch a cold. Gently, he patted her shoulder. Lin Yuji stirred awake, her expression dazed. Sister Ji, I'm sorry for taking over your room. Her eyes blinked in confusion as she processed his words. Oh, I'm sorry. How did I fall asleep? You're awake? Her logic seemed disjointed. Yet there was a certain charm to her words. Sister Ji, I only remember fainting. How did I end up in your room? She laughed softly, recounting the events of the afternoon. It turned out that after Jiang Heng's performance, everyone remained in a state of shock. It was only when he suddenly tilted backward that they reacted. Fortunately, Lin Yuji had been right behind him, quickly catching him to prevent him from hitting the ground. A flurry of students had rushed to assist, disregarding the nature of Jiang Heng's relationship with their teacher, hastily transporting him to the school infirmary. Following an examination, it was determined he had simply exhausted himself, and the doctor calmly administered glucose. The students were left astounded. After all, it was merely a single performance. How could it have taken such a toll? Many had witnessed Jiang Heng drenched in sweat, a clear testament to the physical exertion required for the piece he had played. Setting aside his relationship with Lin Yuji, it was evident that Jiang Heng had delivered a profound lesson in piano performance that day. Witnessing Jiang Heng flawlessly execute such an exceedingly challenging piece was far more astonishing than any number of lectures on the genesis of classic compositions or viewing countless performances by renowned maestros. Thus, when Jiang Heng was receiving glucose at the hospital, his students remained by his side, waiting patiently until the injection was completed, after which they collectively carried him to Professor Zhang's residence. This time, they felt no remorse in bringing Jiang Heng to this location. Upon hearing Lin Yuji's account, Jiang Heng chuckled and remarked, in that case, I ought to express my gratitude to these children. They actually refrained from tossing me into Jin Lake. Lin Yuji rolled her eyes in exasperation. Noticing the absence of the elderly lady at home, Jiang Heng inquired, is Grandma not home this evening? Lin Yuji cast a lingering glance at him, responding, it's all because of you. Jiang Heng was taken aback, perplexed by the connection. Lin Yuji stifled a laugh, explaining, the piece you played this afternoon has kept all the teachers at Magic Sound occupied. Jiang Heng was bewildered, wondering why the teachers were so preoccupied by his mere performance. Lin Yuji, perceiving his confusion, clarified, currently my grandmother and the teachers are busy transcribing the score of the piece you performed. In truth, the situation was not Jiang Heng's fault, but rather Lin Yuji's, for she had played the recording for the elderly lady, who was utterly astonished. Who could have anticipated that an obscure youth could produce such a soul-stirring composition? With the elderly lady's extensive experience, she deemed the piece worthy of a place in music history, compelling her to organize the score at the earliest opportunity. Initially, she intended for Lin Yuji to accompany her to seek the assistance of the school's teachers in transcribing the score, but considering Jiang Heng was still unconscious, she instructed Lin Yuji to extract the audio and send it to her phone before eagerly departing. Lin Yuji stood up and asked, are you hungry? Let's go grab something to eat. Jiang Heng, genuinely famished, nodded and accompanied her outside. Shortly after stepping out, they spotted a solitary figure standing at the far end of the road. The streetlight elongated her silhouette, casting it before Jiang Heng and Lin Yuji. With her distinctive short hair, there was no need to discern her face to recognize Si Linghan. Jiang Heng was at a loss for words. How was it that this girl seemed to haunt him? 3 encounters in one day. Was it never-ending? Chapter 79. Enchanted? Si Linghan, hailing from a privileged background, had nurtured a passion for the piano from a tender age. Her parents had taken her to concerts since she was little, and she had attended performances by virtually every esteemed pianist in the country. Whenever renowned pianists from abroad graced the stages in the country, regardless of whether it was in the Magic City, she was always present. However, despite having witnessed countless concerts, none had ever left her as profoundly shaken as today's experience. On this ordinary afternoon, within a nondescript practice room at Magic Sound, a person she found utterly unremarkable had imparted a lesson in the most astonishing manner. This moment was etched into her memory, shattering her psychological defenses. As a young individual, Ling Han was proud. Her piano skills were undoubtedly exceptional among her peers. After all, in a city teeming with talent, one could hardly expect to garner admiration solely based on appearance. Her popularity was primarily a testament to her prowess. Yet today, Jiang Heng, a mere 3 years her senior, completely eclipsed her abilities at the piano. When Jiang Heng performed Whispers of Autumn, Ling Han acknowledged the piece's merit but thought that with effort, she could potentially reach that level. However, during his performance of that particular piece, the extraordinary technique, overwhelming emotion, and sheer physical exertion required left Ling Han feeling that no amount of effort on her part could match it. The sight of Jiang Heng, drenched in sweat as he played, profoundly shocked her. At that moment, his image was indelibly imprinted in her mind. His fingers striking the keys felt like powerful blows against her heart. As Jiang Heng concluded the performance, a tingling sensation enveloped her entire being. The sound of the piano echoing in her ears, and the memory of his performance replaying vividly in her mind. When Jiang Heng fainted and everyone rushed to carry him out of the practice room, she remained dazed, seemingly unaware of the unfolding events. Yet in that moment, no one paid her any mind. Everyone followed Jiang Heng to the campus clinic, while Ling Han walked back to her dormitory in a daze, completely at a loss as to how she had returned. Strangely, despite merely listening to a piece, it felt as though all her energy had been drained, leaving her utterly fatigued. Leaning instinctively against her bed, she lay there, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling. The echoes of Jiang Heng's performance lingered in her mind, resonating like a grand bell. She wished to sleep, but every time she closed her eyes, the image of Jiang Heng performing was inescapable. Desperate to silence the haunting memories of his music, she donned her headphones and randomly played a song. Yet still, she could only hear the melody Jiang Heng had played. Ling Han felt she was on the brink of madness. Was he some sort of devil? Regret washed over her. Why had she provoked such a demon? In her agitation, she absent-mindedly picked up the ukulele hanging by her bedside, strumming it absent-mindedly. In the past, whenever she felt down, playing an instrument would allow her thoughts to roam freely, quickly clearing her mind. However, today, for reasons unknown, the moment she picked up the ukulele, the melody she strummed was none other than the one Jiang Heng had played. Frustrated, Ling Han tossed the ukulele onto her bed, feeling as though she were afflicted by a poison. Unable to sleep, she rose from her bed and paced around the dormitory several times, eventually settling at her desk. Yet the book she picked up was impossible to concentrate on. This must be what it meant to be restless. Ling Han realized that this predicament was untenable. She had truly suffered a crushing defeat. Suddenly, the thought struck her. That guy had fainted while playing and was likely in a rather disheveled state at the hospital. Would witnessing his pitiful condition improve her mood? Yes, exactly. What perfect harmony of technique and emotion. The piano is an elegant art. And yet that fellow had made himself look so wretched, there was nothing elegant about it. I shall capture his disheveled appearance. And should he dare to approach Teacher Lin again, I will show him the evidence to remind him of his own absurdity. With a determined stride, Ling Han slipped on her shoes and set off. Upon arriving at the campus clinic, she learned, to her dismay, that Jiang Heng had already left. A quick inquiry in the group revealed that he had been taken to Professor Zhang's residence. Lingen's composure began to fray. Shouldn't a patient remain in the hospital? Why was he at Zhang's house? It should be Teacher Lin's home. Then she saw messages in the group stating that Professor Zhang, having listened to Jiang Heng's performance recording, was now gathering the school's teachers to transcribe the piece he had played that afternoon. Ling Han was taken aback. Very well, she acknowledged that the piece was impressive. But was it truly that extraordinary? She obtained the location to which Professor Zhang had gone and stealthily made her way there to see for herself. Upon her arrival, Ling Han was once again astounded. She felt as though she had been enveloped in a state of shock all day, almost rendered numb by it. In a spacious lecture hall, not only was Professor Zhang present, but also the esteemed former president of the school, the current president, and several distinguished professors. Among them were numerous young lecturers, each adorned with headphones, diligently transcribing notes while occasionally engaging in brief exchanges. Witnessing this scene, Ling Han realized that the piece, which commanded such attention from the principal and senior professors, rendered her defeat to the individual surnamed Jiang seemingly justifiable. Observing the earnestness with which the educators were laboring, Ling Han dared not intrude and quietly slipped away. She contemplated visiting Professor Zhang's residence to seek out Jiang Heng, but hesitated at the entrance, feeling it inappropriate. The absence of Teacher Lin in the lecture hall indicated that she was likely at home attending to Jiang. At this moment, only Teacher Lin and Jiang were present in Professor Zhang's household. Her arrival might inadvertently make her an unwelcome third wheel. Unbeknownst to her, she had already, in her mind, accepted that Teacher Lin had certainly embraced Jiang Heng. Although she was reluctant to intrude upon their time together, Ling Han could not bring herself to depart without seeing Jiang Heng. Otherwise, the tormenting specter in her heart would remain unvanquished. Her mind was still buzzing, and as soon as she paused, the haunting melody of that demon echoed in her thoughts. She reassured herself that losing to Jiang Heng was not a matter of disgrace. After all, so many professors were diligently composing for him. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, a loss must be faced with integrity. She had to confront that fellow in person. Thus, Ling Han stood resolutely beneath Professor Zhang's building, convinced that he would not dare to stay overnight at Professor Zhang's residence after meeting Teacher Lin for the first time. That was utterly unacceptable. Ling Han would be the first to object. Even if it displeased Teacher Lin, she would rally her guardians to storm in and oust that fellow into the street. Allowing him to meet Teacher Lin was already a concession beyond her limits. She could not lower her standards any further. As Ling Han was lost in her tumultuous thoughts, she suddenly caught sight of Teacher Lin's graceful figure. A wave of joy washed over her. Indeed, it was Teacher Lin, whose gentle demeanor had the power to sweep away worries. However, upon spotting Jiang Heng, her mood swiftly plummeted, as if haunted by an unshakable shadow. Lin's spirits darkened instantly.